Chapter 1. The system is up to something. Everyone knows that in this era, Stargate technology is of paramount importance for interstellar travel. However, Stargates can only be constructed in star systems with two suns, leaving one-third of all star systems unable to build them thus far. Zhao Qin drowsily opened his eyes, a sense of dizziness washing over him. If memory served him correctly, he had stayed up late playing video games last night, which likely explained his current fatigue in class. Oddly enough, today, the usually stern instructor had not roused him from his slumber. Suddenly, an expression of bewilderment swept over Zhao Qin's face. He realized that the entire classroom felt fundamentally different. The desks were no longer wooden, but rather composed of a peculiar, pure white material. Before each student flickered a holographic projection screen, and their uniforms resembled those worn in some sci-fi space opera. As Zhao Qin reached out to touch the seemingly transparent display before him, he was astounded to feel as though he were actually making contact with a tangible object upon pressing harder. His hand inexplicably passed through it. Whoa! Zhao Qin's eyes widened as he surveyed his surroundings. He was struck by the sight of a gigantic floor-to-ceiling window where the classroom wall once stood, revealing a breathtaking view of a dazzling Galaxian image one would expect only to see on an educational program. Adorning the walls of this peculiar classroom were several electronic scrolls, depicting various spacecraft, some resembling fighter jets, others resembling battleships, but not of a naval kind. They looked like interstellar warships straight out of a video game. Then he turned his gaze to the instructor, standing at the podium. Zhao Qin nearly toppled over in fright. Before him stood a humanoid being, donned in attire, yet devoid of hair. Its head bore a vine-like pattern, with butterfly-like ears on either side. This was undeniably not a human visage. As Zhao Qin marveled at whether he was trapped in a dream, a torrent of memories began flooding into his mind. Interstellar Era, Starshine Empire, Year 3030 of the Galactic Calendar, North Star, Starship Military Academy. Zhao Qin Captain's Program, 3rd Year Cadet. Zhao Qin winced, clutching his head in pain. Old Zhao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? A concerned voice emerged from beside him. Turning to look, Zhao Qin recognized the boy as one of his classmates. Li Wei, his good friend and classmate. I'm fine, probably just stayed up too late last night. Zhao Qin waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was all right. Though he feigned composure while continuing with the class, his mind raced to comprehend his current situation and predicament. He had traversed into another world. He found himself in an interstellar era, within a military academy of the Starshine Empire, where he was a student studying to become the commander of an interstellar warship. Brushing his hand against his pocket, he felt a small vial. If his memory was correct, the previous occupant of this body had chosen to end his life due to romantic despair unbeknownst to him. This tragic choice had allowed Zhao Qin to inhabit his body. Ding, binding super interstellar fleet system, binding complete host, Zhao Qin. At that moment, a mechanical female voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Newbie gift package initiated. Congratulations, you have received 100 system points. Congratulations, you have been granted the profession of top starship engineer. Congratulations, you have acquired the technical blueprint for the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser. Congratulations, you have received a random opportunity for a special attribute draw. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhao Qin realized that this was the distinctive advantage of being a transmigrator. With a thought, a virtual page manifested before his eyes. Host, Zhao Qin. Profession, top starship engineer. Special attribute, none. Points, 100. Number of starships, 0. Task, quarterly task unclaimed. Warehouse, T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser blueprint. Zhao Qin glanced over, noting the 2 rewards he had just received. A top starship engineer? Zhao Qin raised his hand and began to browse through the holographic computer on his desk for information regarding starship construction. He was astonished to find that he comprehended the knowledge instantaneously, as if it were second nature. Does this mean I can build my own starships? Zhao Qin thought excitedly to himself. His gaze further explored the details. Points? Points. The system points are provided daily based on the number of starships the host possesses, must be constructed from system blueprints, and can also be earned by completing system tasks. Points can be exchanged for goods in the system mall. Upon glancing at the so-called system mall, he noticed it was filled with starship blueprints and a variety of other items, all belonging to T1 technology level. In this world, technological products were categorized by levels T1, T2, T3, and so on. The higher the level, the greater the combat power and advanced technology. Thus, the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser he had received was an exceedingly rare starship design. It's important to note that a T3 starship blueprint could be valued from billions to hundreds of billions of star coins within the Starshine Empire. Currently, the total types of T3 starships in active service within the Empire hardly exceeded 10. This illustrates just how precious T3 starships were. If others knew that Zhao Qin possessed such a T3 starship blueprint, it would likely send the entire empire into an uproar. Yet Zhao Qin understood the principle of to be rich is to be in danger. This secret must remain hidden until he gains sufficient strength. Regrettably, Zhao Qin lacked the capability to build a T3 starship at this moment. According to his memory, the construction of a T3 starship would necessitate at least 10 million star coins worth of raw materials and associated construction costs. If he wished to possess such a starship, Zhao Qin still had a long road ahead. As for the quarterly task displayed on the system interface, it was an automatically generated mission every 3 months. Upon completion, rewards would be granted. In Zhao Qin's first quarterly task, he decided to claim it. Quarterly task: own a starship system produced. This was no small feat. Additionally, there was a particularly intriguing element: the special attribute. Zhao Qin clicked on the attributes option and a selection box emerged. The host will randomly select one attribute and execution condition from the options below. Option 1. The host's fleet may only recruit male soldiers, gaining a battle power bonus and morale boost. Option 2. The host's fleet may only recruit female soldiers, gaining a luck bonus and insight advantage. Option 3. The host's fleet may only recruit non-humanoid soldiers, gaining loyalty bonuses and universal communication. Zhao Qin's face darkened. Was the system playing tricks on him? Chapter 2. An interstellar fleet that can only recruit female soldiers. Random selection begins. Before Zhao Qian could ponder much, a cursor began to move swiftly among the 3 options, akin to a spinning roulette. Ultimately, the cursor halted on option 2. Congratulations, host, you have acquired fleet luck value bonus and Eye of Insight. Please unconditionally adhere to the regulation that the fleet can only recruit female soldiers. Any violation will result in the revocation of the aforementioned rewards, along with unspecified penalties. Zhao Qin covered his face. Only recruiting female soldiers. This stipulation seems rather excessive. Yet, inexplicably, a flicker of anticipation lingered in Zhao Qin's heart. Tio returned to the main subject, since this reality could not be altered. He decided to embrace it naturally. First, he would examine the 2 rewards he had received. The fleet luck value bonus, as its name suggests, bestows a certain degree of luck to Zhao Qian and any entity under his fleet. However, the specific effects remain elusive, for luck is a rather enigmatic concept. The second reward, Eye of Insight, could be utilized aboard Zhao Qian's own starship to discern whether any species harbors hostility or murderous intent. In other words, as long as he is on his starship, Zhao Qian would be utterly safe. Students, today's lesson concludes here. As this semester approaches its end, we shall commence practical training next term. Since you are all cadets in the Fleet Captain program, each of you will need to possess your own starship. This starship can either be purchased by you or obtained through the Academy's point system. The crew aboard the starship may consist of students from other disciplines within the Academy or personnel you hire, provided they meet the relevant criteria. Once the instructor announced this, he departed the classroom. The announcement pertained to the curriculum for the next semester, and every student was required to prepare their own starship. Those with financial means could purchase one, while those less fortunate could redeem a starship from the Academy's list using accumulated points from the previous 3 years. This sparked a lively discussion among the students regarding their intended starships. Let me tell you, my father has already arranged for me a T2 class interstellar destroyer, the latest model of this year, which is the best-selling starship in nearly a decade. Let me tell you what a man's romance is. It's colossal ships and mighty cannons. If we're going to set sail, it must be on an interstellar battleship. That's the true toy of a man. You all come from affluent backgrounds. I, however, will be satisfied with an interstellar corvette to complete my studies. Listening to the discussions around him, Zhao Qin couldn't help but indulge in fantasies about his own starship. As a young man, who among them had not dreamed of gallivanting through the cosmos? Hey, Zhao, have you decided what starship to exchange for? you need to prepare quickly. Although the Academy offers a considerable list of exchangeable starships, waiting too long might mean missing out on the good ones. Besides, you'll need to assemble your crew. Li Wei leaned over to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen casually inquired, "How's your preparation coming along?" Li Wei beamed, raising his wrist adorned with a light, watch-like handheld terminal. A holographic projection emerged, revealing a three-dimensional model of a starship. Its design was rather traditional, reminiscent of ancient vessels, equipped with several main cannons and missile launchers. The T2, Class Hyena Medium Interstellar Destroyer is currently priced at 4,300,000 star coins. My dad ordered it for me, and he even arranged for the crew, all seasoned veterans with over 10 years of service. After finishing, Li Wei seemed to recall something, glancing at Zhao Chen with concern. "Hey, Zhao, if you can't find a suitable starship in the Academy's warehouse, I could ask my dad for help. Don't worry, I already have a plan regarding the starship. After we finish eating, we'll go collect mine." Zhao Chen replied with a smile that Li Wei's family background was quite respectable, being involved in interstellar trade within the northern sector of the Starshine Empire, reputedly ranking among the top 10. Thus, it was no surprise for him to acquire a T2 Hyena Medium Interstellar Destroyer valued at 4 million star coins. With their small talk concluded, Zhao Chen and Li Wei made their way to the Academy's cafeteria. Along the way, Li Wei noticed Zhao Chen appeared somewhat preoccupied, assuming he was still contemplating his starship. In truth, Zhao Chen's status was not inferior to that of Li Wei. Having inherited the title of Baron after his father's early demise, he also possessed a star system territory. Unfortunately, the resources in Zhao Chen's territory were exceedingly scarce and it was merely a single star system, which meant the construction of a stargate was impossible. That a star system without a stargate and lacking specialty resources could hardly be deemed valuable. Zhao Chen's baronial title had once belonged to his great-grandfather, a commander of the Starshine Empire's fleet, who was granted the title of Earl and bestowed lands for his military merits. However, during the generations of Zhao Chen's grandfather and father, neither had achieved sufficient accomplishments to elevate or solidify their noble standing, resulting in a demotion from Earl to Baron by the time it reached Zhao Chen. Should he fail to earn further merits, his descendants would be unable to inherit the title, and the territory would be reclaimed by the Empire. Presently, Zhao Chen's prospects were bleak, for it was said that within his star system, there wasn't even a single T2 class starship. Only a few antiquated T1 class vessels were tasked with maintaining order in the area. Fortunately, due to the system's poverty, they had not yet attracted the attention of interstellar pirates. Previously, Li Wei often wished to assist Zhao Chen, but the latter's prideful nature prevented him from accepting help. "Hey, Zhao, let us sit over there." Suddenly, Li Wei draped a hand over Zhao Chen's shoulder, attempting to steer him toward another route, seemingly seeking to avoid something. However, the person Li Wei wished Zhao Chen hadn't seen was already in his line of sight. Jiang Shasha, Zhao Chen's fiancée. Theoretically speaking, at that moment, Jiang Shasha was accompanied by another young man. Those familiar with her knew he was pursuing her. Li Wei covered his face, thinking to himself that this was truly a case of enemies crossing paths. How could they encounter this woman everywhere? He understood that Zhao Chen and Jiang Shasha had grown up together, both hailing from the same star system, with Jiang Shasha's family being nobility in Zhao Chen's territory, leading to their childhood engagement. However, ever since Jiang Shasha entered the academy alongside Zhao Chen, everything had changed. Within the academy, there were boys of higher status and more extravagant means than Zhao Chen. By comparison, he seemed like a fallen noble from the countryside. Initially, Zhao Chen had harbored affection for Jiang Shasha, but her actions repeatedly wounded him, and despite his attempts to salvage their relationship, he was met with her cold and cruel indifference. Li Wei was aware that Zhao Chen was heartbroken, often unable to eat. What he was unaware of was that today, due to emotional turmoil, Zhao Chen had contemplated suicide by overdose, resulting in the current state of affairs. "Let us sit by the window over there." Zhao Chen rejected Li Wei's suggestion, striding forward to outsiders. It appeared as though Zhao Chen was heading directly toward Jiang Shasha. Chapter 3. The fiancée of the useless Baron. At that moment, Jiang Shasha noticed Zhao Chen striding directly toward her. She felt an intense aversion, unable to fathom the stubbornness of this man. Last night, she had clearly told him that they belonged to entirely different worlds. Yet he still insisted on recalling their childhood friendship, hoping she would reconsider. What a joke! Leaving that impoverished star system, she had finally grasped what a brilliant life truly entailed. How could she ever resign herself to returning to that destitute system to become a mere baroness? With her children lacking any chance of inheriting a title, she would not allow herself to endure such a life, not for a moment. The young man beside her was a promising prospect. His family background was commendable, his father a viscount, and it was rumored he might soon ascend to an earldom, at which point his son could inherit a title too. Fine, she would find an excuse to reject him shortly. She had already granted him a semblance of respect. If he remained ungrateful, she would not hesitate to humiliate him publicly. Jiang Shasha mused inwardly, her expression turning icy as she prepared her rejection speech. Even the young man beside her wore a mocking expression. Knowing Zhao Qin's status as a fallen baron, he relished in the thought of seeing someone else lose their beloved to him. As they awaited the unfolding of events, unexpectedly, Zhao Qin did not even spare Jiang Shasha a glance, brushing past them instead. This action left both Jiang Shasha and the young man dumbfounded. Even Li Wei was taken aback. He had assumed Zhao Qin would confront his fiancée for being with another man, yet he simply walked past them. Look, this spot has the best view. You can see the starships docked over there. Zhao Qin settled at a table beside a massive transparent floor-to-ceiling window, pointing toward a starport in the distance where dozens of starships were anchored. Li Wei was astonished, thinking, dude, are you really here just for the view? Indeed, Zhao Qin was captivated by the starships. Perhaps it was an innate inclination within Min, but he found himself deeply interested in them. Based on the knowledge acquired in his mind, Zhao Qin meticulously compared the various starships docked at the starport. Predominantly, there were numerous T2 starships, alongside a handful of T1 vessels. In this era, T1 starships had become somewhat antiquated, primarily utilized for civilian purposes or for patrolling and security across various star systems. To engage in actual combat, one would require at least a T2 class starship. The hulls of T2 starships were significantly larger than those of T1, with a diverse array of interstellar destroyers and frigates comprising two-thirds of the fleet. The remaining vessels included interstellar cruisers and battle cruisers. Zhao Qin even spotted a T1 class interstellar battleship, which was clearly a relic of the past. Notably, he did not encounter any carrier starships. Among all types of vessels, interstellar battleships and carrier ships were considered the most expensive. One dominated the realm of interstellar aerial combat while the other stood as a symbol of immense firepower. Before long, Zhao Qin found himself face-to-face with a starship identical to the one purchased by Li Wei, the T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer. This particular model was currently the best-selling T2 interstellar destroyer within the Starshine Empire, favored by many. With a length of 230 meters, it was comparable to the size of a large sports stadium. The docked Hyena-class destroyer was adorned in a classic steel color, with 3 emblems painted on its right flank, symbolizing its identity. The foremost emblem represented the Galactic Alliance, of which the Starshine Empire was a member, necessitating that all starships within the Alliance display this insignia. Following it was the 7-star emblem of the Starshine Empire, symbolizing the 7 founding families of the Empire. Lastly, there was the emblem denoting the starship's owner and its registration number, which was the largest and most conspicuous of the 3. These emblems served as the starship's identification. What shall we dine on today? My treat, Li Wei proclaimed generously. Really? Zhao Qin teased, glancing at Li Wei before tapping a button on the table, causing a holographic menu to materialize before him. He scrolled straight to the end of the menu. Li Wei immediately grimaced, saying, brother, although my father bought me a starship, you know my monthly allowance isn't exactly lavish. Zhao Qin ceased to jest, responding, though you are a wealthy heir and I merely a fallen baron, I have not yet sunk to the level of relying on your charity. When you truly make it big, then you can treat me. With that, Zhao Qin selected the cheapest meal option, and Li Wei chose a similar one. Up before long, a robotic server delivered their meals. Here are your nutritional A and nutritional C packages. Enjoy your meal. Zhao Qin began to eat the visually appealing yet rather unpalatable food, feeling as though he were consuming plastic. It seems food prices have risen again. Eating these artificial nutritional packages daily makes me feel as if I'm losing my sense of taste. I long for those artificially cultivated foods, Li Wei lamented. Do plead with your father for a more generous allowance, Zhao Qin replied without raising his head, and my father is as stingy as they come. Aside from this one extravagant gift of a starship, there's no chance of him spending more money. And do you know how expensive artificially cultivated ingredients are nowadays? Even my father can only afford the most basic meals. Having meat just once a week. A life of indulgence is reserved solely for the upper echelons of nobility. Li Wei gestured dismissively. Zhao Chun observed the dishes before him. In this era, advancements were plentiful. Yet the one drawback was food quality. Due to the vast population and overexploitation of planetary resources, the cost of naturally grown crops had skyrocketed, resulting in the majority of the populace subsisting on tasteless, cheap artificial nutritional meals. Only the affluent could afford naturally grown produce. Even the most commonplace rice, steamed buns, and vegetables from Zhao Qin's previous life were now considered luxury items. Ordinary low-tier nobles could only indulge occasionally. Is any that Zhao Chun, the Baron? How is it that such a distinguished nobleman is reduced to eating this? A disdainful voice interjected nearby. Lai Wei furrowed his brow at the sight of Zhang Shasha and a young man, Zhang Haoran, sitting beside them. Zhang Haoran, the son of a viscount, was not of ordinary status. Zhao Qin ignored them, continuing to eat his meal. I forgot to inform you, Baron Zhao Chun, that Shasha has agreed to be my girlfriend. As for the engagement between you and her, I suggest you voluntarily annul it. Do you truly believe you are worthy of her? Zhang Haoran sneered, looking down on Zhao Qin. He relished the feeling of humiliation he inflicted on others. Zhao Qin had previously ignored them, which only served to irritate Zhang Haoran further, prompting him to seize this opportunity to provoke Zhao Qin, flaunting his relationship with Zhang Shasha. Zhang Shasha frowned slightly. She had merely agreed to date Zhang Haoran for a while, and his claim of being in a relationship irked her. At that moment, Zhao Qin finally lifted his head, casting a nonchalant glance at Zhang Haoran. Uttering a simple, "Oh," Zhang Haoran's lips twitched in disbelief. He had heard rumors that Zhao Chun was quite fond of Zhang Shasha, yet here he was, completely unfazed by the provocation. Zhang Shasha also regarded Zhao Chun with surprise, sensing a difference in him from before. Indeed, a worthless baron, a failure in every sense. Zhang Haoran continued his tirade. Unable to endure any longer, Li Wei pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Haoran. Zhang Haoran, don't overstep your bounds. What are you even worth? If I'm a worthless baron, you're not even worth that. If memory serves, you failed your final exams for 3 consecutive years. Had it not been for your father's connections, you would have been expelled long ago. Zhao Qin shot a glance at Zhang Haoran, delivering the most cutting remark in the calmest tone. You? Zhang Haoran's face flushed with anger. This was a sore spot for him, as he detested any mention of it. What if I have connections? My father has even arranged for me a T2 starship for the next semester. I suspect you'll be left with no choice but to pull out a T1 starship, which will likely become a target during practical exercises. Zhang Haoran cackled with glee. Triggering random task, challenge Zhang Haoran to a starship duel and defeat him in the process. And would you like to accept? Zhao Qin's expression shifted. He had not anticipated encountering a random task at such a moment. Defeating Zhang Haoran, that posed a challenge. However, it was significantly easier than the previous quarterly tasks. The most enticing aspect was that upon completion, he would receive not only the uncertain task rewards but also a task point. Although Zhao Qin currently possessed system points, the items in the system store were not freely exchangeable. Redeeming one required corresponding task points. For instance, an item in the T1 category necessitated 1 task point and the equivalent system points. Currently, task points were exactly what Zhao Qin desperately needed. Don't mistake my directness for rudeness. The truth is the truth that I advise you to save face and retreat to your remote star territory rather than squander time here and humiliate yourself. Zhang Haoran observed Zhao Qin's frozen expression. He believed his words had struck a nerve with Zhao Qin. Zhang Shasha watched the unfolding scene with indifference. While Zhang Haoran might have been excessive, if it helped Zhao Qin realize the disparity between them and withdraw, it could be seen as a positive outcome. At that moment, Zhao Qin's lips curled into a smile. Who is truly humiliating themselves remains to be seen. Zhao Qin raised his head, locking eyes with Zhang Haoran for the first time. His gaze filled with provocation and mockery. Simultaneously, Zhao Qin focused his thoughts. Confirm task acceptance. Random task accepted. Task details. Challenge Zhang Haoran to a starship duel and defeat him. Task difficulty, D grade. Task reward, 1 task point and 300 points. Failure penalty, deduction of 300 points. So, there's a penalty for failure as well, directly deducting 300 points. It was worth noting that Zhao Qin currently had only 100 points in his account. Should he fail, his balance would plummet into the negatives. You, who doesn't even have a starship, what right do you have to speak? Zhang Haoran pointed directly at Zhao Qin's nose, his irritation palpable. The fallen noble should accept humiliation with grace, Yet this fellow persistently defied expectations. Since you are so confident, why not engage in a starship duel? Zhao Chen extracted a card from the collar of his student uniform. It was the Academy's student ID, valid for various activities, including starship duels. The starship duel? With you? Zhang Haoran initially stared in disbelief before bursting into laughter, striding over to Zhao Chen's table. You, without a starship, have nothing to offer in this contest. What gives you the right? The timing was far from immediate. There was still a month left in the semester. Let us set it for before the end of June. I will notify you of the duel time then. Should I lose, I will voluntarily withdraw from the academy next semester. And if you lose, Zhao Chen's gaze remained fixed on Zhang Haoran. I'll withdraw. Zhang Haoran interjected, fully embracing the challenge. At this moment, the unfolding events had surpassed the expectations of both Jiang Shasha and Li Wei. Rose to his feet, pushing Zhang Haoran aside and positioning himself in front of Zhao Chen. Zhang Haoran, if you have the capability, challenge me to a starship duel, he declared. Zhang Haoran cast a sidelong glance at Li Wei, spreading his hands in a gesture of amusement. Everyone has witnessed it. This starship duel was proposed by Zhao Chen. With considerable backing from his father, Li Wei's confrontation was not something Zhang Haoran wished to escalate unnecessarily. Li Wei, allow me to handle this matter myself, Zhao Chen said, placing a reassuring hand on Li Wei's shoulder. But, Zhao Chen continued, if you still consider me a friend, then trust me. Zhao Chen's earnestness left Li Wei gritting his teeth in frustration, casting a resentful glare at Zhang Haoran. At that moment, a holographic projection materialized between Zhao Chen and Zhang Haoran. Third-year student Zhao Chen has submitted a request for a starship duel against third-year student Zhang Haoran. With a tentative time frame of within 1 month, please confirm. The commotion had drawn the attention of many onlookers. Starship duels were a rarity, given their nature as practical combat scenarios, often resulting in damage to the vessels and even casualties. Thus, the North Star Starship Military Academy typically hosted only 4 or 5 such duels in a month. Though I cannot fathom where your confidence stems from, I assure you, you will come to regret your decision today. Zhang Haoran scoffed as he produced his identity card, accepting Zhao Chen's challenge. With that, the details of their duel were logged into the Academy's database, awaiting final confirmation of the date. Li Wei, have you finished your meal? If so, let's depart, Zhao Chen remarked, wiping his mouth, his expression as nonchalant as if nothing had transpired. Huh? Oh, I've finished. Li Wei was hardly in a mood for dining, trailing after Zhao Chen as they exited the cafeteria. Zhang Haoran watched their retreating figures, a cold smile playing on his lips. A person without even a starship dares to challenge me. The embarrassment will be his alone, he mused. Shasha, fret not. Once I defeat him and expel him from the academy, he will have no chance to bother you again. Zhang Haoran turned to Jiang Shasha, exuding the confidence of a victor. Jiang Shasha gazed after Zhao Chen's departing silhouette, a peculiar sensation washing over her as she sensed a significant change in him. Most notably, it dawned on her that throughout this encounter, Zhao Chen had not once regarded her directly. Had he truly forgotten her? Or was it a deliberate act? For reasons unbeknownst to her, Jiang Shasha felt a twinge of resentment. Chapter 5. Exchanging for 3 dilapidated starships? This individual must be insane. Zhao Chen, you were far too impulsive just now. I understand your disdain for Zhang Haoran. He has taken Jiang Shasha from you, but you cannot propose a starship duel. Li Wei exclaimed, walking alongside Zhao Chen, his anxiety palpable as if he were the one facing the duel. There's no way to cancel the duel application now. If all else fails, I'll lend you my T2 hyena. He added. No need. I possess a starship. Zhao Chen replied, warmed by Li Wei's concern for him. Li Wei genuinely regarded him as a brother, a bond forged from the moment Zhao Chen began tutoring the wealthy heir from a trading family, helping him with coursework since their enrollment. Without that support, Li Wei would have never passed his exams over the past 3 years. You have a starship? Why was I unaware? Li Wei asked, astonished. Zhao Chen spent nearly every hour of the day with him, save for sleeping and restroom breaks, so how could he possibly have missed this? Let us go and exchange it now. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a smile. What? Now? Li Wei exclaimed, then cradled his head in disbelief. My baronial lord, you're joking too much. You intend to use one of the Academy's starships to duel Zhang Haoran? Half an hour later, Zhao Chen and Li Wei arrived at the Academy's starship warehouse. Unlike the starport, which housed ships ready for immediate departure, the warehouse was a storage facility where some vessels had accumulated dust over the years, forgotten and unused. "Hello, sir, I'm here to exchange for a starship," Zhao Chun said, approaching the counter of the warehouse administrator. The administrator glanced at Zhao Chun, perhaps recognizing him as a third-year student preparing for the next semester, accustomed to students seeking starship exchanges. "Take a look for yourself. Here's the list," he said, revealing a catalog containing data on every starship along with their required student credits. The list displayed nearly 300 vessels, though the majority were T1 class. Primarily second-hand. After all, who would leave a new starship sitting idle in a warehouse? "Zhao Chun, your academic performance has been commendable. You should have around 30,000 credits after 3 semesters. That's enough to exchange for this T2 Hyena-class medium starship, which has been in service for 20 years and has minor hull damage. Though somewhat outdated in style, the core technology remains quite comprehensive," Li Wei noted, realizing the duel was a fait accompli and that they now needed to formulate a strategy. Zhao Chun shook his head, continuing to browse. Li Wei introduced several more T2 starships, all offering good value for credits, but Zhao Chun remained resolute in his refusal. "Young master, how long do you intend to deliberate? While there are over 300 starships here, only a few are truly suitable," Li Wei observed Zhao Chun's indecision. "I have made my choice," Zhao Chun declared. "Chosen? Which one?" Li Wei asked, curiosity piqued. Zhao Chun addressed the administrator. "Sir, is there a limit on the number of starships I can exchange for as long as I have enough credits?" "Indeed, there are no restrictions on the quantity," the administrator confirmed. Zhao Chun proceeded to select 3 starships from the catalog. "Then I will take these 3. "3? Both Li Wei and the administrator were taken aback, simultaneously reviewing the details of these 3 vessels. T2 Hyena-class medium starship. In service for 59 years, hull has suffered severe damage, 3 main cannons previously severely damaged. Now repaired. Requires 9,000 credits. T2 Grey Wolf-class light starship. In service for 65 years. Requires 7,000 credits. T2 Devil Crocodile-class medium battleship. In service for 80 years. Requires 11,000 credits. Upon reviewing the information for these 3 starships, both Li Wei and the administrator were left speechless. These vessels were undoubtedly relics of a bygone era. "Are you certain you want to exchange for these 3 starships? Have you considered your decision?" the administrator urged. While these ships were commendable in their time, their components have significantly deteriorated over the years, Li Wei hastily added. "Zhao Chun, don't just. A starship duel is one-on-one. Even if you select 3, it won't matter. I am certain. Just these 3, please process the exchange," Zhao Chun asserted firmly. After the administrator confirmed Zhao Chun's decision multiple times, he finally processed the exchange of the 3 starships. Li Wei stood nearby, covering his face, feeling as though he were in a dream. He simply could not comprehend the actions Zhao Chun had taken that day. "These 3 starships are now registered under your name. You may access them at any time. If you wish to keep them stored in the warehouse, the first month is free. Thereafter, storage fees will apply." The administrator regarded Zhao Chun with a look of incredulity. "Sir, credits can also be used to exchange for starship components, correct? Additionally, each student has the right to utilize the starship modification and repair dock for free. I haven't used mine in 3 semesters. So I should have 30 days of free access," Zhao Chun inquired. "That is correct," the administrator nodded. "Then I would like to submit a request for starship components, and I kindly ask you to arrange for a starship dock to deliver these 3 starships and the components there," Zhao Chun requested. The administrator glanced over the list of components, which were rather ordinary. Zhao Chun's remaining credits were sufficient to cover the exchange. "Will you need to hire a starship engineer or technician? They can perform repairs and modifications according to your specifications," the administrator asked. "No, that won't be necessary," Zhao Chun replied. The administrator, not pressing further, assured him, "I will have everything ready within half an hour. And you will receive the starship dock number. You may proceed there directly." "Thank you, sir," Zhao Chun acknowledged. After concluding the arrangements, Zhao Chun and Li Wei departed from the warehouse. "What a peculiar student," the administrator murmured to himself. Once outside the starship warehouse, Li Wei could no longer contain himself. He grasped Zhao Chun's shoulder, exclaiming, "Zhao Chun, what exactly are you aiming to achieve? What use are those 3 dilapidated starships? You are joking about your future." Zhao Chun remained calm and unperturbed, replying, "Li Wei, trust me, I will manage this matter. You don't forget it. I can't be bothered with you," Li Wei huffed, waving his hand in exasperation. Zhao Chun, understanding that even if he explained his intentions to Li Wei now, his friend would remain skeptical, decided it was better to prove everything through action than to waste time. Ding. Third-year student Zhao Chun has obtained the usage rights for small and medium Starship Dock No. 017. Access is granted with the student ID card for the duration of the usage period. Upon receiving the notification, Zhao Chun bid farewell to Li Wei and proceeded to the designated Starship Dock. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Starship Dock, Zhao Chun swiped his student identity card, causing the grand gate to swing open automatically. Inside lay an expansive space, easily comparable to 3 or 5 football fields in size. A pungent odor of rust and starship oil assaulted his senses. As Zhao Chun stepped inside, he beheld 3 starships seemingly awaiting his arrival. The weathered hulls, marked with rust, bore testament to their age and the battles they had once fought. Although the Academy had maintained them, their long years of service were unmistakable. Zhao Chun first approached the control console in the workshop, activating a series of holographic screens. His fingers danced swiftly across the holographic keyboard, inputting data one after another. Ultimately, the specifications of the 3 starships materialized before him, and he even edited a 3-dimensional model. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the models were divided into gray and red zones. If these areas were combined, a coherent structure could emerge. Eagerly, Zhao Chun overlapped the red zones, creating a vague silhouette of a starship that was somewhat unrecognizable. Subsequently, he retrieved a classified document from his handheld terminal, which contained data about another starship model, the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser. Chapter 6. The assembly of the starship in progress. Zhao Chun's intention in acquiring these 3 starships was quite straightforward. Given his current capabilities, constructing the T-3 starship awarded by the system was virtually impossible. However, if he utilized the technical blueprints of the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser as a foundation and modified the 3 starships before him, it might be feasible to assemble a simplified version of the T-3 Blizzard class. With the mind of a top starship engineer, Zhao Chun calculated the feasibility of this plan to be a staggering 80%. By employing the hull of the T-2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship and integrating performance modules from the T-2 Hyena and T-2 Grey Wolf, Zhao Chun murmured excitedly, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Once the assembly plan was set, he promptly commenced operations. He approached the workstation and personally operated the robotic arms, initiating the cutting of the 3 starships. This was Zhao Chun's first experience in modifying a starship. Yet the moment he began, he felt as though he had performed such tasks countless times before. His movements were fluid and precise. Even the most experienced starship engineers at the Academy would be astonished by this young man's skill and technique. Such seamless execution was unattainable without 50 or 60 years of hands-on experience and an extensive knowledge base. Disassembling 3 starships was a monumental undertaking. While hiring repairmen or engineers to assist would have been beneficial, Zhao Chun could not afford such luxuries. First, he had exhausted all his Academy credits on exchanging for parts. Secondly, the process needed to remain confidential. Dismantling and reassembling 3 disparate starships into a brand new vessel would employ core technologies from the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser. If anyone were to catch wind of it, the consequences could be dire. Thus, Zhao Chun resolved to handle the entire process alone. After some calculation, he estimated that approximately 20 days would suffice. For the next 3 weeks, Zhao Chun effectively dismissed all his classes. With the end of the term approaching and many assessments already completed, his credits were sufficient for him to advance to the 4th year, rendering his absences inconsequential. However, the news of his dual challenge against Zhang Haoran spread throughout the 3rd year, prompting numerous students to visit Zhao Chun's classroom in hopes of catching a glimpse of this reputedly fallen baron, only to leave disappointed. Beep, beep, beep. The Starship Workshop's entrance flashed red, signaling a request for entry. Initially, Zhao Chun ignored it for several minutes, but the persistent alert continued for a full 10 minutes. Unable to withstand it any longer, he dragged his weary body to the door and opened it. Zhao Chun, have you lost your mind? As the door cracked open, a familiar voice exclaimed, followed by the entrance of a slender, fair-skinned leg. Zhao Wanner immediately began to chastise Zhao Chun, pointing an accusatory finger at him. However, Zhao Chun scarcely absorbed her words and leaned against the doorframe. Wanner, are you finished scolding me? Because I really need to rest now. He yawned, half closing his eyes. The woman before him, with her graceful figure and snow-white skin, was Zhao Chun's younger sister, Zhao Wanner. She was also a 4th-year student at the North Star Starship Academy and would advance to the 5th year next year. The reason Zhao Chun was merely a third-year student while Zhao Wanner had progressed to the fourth year was that she was a prodigy. She had completed 3 years' worth of coursework in just 1 year, surpassing her brother. Renowned for her beauty, she had always been one of the academy's most admired students. Dressed in a white military uniform, she had only returned to the academy after a half-month absence, likely due to her fourth-year final assessments that required piloting starships for practical evaluations. Upon her return, she immediately sought out Zhao Chun. Observing the dark circles under his eyes, his disheveled hair, and the unpleasant odor emanating from him, she glanced behind him to see a makeshift bed on the workshop floor, surrounded by a box of instant nutritional meals with scattered wrappers emitting a foul stench. Several sets of unkempt academy uniforms lay discarded, revealing the disarray of Zhao Chun's life over the past few weeks. "Dio, you still have time to rest? Do you have any idea the trouble you've caused? You challenged Zhang Haoran to a starship duel over a woman, wagering that whoever loses would be expelled from the academy. Have you gone mad?" Zhao Wanner tugged at Zhao Chun's ear in frustration. Although the grip should have been painful, Zhao Chun, overwhelmed by fatigue, collapsed against her. "You," thud. Zhao Wanner fell to the ground, with Zhao Chun resting against her like a child. Exasperated, she had no choice but to drag him into the starship workshop. When she lifted her gaze to the vast area designated for starships, she was rendered speechless. A starship stood prominently before her. Its hull was evidently aged, not new. Some sections were uneven, bearing marks from previous bombardments. Scattered around the control consoles were various components, but despite its condition, Zhao Wanner sensed a latent ferocity within the starship. Most importantly, she felt a strange familiarity with this starship, yet she could not recall having encountered it in her studies of starship encyclopedias. "Wanner," Zhao Chun's voice called her back to reality. He had awakened, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Although he had only slept for about 10 minutes, he now appeared much improved. "Why is this?" Zhao Wanner asked, pointing at the peculiar starship before her. "My starship," Zhao Chun replied instinctively. "You're pulling my leg. You didn't even draft a rough plan. I heard from that Bradley way that you exchanged your academy credits for 3 old starships, which are not." Zhao Wanner halted mid-sentence, turning back to gaze at the starship before her with incredulity, as if she had just realized why it seemed so familiar to Wanner. "Aren't you supposed to be the clever one? How have you not figured it out yet?" Zhao Chun smirked, teasing her. Chapter 7. The first starship, Zero Blizzard. Zhao Wanner thoroughly examined the starship, her astonishment evident as she looked at Zhao Chun. This starship is assembled from those 3, the T2 Hyena, T2 Grey Wolf, and T2 Devil Crocodile. She recognized the starship's resemblance to the T2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship, noting that the hull bore a striking similarity, while the weapon modules mirrored those of the T2 Hyena class medium interstellar destroyer. In summary, this starship exhibited numerous characteristics derived from the 3 others. "Exactly," Zhao Chun admitted candidly. While he could not disclose the details regarding the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser, he could not hide the fact that he had assembled a starship. The starship warehouse had records of the exchanges, and with the impending duel against Zhang Haoran, anyone with a discerning eye would connect the dots. "You spent over half a month assembling this starship here? When did you learn starship assembly?" Zhao Wanner gazed at Zhao Chun in disbelief. Disassembling 3 starships and reassembling them into one was no simple feat, especially ensuring that all modules would function properly. Zhao Chun pointed at the starship with a smile. "I have many secrets. Besides our captaincy course, I also clandestinely studied some starship engineering on my own. And this is my first starship, which I have named Zero Blizzard. Given that it was a simplified version of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser, using the name Blizzard seemed somewhat inappropriate. So Zhao Chun decided to give it the distinct name Zero Blizzard.0. Blizzard. Zhao Wanner murmured about the peculiar name, which resembled that of an interstellar battleship, yet also evoked the image of an interstellar cruiser, while possessing the style of an interstellar destroyer. What on earth could it be? Are you certain it can truly be activated? Zhao Chun, I am aware of your feelings for Zhang Shasha. However, that woman is genuinely unsuitable for you. Do not hang your hopes on this one tree. Moreover, you are well aware of the circumstances surrounding our territory. It was no easy feat for us to utilize the last of our territory's savings to become students at the North Star Starship Academy. Only through our successful graduation can we hope to revitalize our domain. Surely, you wouldn't want your title to be reclaimed by the Empire, would you? If you were to be expelled, how could you possibly face The spirits of our parents, and what of our sister's sacrifice? Zhao Wan'er glared at Zhao Chun with indignation. She then seized Zhao Chun's wrist, declaring, I will seek assistance from my best friend. She comes from a distinguished background and can negotiate with Zhang Haoran to cancel this duel. Yet, Zhao Wan'er found herself unable to pull Zhao Chun along. Instead, Zhao Chun unexpectedly scooped her up in a princess carry. What are you doing? Zhao Wan'er blushed. Let's go see my starship. Zhao Chun said little more. Dashing towards the starship's hatch while carrying Zhao Wan'er, they traversed the somewhat antiquated corridors of the vessel, arriving at the bridge, the brain of the starship. The bridge was not particularly spacious, roughly 100 square meters, and was shrouded in darkness due to the lack of activation. Zhao Chun set Zhao Wan'er down and approached the captain's chair, taking a seat and placing his hands on the armrests. Detecting highest authority, initiating identity verification, Captain. Zhao Chun. Identity verification complete. A floating crystal control panel materialized before Zhao Chun, upon which he pressed several buttons. Starship initiating. Starship Central Control System starting up. Starship Energy System activating. 10.30.60.as Zhao Chun officially initiated the starship. The bridge's lighting system began to function, illuminating the entire area. Subsequently, this colossal machine began to awaken. Starship Propulsion System Auto Detection in progress. Detection complete. Functioning optimally. Starship Weapon System Auto Detection in progress. Detection complete. Functioning optimally. Starship. Mechanical voices echoed across the bridge. Zhao Chun's first starship had officially come to life. All functional modules of the starship are operating normally. Remaining energy. 19. Zhao Chun joyfully raised his fist. Although he possessed technical skills, he honestly couldn't guarantee 100% success. He had not anticipated that the first activation would succeed. IT had truly started. Zhao Wan'er was equally astonished. How is it? Is it not impressive? Zhao Chun descended from the captain's chair, placing his hand on Zhao Wan'er's shoulder in a brotherly manner. Despite their sibling relationship, due to Zhao Wan'er's consistent excellence, they often appeared more like siblings in a fraternal sense. Zhao Wan'er rolled her eyes. Even if it can start, what of its combat capability? Can it perform well in actual combat? I have heard that Zhang Haoran's starship is a T2 class vessel. Are you certain your assembled ship can compete? We wouldn't want it falling apart before the battle even begins. Sister, why do you have such little faith in me? Let me assure you. In 10 minutes I will take down Zhang Haoran's T2 starship. Zhao Chun confidently crossed his fingers to form a 10 sign. 10 minutes. When did I ever realize you were such a braggart? Zhao Wan'er shot him a sideways glance. Utterly unconvinced. Moreover, this starship had no crew. It was just him. How could he possibly engage in battle? Suddenly, Zhao Chun clapped his hands, his eyes lighting up. How could I have forgotten this detail? No wonder I felt something was lacking when I activated the starship just now. Zhao Wan'er held her head in despair over her brother's lack of foresight. I suppose I should consult my best friend on how to handle this matter, Wan'er. Where can we find crew members the quickest? Zhao Chun looked at his sister with earnestness. Modifying and disassembling starships was his forte, but when it came to matters like this, Zhao Chun was truly at a loss. You haven't even thought through these issues. Yet you wish to engage in a starship duel? Zhao Wan'er sighed in exasperation, but explained nonetheless. Crew members generally come from 3 sources. First, students from other disciplines within the Starship Academy. Aside from the captaincy that you and I are studying, there are various other specialized fields. The second channel is to recruit retired soldiers from the Imperial Army. These crew members are competent, but hiring them can be quite costly. The third option is to recruit from less conventional sources, such as those previously involved in gray industries, pirates, or slaves. In fact, the Academy provides channels for crew recruitment. You can connect your identity card to the Academy's network, where dedicated channels are available. Zhao Chun rubbed his chin, asking without hesitation, which option is the cheapest? Zhao Wan'er rolled her eyes, but she understood that Zhao Chun's finances were quite limited. The cheapest would be slaves. These are typically war captives, some of whom were once starship pilots. However, due to loyalty and identity issues, many are reluctant to employ slaves, with the most they can handle being menial tasks. Roles on the bridge, for instance. Just as Zhao Wan'er was speaking, Zhao Chun had already connected his identity card to the Academy's network, discovering a slave option in the corner of the crew recruitment channel. Upon clicking it, a list of slaves appeared. After scanning the list, Zhao Chun's eyes widened with excitement as if he had stumbled upon treasure. This one. Without hesitation, he clicked the exchange option. Due to the depletion of his Academy credits, This time Zhao Chun used his personal account for payment. What have you done? Seeing Zhao Chen's satisfied expression as he closed the holographic projection interface, Zhao Wanner felt an ominous premonition. Chapter 8. A white-haired half-beast girl. I have recruited a crew. Zhao Chen proclaimed. Crew? What crew? Slave crew members. You said this was the cheapest option. How much did you spend? Wasn't your academy credit already exhausted? Not much, just 3,000 star coins. If I recall correctly, your account has barely over 3,000 star coins left. Yes. Zhao Wanner's face darkened as she realized how unreliable her brother truly was. Look, here is the list. Zhao Chen showed her the names of the slaves he had purchased, complete with images. Upon seeing the pictures, Zhao Wanner was even more astounded, for they were all half-beasts, and notably, all female half-beasts. Zhao Wanner glared at her brother with a scowl. Zhao Chun. After a lengthy reprimand, Zhao Wanner stormed off in a huff. Convinced that her brother had lost his mind and was beyond reasoning, she had to prepare for the worst, which meant cleaning up Zhao Chen's mess. After her departure, Zhao Chen first washed up, enjoyed a good sleep, and changed into a fresh outfit. At that moment, the slave crew members he had ordered arrived. Hello, are you Mr. Zhao Chen? Here are the 100 slaves you ordered. Please show your identity card. A man with a professional smile appeared at the entrance of Zhao Chen's workshop. Behind him were 10 mechanical carts covered in black cloth, each towering 3 meters high, 4 to 5 meters long, and 2 meters wide. Aside from that, there were no visible personnel. Zhao Chen presented his identity card and inquired curiously, "Where are the individuals I requested?" "They are inside here." The man unveiled one of the mechanical carts, revealing iron cages within. Each cage was a 1-meter-high cube, containing half-beasts curled up with their knees hugged to their chests, clad in tattered clothing, adorned with electronic shackles on their necks and ankles. Looking frail and terrified. This is the software to control the electronic shackles around their necks. These shackles can deliver electric shocks and have self-destruct functions, unless you input the password to unlock them. Any external interference will trigger a self-detonation, the man explained. I understand. Are these cages also part of the delivery? Zhao Chen pointed at the tools. Of course, the man replied with a smile. These half-beasts have been under their control for quite some time. It is a small price to pay to finally find someone willing to purchase them. I can just push them in myself, Zhao Chen said, proceeding to roll the 10 mechanical carts into the workshop. He unveiled the black cloth, revealing the half-beasts before him. The variety of half-beasts was vast. Some were covered in fur resembling wild beasts, while others appeared more human but had animal ears or tails. Among them, those with features resembling dogs, pigs, and sheep were the most prevalent. One half-beast, in particular, caught Zhao Chen's eye. A female half-beast with white fur, blue eyes filled with resentment, anger, and defiance, sporting a pair of white stubs where her ears should be, and a white stub of a tail. Her face and body bore numerous unsightly scars, but had it not been for those blemishes, even as a half-beast, she would likely have conformed to human aesthetic standards. The half-orc female, Zhao Chen, is quite familiar to me, as the primary reason for selecting this batch of half-orcs during the purchase was her presence. Greetings, General Charlotte. The white-haired half-orc woman gazed in astonishment at the individual before her, who had audaciously pronounced her name, particularly that title, General Charlotte, born in the Black Ystar domain of the Warhammer Interstellar Tribal Confederation, hails from the White Tiger tribe. Discontent with the local lord's oppressive regime against half-orc tribes in the Star domain, she rose in rebellion, forming an interstellar resistance. Over the course of 3 years, she engaged in no fewer than 50 interstellar battles. She once commanded a fleet of 300 rebel starships, clashing fiercely with a fleet of 500 lordships, ultimately achieving a Pyrrhic victory by even destroying one of their T3 starships. However, 3 months ago, due to betrayal from within, their operations were compromised, and they were ambushed by an enemy fleet that outnumbered them. The entire star fleet was annihilated, and she subsequently vanished. To her dismay, she found herself reduced to slavery and sold to the Stellar Empire. Zhao Chun recounted the exploits of this half-orc general in great detail. Upon hearing the man's narrative of her past, Charlotte's expression momentarily became distant. Zhao Chun opened Charlotte's cage and sat down on the ground before her. "So, would you like to have a conversation?" Charlotte chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Chat? I am merely a captive now. What is there to discuss? Perhaps we could converse about your freedom, as well as the freedom of those half-orc soldiers who share your fate." Zhao Chen's words piqued Charlotte's interest, and she regarded him with caution. "What do you mean?" Zhao Chen smiled and responded, to be direct, I possess a starship, but lack a crew. Hence, I hope you and your people might serve as my crew. Ha ha ha, you merely wish to exploit us as free labor. You purchased us slaves for that purpose, did you not? Charlotte scoffed. No, no, no. What I seek are crew members, not slaves. I desire interstellar warriors who are willing to fight sincerely for me. Zhao Chun corrected her. Half-orcs will never fight for others, Charlotte retorted, her eyes flashing with a pride that was distinctly hers. You must consider not just your own interests, but also those half-orc warriors who once fought alongside you. As I understand it, nearly 30,000 half-orc slaves were sold to our stellar empire following your defeat. I have merely purchased 100 of them. The fates of the others remain uncertain. Do you not wish to rescue them? Zhao Chen fixed his gaze upon Charlotte. Her expression faltered. Zhao Chen recognized that he had made significant progress. He rose to his feet. If you fight for me, I promise that, to the best of my ability, I will buy back all those scattered throughout the stellar empire who were once your subordinates. Moreover, as long as you lead them in battle for 3 years. Once that time is up, you and they shall be free. So, what say you? Are you willing to fight for me? Or rather, are you willing to fight for your freedom? Zhao Chen extended his hand toward Charlotte within the cage. Charlotte's expression was complex, her eyes flashing with myriad emotions. Ultimately, she extended her hand, shaking Zhao Chen's firmly. Yet, she stubbornly declared, I fight for my people. Chapter 9. Vice Captain Charlotte the Beast Woman. 100 half-orc women sat on the ground, eagerly grasping the food from their meal boxes with their hands. Though it consisted of tasteless synthetic sustenance, they devoured it ravenously, for during their time as slaves, they had rarely experienced a full meal. After all, slave traders were never merciful. After they finished eating, arrangements were made for them to bathe and don fresh attire. Afterward, they would board the ship to familiarize themselves with their future roles. Zhao Chen sat beside Charlotte, sharing the same meal. As a former fleet commander, Charlotte was more mindful of her demeanor compared to the other half-orc soldiers. She took her time chewing her food. Observing the same dish in Zhao Chen's hands, she expressed surprise. You eat this too? Why not? I must confess, I am rather poor at the moment. The rations I have stored will last us no more than half a month. As for our future provisions, it will depend on how you perform, Zhao Chen lamented. Noticing Zhao Chen's lack of pretension, Charlotte's attitude towards him softened, yet she scrutinized him closely. Why is it that you only recruit female half-orcs? Normally, one would expect a preference for males in combat situations. I must warn you, should you ever have any inappropriate intentions towards them, our agreement will be null and void. I cannot allow them to sacrifice their dignity and bodies for the sake of freedom. Zhao Chen waved his hands in exasperation. Rest assured, I harbor no such thoughts. Due to certain circumstances, I have only recruited female soldiers this time. As for the reasons, I am currently unable to elaborate. Zhao Chen felt rather helpless. After all, the system had its limitations. I may not inquire into your reasons, but should I discover you have ulterior motives, Charlotte shot Zhao Chen a warning glare. Oddly enough, there was something endearing about the white-haired half-orc's admonition. Despite the unsightly scars and wounds adorning her, those scars on your body, did you inflict them upon yourself? Zhao Chen inquired. Charlotte did not conceal the truth, nodding. Indeed, I'm why resistance was betrayed, leading to the annihilation of my forces. Under those circumstances, had I not taken such measures, I would have been recognized by them, and there would have been no mercy for a general of the resistance. I would have been sold into slavery. Zhao Chen understood the rationale. Had Charlotte been recognized by her enemies, capture would have led to dire consequences. Even if she had not been recognized, given her previous appearance, her fate would have been no better. I was quite surprised that you recognized me, Charlotte remarked curiously. Zhao Chen had identified her at first glance, which indicated that he had come for her specifically. During my studies at the academy, I researched some of your battles and viewed images of you. In fact, when I first saw your name on the slave list, I hesitated to believe it. After all, the person you are now is vastly different from the one I knew in those days. You were like the dawn. Zhao Chen smiled. It wasn't until I played a trick on you that I confirmed you were indeed General Charlotte. He chuckled, attributing his recognition to the memories of his current body, which had an affinity for studying various races' battle histories. Charlotte rolled her eyes, realizing she had inadvertently exposed her identity. With current medical technology, it is entirely feasible to heal those scars on your body. Zhao Chen noted, having seen images of Charlotte from before. She was undoubtedly a beauty, even by human standards. In the academy, She would have been considered a campus belle. I have no need for that. A warrior does not concern herself with her appearance. Charlotte coldly rejected the suggestion. Noting Charlotte's resoluteness, Zhao Qin chose not to press the matter further. There was no opportunity to do so anyway. Given the expense involved in such medical treatments, after finishing their meal, Zhao Qin stated, "Let's take a look at your future workstation." He gestured toward the iron starship. Charlotte did not decline and followed Zhao Qin aboard the vessel. "The Zero Storm.is, this the starship you assembled?" Charlotte inquired as she walked along the ship's corridor. Zhao Qin nodded. "Indeed, I utilized modules from the T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser, and T2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship to construct this starship, which I have named the Zero Storm." While Charlotte was not well versed in these starship models, she noted that the ship appeared quite outdated in many aspects, leading her to conclude that its combat capabilities were less than promising. Charlotte candidly remarked, No, and I am confident that you will soon revise your current opinion. You will come to love this starship." Zhao Qin replied with a mysterious smile. Charlotte took no notice of his demeanor. She was resolved to adapt to her circumstances, regardless of what kind of starship this was, at the very least. Thus far, he had not exhibited any qualities that she found distasteful, although she harbored significant doubts regarding his recruitment of only female half-orcs. Soon, the pair arrived at the bridge of the Zero Storm. This was Charlotte's first visit, while it was Zhao Qin's second, having last been there with his sister, Zhao Wanner. Charlotte surveyed the bridge, finding its layout rather standard, lacking any notable features. "You will be responsible for assigning the roles of the half-orc crew members. I need them to develop effective combat capabilities in the shortest time possible," Zhao Qin instructed. Charlotte turned to him, requesting, "If that is the case, I will need to understand some of the starship's performance modules before she could finish." Zhao Qin handed her a handheld terminal. "I have already registered your information within. You now possess the highest level of access to this starship, aside from myself. You may review most of the starship's data. From now on, you are the vice captain of this starship." Charlotte looked at Zhao Qin in astonishment, accepting the terminal and regarding him with skepticism. "You trust me this much? Are you not at all concerned that I might betray you?" Zhao Qin, wearing a faint smile, had already employed the system's skill eye of insight on Charlotte the moment she boarded the starship. As the captain of this vessel, he met the criteria for using Eye of Insight. Under its observation, it was revealed that Charlotte harbored neither murderous intent nor hostility towards him. However, her loyalty remained uncertain. Yet, that was sufficient for Zhao Qin. He did not expect Charlotte to pledge her allegiance within such a short time. As long as she was willing to work for him, it sufficed. Nevertheless, Zhao Qin maintained a facade of ease as he reclined in the captain's chair. "I have faith in my choice, my dear vice captain. It is time for you to commence your duties." Chapter 10. The Maiden Voyage of Storm Zero. In response to Zhao Qin's words, Charlotte contemplated for a moment, offering no further comment. She donned the terminal device on her wrist and utilized its permissions to access relevant data about the starship. Upon reviewing it, her eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Zhao Qin. "Is the data regarding this starship truly authentic?" "Of course, it is genuine," Zhao Qin replied, somewhat boastfully as one would about a beloved child. "So, what do you think of my starship?" With a serious expression, Charlotte stated. "If the data displayed here is accurate, this starship can be considered an undefeated entity in the T2 starship duels." An undefeated entity. What a terrifying assessment. If Zhao Wan and Li Wei were to hear such a statement, they would undoubtedly scoff, dismissing the notion that a starship assembled from 3 dilapidated vessels could be deemed invincible among T2 starships. "Wait, let us proceed with the trial voyage. You can take this opportunity to assign crew positions." Zhao Qin rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he explained. "Due to my current financial constraints, this trial voyage will serve as a familiarization and training phase for you all. I hope you can swiftly master the operation of this starship." "May I see the list of slaves you purchased?" Charlotte inquired. "Certainly, you can access it within your permissions." Charlotte opened the roster of potential crew members, revealing the 100 half-beast slaves, all of whom were her former companions. This revelation softened Charlotte's gaze, filling her heart with guilt. The thought that many of her kin remained imprisoned weighed heavily upon her. Fortunately, these were all experienced crew members. Moreover, as this starship was merely of T2 classification, they could likely be battle-ready after 3 to 5 hours of practice, Charlotte affirmed. Zhao Qin smiled with satisfaction. After a while, Charlotte had acclimatized to the Zero Storm, and the other Half-Beast crew members had also completed their preparations. This is the arrangement for the Half-Beast crew members' positions. Only 50 are needed to operate this Zero Storm. Charlotte presented Zhaoqing with a list. The surplus will serve as backups for various roles. Let them familiarize themselves with the working environment. Zhaoqing instructed that this was his first starship, but not his last. In the future, these crew members could be assigned to other vessels as well. I have already submitted a request for departure to the starport. My rental period for this starship workshop is nearing its end. I secured a berth at the Academy's starport with my dwindling funds. After the trial training is complete, we shall return directly to the starport berth. I have procured some basic bedding and living supplies. From now on, you will reside aboard this starship. As for future provisions, I will devise a plan. After voicing these thoughts, Zhaoqing felt a pang of pain within. His account balance was dwindling rapidly. He would soon need to support these 100 half-beast companions and must find a way to earn money. The notion of being an interstellar lord, yet reduced to such poverty, was indeed disheartening. Yes, Charlotte accepted Zhaoqing's command, gradually embracing her role. As Zhaoqing sat in the captain's chair, gazing at the antiquated bridge, he felt a renewed determination. He would possess a true T3 class Storm-class light interstellar battlecruiser. This area will serve as your living quarters, with 5 individuals per room. Regarding meals, there will be 2 daily, and you shall collect your rations at the designated dining area. Each work position will operate on a 3-shift rotation. Do you understand? Charlotte observed the 100 half-beast crew members before her. A sensation reminiscent of her days in the rebel interstellar fleet surged within her. Months had passed, yet it felt like a lifetime. General, are we truly to fight for that human? A half-beast female crew member raised her hand to inquire. The spirits of the other half-beasts were similarly low. After all, the burden of their enslaved status weighed heavily upon them. All of you were once my subordinates. It was my incompetence that led to your current plight. If you are willing to trust me, I assure you that I will restore your freedom. Zhaoqing, the captain, promised that if we fight for him for 3 years, he will grant us our freedom. Furthermore, if we achieve military merit, he will seek out our comrades who have been sold in the Starry Empire. You may not trust humans, but I, Charlotte, am willing to believe in that man. So I implore you to trust me. I swear by the honor of the White Tiger clan that I will lead you all back. Charlotte's words and emotions resonated with the half-beast warriors present. Zhaoqing, observing from the bridge, noted this moment. 80 of the bridge was under surveillance. He could not deny that Charlotte spoke plainly. She fought for him not out of loyalty, but for her freedom. Zhaoqing found no aversion in this. Rather, it was precisely this aspect that inspired his trust in Charlotte. One does not simply purchase a slave and expect them to kneel before you in fealty. Such individuals would not earn Zhaoqing's trust. Before long, the once chaotic starship workshop was cleared, with everything that could be salvaged taken away. The navigation corridor of the workshop was also opened. ID.0 Storm. Permission granted to enter branch line D13. Zhaoqing, seated in the captain's chair, regarded his vice-captain, Charlotte, alongside the dozen or so half-beast crew members now present on the bridge. Set sail, Zhaoqing commanded. Charlotte relayed the order. Initiate starship engine, enter branch line D13. The half-beast crew members operated the starship somewhat clumsily, yet with relative success. Minutes later, the Zero Storm emerged from one of the navigation corridors of the North Star Starship Academy's interstellar city. The bridge of the Zero Storm was fully enclosed, relying on exterior imaging devices to project several cosmic images within. As Zhaoqing gazed at the celestial visuals displayed on the projection screens. A surge of excitement coursed through him. He was now aboard his starship, traversing the cosmos. Captain, we are set to conduct 29 trial training exercises. Please issue your commands, Vice Captain Charlotte inquired, looking to Zhaoqing. Commence, Zhaoqing replied. Having a competent subordinate was indeed a blessing. There was no need for him to involve himself in every task. Course 071299. Starship engine power output at 30, speed at 30 knots. Vice Captain Charlotte expertly issued the navigation commands. Subsequently, the Zero Storm embarked on its first trial training exercise. Continue on this course, full power output from the starship engine, speed at 100 knots. All compartments must closely monitor relevant data and report any anomalies immediately. At this juncture, Vice Captain Charlotte was now engaged in the final trial training exercise. Full-speed navigation was a test of the starship's performance under maximum velocity. It was also the aspect Charlotte was most concerned about. Considering that less than a month ago, This had been 3 separate vessels. 1 minute, 0.3 minutes, 0.5 minutes, 0.10 minutes. Report. Engine system functioning normally. Power supply stable. Report. Hull structure intact. Report. Navigation stable. No anomalies detected. 3 hours later. Vice Captain Charlotte exhaled a sigh of relief. She turned to Zhaocheng, standing at attention. Report. Captain, the Zero Storm has successfully completed all 29 trial training exercises. Please advise. Return to port. Zhaocheng smiled. I believe someone is eagerly awaiting a well-deserved reprimand. Chapter 11. Do you not trust me? Then I shall prove my worth to you. North Star Starship Academy Class 3, Section 8. Oh dear. It appears that Zhaocheng from your class has once again failed to attend today's lesson. Surely, he has not hidden away in fear? A mocking voice pierced the air, echoing within the classroom of Class 8 during a break. Upon hearing this, the student's expression soured, knowing instinctively who the speaker was. Zhang Haoran from Class 2, accompanied by his gang of sycophants, had taken to flaunting his presence. Ever since Zhaocheng had agreed to duel him in a starship battle, Zhang had frequently visited Class 8, strutting about. After several instances of not spotting Zhaocheng, and learning that he had taken an extended leave since that day, Zhang's arrogance had reached new heights, convinced that Zhaocheng was cowering before him. Zhang Haoran, this is our classroom. If you have no business here, kindly return to your own class. A cold-faced girl stepped forward, addressing Zhang Haoran with a frosty glare. Please, the school rules do not prohibit visiting other classrooms during breaks. Besides, I am merely here to seek out your beloved classmate Zhaocheng. After all, he did challenge me to a duel, and with June drawing near, the day of reckoning is fast approaching. I'm not worried that he might forget about the duel. I simply wish to remind him. Zhang Haoran surveyed the class beauty and leader of Class 8, Shunbing, as he spoke. Shunbing coldly replied, Zhaocheng has not attended class for over half a month. If you wish to find him, please do so on your own, and do not disturb us. Oh, aren't you all from Class 8? It sounds as though Zhaocheng isn't one of your own. Zhang Haoran chuckled. At this moment, the entourage behind Zhang Haoran joined in the mockery. I reckon that Zhaocheng is simply scared and has hidden himself away. With the holiday approaching after June, our esteemed baronet likely wishes to sneak back to his territory in disgrace. Coward. If he is too afraid to duel, why did he challenge our young Master Zhang in the first place? I say, our young Master Zhang should graciously allow Zhaocheng to kneel and cry out a few apologies before letting him off the hook. Ha ha ha. The derision from the group at the classroom door irritated the students of Class 8. But alas, their status was quite ordinary, and their academic performance was mediocre. In contrast, Zhang Haoran's Class 2 was comprised of individuals from more privileged backgrounds. This led to a situation where, except for the strong-willed and academically exceptional Shenbing, the other students of Class 8 could only endure in silence. Consequently, there was a growing resentment towards Zhaocheng among the students of Class 8. This guy is simply a disgrace. He had no ability before and faced exclusion within the class. And now he goes out and stirs up trouble, dragging them down with him. Someone like him should just drop out. Zhang Haoran, why don't you come and duel me instead? What is all this shouting? The duel is scheduled for the end of June, and we are not yet at the deadline. Li Wei snapped, unable to contain himself any longer as he confronted Zhang Haoran. Although his father, a star merchant, had always advised him to remain low-key, he could not stand by while his friend was mocked and bullied. Li Wei, are you trying to defend your useless brother? To be honest, your choice in friends is rather poor. What utility does such a worthless baronet offer? Zhang Haoran dismissed Li Wei's words, continuing to deride Zhaocheng. Li Wei's face burned with anger. Since someone is already on the verge of withdrawing from school, I might as well grant him that favor. At that moment, a leisurely voice drifted in from outside the door, capturing everyone's attention. Zhaocheng, who had been absent for nearly a month, strolled in nonchalantly, a teasing glint in his eyes as he regarded Zhang Haoran and his group. So, Zhaocheng has reappeared. Oh, I thought you had hidden away in fear, Zhang Haoran remarked with a hint of surprise. Though he felt no real concern in his eyes, Zhaocheng was merely an ant, easily crushed at will. I merely took a few days off. I didn't expect someone to be so eager for a beating. If that is the case, then let us set our duel for tomorrow. How does that sound, young Master Zhang? Zhaocheng replied with an air of indifference. Li Wei quickly approached Zhaocheng, whispering, Zhaocheng, stay calm. This starship duel is no trivial matter. Once it begins, there is no room for regret. Rest assured, I know what I am doing, Zhaocheng reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Stubborn as always, then let us formally confirm the duel time. Zhang Haoran produced his student ID card, provokingly eyeing Zhao Chun. Without hesitation, Zhao Chun retrieved his own ID card. Under the watchful gaze of all present, the two officially set the duel for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning at the number 2 Starship Simulation Duel Arena of the North Star Starship Academy. Since everything is settled, kindly take your lackeys and leave. Do not disrupt our class's studies, Zhao Chun commanded. Zhang Haoran's followers stared wide-eyed, outraged that Zhao Chun, this worthless fool, dared to insult them. Zhang Haoran restrained his followers, realizing that with the duel date confirmed, there was no need for further idle chatter. They only needed to wait for the duel to win in front of everyone and utterly humiliate this baronet, forcing him to withdraw in disgrace. I look forward to tomorrow's thrilling battle. Just don't go missing again then, Zhang Haoran taunted as he turned to leave with his entourage. Zhao Chun calmly returned to his seat. The other students in the classroom began to murmur, but the majority were filled with scornful remarks. Zhao Chun has truly lost his mind. What ability does he possess to duel Zhang Haoran? He might not even have a starship. I heard that Zhang Haoran owns a brand new T2 starship. If Zhao Chun embarrasses himself and withdraws, our Class 8 will suffer the same humiliation. That is his fault. Zhao Chun paid no heed to these comments, knowing that only results would silence these naysayers. Li Wei, sitting beside Zhao Chun, was about to speak when someone else piped up first. If a person lacks sufficient strength, then whatever they do will be deemed wrong. After all, you are one of us in Class 8, and I do not wish for you to be nailed to the pillar of shame. Your sister is a talented student. Leveraging her connections should help resolve this matter, Shinbing said coldly, standing before Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun gazed at this beautiful class leader from a humble background and asked, "Do you not believe I can win, class leader? What do you think?" Shinbing retorted without hesitation. Zhao Chun shrugged, "Then let us wait and see." Unable to convince him, Shinbing's indifference deepened as she turned to leave. "Old Zhao, are you truly going to duel Zhang Haoran?" Li Wei looked at Zhao Chun seriously. Confirmed, assured, and without a doubt. Zhao Chun was growing weary of such questions, for the sake of future convenience. It was time to demonstrate his strength, Li Wei observed Zhao Chun, sensing a significant change in his temperament since a month ago. "Since you have made your decision, then so be it. Tomorrow, you will use my T2 hyena for the duel. My first officer is a starship captain with 20 years of combat experience on T2 starships. You can leave everything to him. You need not worry." "I have a starship," Zhao Chun replied helplessly. "Those 3 shabby starships you exchanged for, how could they possibly win?" Li Wei was exasperated, unable to sway Zhao Chun's resolve. Zhao Chun understood that arguing with Li Wei was futile and, finding an excuse, left the classroom. At this point, it seemed no one believed Zhao Chun could win the duel. But Zhao Chun was determined to prove them wrong. Chapter 12. Zhang Haoran Starship, T2 White Eagle-class light star cruiser. The next day, the number 3 Starship Duel Zone of the North Star Starship Academy had been prearranged. Located in a star region on the periphery of the Academy, it consisted of dozens of abandoned, desolate asteroids, designated for simulation battles or starship duels. At this moment, the duel was being broadcast live over the Academy's internal network, as is customary for starship duels. In Class 8, someone had tuned into the broadcast channel, projecting a holographic image in the center of the classroom. "When is the duel between Zhao Chun and Zhang Haoran starting?" I checked the announcement. It was set for 10 o'clock, and it is already 10. According to the duel regulations, both starships must arrive at the combat zone within half an hour of the scheduled time. Look, that must be Zhang Haoran's starship. It's actually a T2 White Eagle-class light star cruiser. That is one of the finest T2 starships of our starry empire, with a speed only surpassed by T2 starship frigates. I heard that this T2 White Eagle is currently priced at no less than 7 million star coins. And it is in such high demand that it's nearly impossible to acquire. This is it for Zhao Chun. He is finished. The students of Class 8 were all looking down on Zhao Chun at this moment. With that starship on display, how could he possibly compete? Does he have a starship that is superior to this one? Shinbing, the class leader, fixated on the T2 White Eagle-class light star cruiser, did not share the envious expressions of her classmates, as she had studied this model. It is a product that is flashy yet impractical. Its only advantage is speed, while its other configurations can only be considered a modified version of a starship destroyer. Due to its light class, the hull armor is not particularly robust, and its firepower does not meet the standards of a proper T2 star cruiser. However, in a duel involving a single starship, if the captain of the T2 White Eagle commands skillfully enough, They can use hit-and-run tactics to defeat most star ships. Yet, in a real star combat scenario, facing fleet-level battles, it would be of little use. Class leader, do you think Zhao Chun has a chance? Shenbing's friend leaned closer, curiously asking. Shenbing, not merely a class beauty due to her appearance, was the most accomplished student in Class 8. Had it not been for her ordinary background, she could have easily ranked among the top classes. Nonetheless, she consistently placed in the top 10 in theoretical exams over the past 3 years, earning her the title of the commoner academic prodigy. Not likely, Shenbing replied coolly. If he was so confident yesterday, isn't he just slapping himself in the face? If I were him, I would have long run back to my territory and settled down as a useless baronet. Her friend mocked without reservation. At this moment, numerous sarcastic remarks echoed throughout the classroom. AS Class 8 consists predominantly of commoners. The vast majority of its students hail from humble backgrounds or are descendants of interstellar trading families. Only Zhao Chun stands out as an anomaly. His identity, when juxtaposed with the nobility, is ridiculed and scorned, and among these common students, he is regarded as an unwelcome presence. Unsurprisingly, the other students are quite dismissive of this baronial student. Shenbing remained silent, reflecting on Zhao Chun's expression from the previous day. He had appeared remarkably self-assured. Was it merely his arrogance? Where on earth was Zhao Chun's starship, with less than 15 minutes remaining before the half-hour deadline? Could it be that he had truly fled? I couldn't care less about whether he wins or loses. This is about our class's reputation. Oh well, if he loses, at least we won't have to endure his insufferable face next semester. The students of Class 8 mocked and jeered. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated through the room. It was Li Wei. He slammed his fist against the wall, casting a cold glare at everyone in the classroom. Anyone who met his gaze quickly averted their eyes. Li Wei's status in Class 8 is akin to that of a pinnacle figure, given his affluent businessman father. Regardless of Zhao Chun's circumstances, he is still a student of our Class 8. If you choose not to support your classmate, at least refrain from mockery. What happened to the camaraderie you learned in military training? Li Wei admonished. The students in the classroom did not respond directly to Li Wei, but whispers of discontent circulated among them, most of which were far from flattering. Ahem. At that moment, a voice emerged from Li Wei. It was the teacher for this class. All right, it's time for class. Everyone, please return to your seats. The teacher cast a fleeting glance at Li Wei before stepping onto the podium, preparing to commence the day's lesson. Li Wei clenched his fists and quietly returned to his seat. He was genuinely concerned about Zhao Chun, but since this morning, he had been unable to reach him. Look, that strange starship. Could that possibly be Zhao Chun's? Someone suddenly exclaimed. All eyes turned to the holographic broadcast window, where, amidst the cosmos that had previously featured only the T2 White Eagle, another starship was slowly making its way forward. The vessel bore the most ordinary iron-colored paint and, compared to Zhang Haoran's T2 White Eagle, appeared dilapidated, with several areas visibly patched up. What kind of starship is that? I don't recognize it. It looks like an interstellar battleship, but the weaponry doesn't match the caliber expected of a battleship. The shabby starship led the students of Class 8 to regard it as nothing more than debris. Shenbing, you excel in your studies. Do you recognize this starship? Her friend inquired once more. Shenbing scrutinized it carefully, furrowing her brow. This starship exhibits structural features from 3 different models. T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, T2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship, and T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser. Could this be a makeshift starship? A makeshift starship? Zhao Chun intends to defeat a T2 White Eagle with a cobbled-together vessel. He can't possibly be serious, her friend scoffed. Shenbing stared at the vintage makeshift starship. Remaining silent, class is starting. Shut down anything irrelevant. Your priority now is to focus on learning, not to engage in trivial pursuits. One must be diligent and grounded, the teacher announced, though the words seemed to carry an underlying message. Li Wei's fists tightened, feeling a sense of injustice. The holographic video feed in the classroom was also switched off. He yearned to know the unfolding situation between Zhao Chun and Zhang Haoran. But his academic standing was far different from Zhao Chun's. Missing a month of classes would not result in being held back, whereas he needed to attend every session. Zhao Chun had only left him with one piece of advice: not to worry and to focus on his studies. Waiting for good news. Yet, how could anyone concentrate on their studies under these circumstances? Not just him. Many in Class 8 were equally curious. not about the outcome, but rather how Zhao Chun would lose. It was likely to be a rather humiliating defeat. Chapter 13. The duel begins. White Eagle versus Zero Number Blizzard in the dual arbitration area of the 3rd Starship Duel Zone. This small interstellar hub is responsible for adjudicating battles, and it also serves as the premier spectator area. Though the audience numbers fewer than 100, today's gathering boasts a particularly captivating spectacle, as 3 renowned beauties from the North Star Starship Military Academy have graced the event with their presence. "Your brother really came?" exclaimed a petite girl with pigtails, her eyes wide with astonishment. Zhao Wanner wore a complex expression. He has no other remarkable traits. It's just that his stubbornness is particularly pronounced. "Is that the starship you mentioned he assembled himself?" "It actually functions," commented a tall, icy beauty with long hair, her arms crossed nonchalantly. In just a month, he managed to assemble 3 old starships into one and successfully launch it. "Your brother is quite proficient in starship engineering." Zhao Wanner glanced at the icy beauty, biting her lip. "Sister Su Lan, if my brother truly loses, could you possibly talk to that Zhang Haoran and ask him to retract the wager?" The two were her close friends. The girl with pigtails was her classmate, Xue Xiaoxiao, while the icy beauty was her upperclassman, Su La, and Su Lan held a prominent status, reputedly commanding respect even from the academy's principal. If done before the duel, perhaps it would be manageable, but after the duel Su Lan frowned slightly, sensing Zhao Wanner's pleading gaze tugging at her heartstrings. "I doubt there will be any issue preventing your brother from being expelled, but he will undoubtedly face humiliation from Zhang Haoran. As long as he isn't expelled." "As long as he isn't expelled." Zhao Wanner eagerly nodded, joyfully linking her arm with Su Lan's. "I knew you would be the best." "Sister Su Lan. Wanner, your brother hasn't even fought yet. How can you be so certain he will lose?" "What if he wins?" murmured the pigtail girl. Zhao Wanner replied, "How could he possibly win? What kind of starship does he have? And what kind does Zhang Haoran possess?" The T-2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser is valued at 7 million star coins. Among the starships owned by students at our academy, it ranks among the top 10 for combat capability. She gazed at the assembled starship with a complex expression. She secretly wished for her brother's victory, but that it seemed utterly impossible. At that moment, the judging panel began to contact the captains of both starships, and 2 video feeds materialized before them. On one side was the bridge image of the T-2 White Eagle, where Zhang Haoran sat in a lavish military uniform, though it was likely not an official attire, but rather something he had procured from an unknown source. Beside him stood a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, whose demeanor suggested a retired military officer. On the opposite side, the bridge scene appeared much more modest, with Zhao Chun seated in an old captain's chair, a faint smile gracing his lips. Behind him stood a young girl, a white-haired half-beast, her face marred by a prominent scar, her expression cold. "Is that a half-beast?" the pigtail girl gasped. Zhao Wanner covered her face, exasperated. "After assembling this starship, my brother didn't have much funding left and could only afford a group of half-beast slaves to serve as his crew." "Half-beast crew members?" Su Lan frowned slightly, increasingly feeling that her friend's brother was quite unreliable. The duelists were identified as Zhang Haoran, a third-year student from Class 2, and Zhao Chun, a third-year student from Class 8. The only restriction was that neither could leave the duel venue. Otherwise, the rules permitted unrestricted combat. The outcome would be determined by the surrender of one starship, the incapacitation of one starship, or a ruling from the judging panel. Once the judges announced the final result, the battle would immediately conclude, and no further attacks could be initiated. "Do both duelists understand the rules clearly?" a middle-aged male judge declared. "Understood," Zhang Haoran sneered, surprised that this fellow actually dared to confront him. And with such a dilapidated starship at that, he was certain of victory in this duel. "Understood," Zhao Qin replied calmly, stifling a yawn, as if the impending events held little significance to him. The judging panel would randomly select a spawn point within the duel arena for both starships. They needed to reach the spawn point within 10 minutes, at which point the judges would announce the commencement of the battle. After the head judge finished speaking, he activated a device. Soon, 2 circles, one blue and one red, appeared on the star map of the duel arena, indicating the spawn points. The starships received this positional information and began to navigate toward the designated areas. At that moment, Zhang Haoran, through the video feed, began to mock Zhao Chun, clapping his hands as he remarked, "Zhao Chun, I admire your courage. I never expected you to actually show up." Where did you dig out this shabby starship? The armor looks as if it would crumble at a mere touch. If I were to bombard your starship, wouldn't that be a tad cruel? A sinister grin spread across Zhang Haoran's face. After all, in a starship duel, killing the opponent does not violate the rules. Zhao Chen stretched and scratched his ear. Are you done? Once you're finished, you might want to consider booking a flight back home. Zhang Haoran's lips quivered as he pointed at Zhao Chen, declaring, You truly are one who does not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Very well. I shall soon make you experience the vast chasm of our respective strengths. You, Zhao Chen, are merely a worthless baron, while I am destined to become a viscount, or even an earl, at that moment. The video feeds between the two parties were abruptly severed by the officiating judges. Zhang Haoran turned to the vice-captain assigned to him by his father, Vice-Captain Wang. Vice-Captain Wang, I want you to toy with that fellow starship as one would with a mouse. Vice-Captain Wang, hired by Zhang Haoran's father and a former captain in the Imperial Navy, raised his chin and confidently replied, Young Master Zhang, rest assured. I guarantee that rust bucket of a starship won't make it back to port. The vessel he commanded was none other than the T-2 White Eagle, renowned for its exceptional speed among T-2 starships, despite its significant shortcomings on the interstellar battlefield in such a starship duel. Facing an academy student and a dilapidated vessel, he had countless ways to ensure its demise. Meanwhile, aboard the Zero Storm, Zhao Chen turned to his vice-captain, Charlotte. Charlotte, do you have confidence? The battle will conclude in 10 minutes. Any longer, and I'll take your surname, she replied nonchalantly, her expression betraying no interest in the impending conflict. Zhao Chen felt a surge of excitement as he grasped the somewhat antiquated armrests of the captain's chair. This would be his inaugural starship duel. Chapter 14. The 10-minute battle of the white-haired beast-eared maiden. The battle commenced. Simultaneously, the bridges of the Zero Storm and the T-2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser echoed with the chief judge's announcement of the start of the combat. In the dual arbitration zone, supporters of Zhang Haoran erupted in cheers. Go, young Master Zhang. Teach that arrogant fool a lesson. They hoped Zhao Chen would put up a bit of a struggle. Otherwise, if the battle ended in mere minutes, it would be a waste of their effort to come and watch, wouldn't it? Ha ha ha. These voices belonged to Zhang Haoran's sycophantic friends, who were utterly convinced of his impending victory in the starship duel. Among the onlookers was Zhang Shasha, who coldly observed the broadcasted footage captured by battlefield drones. She saw both starships depart from their respective birthplaces, advancing toward each other. If their courses remained unchanged, they would enter each other's fire range in 10 minutes. Zhao Chen, this time you have underestimated your own capabilities. Being expelled from the academy is your own doing. Do not blame me, Zhang Shasha mused inwardly. In her mind, the outcome of this duel was a foregone conclusion. Was there any possibility other than Zhang Haoran's victory? On the bridge of the Zero Storm, maintaining their current course, the speed was set at 40 knots. Under Zhao Chen's authorization, Vice-Captain Charlotte was now in charge of the ship's combat operations. 40 knots. Are you preparing to play the fool? Zhao Chen chuckled at Charlotte. I simply do not wish to waste time on trivial matters. She replied coolly. With little else to occupy him, Zhao Chen raised his hand to project the data page of the Zero Storm. Zero Storm vessel type. Starship cruiser, interstellar destroyer, interstellar battleship, technology level. T2 hull armor strength, 210 units 270 units cruising speed. 100 knots warp engine, level 3 warp engine mass, 85,000 tons crew, 50 starship weapons, 1 T2 heavy 1,200 mm Devil crocodile cannon, 1 shot per 300 seconds, 5 T2 medium hyena laser cannons, 1 shot per 180 seconds, 3,130 mm T2 medium close defense gun emplacements, 2 shots. No cooldown time. The last two weapons were mounted directly on the ship's surface, while the first was of a concealed design, a clever tactic devised by Zhao Chen. May I venture a guess at your battle plan? Zhao Chen stroked his chin, regarding Charlotte. You are the captain. You may revoke my command at any time. Here, your word is law, replied Vice-Captain Charlotte. Zhao Chen raised his hand again, pulling up a more simplified data page of the opposing T2 White Eagle. The T2 White Eagle's weaponry was primarily composed of 3 types. 5 T2 medium 180 mm rapid-fire cannons with a 10-second cooldown, 2,150 mm T2 medium quadruple close defense cannons firing 4 shots with no cooldown, and its main weapon, a T2 medium White Eagle laser cannon, which fired 1 shot every 210 seconds. Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled with insight. Our advantage lies in the fact that they are entirely unaware of our starship's capabilities. Your earlier command to maintain a speed of 40 knots was intended to create the illusion that our ship's maximum speed is also around 40 knots. However, when the time comes for engagement, we shall strike unexpectedly. The 5T2 medium 180mm rapid-fire cannons are formidable, but their range is limited. The only real threat is their laser cannon. Therefore, we can seize the opportunity to accelerate and create distance when they fire their laser cannon, as its trajectory is predictable and we will have ample time to evade. Once their laser cannon enters its cool-down phase, that will be our time to dominate. Charlotte regarded Zhao Chun with newfound respect. Your military academy education has not been in vain. I have yet to encounter a T2 starship capable of reaching 100 knots. Having predicted the general battle strategy, Zhao Chun reclined comfortably in the captain's chair, eagerly awaiting the unfolding spectacle. Soon, the Zero Storm and the T2 White Eagle appeared within each other's radar detection range. Charlotte glanced at the time and muttered, 10:45. Simultaneously, she initiated a countdown, projecting it between herself and Zhao Chun. Countdown. 10 o'clock. This girl is taking it seriously. Earlier, she had mentioned 10 minutes to end the battle. Meanwhile, the T2 White Eagle was also on the move. Report. Target detected. The target is approaching at approximately 40 knots. The radar officer announced. Full speed ahead. Bombard that rust bucket. Zhang Haoran exclaimed with enthusiasm. Vice Captain Wang glanced at Zhang Haoran. Typically, charging forward at full speed without understanding the enemy's capabilities was a grave mistake in interstellar warfare. However, considering the opponent was merely a student, and that half-broken starship appeared unimpressive, the weapons mounted on it seemed utterly inadequate. Surely, there was little threat. Moreover, with the T2 White Eagle's impressive speed of 65 knots, they could easily adapt to any unforeseen circumstances. The captain's orders are for our ship to advance at full speed toward the target, and all weapons to stand by. Although this was a command issued directly by Wang Cheng, he still gave Zhang Haoran face by framing it in his name. After all, he was merely an employee. Once we're in range, unleash our T2 laser cannon, and let them witness the disparity in strength between starships. That I can already imagine Zhao Chun falling off his captain's chair in terror. Zhang Haoran envisioned the comical sight of Zhao Chun in fright. Indeed, Vice Captain Wang had no objections to this arrangement, as it was merely a duel with a predetermined outcome. Soon, both starships were poised to enter their maximum firepower range. Charlotte's gaze remained fixed on the starship radar map, as if anticipating something. Warning, warning, laser weapon attack detected. Warning, warning, detecting. Zhao Chun noticed the slight upward curl of Charlotte's lips and the ripples that had emerged in her previously placid eyes. Full speed right turn. Vice Captain Charlotte commanded sharply. Chapter 15. Unleash our 1,200mm cannon. Let's show them. In the dual arbitration zone, the audience eagerly awaited the impending clash of the two starships. Look, the T2 White Eagle's laser cannon is about to fire. Zhao Chun, may you find fortune in your folly. I doubt that rust bucket of yours can withstand a hit. What kind of starship is Zhao Chun piloting? With merely a handful of closed defense cannons and 5 T2 laser cannons, how can that firepower possibly compete with the T2 White Eagle? The spectators were poised for a spectacle. In a corner, Zhao Wanner clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with worry. The T2 White Eagle's laser cannon isn't particularly powerful. If it hits from this distance, it will only deal significant damage. As long as your brother has the sense to concede, there will be no danger, Senior Su Lan remarked nearby. She no longer believed Zhao Chun could win. She only hoped he would graciously surrender to avoid any unnecessary peril. Stubborn brother, you mustn't come to harm. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood, Zhao Wanner pondered within herself. All eyes were transfixed on the broadcast, where the T2 White Eagle battleship commanded by Zhang Haoran displayed its T2 medium White Eagle laser cannon, crackling with electric energy, a harbinger of imminent discharge. Mere seconds later, a laser beam surged forth, hurtling toward the target starship. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. The broadcast footage revealed data monitoring the dual starship's parameters, including its velocity readings. The originally cruising Zero Storm at 40 knots began a sharp right turn. Accelerating unexpectedly. In less than 3 seconds, it catapulted from 40 knots to 80 knots. Its trajectory traced an arc along the periphery of the T2 White Eagle, causing the laser to veer off course and miss the Zero Storm entirely. The audience erupted in astonishment. What was happening? Was it merely an illusion? How could the Zero Storm's speed suddenly escalate so dramatically? It must be a coincidence. Perhaps our detection instruments are malfunctioning. How could that decrepit starship possibly achieve 80 knots? That's implausible. The T-2 White Eagle barely reaches 65 knots. Yet, how did it evade the laser fired from the T-2 White Eagle's main cannon? Faced with this inquiry, the skeptics of Zhao Chun fell silent. What had transpired moments ago? The twin-tailed lowly Xue Xiaoxiao stared wide-eyed at her two sisters. 80 knots. How could that be? Zhao Wanner swallowed hard. That moment. Senior sister Su Lan's gaze sharpened as she focused intently on the live feed. The Zero Storm, having executed an arc maneuver, turned left once more, now directing its course straight toward the T-2 White Eagle, all while continuing to accelerate. 85 knots. 90 knots. 95 knots. All eyes were fixated on the display showing the Zero Storm's velocity readings. Ultimately, the speed stabilized at an astonishing 100 knots. Unbelievable. Incredulous. Such was the collective thought of all present. Even the judges exhibited expressions of surprise. While it was not unheard of for T-2 starships to reach 100 knots, such instances were exceedingly rare, often involving specially modified vessels. Yet here was an unassuming assembled starship, achieving the remarkable speed of 100 knots. How could this be? At that moment, Zhao Chun aboard the Zero Storm was too preoccupied to notice the audience's curiosity. His breath quickened. He had been intently observing the radar star chart, watching as the laser's trajectory skimmed past the tail of the Zero Storm. Although it appeared to be a considerable distance away, the starship systems calculated that had they delayed by even a second longer, the Zero Storm could have been struck. While a single shot might not obliterate them, damage to the hull was inevitable. It was time to retaliate. Unleash our 1,200 mm cannon, exulted Zhao Chun, rising from his seat with fervor, one foot planted on the captain's chair, pointing ahead. Vice Captain Charlotte issued the command. Set course for the enemy vessel. Full speed ahead. Activate the T-2 Heavy 1,200 mm Devil Crocodile Cannon. Understood. Full speed ahead. As preparations commenced for the T-2 Heavy 1,200 mm Devil Crocodile Cannon, taking a full 10 seconds to ready. 10. At the bow of the Zero Storm, a hatch suddenly appeared, revealing a cavernous cannon barrel. The audience could no longer remain seated. They all stood in disbelief. Even several mentors found it hard to believe. A middle-aged mentor exclaimed, That is? The 1,200 mm cannon of the T-2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship. How could it possibly be mounted on this starship? Fetch this student's records from the academy. The chief judge instructed a nearby assistant. A record was quickly retrieved. The chief judge perused the document. Realization washed over him. T-2 Grey Wolf. T-2 Devil Crocodile. T-2 Hyena. All aligned perfectly. This individual had somehow assembled a starship using these three models and had even installed the T-2 Devil Crocodile's bow cannon onto his vessel. The audience, particularly those with keen ears, gasped in astonishment. My heavens! That is indeed the bow cannon of the T-2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship. T-2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship? What sort of craft is that? You should have studied harder. This model was released over a century ago, designed for overwhelming firepower, equipped with the largest cannon of its time. A 1,200 mm bow cannon, utilizing a cannon type. Legend has it that no T-2 starship could withstand a single shot from it. A 1,200 mm caliber. Isn't that a configuration exclusive to T-3 starships? Why have we not heard of this vessel until now? Because it had significant design flaws. While emphasizing firepower, it neglected whether other systems of the T-2 starship could accommodate such a powerful artillery system, leading to frequent malfunctions. Additionally, its construction costs were exorbitantly high, surpassing standard T-2 interstellar battleships by a considerable margin, resulting in its discontinuation within 30 years of its launch. At this moment, senior sister Su Lan was equally moved. Glancing at Zhao Wanner, you never mentioned your brother had installed that cannon on the starship. I wasn't aware. Zhao Wanner replied, her expression peculiar, perplexed by her brother's endeavors. Cannon? Cannon? I adore cannons, exclaimed the twin-tailed lowly Xue Xiaoxiao. Bouncing with excitement, her eyes gleaming, both Su Lan and Zhao Wanner exchanged exasperated glances. Xue Xiaoxiao's obsession with colossal artillery was well known, her favorite being the combination of interstellar battleships and large-caliber cannons. Chapter 16. Fire! At this moment, under the watchful gaze of all, the Zero Storm sped towards the T-2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser at an astonishing pace, with the glaring 1,200mm caliber Devil Crocodile cannon in sight. Everyone grasped the Zero Storm's intentions. The audience collectively held their breath, anticipating the forthcoming event. Damn it! How could that starship possess the 1,200mm caliber Devil Crocodile cannon of the T-2 class? Evasive maneuvers at full speed. Prepare all point defense weapons for interception, commanded Vice Captain Wang Chung with a grave expression. Vice Captain Wang, what is happening? That monstrous cannon, and the speed of that decrepit vessel. We won't be in danger. Will we? This battle is ours to win, right? Zhang Haoran's complexion paled. Although he was a spoiled rich kid, he had spent 3 years at the Starship Military Academy and possessed some foundational knowledge. The power of a 1,200mm cannon. Vice Captain Wang Chung remained silent, for any discerning observer could perceive the dire circumstances. Their laser main cannon was in the cooling and charging phase, while the remaining secondary weapons were not yet within range. Meanwhile, the enemy starship had surged to nearly 100 knots, and that ominous 1,200mm cannon was now fully exposed. Their T-2 White Eagle had become prey beneath the hunter's guns. Their only hope lay in praying that the enemy's attack would miss their starship, allowing them to counterattack and perhaps save the day. However, the very thought of the enemy ship's terrifying speed of 100 knots loomed heavily in Vice Captain Wang Cheng's mind. Damn it. This isn't a military academy. The adversary isn't some fallen noble. How could they possess a starship capable of reaching 100 knots? Zero Storm Bridge. In 1 minute, we will enter the enemy's secondary weapon's maximum attack range. Before that, we will fire first. Charlotte turned to Captain Zhao Chan and said, I will take direct control of the targeting. You will issue the fire order. No problem. Zhao Chen nodded. I will oversee the targeting of the Devil Crocodile cannon. Charlotte took charge of the firing preparations. In 40 seconds, the starship's speed will be reduced to 0. Understood. Reducing speed in 40 seconds, replied the crew member responsible for navigation. Why reduce speed? Is it better for a starship to be in motion or stationary during firing for higher accuracy? The answer is self-evident. The 40 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The crew immediately began operations, initiating speed reduction, activating reverse thrust system, current speed, 80.60.40.20.5. Report. The starship's current speed is 0. The starship is in a stationary state. Completed. From 100 knots to 0 knots. The Zero Storm accomplished this feat in less than 5 seconds. This astonishing acceleration and deceleration capability astonished the audience of students and mentors alike. At this moment, everyone was acutely aware of what was about to unfold. Charlotte began detecting the automated targeting data of the starship's weapon systems. The 1,200mm caliber Devil Crocodile cannon had locked onto the T-2 White Eagle. Confirming accuracy, she reported, Captain, target locked. Ready to fire at any moment. Fire. Zhao Chen's roar echoed throughout the bridge. The exhilaration was unparalleled. Almost simultaneously, the 1,200mm heavy Devil Crocodile cannon roared to life after more than 80 years of silence. A titanium alloy high-explosive shell, measuring 1,200mm in diameter, was propelled from the cannon's chamber with astonishing velocity. In that fleeting moment of firing, Zhao Chun could even perceive the entire bridge vibrating as if in resonance. From an external vantage point, one would observe that this cannon discharge had forcibly thrust the Zero-class Blizzard several dozen meters backward, with its bow slightly raised. Simultaneously, the dissipating chemical smoke still lingered around the mouth of the 1,200 caliber heavy Devil Crocodile cannon. Warning, warning, warning! An attack targeting this ship has been detected. Evade, evade, evade! The alarm blared incessantly. The bridge of the T-2 Bald Eagle flickered with red lights as the system's warnings echoed. All starship close defense cannons were ordered to unleash a barrage for interception. Hurry, hurry, hurry! First Officer Wang Qing urgently commanded the interception. The T-2 Bald Eagle was equipped with 2,150mm T-2 medium quad-mounted close defense cannons, which now opened fire in a dense network of interceptive barrages. Unfortunately, these small-caliber close defense rounds were utterly futile against the monstrous 1,200mm cannon. It was akin to a mantis attempting to block a chariot. Boom! A deafening roar resonated through the bridge of the Bald Eagle, tilting it to one side. Zhang Haoran was flung 3 meters away. his head crashing heavily against a corner, blood streaming down his face. He collapsed onto the floor, clutching his bleeding head, fearfully uttering, What is happening? Am I going to die? I don't want to die, Mom, save me. At that moment, First Officer Wang Chung had no time to attend to this precious young master, who seemed oblivious to the basic instinct of stabilizing himself during an attack. Report. The left side armor of the ship has been breached, triggering an explosion in the left ammunition compartment, resulting in a chain detonation. This has directly affected 37 compartments, which have now been sealed off. 8 crew members have been confirmed dead. The number of injured remains unknown. Report. The recent chain explosion has compromised our starship's energy system, with energy supply plummeting at a rate of 10 per minute. If the situation is not controlled, we anticipate a complete loss of energy supply within 10 minutes. Report. Our weapon systems are malfunctioning, with several weapon modules rendered inoperative. Report. The ship's speed is continuously declining and remains unmanageable. The bridge was now inundated with a barrage of grim reports. How could this happen? First Officer Wang Cheng's expression was one of shock. He never anticipated that a single enemy shell could wreak such havoc. The T-2 Bald Eagle was in a severely damaged state, and if the assault continued, annihilation was imminent. Zhang Xiao, we have lost. Let us surrender, Wang Chung said gravely as he approached Zhang Haoran. Lost. How could this be? How could this happen? Aren't you an exceptional captain? My father paid to have you here. How can you let us lose, do you understand? If I lose, I'll be expelled from North Star Academy. You worthless fool. As the explosion ceased, Zhang Haoran snapped back to his senses, staggering to his feet and slapping First Officer Wang Chung across the face. Wang Chung lowered his head in silence. Just then, the ship's body echoed with more explosions. What is happening? What is happening? Zhang Haoran immediately crouched down again in fear. He raised his head to gaze at the floor-to-ceiling window at the front of the bridge. The T-2 Bald Eagle's bridge was constructed with a special glass material offering a 100-degree view, allowing a direct glimpse of the cosmos. This bridge glass was not ordinary. Its strength exceeded that of the starship's hull armor, making it one of the most fortified areas of the ship. However, due to its high cost, it was only equipped in select regions. At this moment, the floor-to-ceiling window was marred by a web of cracks. Report. The enemy ship is rapidly closing in on our vessel, and its secondary weapons are inflicting damage, crew members reported in haste. Report. The frontal armor of the ship has sustained 20 damage. Report. The frontal armor has sustained 40 damage. Crack. Uncertain if it was merely a psychological effect, Zhang Haoran thought he could hear the sound of glass shattering, and he envisioned the catastrophic aftermath of the bridge's windows shattering entirely in that instant. A chill ran down his spine. He cried out in panic, I concede. I surrender. Chapter 17. A single shot to victory in the arbitration zone. All mentors and student spectators were left in a state of disbelief. A single shot to victory. The Zero-class Blizzard's cannon fire had rendered the T-2 Bald Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser severely damaged, nearly on the brink of destruction. They could clearly see a massive crater, at least 10 meters in diameter, blasted into the right side armor of the T-2 Bald Eagle, with the flames from the chain explosion flickering within. The subsequent relentless assault from the Zero-class Blizzard further battered the T-2 Bald Eagle's frontal armor. If this continued, the outcome was inevitable. At this juncture, the judging panel prepared to deliver a mandatory ruling, as victory was plainly evident. Meanwhile, the T-2 Bald Eagle had already initiated its surrender. The chief judge promptly declared the winner of this starship duel to be Zhao Qin's Zero-class Blizzard and immediately contacted Zhao Chun to cease all attacks. This starship is exceedingly formidable. Zhang Haoran, has he truly lost? So, Zhao Chun has emerged victorious? Many were left speechless, including Zhang Shasha, who wore a dazed expression, her eyes wide in astonishment. Zhao Chun won? His dilapidated starship triumphed over Zhang Haoran's T-2 Bald Eagle? Recalling Zhao Qin's indifference towards her during their previous encounter in the dining hall, Zhang Shasha felt a twinge of discomfort, especially now that Zhao Chun had claimed victory in this battle. Shasha. Zhao Qin actually won. A friend accompanying Zhang Shasha observed her with a peculiar expression. I'm not blind, Zhang Shasha retorted darkly, casting one last glance at the peculiar starship on the broadcast before turning to leave the audience area. Heading back to the academy. Shasha, aren't you waiting for Zhang Xiao? Wait for me. While some were downcast, others were in high spirits. Did you see that? The giant cannon is the ultimate truth, Warner. Your brother's ship is incredible. When can I tell him I want to come aboard? I'd love to touch that 1,200 millimeters cannon of his, exclaimed Xue Xiaoxiao, her eyes shining with excitement. Zhao Wanner was utterly astonished, unable to believe it. Is it over? The duration from the two starships entering combat range to the conclusion of the battle was less than 5 minutes. Most astonishingly, the decisive shot was unforeseen by anyone, ending the conflict so swiftly. The T2 Bald Eagle's armor was inherently weak, especially against the T2 Heavy 1,200 mm Devil Crocodile cannon. Once the armor was breached, the consequences were dire. The explosion had penetrated the armor, triggering a chain detonation within the compartments. This was perhaps just a stroke of luck. However, one could not deny that this assembled starship was indeed powerful, boasting an impressive speed of 100 knots. Remarkable. Senior Sister Su Lan commented from the sidelines. Smiling as she looked at Zhao Wanner, it seems your brother no longer requires my assistance. At that moment, Senior Sister Su Lan's impression of Zhao Chun had shifted significantly, igniting her curiosity. To assemble such a formidable starship from 3 outdated vessels within a month, that third-year student named Zhao Chen was quite remarkable. As the zero-class blizzard astounded everyone, Zhao Chen jubilantly waved his fists on the bridge, exclaiming, "Incredible! It was a single shot to victory. We were fortunate. We likely hit the enemy's ammunition compartment, causing a chain explosion that affected multiple systems aboard their ship," analyzed Charlotte, who had ordered the rapid advance and continued assault. As a seasoned veteran, seizing such an advantageous opportunity was imperative to secure victory. Luck? Zhao Chen recalled the special reward from the system, the Fleet Luck Value Bonus, which restricted him to recruiting female soldiers. In light of this, the recent single shot to victory was undoubtedly influenced by that reward. If every cannon fire were to achieve such decisive results, it would be exhilarating. Zhao Chen mused, pondering whether this was indeed the case. Only time and future battles would reveal the truth. Zhao Chun, you have emerged victorious. Please cease all attacks immediately. The chief judge's voice resonated. Understood, Zhao Chen responded, gazing at the beleaguered T2 Bald Eagle, its breached hull now devoid of flames. Yet billowing thick smoke to it seemed improbable that it could make its way back unaided. They would have to await the arrival of an interstellar tow. Chief Judge, may I initiate video communication with the T2 Bald Eagle? Zhao Chen requested. After a moment's hesitation, the chief judge acquiesced, as they had the authority to communicate with either starship at any time. Soon, a video window appeared before Zhao Chun, revealing a disheveled bridge, filled with swirling smoke and scattered debris, a stark contrast to the previous pristine conditions. Captain Zhang Haoran found himself abruptly seated on the ground, his complexion pallid, and to his dismay, a damp patch beneath him. Biffed! Zhang Haoran, did you just wet yourself? As Zhao Chen's voice echoed through the command bridge, Zhang Haoran finally noticed the communication window. In a fit of indignation, he pointed an accusing finger at Zhao Chen, exclaiming, "Zhao Chun, you cheated. There's no way you could have bested me. It must be foul play on your part." Zhao Chen retorted mockingly, "The chief referee is privy to our words. Why questioning my integrity? Do you not cast doubt upon the fairness of the adjudicating panel?" The chief referee, overseeing the video transmission, coldly interjected, "Cadet Zhang Haoran, we have monitored this starship duel in its entirety, and there are no discrepancies. Should you contest our ruling, you are welcome to escalate your grievances to higher authority. Zhao Chun, if there is nothing further, we shall conclude this communication." It was evident that the chief referee held a rather low opinion of this pampered scion. "One last thing, chief referee," Zhao Chen remarked, casting a cool glance at Zhang Haoran. "The duel has concluded. I trust you have not forgotten our wager, which is duly recognized by the Academy. Zhang Haoran, according to the regulations of their starship duel, was to withdraw from the North Star Starship Military Academy. Do you comprehend the gravity of this?" The chief referee added, not missing the opportunity to drive the point home. "I comprehend." Clearly, Zhang Haoran muttered. Utterly despondent, if he were indeed expelled from the North Star Starship Military Academy, it would spell disaster. His noble father would undoubtedly have him killed. As the video communication ceased, Zhao Chun had no inclination to engage further with the vanquished. "Let us head back," he commanded from the captain's chair, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Yet, the repercussions of this interstellar duel were far from over. Class 8-3, today's lesson concludes here, the teacher announced. Instantly, students began fervently searching for the live stream of the Starship duel, only to discover it had been abruptly terminated. Why can't we find the duel between Zhao Qian and Zhang Haoren? A student chuckled. Come on, it hasn't been long that I bet Zhao Qian was defeated by Zhang Haoren. After all, that SAT-2 White Eagle. Indeed. Another chimed in. This is all Zhao Qian's fault for overestimating himself. Perhaps it's for the best. Our class could do without such an eyesore. We have a collective task next year. Having him along would be disastrous. Many in the class were now mocking Zhao Qian. Li Wei, his expression darkening, began to contact Zhao Qian, contemplating various ways to assist him. Wait, something feels off. Look at our academy's internal network trending list. A girl, who frequented the forum, exclaimed. Zhao Qian appears to have won. Chapter 18. Zhao Qian won. Zhao Qian won. The classroom erupted in disbelief at the girl's proclamation. Distant students questioned their hearing. How could Zhao Qian possibly win? Are you sure you saw correctly? It's posted on the academy's internal forum. Don't you believe me? See for yourselves, she urged, enlarging the holographic screen for those around her. On the trending list, a post was rapidly gaining traction, titled, Zhao Qian defeats Zhang Haoren to claim victory in the Starship duel. Witness the 1,200mm caliber heavy cannon, a single shot that sent the T-2 White Eagle packing. Moreover, there were several other related posts, albeit with lesser prominence. The highlighted post featured a full video of the duel, showcasing a close-up and detailed description of the 1,200mm cannon. Zhao Qian won. How is that possible? A few students remained skeptical, prompting the girl to play the duel video. Only 5 minutes. This must be fabricated. Someone pointed out, noting the video duration. Typically, duels of this caliber last no less than half an hour, with some extending to several hours of fierce combat. How could it conclude in a mere 5 minutes? However, the subsequent footage silenced all dissent. Even the teacher, previously disengaged, was drawn to the holographic screen. It depicted the zero-number blizzard evading the T-2 White Eagle's laser cannons at a staggering speed of 100 knots, then swiftly reducing to a complete stop in a mere 5 seconds. When the 1,200mm cannon made its appearance, several boys in the classroom felt their blood surge with excitement. As the massive cannon fired and landed a devastating hit on the T-2 White Eagle. Astonishment rippled through the room. Why heavens! How could Zhao Qian's starship possibly mount a 1,200mm cannon? One student gasped. The teacher, swallowing hard, remarked, if I'm not mistaken, that appears to be the T-2 Heavy 1,200mm cannon typically found on the T-2 Devil Crocodile class medium star battleship. Upon hearing this, students began to murmur among themselves. Even at this juncture, some questioned the authenticity of the video. However, once someone retrieved the official announcement from the Academy's website regarding the duel's outcome, the truth became indisputable. Duel number 30300622701, competitors Zhang Haoren and Zhao Qian, with Zhao Qian declared the victor. Even the class monitor, Shun Bing, was now playing the video on his handheld device, watching in disbelief. He actually won. Wow, my brother is amazing. He won. Li Wei, snapping back to reality, was overwhelmed with excitement. As if he himself were the victor, he pointed at the classroom, unapologetically declaring, Did you all see that? This is my brother. Li Wei, you were all so quick to ridicule him, wishing for his downfall, and now, one shot, and Zhang Haoren is fit to carry my brother's shoes. You all, with your superficial judgments, should find somewhere else to cool off. With that, Li Wei rushed out, eager to find Zhao Qian and uncover the truth behind his unexpected victory. The classroom, having endured Li Wei's derisive remarks, fell into a heavy silence. Even the teacher felt the sting of embarrassment, as he too had believed Zhao Qian was destined to lose. Now, Li Wei's words felt like slaps to their faces. The zero-number blizzard docked at the North Star Starship Military Academy's spaceport, occupying a berth that Zhao Qian had reserved in advance. Given that the ship sustained no damage during the battle, no repairs were necessary. All right, mission accomplished. You are free to explore the ship within permissible limits, Zhao Qian announced, giving First Officer Charlotte a pat on the shoulder. His gaze lingered on Charlotte's fluffy head, tempted to pet the white tiger beast woman, but he refrained, knowing her sharp fangs were not merely for show. His eyes fell upon her injured ears, which tugged at his heartstrings and marred her overall beauty. Resolute, Zhao Qian decided he would ensure Charlotte's injuries were treated in the future, considering it a perk for his crew. Understood, First Officer Charlotte replied quietly. Zhao Qian departed the bridge, making his way back to his captain's quarters. Upon entering, he found the space quite expansive, approximately 50 square meters, featuring a bedroom, living area, office desk, and even a bathing facility. Even though the starship's layout was somewhat antiquated, the captain's accommodations were remarkably comfortable. Zhao Qian had previously inspected the crew's quarters, which resembled school dormitories from his past life, but were considerably more cramped. A single dorm housed 6 triple-decker beds for 18 occupants, with a narrow passageway of less than a meter wide, and a single shared bathroom for all. The lingering odor was quite pungent. Even after several decades, despite being a starship, significant space constraints remained, necessitating the compression of living quarters for ordinary crew members. However, single and double accommodations were specifically designated for senior personnel. The situation had become even more dire, as the dormitory originally intended for 50 crew members was now crammed with 100 half-beast crew members, forcing many to sleep on the floor. In contrast, Zhao Qian's living conditions were enviably superior. Sighing, Zhao Qian flopped onto the large bed, savoring its comfort for a few moments before returning to business. After defeating Zhang Haoran, his task system had already indicated completion, awaiting his reward. Task: challenge Zhang Haoran to a starship duel and defeat him. Difficulty: D level. Reward: 1 task point and 300 points. Failure penalty: deduction of 300 points. Task completed. Please collect your reward. With a thought, Zhao Qian claimed his rewards. Task rewards collected: 300 points and 1 task point. His interface now displayed the following rewards. Host: Zhao Qian. Profession: Elite Starship Engineer. Special Attributes: Fleet Luck Bonus, Eye of Insight. Points: 400. Task points: 1. Starship Count: 1. Current tasks: Quarterly tasks, incomplete. Warehouse, T3 Blizzard-class Light Star Battleship Technical Blueprint. His points had increased from 100 to 400, and he had also gained an additional task point. A task point has been allocated. Let's see if I can exchange it for something valuable from the marketplace. Zhao Qian opened the system all, searching for targets. Chapter 19. Selling Starship Technology. T1 Gray Mouse Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer. T1 Shield Soldier Class Medium Interstellar Frigate. T1. Zhao Qian's excitement gradually waned. As he continued to scroll down, he found that nearly all the offerings were T1 starships. The exchange conditions were not demanding. 1 task point and a few dozen system points could secure a T1 item. However, the problem lay in the fact that Zhao Qian held little regard for these T1 starships. Although, based on his understanding, these system starships surpassed their real-world counterparts of similar class and type, they were all fundamentally T1 vessels. Regardless of their high cost-performance ratio or formidable combat capabilities, they remained T1 starships. Zhao Qian's assembled outdated starships were all of T2 level, so how could he possibly consider constructing a T1 starship? The issue was that the mall currently only offered T1 technology items. He pondered how to upgrade. If it were T2 level, it would be manageable, but T1 was simply too subpar. Zhao Qian promptly checked the requirements for upgrading the system mall. T1 system mall upgrade conditions. First, exchange for 1 T1 level item, incomplete. Second, complete 1D level system task, completed. Third, consume 100 system points for mall upgrade. Must meet the first 2 conditions. So there were indeed upgrade conditions. Zhao Qian had successfully completed a D-level system task during his duel with Zhang Haoran. He also possessed enough system points, but the only requirement he had yet to fulfill was exchanging for a T1 item. This led him back to the beginning. He still needed to exchange for a T1 product. Zhao Qian frowned. After a moment of contemplation, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. If he were to exchange for a T1 starship, he need not build it himself. He could sell it instead. Excellent starship technology has always been in high demand, though due to its rarity, few are willing to sell it. Zhao Qian had no such concerns. Although selling it directly would yield less profit than constructing it first, he currently lacked the time to engage in such endeavors. It would be wiser to sell it outright and make a quick profit. However, to sell a T1 starship technology outright, especially the most basic T1 starship technology, he, as a student, would undoubtedly attract attention. He needed to conceal his identity. Selling starship technology while keeping his identity hidden and making it hassle-free, Zhao Qian ruminated. Suddenly, he thought of someone, Li Wei. Li Wei's family is engaged in interstellar trade and operates a conglomerate known as the Beiyang Interstellar Trade Group. It is said that in recent years, they have been expanding into the starship arms trade, but the few starship products they funded for development have not performed well, with scant orders. Zhao Chun recalled a casual conversation with Li Wei, where he mentioned that if they couldn't produce a best-selling Starship product by the end of the year, the Li family might have to abandon their Starship sales business. This seemed like a ripe opportunity. By having Li Wei act as an intermediary, he could reduce the risk of exposure. Zhao Chun immediately accessed the Academy's network to research information regarding Li Wei's family's involvement in Starship trade. Over the past 5 years, Li Wei's family had launched 6 Starship models, including both support and combat types, yet all had failed miserably. Either they had significant performance flaws, or their cost-performance ratio was dismal. The worst model sold fewer than 10 units before being discontinued due to performance issues, resulting in substantial compensation costs. Even the best-selling model barely sold 100 units, still incurring losses while trying to establish a reputation. But to no avail. Zhao Chun began to browse rapidly, seeking the most suitable Starship design for Li Wei's family, comparing it against the T1 Starships in the system mall. This model's construction difficulty is rather high. This one won't do. The market scope is too narrow. Ultimately, after much deliberation, he finally selected a T1 Starship technology. This one will do. Zhao Chun clicked to exchange. Do you wish to consume 50 system points and 1 task point to exchange for the item T1 Lice Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer? Confirm. Congratulations, you have obtained the T1 Lice Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer Technical Blueprint. Your remaining system points, 350 points. Zhao Chun's mind buzzed, and a series of Starship technical blueprints surged into his consciousness. This was the T1 Lice Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer. Do not underestimate this T1 Starship. It was meticulously chosen by Zhao Chun. Were it not for his possession of the zero-number Blizzards and the T3 Blizzards Class Light Interstellar Battlecruiser technical blueprints, he might have considered constructing this starship himself. Its advantages lie in its exceptional value for money and robust durability. At that moment, the ship's system AI chimed in with a gentle female voice. Ding ding ding, Captain. There is an external network request for communication from your classmate, Li Wei. Speak of the devil. A smirk crept onto Zhao Chun's face, revealing a hint of a shrewd merchant. Little Li, don't blame me for being opportunistic. If this starship were sold to your family, it would undoubtedly elevate your family's reputation in the starship arms trade, particularly within the T1 starship category. Have him wait outside. I'll be out shortly. Zhao Chun instructed the AI and descended from his bed, preparing to leave the ship. Before doing so, he instructed First Officer Charlotte to remain on standby aboard the ship. Without his orders, no crew member was to leave the zero-number Blizzards, nor was anyone permitted to enter in case of any emergencies. They were to contact him immediately. Outside the docking bay, Li Wei was gazing at the imposing steel behemoth with wide eyes. The zero-number Blizzard spanned nearly 260 meters. Due to its design as an interstellar battleship, it was quite substantial. Observing the somewhat rusted hull armor and the distinctly vintage design, Li Wei felt as though he were gazing upon a formidable starship. Unfortunately, the mounted 1,200 mm caliber cannon was concealed, rendering it currently invisible. At that moment, the ship's hatch opened, and Zhao Chun strolled out leisurely. Li Wei hurried forward, wrapping his arms around Zhao Chun's neck. When did you manage to whip up such a starship? You know, it was assembled from those 3 starships exchanged from the Academy. Zhao Chun replied that I meant, when did you acquire this technology? Li Wei pressed further. Zhao Chun shrugged and smiled. While someone was busy chasing girls, gaming, and enjoying leisure, I was diligently studying. You were studying starship engineering. Li Wei looked at Zhao Chun with suspicion. Previously, Zhao Chun had indeed been a diligent student, consistently ranking among the top 5 in theory in their class. Therefore, Li Wei had no reason to doubt Zhao Chun's excuse, though he was surprised that Zhao Chun had learned to such an extent. Brother, let me take a peek. I want to see that 1,200 mm caliber cannon. Li Wei pleaded. That can be arranged, but I need you to help me with something. Zhao Chun regarded Li Wei, perceiving him as a potential financier. Are you trying to get me to provide you with that massive collection of videos featuring 720 different races, totaling a staggering 10,000 T of emotional content? Li Wei chuckled mischievously, leaning closer to Zhao Chun. I can give you that. I've recently gathered a few particularly excellent films. We can discuss them together later. Zhao Chun immediately jumped back 3 meters, casting a disdainful glare at Li Wei. Do I look like that kind of person? Chapter 20. It's you? Aircraft carrier Starship. Li Wei walked through the narrow, dilapidated corridors of the starship, feeling somewhat disappointed. Are you disappointed? After all, these are assembled from 3 starships with nearly a century of history. They obviously cannot compare to modern starships in terms of comfort and aesthetics. Zhao Chen understood Li Wei's thoughts perfectly. After wandering for a dozen minutes, Li Wei left the zero-number blizzards with Zhao Chen. It felt much more pleasant to observe from the outside. But old Zhao? Why are all your crew members half-orc women? I had no idea you had such a preference. While this particular inclination may not be an issue, the matter of starship combat is serious. Li Wei reminded Zhao Chen, observing him closely. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. I'm not as sordid as you think. There's a reason why I recruited these half-orc female crew members. Moreover, they were originally female crew members. They simply fell into this predicament for certain reasons. You saw the battle of the zero-number blizzards, right? Do you think a bunch of pretty faces could have achieved such a splendid victory? That's a reasonable point. By the way, you mentioned before that you had something to discuss with me. What is it? Li Wei recalled Zhao Chen's earlier request. Zhao Chen began addressing the matter at hand. Your family is involved in interstellar trade, right? I heard that in recent years, you've expanded into the starship arms trade. I happen to have a T1 starship that I developed myself, and I would like to ask you to send this technical blueprint to your family members to see if they have any interest in purchasing it. However, it must be done discreetly, as I don't want too many people to know about me. You understand, right? Even if your father inquires, do not reveal my identity. You want to sell your own developed T1 starship? Li Wei was taken aback. You can develop starships on your own now? However, upon reconsideration, Zhao Chen had managed to assemble 3 outdated starships into a formidable combat vessel, so developing a T1 starship was not beyond the realm of possibility. The technical challenges associated with the T1 starship are not particularly formidable. In fact, some technical blueprints for various starships have even been made public for educational purposes. As for my family's business, I am unable to intervene, so I cannot guarantee whether I can purchase your starship. However, I can mention it to my sister, who initially proposed expanding into the starship arms trade and is currently the head of that division within our group. Nevertheless, our company is currently pessimistic about this sector, having incurred losses for 4 consecutive years. Furthermore, a T1 starship that was originally slated for release this year has yet to materialize. The shareholders have begun to exert pressure to abandon this line of business. Li Wei remarked. Zhao Chen patted Li Wei on the shoulder and handed him a storage device the size of a thumb. Whether we can reach an agreement is secondary. The important thing is that this information reaches your family. Just encrypt and send this data to your sister. Remember, keep my identity confidential. If she inquires, simply concoct an excuse. This contains the technical blueprints for the T1 starship you mentioned. Are you truly at ease handing it over to me? Is the network transmission secure? Should I personally deliver it to my sister? I happen to have a holiday coming up and plan to return home, Li Wei said cautiously. Although it is merely the blueprint for a T1 starship, it is nevertheless Zhao Chen's hard work. This is considered a business secret, typically delivered in person rather than transmitted over the network. No worries, the files have already been encrypted. Once you've sent them, let me know, and I will decrypt them remotely before you can access them. You can send it now. I am pressed for time, Zhao Chen replied. Zhao Chen could not afford to wait until the semester ended. His intention was to leverage the T1 starship technology to secure some funding and subsequently find a way to construct a legitimate system starship. Although the zero-number blizzard is impressive, it is merely an assembled starship. Very well, let us proceed as you suggested, but do not harbor overly high expectations, Li Wei cautioned Zhao Chen, fearing that his sister might reject the technical blueprints, which would embarrass Zhao Chen. His sister's character is such that she is ruthless in business. If she is dissatisfied with something, she will resolutely refuse it, and no problem, just follow through, and you need not concern yourself with the subsequent matters. Zhao Chen assured him. As long as Li Wei's sister is not foolish, she will undoubtedly recognize the value of this starship. After bidding farewell to Zhao Chen, Li Wei returned to his dormitory and, as instructed by Zhao Chen, sent the data from the storage device to his sister. Given the substantial content and the interstellar nature of the information transfer, it would take about a day. He sent a brief message to his sister in advance, alluding to the matter. Zhao Chen also returned to his dormitory. Although he now had a captain's quarters on the zero-number blizzard, many of his belongings remained in his dormitory, and he needed to move them aboard the ship. With the semester coming to an end, he wouldn't need to book a ticket. He could simply take the zero-number blizzard back to the territory. The dormitory is a single room, and its space is, of course, incomparable to the captain's quarters. Sitting on his single bed, Zhao Chen opened the system interface and navigated to the mall upgrade page. T1 System Mall Upgrade Conditions. First item. Exchange for 1 T1 level product, completed. Second item. Complete 1D level system task, completed. Third item. Consume 100 system points for mall upgrade, first 2 items completed. Upgrade possible at any time. Without hesitation, Zhao Chun clicked to upgrade the system mall. Confirm consumption of 100 system points to upgrade T1 mall to T2 mall. Confirm. Consumption of 100 system points. T1 mall upgraded to T2 mall. Remaining system points, 250 points. Congratulations, you have unlocked the T2 series products in the system mall, and you have received 1 opportunity to exchange for any product without task points. An unexpected delight emerged. Zhao Chun had been contemplating how to obtain task points for the convenient exchange of a T2 starship. After all, the system mall stipulates that exchanging products requires corresponding task points. At this moment, Zhao Chun observed that the T2 series product still required 3 task points. Considering Zhao Chun's situation, it remained uncertain how long it would take to accumulate these 3 task points. It seems that higher-tier products not only consume more system points, but also require more task points. Glancing further, Zhao Chun noted that upgrading from T2 mall to T3 mall necessitates completing 2 C-level tasks. Exchanging for 2 T2 system products and consuming 2,000 system points, significantly increasing the difficulty. For now, Zhao Chun did not have the capacity to contemplate the entirety. Attending to business was paramount. The primary matter was, of course, selecting a starship. Let me see which one shall be our first genuine starship. Zhao Chun began to scrutinize his options with utmost seriousness, for this selection would represent his inaugural true starship. The 0-number Blizzard could only be considered a half-first. Should he choose an interstellar destroyer, or perhaps an interstellar cruiser, or rather an interstellar battleship? Zhao Chun deliberated extensively. Ultimately, he fixated on one option. T2, the aircraft carrier starship. This was it. Chapter 21. Zhao Chun's T2 Super Aircraft Carrier Starship. T2B King-class Heavy Aircraft Carrier Starship. Zhao Chun's eyes sparkled with excitement. In his previous life, aircraft carriers were undoubtedly the dream of every citizen of the Flower Nation. In the interstellar era, aircraft carriers also exist. If one were to identify a type of starship that could be deemed a colossal vessel in this era, it would likely be one of 2. The interstellar battleship and the aircraft carrier starship. At this moment, Zhao Chun directly selected to exchange. Do you wish to consume 250 system points and 1 opportunity to exchange for a product without task points to obtain the product, T2B King-class Heavy Aircraft Carrier Starship? Confirm. Congratulations, you have acquired the technical blueprint for the T2B King-class Heavy Aircraft Carrier Starship. Remaining system points, 0 points. Coincidentally, Zhao Chun's system points were just sufficient to exchange for this T2 aircraft carrier starship. At that moment, data regarding the T2B King surged into Zhao Chun's mind. Typically, if an interstellar fleet has an aircraft carrier starship, it would necessitate a substantial number of escort starships, unlike interstellar battleships, which can operate independently. Thus, the actual number of operational aircraft carrier starships is far fewer than that of interstellar battleships, given the enormous costs involved in constructing an interstellar fleet centered around an aircraft carrier starship. Otherwise, it is generally understood that an aircraft carrier starship cannot generate combat effectiveness on its own. However, this T2B King is entirely different. It possesses the capability to operate independently, which is precisely why Zhao Chun chose to exchange for it. The combat methodology of aircraft carrier starships primarily encompasses 3 types: interstellar fighter jets, interstellar drones, and small to medium-sized starships. The latter is rare. An aircraft carrier starship capable of carrying larger starships would at least need to be of T3 level or above, as otherwise, the size would not permit it. Returning to the topic, let us discuss the T2B King. This starship employs interstellar drones as its combat method. Zhao Chun examined the detailed introductory materials. B King-class Heavy Aircraft Carrier Starship. Ship type, Aircraft Carrier Starship. Technology level, T2. Hull armor strength, 300 units, 350 units. Cruising speed, 40 knots. Warp engine, level 4 warp engine. Length, 460 meters. Mass, 400,000 tons. Crew, 100 personnel. Starship weapons, T2 Young B-class light interstellar drone, interstellar interceptor. T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drone, interstellar fighter. T2 Giant Hornet-class heavy interstellar drone, interstellar bomber. Hangar standard configuration. Capable of storing 300 T2 Young B-class light interstellar drones, 100 T-2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones, and 20 T-2 Giant Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones. Just by observing its size and mass, one could ascertain that this would be a colossal entity. With a length of 460 meters, it is nearly twice that of the zero-number Blizzard. Its mass of 400,000 tons is almost 5 times that of the zero-number Blizzard. It can accommodate a total of 420 interstellar drones across 3 types. Typically, an aircraft carrier starship would only carry one type of interstellar fighter or drone, as differing models would necessitate various maintenance crews and systems. However, this T-2B King is equipped with 3 types of interstellar drones. This is not an ill-conceived action. Rather, it is because this T-2B King has been outfitted with an intelligence system nearly on par with T-3 starships, and under efficient and rational management, it can seamlessly operate all 3 types of interstellar drones without any gaps. These 3 types of interstellar drones can be categorized as interstellar unmanned interceptors, interstellar unmanned fighters, and interstellar unmanned bombers. The interstellar unmanned interceptors serve as the close guardians of the aircraft carrier starship, primarily responsible for safeguarding the carrier's safety by intercepting all enemy attacks. The interstellar unmanned fighters are the central force for seizing air superiority in interstellar combat and can also strike enemy vessels. The interstellar unmanned bombers, as their name implies, possess bombing capabilities and can carry interstellar missiles, bombs, and even torpedoes as needed. Their striking power against starships is formidable, yet their own capabilities in interstellar air combat are relatively weak. Thus, these 3 types of interstellar drones can synergistically complement one another. In conventional scenarios, multiple aircraft carrier starships would work together. However, the T-2B King consolidates all 3 roles within itself. Most importantly, this is also the reason it does not require an escort fleet. It astonishingly possesses a star shield function. The star shield functionality is an energy defense shield, a standard feature of T-3 starships, capable of forming an energy barrier within a designated area to intercept enemy weapon attacks from that direction. This represents a groundbreaking technology for T-3 starships, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. This is precisely why many assert that T-3 starships are the true embodiment of starships. To return to the main topic, the T-2 starship, the Queen Bee, is also equipped with a star shield, thereby greatly augmenting its defensive prowess. When paired with the T-2 Bumblebee-class light interstellar drones, it embodies a perfect amalgamation of offense and defense. While facing the interstellar fleet of T-3 starships may pose certain risks against T-2 starships, it is undoubtedly a formidable presence. It is not inconceivable to defeat multiple adversaries. Hence, Zhao Chen opted for this T-2 Queen Bee, which costs 1.3 million star coins. Upon calculating the cost of constructing this starship, Zhao Chen inhaled sharply. It is important to note that the total savings of the Zhao family do not exceed 100,000 star coins. As for his interstellar territory, due to the barren nature of the star system and mismanagement, the annual tax revenue and other earnings amount to a mere 1 million star coins. This is also the reason why Zhang Haoran refers to him as the Fallen Baron. Zhao Chen cannot even afford a T-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer priced at 4 million star coins. However, should Zhao Chen decide to sell this T-2 Queen Bee, it could easily fetch 2 to 3 tens of millions of star coins. Selling starships is a lucrative path to wealth, as the arms trade has always been a realm of immense profit. Regardless of the era, yet, at present, Zhao Chen lacks both the ability and the time to consider this 1.3 million star coins. With the funds from selling a T-1 Lice-class medium interstellar destroyer, it should suffice to complete the construction of a T-2 Queen Bee. Zhao Chen mused now. He awaits news from WEI.AT, the headquarters of the Bayan Interstellar Trade Group. A board meeting is currently underway. Present, aside from members of the Li family, are several other shareholders and directors. Over the past 5 years, Bayan has consistently operated at a deficit in the starship arms trade, relying on other industries to cover the losses. This even led to our overall profits suffering a deficit last year. Therefore, I propose that we abandon the starship arms trade. It is not something that can be easily established. The investment in research and development is too substantial, and the risks are excessively high. We would be better off continuing our honest endeavors in interstellar trade and industrial sectors. One director proclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. The other directors echoed their agreement, demanding a cessation of the starship arms trade segment. No, Bayan has reached a bottleneck in its development. The competition in our original business segments is intensifying. If we do not find a breakthrough, Bayan will inevitably decline. to elevate Beiyin to greater heights. We must seize the opportunity presented by the Starship Arms trade. A stunningly attractive woman with a curvaceous figure stood up and asserted. However, the other directors vehemently opposed her. Miss Li, this matter cannot be decided solely by you. Although Beiyin was founded by your Li family, you and your father's shares only account for 45. The rest of us oppose this. This is the board's resolution. One director, holding the largest share aside from the Li family, scoffed at Alayaki, bit her lip, remaining silent. The Starship Arms trade is her dream and her passion. While others see a 5-year investment, she has been orchestrating this for over a decade, dedicating all her time and energy to it. In her 30s, still unmarried, how could she abandon her life's work? Cough, cough, cough. The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table surveyed the gathering. All of you are Yaki's uncles and elders. Yaki's expansion into the interstellar arms trade is for the benefit of Beiyin. This is akin to opening new frontiers. Every beginning is challenging. When my father established Beiyin, it was not without enduring the difficult first decade that we arrived at the present Beiyin Interstellar Trade Group. This man is the chairman of the Beiyin Interstellar Trade Group, the current head of the Li family, and Li Wei's father. Chairman, that was then, and this is now. We are now all family men and women. And we invested our lives and fortunes in Beiyin because we believed in you, the head of the Li family. But now, we are facing a shortfall. The investment in the Starship Arms trade is a bottomless pit. If this continues, Beiyin will surely collapse, the second director scoffed. Sticking to old ways, lacking initiative, and fearing to step out of our comfort zones is what will drag Beiyin down. Li Yaqi could no longer restrain herself and stood up to rebuke. Upon hearing Li Yaqi's words, the directors began to murmur, criticizing her for being disrespectful and inconsiderate of her elders. I have said before, it is unsuitable for a girl to engage in business. You are nearly 40, Yaqi. If you had listened to me back then and married that count's son, would you still be struggling here? You would have long since become a countess, living in comfort. The second director chuckled. Comfort? Second uncle, I refuse to be a gilded cage like my cousin. Even her husband seeks pleasure outside, yet she dares not utter a word. If this is comfort, then I, Li Yaqi, have no desire for it. Li Yaqi shot back defiantly. The second director's expression darkened. He is Li Yaqi's second uncle, her father's younger brother, and the second largest shareholder of the Beiyin Interstellar Trade Group. All right, let us do this. Let us give Yaqi a bit more time. It was previously agreed upon that we would review the situation in 5 years, as long as the Arms Trade Department can turn a profit within that time frame. It may continue to exist. There is still half a year left. Why the rush? The head of the Li family said cheerfully. Let us grant my niece 6 more months, and at that time, I will arrange a good marriage for her, the second uncle added with a scoff, leaving the meeting room. The other directors also exited the room. The head of the Li family, observing his daughter's unwilling and resentful expression, sighed deeply. Yaqi, it is not that father does not want to help you. Business is like this. Everyone sees only profit. You have 6 months remaining. Within these 6 months, if your arms trade department can turn a profit, even breaking even, father can allow your department to continue. But if you fail, then that is that. If you wish to continue in business, you may revert to the previous interstellar transport trade point. 6 months. How could it be possible to turn a profit in such a short time? She currently does not even have a single decent Starship product. She does not believe she can turn a profit within 6 months. I understand. Father, I am a bit tired. I will return now. Li Yaqi murmured as she left the meeting room. Yaqi flopped onto her bed in her room, and a fluffy pet resembling a cat jumped in front of her. Ming Ming, I am very tired today. Please go play by yourself. Yaqi covered her eyes with her arm, trying to suppress her tears. 5 years of preparation, 5 years of effort. More than a decade of youth. Is it to end here? Beep, 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 beep. At that moment, Li Yaqi's handheld terminal rang, and she glanced at IT. IT was a communication request from her brother. She sat up, adjusted her emotional state, and clicked to accept. Sister, why are your eyes red? Li Wei greeted his sister through the video call. However, due to interstellar communication delays, there was a nearly 10-second lag. Its nothing, just too tired these days. Why did you suddenly contact me? Did you run out of living expenses? If I remember correctly, the holiday is just a few days away, right? Are you saying you didn't pass your grade assessment this year and have to repeat? Li Yaqi scrutinized Li Wei. Li Wei pouted. Sister, why don't you ever wish me well? I still have living expenses and I haven't failed. Next year, I'll be in 4th grade and can pilot a starship for real. Then why are you contacting me? Li Yaqi looked at her brother suspiciously. Knowing he rarely reached out without a reason, Li Wei began to discuss serious matters. I sent you a starship blueprint yesterday. It should have arrived by now. It was created by a friend of mine. He wanted to know if you would be interested in purchasing it. Starship blueprint? Li Yaqi fixed her gaze on her brother. You are not trying to fool me because you owe someone money? Are you? Sister, why do you always look down on your brother? All right, just take a quick look at if you're interested. Contact me. I will help you reach out to that friend. Don't set your expectations too high. If it's barely usable, just offer a reasonable price, as a favor for your little brother. That moment, Li Wei still did not believe Zhao Qin's starship could be anything special, hence he said some flattering words. I want to say more. Remember to contact me after you've looked it over. Li Wei, unwilling to engage further with his sister who always dismissed him, abruptly ended the communication. That kid. Where did he find a friend who designed starships? It sounds like a con to me. Li Yaqi was completely skeptical of Li Wei's claims. Yet, she sat on her bed for a few seconds and almost unconsciously opened her email, where indeed lay a data file. Already decrypted. Since she had nothing else to do and her starship design department showed no promise, she decided to take a look at what Li Wei had sent. Li Yaqi reassured herself, and as she opened the document, her gaze gradually transformed upon viewing the extensive starship blueprint information. From the initial indifference to an extraordinary seriousness, even her breath had quieted considerably. After more than half an hour of intense focus, she suddenly snapped back to reality, raising her hand to summon a holographic computer, beginning to simulate certain data from the document. No issues. No issues. Everything is fine. This process continued for another 3 hours. Li Yaqi's expressions were exceptionally vivid as she muttered to herself. T1 Wolf Lice Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer. This technical blueprint. Abruptly, she stood up, swiftly copying the starship technology onto a data disk. Then dashed out of her bedroom, racing toward her established starship design research department. What would normally take an hour, she managed to accomplish in just 10 minutes while manually piloting her flying car. Without even bothering to change into research attire, she burst into the research department, standing before her team of engineers and researchers, pointing at the data disk. You all need to help me assess whether this starship blueprint is feasible. Li Yaqi exclaimed, barely able to contain her excitement. I need a reliable feasibility report within 5 hours. No, I need it within 3 hours. Chapter 23, 3 million star coins, buyout in just 3 hours. The researchers in the lab transitioned from confusion to shock and delight. CEO Li, where did you acquire this starship technology? Although the data was only 80% complete, with vital technical information redacted. This starship technology is undoubtedly feasible. Moreover, the cost-performance ratio of the T1 Wolf Lice Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer is exceptionally high. I never imagined that a starship with such a low production cost could possess such remarkable performance. If this were released onto the market, it would undoubtedly become a hot-selling starship product. The chief engineer of the research lab, a white-haired elder, stood before Li Yaqi, visibly excited. Clutching the data disk, Li Yaqi regarded it as a precious treasure. If she had previously felt as if she were in a deep abyss, this data disk was akin to a lifeline dropped from heaven. You all must set aside your current research tasks and delve deeply into this starship technology. Li Yaqi handed the data disk to the chief engineer. CEO Li, where did this starship technology come from? Before the chief engineer could finish his question, Li Yaqi had already dashed out of the research lab. Sitting in her flying car, she immediately began trying to contact her brother. The first call disconnected. Li Yaqi felt puzzled. The second call also ended abruptly. A sense of unease began to gnaw at her. The third call, once again disconnected. But this time, Li Wei replied with a text message. Sis, I'm in the shower. Can we talk after I finish? A few lines of annoyance crossed Li Yaqi's face as she gritted her teeth and replied, if you don't want to die, you'd better pick up right now. If you hang up again, the day you return home will be your funeral next year. Li Yaqi sent a fourth communication request, which this time did not disconnect immediately. After a brief wait of about half a minute, the call was finally answered. Li Wei appeared, wrapped in a towel, looking as if he had rushed out of the shower. Sis, what's the rush? He wore an expression that suggested he had been interrupted during something important. Who gave you that starship technical blueprint? Li Yaqi asked directly. You mean that one? Li Wei hesitated, recalling Zhao Qin's instructions. He cleared his throat and replied. Sis, My friend is rather low-key and prefers not to disclose his identity. Just tell me, how do you find the Starship technology, if you don't want it? I'll inform my friend accordingly. Not even to your sister. Liyaki fixed her gaze on her brother and temptingly said, if you tell me who it is, I'll triple your living expenses for the next semester. Li Wei paused, internally wrestling with his thoughts, but ultimately replied firmly. No way, I promised him. Besides, sis, think about it. If he finds out I leaked his identity, what if he gets angry and refuses to negotiate with you later? Considering this, Liyaki found his reasoning valid and had to suppress her curiosity. She speculated that it might be one of the mentors from the Northern Star Military Academy's Starship Engineering Department presenting a work. Then help me contact this gentleman. I am very interested in his Starship technology. Can we schedule a time to discuss it face-to-face? Liyaki inquired. Huh? You're interested? Li Wei was somewhat surprised. Didn't you look at the contents? I didn't. I'm not in the Starship Engineering Department like you, and I wouldn't understand it even if I did. Li Wei waved his hand dismissively. His sister, Liyaki, graduated from the Starship Engineering Department and was thus deeply interested in starship research and manufacturing, especially given her background in a family of starship traders. Therefore, she aspired to engage in the business of starship arms trading. Hurry up, if there's any news, forget it. Don't hang up on your end. I'll wait for your update right here, Liyaki urged. Without obtaining authorization for that starship technology, she felt her mind could not find peace for even a moment. This was her only lifeline. Under Liyaki's insistence, Li Wei reached out to Zhao Chun. After about 10 minutes, Li Wei reappeared on the video call. Sis, my friend said no face-to-face discussions. If you're interested, we can hold the conversation in this online room. After speaking, Li Wei sent a link to Liyaki. Discussing in an online room? Liyaki was somewhat taken aback that such an important matter would be addressed in such an environment. Nonetheless, she realized that the priority was to secure this starship technology. I understand. Liyaki clicked on the link to the room, and a new window opened before her, not a video call, but a text chat. Taking a deep breath, she initiated the conversation. Hello, I am Li Wei's sister, Liyaki, the head of the Starship Arms Trading Department at the Northern Geese Interstellar Trade Group. After sending the message, half a minute passed before she finally received a response. Hello. The simplicity of those two words left Liyaki feeling as if something was lodged in her throat. It was her first time discussing business in such an environment. I am very interested in your T1 Wolf Lice Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer technology, and I hope we can schedule a time to discuss our cooperation plan in detail. No need to schedule a time. If you're certain you want this starship technology, just quote a price. If I'm satisfied, transfer the funds, and I'll send you the complete T1 Wolf Lice technical materials. Liyaki was taken aback by the abruptness of this response. Quote a price. At this moment, she was unsure of how much to offer, as this turn of events had caught her completely off guard, leaving her unprepared and diverging significantly from her previous business model. The other party was not following the usual protocols. After some contemplation, she sent a message. What price do you consider appropriate? The other side remained silent for a few minutes before sending a figure. 3 million star coins. 0.3 million star coins? That authorization fee seems excessively high. After all, this is merely a T1 starship, with a market price of only 20 to 30,000 star coins at most. At this moment, the other party sent two words, buyout. Upon seeing those two words, Liyaki's heart skipped a beat. Are you certain that it's 3 million star coins to buy out this starship technology? Liyaki immediately inquired. A buyout means that once this sum is paid, the starship technology would belong to Liyaki, whereas previously she only sought authorization. Yes, do you agree to this price? Upon reading that line, Liyaki quickly sent two words in response. Agreed. On the other side of the communication window, Zhao Chun stared blankly at those two words, clutching his heart in dismay as he lamented, damn it. I quoted too low. Just a moment ago, Zhao Chun had intended to mention that there was room for negotiation on the price. He had thought his figure was somewhat inflated. Yet, unexpectedly, Liyaki had directly agreed. Chapter 24, Zhao Chun. May I see your cannon? Ultimately, this transaction concluded with Liyaki purchasing the T1 Wolf Lice Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer technology for 3 million star coins. After finalizing the agreement, Zhao Chun promptly sent all the technical data of the T1 Wolf Lice to Liyaki. I have sent the Starship technology data to your email. Please transfer the 3 million star coins to my account within 3 days of receiving the materials. Below was a Starry Empire Interstellar bank card number. Sir. You're just giving me the Starship technology like that? Aren't you worried I might back out? Li Yaqi was astonished that the other party had so casually proceeded without any concern for her reneging on the deal. It felt less like an interstellar transaction and more like a casual purchase at a supermarket. I trust Li Wei, and if you dare to do otherwise, I will make you pay 1,000-fold. All right, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave it at that. It's been a pleasure working together. The online room displayed that the other party had departed. Li Yaqi hurriedly wanted to ask how to contact him next, but there was no further response. Such a strange individual. This must be the most peculiar business deal I have ever engaged in. Li Yaqi felt as if she were still dreaming. Moreover, she realized she didn't even know how to address the other party. A curious person. A curious business. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, as long as she could obtain the complete technical data for the T1 Wolflice, she was confident that within 6 months, she could turn the Starship Arms trading venture into a profitable enterprise. Let those who eagerly await to witness his misfortune be utterly astounded. In Zhao Chen's heart, there lingers a twinge of regret. Had he known earlier, he would have offered 4 million. Zhao Chen chuckled bitterly. In matters of business, he remains quite inexperienced. To be frank, his buyout price of 3 million star coins is already considered rather high within the realm of T1 Starship technology. However, he fortuitously coincided with Li Yaqi's desperate need for Starship technology. A parched individual, upon receiving a bottle of water, is naturally inclined to overlook its exorbitant cost. 3 million. Zhao Chun begins to devise a plan for constructing his second starship, specifically that T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier. Building a starship requires meticulous preparation. It is not merely a matter of assembling components. Raw materials, construction sites, technical expertise, and so forth. There are countless considerations. Beep, beep, beep. Zhao Chen's handheld terminal chimed. To his surprise, it was his younger sister. Zhao Wanadato, the young lady has unexpectedly reached out to me. Zhao Chen gazed at the video window, teasingly addressing Zhao Wanadato. It is rare for her to contact him directly. She typically prefers to speak to him in private. At that moment, Zhao Chen noticed 2 stunning beauties behind Zhao Waner. No, they should be referred to as the elder and younger beauties. Enough with the banter. My friend is here. Zhao Waner shot Zhao Chen an exasperated look before introducing the 2 lovely ladies. This is my senior, Su Lan from the 5th grade. And this is my classmate, Shui Xiaoxiao from the 4th grade. As for this one, I need not introduce him. He's my brother. Upon uttering the words my brother, Zhao Waner displayed a distinct expression of disdain. Hello, we've often heard Waner speak of you. Su Lan greeted him courteously. She speaks of me? Well, it's a relief if she doesn't speak ill of me. Zhao Chen shrugged. Zhao brother, may I see your cannon? The twin-tailed lowly, Shui Xiaoxiao, suddenly leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhao Chun was taken aback. Such a request was rather. Zhao Waner swiftly pulled Shui Xiaoxiao back. Xiaoxiao. What are you saying? What's wrong? I merely wish to observe Zhao Brothers' 1,200mm caliber heavy cannon of the number 0 snowstorm up close. Shui Xiaoxiao pouted. Su Lan, you must have come to discuss something important with me. Right? Zhao Chen interjected, diverting the conversation. The little lowly's words were truly, Su Lan replied. Let's get straight to the point. The reason we sought you out is concerning yesterday's starship duel. Zhao Chen squinted. Remaining silent as he awaited Su Lan's explanation, Su Lan continued. Zhang Haoran sought help from others, and someone who knows I am familiar with your sister, Zhao Waner, reached out to me. They hope you can lift the expulsion punishment against Zhang Haoran. Upon hearing Su Lan mention the starship duel, Zhao Chen immediately understood it pertained to Zhang Haoran. Zhang Haoran would never resign quietly from the Northern Star Starship Military Academy. It is pivotal to his future. Is it possible to rescind this expulsion punishment, which is recorded in the starship duel? Zhao Chen inquired with curiosity. Su Lan explained. According to the Academy's regulations, the stakes in a starship duel are acknowledged and enforced by the institution. However, if the winning party is willing to forego the punishment wager, the losing party can be exempted from the penalty. Thus, your consent is required. Zhao Chen remained silent. Su Lan continued. A friend of mine has entrusted me with this matter. As I owe him a favor, if you are unwilling, consider it as if I never spoke of it. However, if you are open to discussion, I can arrange a time and place for you to negotiate. You may present your desired conditions. After all, it is only fair that you do not forego the punishment without compensation. May I speak privately with my sister? Zhao Chen requested. Su Lan agreed, and she departed with Shui Xiaoxiao. All right, Su Lan and Shui Xiaoxiao have left. Speak freely. Zhao Waner crossed her arms. Do you wish for me to assist Su Lan? Zhao Chen asked. Zhao Wanner was momentarily taken aback. This is your matter. Why ask me? My dear sister seldom requests my assistance. It seems this Su Lan has a rather close relationship with you. Zhao Chen smiled as he looked at Zhao Wanner. Her cheeks flushed, and she confessed, I admit, I am quite fond of Su Lan. Since arriving at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy, she has taken excellent care of me. She is one of my 2 friends here. The other being Xue Xiaoxiao. I am aware of Su Lan's situation. The person she is indebted to is a 5th grade senior named Han Tianwang. He previously assisted Su Lan with the matter, and since then, he has been using it as an excuse to pester her, even hoping to date her. Su Lan does not harbor feelings for him, but due to her obligation, she endures his harassment. If this time she can repay the favor, then Su Lan would no longer have to tolerate his advances. Zhao Chen nodded, saying, very well. Have Su Lan handle this matter. Send me the time and place tonight, and I agree to discuss it. Really? Zhao Wanner exclaimed in surprise. After all, this is the first time my sister has requested my assistance. Zhao Chen chuckled. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. Who asked you for help? Whether you want to help or not. After saying that, she ended the call. Zhao Chen pondered the matter of Zhang Haoran. In his view, whether Zhang Haoran withdrew or not was inconsequential. He had never cared about this pedestrian character or his relationship with Zhang Shasha. If not for the system task, he would never have suggested the Starship duel. Now, with such an opportunity to assist Zhao Wanner as senior and, simultaneously, to shake them down, how could Zhao Chen let such a splendid chance slip away? A smile gradually crept across his lips. A splendid spectacle awaited him the next day. Chapter 25. Just near their Northern Star Starship Military Academy Oceanic-style restaurant, Zhao Chen gazed at the holographic image of an aquatic creature. Its origins unknown from some distant galaxy, gracefully floating before him. The restaurant exuded a tranquil ambience, with only a handful of diners present, making it one of the more upscale establishments at Northern Star. It was a venue frequented solely by those of noble descent, with half of the ingredients purportedly sourced from organically cultivated produce. The trio of beautiful ladies accompanying Zhao Chen garnered significant attention as they walked by his side. Zhao Chen Jr., have you considered the terms you wish to present to Zhang Haoran? Su Lan inquired. I have a plan in mind. Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Su Lan, sensing his confidence, refrained from further comment, acknowledging her role merely as an intermediary. The success or failure of this endeavor did not weigh heavily on her. She was merely fulfilling an obligation to a friend. Lan, over here, a voice called out. And from a distance, Zhao Chen spotted a fair-faced youth seated at a round table by the window. Waving at Su Lan and her companions. 3 others were already seated at the table, one of whom was Zhang Haoran, while another was a stranger. Zhang Haoran's expression was distinctly unfavorable. He briefly met Zhao Chen's gaze before quickly averting his eyes, wearing a pitiful demeanor. Yet, Zhao Chen keenly sensed the animosity that simmered beneath Zhang Haoran's facade. Such individuals would not learn their lesson from a single reprimand. If you have thoughts to share, feel free to express them. If negotiations falter, we shall depart without concern for our presence, Su Lan whispered to Zhao Chen. He nodded in agreement. Zhao Wanner, feeling somewhat awkward, cast worried glances at her brother. Although he was a baron of the territory, he had never encountered such formal situations. Xue Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, wore an eager expression. She relished such chaotic gatherings. As Zhao Chen and his companions approached their seats, the senior named Han Tianwang disregarded Zhao Chen, who was supposed to be the focal point of the negotiations, and instead pulled out a chair beside him, leaving an empty seat next to him. Lan, come sit here. The round table had only 7 seats, perfectly accommodating the 3 from Han Tianwang's side and the 4 from Zhao Chen's. Han Tianwang had deliberately left a spot beside him for Su Lan, but upon glancing at it, she simply smiled and replied, no need, I can sit here. With that, she settled down with Zhao Wanner and Xue Xiaoxiao, leaving Han Tianwang in an awkward position. Consequently, the only seat left for Zhao Chen was next to Han Tianwang. Only then did Han Tianwang acknowledge Zhao Chen, saying coolly, so, you must be Zhao Chen. Please take a seat. Although he said please take a seat, Han Tianwang was already comfortably seated. At this moment, only Zhao Chen remained standing, yet he chose not to occupy the seat beside Han Tianwang. Instead, he placed his hand on a chair directly in front of him. No need, I shall sit here. In that instant, the atmosphere shifted, becoming decidedly tense, as Zhao Chen's hand rested on the chair occupied by Zhang Haoran. Zhang Haoran's face darkened as he glanced at Han Tianwang,
who averted his gaze. Faced with this situation, Zhang Haoran had no choice but to stand up, scowling, and prepare to take the seat beside Han Tianwang. As Zhao Chun sat in Zhang Haoran's chair, he noticed Zhang Haoran's intention to sit down and promptly splashed water onto the chair. Is there even a place for you here? The tension in the air plummeted once more. Zhang Haoran clenched his fists. Zhao Chun Jr., there's no need to be so aggressive. Previously, it was merely a misunderstanding between you and Haoran. Now that we are gathered here for a meal, let us consider it resolved. And we can all be friends moving forward. Han Tianwang stepped in as a mediator. Lan, don't you think so? Su Lan smiled and said, this time, we are merely companions, remaining silent. Everything depends on Zhao Chen's own wishes. Today, where there is a seat for him, there is none for me. What do you think, senior? Zhao Chen met Han Tianwang's gaze without flinching. A shadow flickered in Han Tianwang's eyes, yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor as he replied. Indeed, an apology must come with the proper decorum. Haoran, you may remain standing. Waitstaff, please remove this extra chair. Zhao Chen summoned the waiter. The waitstaff were not robotic automatons but elegantly dressed young women, reflecting the high-end nature of this restaurant. Once the chair was taken away, Zhang Haoran stood like a pillar between Zhao Chen and Han Tianwang. We are all seated, and you alone stand. Doesn't that imply you hold a higher status than me and the seniors? Zhao Chen remarked with a smile, making Zhang Haoran clench his teeth in frustration. What do you want? Kneel. Zhao Chen casually uttered 3 words. The expressions of those present shifted. Zhang Haoran, humiliated and enraged, retorted, Zhao Chun, do not go too far. Too far? I have heard that you and your entourage boasted in my class, claiming that if you defeated me in the Starship duel, I would have to kneel and apologize to you. Did that not seem excessive at the time? Zhao Chun continued to smile at Zhang Haoran. Or do we find that young Master Zhang looks down upon continuing his studies at Bizixing? Zhao Chen's final jab struck directly at Zhang Haoran's heart. He could not afford to drop out of Bizixing. His Viscount father, a future earl, had more than just him as a son. Bizixing was one of the top 3 Starship military academies in the Xingyao Empire. A privilege his father had worked hard to secure. If he failed to graduate from Bizixing, he risked losing his title to other siblings. After learning of this situation, his mother had sent him a message, insisting he find a way to avoid expulsion from Bizixing at all costs. Zhao Chun, this is unnecessary. Haoran has acknowledged his mistake. We are all classmates. There is no need to make things so tense. Grant me some face. Let us enjoy our meal and discuss how to resolve the misunderstanding between you and Haoran. Han Tianwang interjected. Face. Zhao Chen chuckled, his gaze fixed on Han Tianwang. Are you suggesting that I grant you face in exchange for him kneeling? Beside him, Zhao Wanner gasped, bewildered by her brother's audacity, confronting both Zhang Haoran and Han Tianwang. Su Lan and the twin-tailed Xue Xiaoxiao looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment, realizing he was indeed quite different from before. Han Tianwang's expression darkened. Very well, I will kneel, Zhang Haoran shouted, dropping to his knees at the spot where the chair had been. The table's height conveniently concealed his head, allowing the meal to proceed undisturbed. Why is everyone staring at me? Did we not come here to eat? Let us order quickly. I am famished. Senior Han, feel free to order anything you like. Do not hold back. Zhao Chen raised his hand and activated the holographic ordering interface. Tapping furiously, Zhao Wanner, seated beside him, could hardly keep track of what he ordered. I have placed the order. Please let me know if you need anything else. We should cherish this rare opportunity to dine with Senior Han and enjoy our meal. Zhao Chen beamed at everyone. Xue Xiaoxiao nearly burst into laughter. Chapter 26. You could sell that T2 White Eagle as the dishes were served. Even Su Lan was taken aback. Every item was crafted from natural ingredients. There were black eggs stir-fried with 6-legged pork for 200 star coins a serving, sweet and sour 3-legged duck for 300 star coins, flame fish soup, a specialty from the Flame system, priced at 500 star coins, and a fruit platter for 1,000 star coins. The Paisida Assistance was a 3-piece set from the Augat star system, costing 5,000 star coins. Yet, the most shocking was the bottle of wine, which made Han Tianwang wince. It was a renowned fruit wine, valued at an astonishing 13,000 star coins, nearly the price of the entire meal. Before he could steal another glance, Zhao Chun had already poured the wine for himself and the 3 lovely women beside him. Ah, it's poured. If Senior Han wishes to indulge, feel free to order more. Zhao Chen smiled at Han Tianwang. No, it's unnecessary. I do not drink. Han Tianwang's lips twitched. There was only this single bottle of wine in the restaurant. There was no chance to order more. Hey, did you really order so much? Is everything all right? Zhao Wanner whispered in Zhao Qin's ear. Rest assured, this food is far superior to synthetic alternatives. Once this opportunity is gone, it won't come again. It's a feast not to be missed. Zhao Chun began devouring his meal with fervor. Indeed, devouring was the only word to describe it. Initially, Su Lan and the others had been cautious about table manners. But witnessing Zhao Qin's rapid consumption, they abandoned their reservations and hastened their own eating, though they maintained a decorum far superior to his. Such lavish delicacies were unprecedented for Su Lan and her companions. They had only sampled a few of these dishes before. After all, a single meal could consume the lifetime savings of numerous families. The average annual salary for a common person was merely 40 star coins, barely enough to support a family of 3, subsisting on synthetic food. After a month of eating synthetic meals, Zhao Qin finally rediscovered the pleasures of taste. Han Tianwang watched Zhao Qin eat like a beast, wanting to speak several times but finding no opportunity. Ultimately, he resigned himself to join the feast, as the abundance of food would soon be gone. The most pitiful was Zhang Haoran, who knelt in shame. Enduring a barrage of sensory torment, his heart bled, for this meal was ostensibly his treat. After an hour of ravenous eating, Zhao Qin rubbed his now significantly expanded belly, had it not been for his outfit's ability to adjust to his size. He feared the buttons might pop. Zhao Wanner and Su Lan looked equally satisfied, unable to eat another bite. Han Tianwang hastily called out to Zhao Chun, Zhao Chun, we have eaten our fill. Should we not address the matter we agreed upon? Please submit a request to the Academy to lift the punishment on Haoran. Oh, right. I almost forgot. We have not yet discussed the main issue. Zhao Qin reseated himself, smiling. I apologize. A person of my humble stature has never dined on such exquisite food before. Please do not mock me. Su Lan could not help but chuckle at Zhao Qin's cheeky demeanor. Zhao Wanner stared at her brother, realizing just how cunning he truly was. Speak. What terms do you propose for me to let Zhang Haoran go? Zhao Qin asked earnestly. Han Tianwang was taken aback, looking at Zhao Chun in disbelief. Terms? You mean, surely, Senior Han does not believe that a single meal can resolve this matter? Zhao Chun feigned shock. Han Tianwang's lips twitched. He felt an impulse to strike Zhao Chun. Suppressing his anger, he smiled and said, Then Zhao Chun, please state your terms. Directness is refreshing. I appreciate it. Zhao Chun raised his hand, fingers splayed. Why, Starship endured considerable wear and tear in that skirmish. The costs of battle, personnel losses, and repairs upon return all require funding. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. Please, that 5-minute duel likely consumed less than 1% of your starship's energy. As for losses, Zhang Haoran's T2 White Eagle never even grazed your vessel, let alone repairs for thin air. Everyone recognized that Zhao Chun was attempting to extort money. 50,000 star coins, I think. Han Tianwang stared at Zhao Qin's outstretched fingers. Zhao Qin immediately interrupted, grinning, not 50,000, but 500,000 star coins. 500,000 star coins. Su Lan's eyes widened in shock. You are extorting me? Zhang Haoran could no longer contain himself, leaping up only to stumble and crash onto the table, remnants of the meal splattering across his face. Fortunately, the round table was sturdy. Otherwise, it would have been even more embarrassing. Extortion? If you believe that, then it seems we have no need to negotiate. I can forego the 500,000 star coins. Or you may choose to leave Bezixing. Zhao Qin spread his hands, preparing to depart. Zhang Haoran felt a surge of rage and despair, shouting, I can compensate you, but I truly do not have 500,000 star coins. You do? Zhao Qin replied. Zhang Haoran looked at him in astonishment. Your T2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser, despite its significant damage, could still fetch 50 or 60,000 star coins if sold promptly. Zhao Qin smiled at Zhang Haoran. A devil. This man is a devil, Zhang Haoran thought to himself, realizing Zhao Chun had planned everything beforehand. Everyone present found their perception of Zhao Chun transformed. And I have one more condition. I seem to have previously heard your friend mention that if you were to emerge victorious, you could graciously allow me to kneel before you and call you grandfather. If that were the case, I might consider refraining from dropping out of school. That moment, Zhao Qin's smile appeared to Zhang Haoran like that of a devil. Time is of the essence for me, so I shall grant you 10 seconds. Zhao Chun tapped his fingers against the table. In that instant, all eyes in the room turned to Zhang Haoran, as if they had collectively begun to count down in silence. Ultimately, Zhang Haoran knelt upon the ground. This act alone declared the answer to all present. Zhao Chun, grandfather, I was wrong. Zhang Haoran's forehead struck the floor. Chapter 27. He actually packed takeout do not cease until I exit the restaurant. Furthermore, before the term concludes, I expect to receive a remittance of 500,000 star coins. I trust you can locate my Academy account without difficulty. The moment the funds arrive, I shall petition the Academy to rescind your punishment. After Zhao Chun finished speaking, he departed the restaurant with Zhao Wanner and the others. Meanwhile, Zhang Haoran remained kneeling on the ground, repeatedly uttering, Zhao Chun, grandfather, I was wrong. Observing the chaotic scene and Zhang Haoran's forlorn demeanor akin to a stray dog, Han Tianwang spoke in a low voice. This Zhao Chun possesses some skill, yet Haoran, you must remember, a gentleman avenges himself 10 years later. Remaining at the North Star Military Academy is of utmost importance. I shall ensure that Zhao Chun pays 1,000-fold for this. I, Zhang Haoran, vow it. Zhang Haoran knelt, his face contorted in anguish. In truth, I believed it would be wiser for you to concede. You are no match for that Zhao Chun. Another handsome man, who had remained silent until now, spoke for the first time, appearing to be merely an observer of this gathering. However, he did not feel his presence was in vain. This truly was a splendid performance. Young Master Sun, success is contingent upon human effort. Moreover, I believe that Zhao Chun has indeed gone too far and deserves a lesson. A glint of cold light flashed in Han Tianwang's eyes. Zhao Chun had disrespected him, and that too in front of Su Lan. Young Master Sun smiled but remained silent. Who is covering the bill? At that moment, a restaurant manager approached, gazing in astonishment at Zhang Haoran kneeling on the ground. How much is it? Zhang Haoran rose, his legs trembling slightly. The total is 53,000 star coins, but we can waive the remainder for you, the manager said with a professional smile. Zhang Haoran nearly slipped and fell. Staring in shock, 50,000 star coins? How is that possible? How could our table possibly incur such a charge? This table only amounts to 20,000 5-star coins, but the guest who left earlier ordered 2 additional identical meals aside from the drinks. Thus, it totals 50,000 star coins, the manager explained with a smile. Take out. Zhang Haoran's fury surged, causing him to spit blood as he shouted, Zhao Chun. Observing Zhao Chun carrying 2 or 3 bags in each hand was rather comical. Wanner's brother, you were truly entertaining just now. This meal was certainly not in vain. Not only were we well fed, but we also witnessed a splendid performance. You're still packing up. I glanced at the bill earlier, and it came to a full 50,000 star coins. I suspect that when it comes time to pay, Zhang Haoran's face will turn green. The twin-tailed Xue Xiaoxiao remarked while patting her little belly. Do not call him Wanner's brother. Simply address him as Zhao Chun. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes, then fixed her gaze on Zhao Chun. Aren't you concerned that by targeting Zhang Haoran and disregarding Han Tianwang, they might seek revenge later? It's as if you're suggesting that if I were to negotiate with them in a benevolent manner, they wouldn't retaliate in the future. Since I cannot alter the situation, why not strike down a drowning dog? Zhao Chun replied nonchalantly with a smile. Fu Lan covered her mouth, chuckling softly. Wanner, your brother is truly remarkable. He is nothing like what you previously described as merely a bookworm. If he is considered foolish, then surely no one in this world is intelligent. I had no idea he was so deeply concealed. Zhao Wanner pouted. Senior Su Lan regarded Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun? I must still remind you, you have severely offended both Zhang Haoran and Han Tianwang today. I am uncertain about Zhang Haoran, but Han Tianwang is a cunning man with a small heart. Today, you did not grant him face. In the future, he will certainly create obstacles for you in certain matters. Indeed, I will remain vigilant. Zhao Chun nodded. Do you have any plans for this holiday? The twin-tailed Xue Xiaoxiao inquired with curiosity. Wanner and I intend to return to our territory. After all, I am nominally a baron, and there are numerous matters awaiting my attention. Zhao Chun replied with a hint of resignation. Yet there are still numerous matters. The affairs of the territory are not solely arranged by your sister. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. Speaking of your sister, I recall she is serving in the Imperial Army of the Starry Empire. I have heard she has performed exceptionally well and has even become the captain of Princess's personal guard. Senior Su Lan remarked. Zhao Chun thought of his sister. In truth, his memories of her were scant, as their parents had passed away when he was young, and his sister had already been studying at the Starship Academy at that time. After graduating, she joined the Imperial Army. The time spent returning to the territory throughout the year was less than a month, with the number of meetings during that month being few and far between. However, Zhao Wanner was correct. If not for her managing the territory, Zhao Qin's domain would likely be in disarray by now. Indeed, this year you need not purchase tickets. You can return on my starship, Zhao Qian stated to Zhao Wanner. In previous years, both Zhao Qian and Zhao Wanner would buy starship tickets to return to their territory. The cost of traveling back on a starship was several dozen times more expensive than purchasing tickets. Zhao Wanner leaned closer to Zhao Qian, whispering, "Just don't forget, your brother is now quite wealthy." Thinking of the 50,000 star coins, Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. "Very well then. To be honest, returning on one's own starship indeed takes at least 3 times less time than buying a starship ticket. Then you should return for a bit. We shall set off the day after tomorrow. If you have anything to move, just notify me. I shall return first. With so much food, it will be unpalatable if it cools down." Zhao Qin stated as he bid farewell to Senior Su Lan and the others, hastily departing. "Your brother is quite the foodie. With so much food, how long can he eat it all alone?" The twin-tailed Xue Xiaoxiao remarked, unable to suppress her saliva, as the food indeed smelled delightful. Zhao Wanner gazed at her brother's retreating figure, feeling that he had changed significantly. She felt as though she hardly recognized him anymore. "Your brother is rather interesting," Senior Su Lan commented. Zhao Wanner and Xue Xiaoxiao were both astonished, for a man deemed interesting by Senior Su Lan was rarer than a precious animal. Storm Zhao Qin ascended into the starship cabin, panting heavily, while Charlotte awaited him as instructed. "Quickly help me carry this." Zhao Qin handed several food boxes to Charlotte. He glanced at his arms and wrists, which bore red imprints, and a few fingers had even turned purple from lack of blood. "Captain, what is in these?" Charlotte inquired, observing the bags in his hands. "A secret. Inform all crew members to gather in the dining hall," Zhao Qin replied with a mysterious smile. Without further questions, Charlotte conveyed Zhao Qin's orders, and the two made their way to the starship's dining hall. "Do you not require my assistance?" Zhao Qin looked at Charlotte, who carried numerous items effortlessly and remained composed. "Are they heavy?" Charlotte retorted calmly. Zhao Qin was momentarily taken aback. Well, this must be the strength of the half-beast White Tiger clan. Chapter 28. Will we be able to eat rice with every meal? Zero Storm. Starship Dining Hall following Captain Zhao Qin's orders. All 100 female half-beast crew members assembled. "Why are you all standing? Quickly take a seat." Zhao Qin gestured for the neatly lined-up crew members to sit. In a somewhat awkward atmosphere, the female crew members slowly took their seats. "Charlotte, please assist me in distributing this food." Zhao Qin opened all the bags of takeout that Charlotte had brought earlier. In an instant, a mouth-watering aroma wafted throughout the dining hall. It is worth noting that half-beasts possess a sense of smell far superior to that of humans, making them even more captivated by the delightful scents. Charlotte stared at the enticing food boxes, lost in thought for several seconds. "Do not merely gaze. Hurry and start serving. Otherwise, it will all cool down and lose its flavor." Zhao Qin urged that he took on the role of kitchen matron, evenly distributing the contents of the food boxes into 100 portions and instructing Charlotte to serve the plates filled with food. In fact, if it were only the dishes, distributing 100 portions would mean each person would receive but a single bite. However, in addition, there was a large bowl filled with white rice. As they beheld the steaming rice, many of the female half-beast crew members swallowed hard. "Are we really distributing all of this?" Charlotte was puzzled, unsure of Zhao Qin's intentions. "What is it?" "This is today's lunch for everyone," Zhao Qin replied casually. "Lunch? Is it these mouth-watering delicacies?" Upon hearing Captain Zhao Qin's words, Charlotte and the 100 female crew members were left dumbfounded, incredulously staring at their increasingly familiar captain. "Hurry and serve it up. Everyone is still waiting," Zhao Qin urged as he noticed Charlotte still in a daze. Only then did Charlotte begin her work, serving the portions of food to the female crew members before her. In a short while, over 30 servings had already been distributed. Zhao Qin took a moment to glance up, only to find that none of the female crew members who had been served food had yet to touch their meals. Although some were already salivating at the sight of the delectable dishes before them, they remained seated with decorum. "What are you all waiting for? It's time to eat. Those who have received food should begin, and those who haven't can wait a little longer. There's no need to rush. Everyone will have their share," Zhao Qin stated. When he noticed that no one had yet made a move, he feigned irritation and declared, "This is an order." At that moment, the female crew members began to eat, initially hesitantly, taking tiny bites. However, the tantalizing flavors soon overwhelmed them, and they could no longer maintain their composure. After years of enduring synthetic food, it felt as if they were parched wanderers in a desert finally receiving a sip of water. They began to devour the food with fervor, even resorting to using their hands in less than 3 minutes. One portion was completely consumed, and everyone continued to lick their plates and utensils, as if savoring every last morsel. Observing the scene of the female crew members, adorned with beastly ears, licking their plates, Zhaoqing found it somewhat endearing yet tinged with sorrow. Many of them were younger than he was, some even still minors. Of course, from Zhaoqing's perspective, in the half-beast kin, there was no distinction between minors and adults. Anyone capable of fighting was considered an adult. Thus, typically, half-beasts aged 12 or 13 would be thrust into combat and labor, regardless of gender. Only through fighting and working could they secure their daily sustenance. Soon, all 100 portions of food had been distributed. The final portion was personally delivered by Zhaoqing to Charlotte. "Do try it. It tastes quite delightful, especially the fruits." Charlotte gazed at the lavish spread on her plate, which included a crescent-shaped piece of apple and small, finger-sized fruits. She looked at Zhaoqing and asked, "What about you? I've already eaten and am quite full. You can check my belly if you don't believe me." Zhaoqing replied, patting his round stomach without concern for his appearance. Charlotte chuckled softly, lowering her head to begin eating. After a few bites, Zhaoqing noticed that Charlotte's head had dipped even lower, her face nearly parallel to the plate. Initially puzzled, he then caught sight of the glimmer in the corner of her eyes peeking through her white hair. He realized what she was trying to conceal. Suddenly, he heard sobs emanating from the dining hall. One of the female crew members was crying while eating, tears mingling with the food as it was stuffed into her mouth. Perhaps the exquisite taste had moved her to tears, or perhaps memories of her past hardship surfaced, reminding her of her homeland and siblings who had fought desperately just to survive. For the first time, they understood that food was not merely a means to fill their stomachs, but a profoundly enjoyable experience. "While you all eat, I would like to announce something," Zhaoqing suddenly spoke, capturing the attention of all the female crew members in the dining hall. Some, still in the midst of their meals, paused their actions. "It's all right. You may continue eating. Just listen to what I have to say." Zhaoqing gestured for them to resume. However, the crew members continued to gaze at him. Reluctantly, he turned to Charlotte, who also had stopped eating, and she understood his intent. Taking the lead, she began to eat again, albeit at a noticeably slower pace. "What I wish to discuss concerns your welfare benefits." "As we agreed. You will work for me for 3 years in exchange for your freedom." "Correct. However, there are certain details we have yet to clarify, such as the benefits for the crew." Zhaoqing looked at Charlotte. "What was the meal standard for your previous fleet?" Charlotte hesitated before responding, 0.01 star coins per day. Zhaoqing's lips twitched slightly. 0.01 star coins? That is essentially the price of the most basic synthetic meal per day. One meal. This implies that they were on a 1-meal-a-day regimen. He continued, "I have calculated that we will eliminate synthetic food. In the future, our meals will consist entirely of natural food. While we may not be able to provide a spread as lavish as today's, we can ensure that 3 full meals a day are guaranteed. Our meal standard will be set at 0.3 star coins per person per day, not exceeding 10 star coins per month. As for the specific menu, I will discuss it later with the logistics department in charge of supplies." Zhaoqing announced this matter with a calm demeanor. However, everyone present was left speechless. After a long pause, a 15-year-old half-beast female crew member, her voice tinged with tears, asked softly, "So does that mean I cannot have rice for every meal?" Zhaoqing frowned slightly. Some of the female crew members appeared disheartened. He shook his head, saying having rice for every meal might be a bit challenging. "However, we can have porridge and bread for breakfast, pasta for lunch, and rice or other dishes for dinner." Upon hearing the captain's words, the previously despondent crew members seemed to be transported back to paradise. "All right, you may continue eating. I will attend to other matters," Zhaoqing remarked, noticing their suppressed joy as he discreetly exited the dining hall. The moment he stepped outside, he could hear laughter and sounds of delight from behind him. "Oh my goodness, we can actually have rice for every meal. Is the captain pulling our leg? How could that be possible? Even the Lord's fleet in our territory did not offer such treatment. I don't think the captain would deceive us. Just look at the food he provided us earlier. It was the best I've ever had. Does the captain really need to lie to us? We are his purchased slaves, and even if he didn't give us these, we would still have to work faithfully for him. A smile crept onto Zhao Qing's face, for this was precisely what he desired. He did not seek a lifeless slave fleet. He wanted a fleet imbued with morale and a thirst for battle. Although the technological advancements of starships in this era somewhat surpassed the morale of the crew aboard, within the same class, a fleet with high morale would always outperform others. Such a fleet could create miracles. How to cultivate such a fleet? It was simple. Provide the crew with what they yearned for and instill hope for the future. In doing so, anything that stood in the way of their hopes, any force that sought to extinguish their aspirations, would be viewed as a sworn enemy. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. "Captain, I believe your decision is rather ill-considered," Charlotte interjected, blocking Zhao Qing's path. "What's wrong?" "I think it's quite good. Everyone seems to enjoy it," Zhao Qing shrugged. Charlotte replied earnestly, "I appreciate your efforts to improve the meal standard for the crew, but do you understand what a daily allowance of 0.3 star coins entails? I can still do the math. That amounts to 10 star coins a month. With 100 crew members, that's a monthly expenditure of 1,000 star coins," Zhao Qing stated nonchalantly. Charlotte continued seriously. 1,000 star coins. Do you know how many energy blocks, military supplies, missiles, and bullets that could buy? Zhao Qing smiled at Charlotte. "Are you done?" As Charlotte continued, she said, "You can raise the meal standards for everyone, but I believe 0.1 or even 0.05 star coins per day would suffice. There's no need to completely eliminate synthetic food." Zhao Qing waited for Charlotte to finish speaking before responding with a grin. "I understand your concerns, but to me, nothing is more important than making everyone happy and satisfied. Previously, they were a group of lifeless slaves. But do you know what I saw in them just now? Hope. I want a fleet filled with hope, not one that resembles a horde of the undead," he added. "As for the issue of welfare and meal standards, there's no need for discussion. This is the captain's order. It will not be modified or reduced, and it may even be gradually increased in the future if necessary. If a captain cannot even ensure that his crew's stomachs are filled, then he is not a qualified captain." As he spoke, Zhao Qing suddenly reached out and brushed his finger across the corner of Charlotte's mouth. Startled, Charlotte noticed a grain of rice on his finger before he unexpectedly popped it into his own mouth. "By the way, have the logistics department convene a meeting to discuss how much supplies and military provisions we need to procure, as well as the menu for the Starship's dining hall moving forward," Zhao Qing instructed, leaving a flustered Charlotte behind as he walked away. It took her a moment to regain her composure as she clutched her heart. The captain's gesture had truly struck a chord within her, especially his unwavering commitment to establishing that lavish meal standard, leaving her with an indescribable feeling. "The menu is set. You will provide meals for the crew according to this menu. Since we are embarking on a voyage in a few days, I will procure a batch of living supplies and military resources. Charlotte, please compile a detailed list for me. Don't worry about the funding. Just calculate according to the actual situation of Zero Storm." Zhao Qing gazed at the high-ranking female crew members convened before him. "All right," Charlotte responded, yet since entering the room, she had not once met Zhao Qing's gaze. "Your logistics department can commence preparations. I will first order a batch of food supplies to be delivered within 3 hours. Our meal standards will commence with tonight's dinner," Zhao Qing declared. "Understood." The female crew members from the logistics department replied, each brimming with enthusiasm before exiting the meeting room. Zhao Qing turned his attention to Charlotte. Before he could utter a word, Charlotte hastily left him with the remark, "I will go tally the required living and military supplies." Zhao Qing felt a sense of bewilderment, sensing that his role as captain felt somewhat peculiar. That evening, the news of the menu change at the starship's dining hall quickly spread across all postings throughout the vessel. Initially, the crew believed that the captain's policies would take time to implement, but to their surprise, mere hours after the announcement at noon, changes were already underway by evening. Soon, female crew members not on duty flocked to the dining hall. The atmosphere within the dining hall had transformed entirely from what it had been before. Even the decor had undergone alterations. Previously, meals had been distributed on a ration basis, but now it had shifted to a self-selection dining experience. The former fixed menu for 3 meals a day had been replaced, and only 1 or 2 options were available at any given time. Primarily synthetic food, categorized into Meal Set 1 and Meal Set 2, with fixed portions that were strictly limited. However, things were now different. In addition to the array of food displayed in the showcase, patrons could directly place orders with the kitchen, selecting their desired dishes, which would be prepared on-site. Of course, The chosen items had to be from the menu, and their prices were slightly higher. The menus for breakfast, lunch, and dinner had each expanded to encompass more than 10 categories, and each female soldier's meal allocation had been adjusted to a monthly budget of 10 star coins, allowing for flexibility in their selections as long as they did not exceed this limit, with a strict prohibition against waste. "Look, meat!" exclaimed one female crew member, her eyes widening as she pointed at a dish of stir-fried vegetables with shredded meat. However, the price of that dish was rather steep, equivalent to the meal standard for 3 days. Yet with a little frugality, enjoying meat once a week was certainly feasible. May I place an order now?" Another female crew member asked timidly yet eagerly. "Of course, as long as the options are illuminated on the sign and displayed in the showcase, you may order," the head chef stated as he stepped forward. This half-orc head chef had previously served as a cook for a certain half-orc lord and was quite skilled in the culinary arts. He now held the position of head logistics chef aboard the Zero Storm. "I'll have a rice bowl. I want a pork chop, just a bowl of rice and some vegetables for me. I would like beef noodles." Chapter 30. Trouble in the Xiaolong star system. This room was originally designated for the second officer. But since I only have one officer and I plan to bring you back this time, it has remained vacant. You will stay here for the next few days. Zhaoqing indicated the single room designated for the first officer, carrying his sister's luggage. "This is quite nice," Zhao Wana remarked as she surveyed the room. "What about your starship?" Zhaoqing inquired. Zhao Wana, a fourth-year student, had her own dedicated starship. Senior Su Lan has a long-term rental dock at the starport, and since she plans to return home during the holiday, my starship will rest at her dock. My crew consists of academy students, and I have already given them leave, Zhao Wana explained as she sat on the bed. "If I recall correctly, your starship is AT-2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser," Zhaoqing reminisced. Zhao Wana nodded. When Zhao Wana chose her starship in her 4th year, she faced a similar predicament as Zhaoqing, lacking funds and having to select from the Academy's starship warehouse. However, Zhao Wana was fortunate. Being an excellent student, the Academy had specially prepared AT-2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser for her. Albeit a second-hand vessel with 30 years of service, yet it was undoubtedly a top-tier choice among T2 star ships. Moreover, given Zhao Wana's status as an exceptional student, numerous students from other disciplines eagerly joined her crew. Although due to salary considerations, Zhao Wana recruited primarily civilian students. The T2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser is impressive, but after all, it's an old ship. In the future, I'll get you a new one." Zhaoqing mused. Zhao Wana rolled her eyes. "A new ship? Don't get ahead of yourself. Just because you managed to get 500,000 star coins from Zhang Haoran, don't think you can show off. 500,000 star coins is barely enough to cover the cost of AT-2 starship." Zhaoqing smiled silently, keeping to himself the fact that he had completed another transaction that had netted him a substantial 3 million star coins through the sale of T1 Wolf Laos-class medium interstellar destroyer technology. Furthermore, he had no intention of purchasing a starship. With the system he possessed, filled with a plethora of starship technologies, it was far more suitable for him to construct one himself rather than buy. "Just you wait. You should trust me. Just tell me what type of ship you desire, and I'll arrange it for you before the end of this year." Zhaoqing waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance. Zhao Wana chuckled. "If you have the capability, then get me a carrier starship. Carrier starships are the most expensive of all ship types, bar none. They are equipped to carry numerous interstellar fighters and drones, making them exorbitantly priced." Zhaoqing smirked. "Isn't that just inviting me to take up the challenge? No problem, it's just a carrier starship. I'll arrange it for you. I guarantee you will be satisfied," he grinned. "All talk," Zhao Wana scoffed, clearly skeptical of Zhaoqing. After all, even a light T2 carrier starship would cost no less than 10 million star coins. "All right, once you're settled, let us head for a meal," Zhaoqing declared as he approached the door. After waiting for a moment for Zhao Wana, the two made their way to the starship dining hall. Upon reaching the corridor leading to the dining hall, Zhao Wana sniffed the air. "I think I smell something delicious." Zhaoqing smiled but remained silent. By the way, I've noticed that your half-orc female crew members seem a bit different from before." "I can't quite put my finger on it," Zhao Wana said, her gaze fixed on Zhaoqing in suspicion. "You haven't done anything to those half-orc female crew members, have you?" Zhaoqing playfully tapped her on the head. "You silly girl, what nonsense are you thinking here?" Zhao Wana stuck out her tongue, blinking at Zhaoqing. She sensed a significant shift in their relationship lately. The previous Zhaoqing would never have dared to touch her head, and he always appeared somewhat restrained in her presence. As if she were the elder sister and he the younger brother, they shared laughter. They stepped into the dining hall, and in that instant, Zhao Wanner came to a halt, her expression one of astonishment as she surveyed the scene before her. Steaming noodles, fragrant bread, fluffy white buns, and aromatic chunks of meat, all laid out enticingly. There was even a crescent-shaped white food item, the legendary dumpling. "This is your starship's dining hall?" Zhao Wanner gasped in disbelief. "Of course, you can order here," Zhao Qing replied, pointing to Zhao Wanner to the staff behind the counter. "Her order will be billed to me." "Captain, you don't need to pay, right?" the staff member asked, a perplexed expression on her face. According to Zhao Qing's own established regulations, dining at the starship's dining hall also came with a meal standard for him. However, due to his status as captain, his meal standard was 3 times that of the ordinary female crew members. Naturally, female officers had meal standards higher than those of regular crew members. This hierarchy was designed to motivate the female crew members. Excellent performance could lead to promotions, allowing them to enjoy better meal standards. Serving as a form of incentive. "Let us do things by the book," Zhao Qing said, beginning to place his order. "I'll have a serving of pork and cabbage dumplings." A significant portion of the menu here consisted of dishes Zhao Qing had devised, showcasing a wealth of Chinese cuisine. Dumplings, in particular, were quite renowned in this world, purportedly an ancient dish originating from a blue star. However, due to the subsequent increase in the cost of natural ingredients, this dish gradually became a delicacy reserved for the nobility, a legend in the eyes of the common folk. "Hurry and place your order. There are people waiting behind," Zhao Qing urged, noticing Zhao Wanner still in a daze. Zhao Wanner quickly glanced around and ordered a serving of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. Shortly after, a floating robot scanned Zhao Qing's face. That was considered payment. "Please take a seat and wait. A robot will deliver your meal shortly," the staff member instructed. Zhao Qing and Zhao Wanner found an empty table to sit down. "What is going on here? Are all these made from natural ingredients?" Zhao Wanner inquired, her curiosity piqued as she settled onto her seat. Zhao Qing nodded affirmatively. Zhao Wanner pointed at the holographic electronic screen displaying the menu. "Can ordinary crew members order those dishes?" "Everyone has their own meal standard. As long as they don't exceed it or waste food, they can order freely." "What is the meal standard for ordinary crew members?" "Daily, it's 0.3 star coins, and monthly, it cannot exceed 10 star coins. 10 star coins. Zhao Wanner exclaimed, her voice raising in shock, startling those around them. She quickly lowered her head and whispered, "Are you out of your mind? 10 star coins. Even the noble guard fleets of the Starlight Empire do not have a meal standard as high as yours. My standards for the meals provided to my crew are merely 0.05 star coins per day. If they cannot attain such a high standard, then I cannot set it so high, can I? This is my starship. I shall set the standards as I please," Zhao Qin remarked with a smile. Zhao Wanner covered her face, saying, "You do not presume that having those 500,000 star coins grants you the liberty to act recklessly. Such behavior will inevitably lead to trouble. Then let us wait for that trouble to unfold." Zhao Qin shrugged nonchalantly. At that moment, their meals were served, delicious pork and cabbage dumplings accompanied by fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. Faced with the delightful feast, Zhao Wanner abandoned her discussion with Zhao Qian and savored the food, a look of happiness illuminating her face. As they finished their meal, just as Zhao Wanner prepared to continue educating Qian, her handheld terminal chimed with a notification of a new message. Upon opening it, her expression shifted drastically. "This is not good. Something has happened in the Xiaolong star system." The Xiaolong star system was Zhao Qin's territory. "What has occurred?" Zhao Qian inquired. Zhao Wanner projected a hologram of the message. "This is a trusted confidant left by my sister in the Xiaolong star system. There are individuals in the Xiaolong star system conspiring with external forces, attempting to assassinate the Zhao clan. The second young master and third young lady must not return." Chapter 31. The first warp flight of the Zero Storm, an assassination attempt against him in the Xiaolong star system? Zhao Qin furrowed his brow. This sudden news shattered his original plans. This informant, a trusted sentinel left by his sister in the Xiaolong star system, was known only to her and Zhao Qian, which meant the information she provided was undoubtedly credible. "I believe we should refrain from returning to our territory for the time being." Zhao Wanner expressed her concerns. "Is it possible to get in touch with her?" Zhao Qin asked. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wanner replied, "I possess a private communication channel to contact her, but I cannot guarantee a prompt response." Zhao Qin fell into deep thought. His return to his territory was not merely a holiday visit home. It was a strategic consideration for his future development. To strengthen himself and gain the power to protect his interests, he needed a solid foundation, and the Xiaolong star system was an existing opportunity. However, due to decades of decline, the internal situation of the Xiaolong star system was dire and complex. Zhao Qin had intended to use this return as an opportunity to reorganize the Xiaolong star system and lay the groundwork for his future. Canceling this plan due to such sudden news would be unwise, especially with the academy reopening in 3 months. The ensuing academic schedule would make it difficult for him to divert attention back to the affairs of the Xiaolong star system. Such delays could cost him a year or more, and he could not afford to waste that time. "We are going home," Zhao Qin stated firmly. Zhao Wanner, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, "Hey, are you out of your mind? You are fully aware that a group of people in the Xiaolong star system is coming for us, and you still wish to return and offer yourself as prey. Who said we are going back to serve as targets?" Zhao Chun smirked coldly. The situation in our Xiaolong star system has always been chaotic, and due to the Zhao family's weakened state, various nobles within the system have failed to take us seriously. To truly gain control over the Xiaolong star system, we must eradicate those hidden cancers. Initially, I intended to proceed gradually, but since they have presented me with an opportunity, why should I let it slip away? Zhao Wanner discerned Zhao Qin's intentions. He aimed to seize this chance to uproot the forces behind the assassination attempt against him and implement a thorough reshuffling of the Xiaolong star system. I do not oppose your plan, but you must also be aware of your own capabilities. We are still unaware of how the enemy has arranged their forces. Currently, we possess only 2 T2 starships. Wouldn't he returning be akin to walking into a lion's den? Zhao Wanner remained apprehensive about their safety. "We shall return, but not immediately. You should contact the person you mentioned and find a way to extract more information from her. For instance, who is orchestrating this assassination plot, what is the nature of their plan, and whether they have organized a star fleet." Zhao Qin asserted seriously. "That is not an issue, but our strength." Zhao Qin raised an eyebrow. "Do not worry, I will be prepared." Zhao Qin lifted his hand and opened a star map, marking their current position as well as that of the Xiaolong star system. He began filtering through options between the 2 points. Eventually, he selected a location. Pointing to it, Zhao Qin declared, "We shall first go here, the Arctic Fox starport." Zhao Wanner looked at the name in astonishment. "What business do you have there? You will find out once we arrive." He replied, "Shouldn't we bring my T2 Firecrow along? That will not be necessary." "What exactly do you intend to do?" Zhao Qin grinned. "Construct ships." After a series of preparations, the Zero Storm officially departed from the North Star Starship Military Academy S-port. Prior to this, Zhao Chun had received 2 funds in his accounts, 500,000 star coins from Zhang Haoran and 3 million star coins from Liyaki. The former was from the Academy account, while the latter was a discrete account Zhao Chun had opened before selling Starship technology, aimed at concealing his identity. Originally, he had planned to depart on July 1 SD, but due to the situation in the Xiaolong star system, he needed to expedite his departure by 2 days, sending a farewell message to Li Wei while Zhao Wanner hurriedly bid farewell to Su Lan and others. The coordinates were set for the Arctic Fox starport in the Arctic Fox star system. They would first proceed to the Stargate of the North Star star system, then travel through the Stargate to reach the Stargate of the Arctic Fox star system, ultimately arriving at the Arctic Fox starport. The journey was expected to consume 5 hours. Vice Captain Charlotte stood beside the captain's chair, reporting on the route plan she had devised. "Just proceed as you see fit. I only require the shortest route to the Arctic Fox starport," Zhao Qin replied, seated in the captain's chair. Beside him, an irate Zhao Wanner fumed at Zhao Chun for not clearly explaining his intentions. They were about to initiate the Level 3 warp engine. During this phase of warp travel, all crew members would enter deep-sea travel mode. All personnel were to enter the cryo-sleep chambers, Vice Captain Charlotte announced. Zhao Qin nodded in agreement. To reached the Arctic Fox starport as swiftly as possible. Utilizing the warp engine was essential. A starship typically possessed 2 to 3 propulsion systems. One was the conventional engine, allowing the Zero Storm to travel at a speed of 100 knots, while the most frequently used system was the warp engine. The warp engine was employed during long-distance voyages to provide extreme acceleration, requiring most starships to enter deep-sea mode during its operation to prevent lethal side effects for crew members not in cryosleep. Human bodies could not withstand the strain of warp travel, and combat could not be conducted during this phase. The warp engine was categorized into levels from 1 to 9, based on speed. Zhao Qin's Zero Storm was equipped with a Level 3 warp engine. With the warp route pre-configured, they were about to enter the acceleration phase, and in 10 minutes, they would commence warp travel. All crew members must enter deep sea mode within 10 minutes. I repeat, all crew members must enter deep sea mode within 10 minutes. At that moment, the ship's interior reverberated with Vice Captain Charlotte's voice, accompanied by a soft purple glow, a warning prior to entering warp travel. Beep, beep, beep. At this juncture, several cryosleep chambers appeared beside Zhao Chen's captain's chair. These were vertical cylindrical transparent chambers. The placement of cryosleep chambers on the bridge was to ensure that crew members could swiftly return to their posts and resume combat mode upon exiting warp travel. This was crucial in actual combat scenarios, especially during operations behind enemy lines, where a starship's crew's reaction time was severely tested. Zhao Chen stood within the cryosleep chamber, observing Zhao Wanner, who was preparing to enter her own. Do not be anxious, it will be over in the blink of an eye. Please, I have executed combat missions during my 4th year at the Academy. I do not need your instruction. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes before activating the cryosleep chamber. A transparent cover sealed the chamber, injecting a pale blue liquid. Within this liquid, individuals could breathe autonomously while also experiencing hypnosis. Zhao Wanner had now closed her eyes, resembling a serene sleeping beauty beneath the water. Zhao Chen did not immediately enter cryosleep. He watched Charlotte, who was still at the control panel. Meanwhile, most of the Zero Storm's energy supplies were cut off, redirecting nearly all resources to the warp engine, while the starship itself maintained a low-energy state. With 3 minutes remaining before the 10-minute mark, Charlotte turned to Zhao Chen, reporting, Report. Out of 102 crew members aboard, 100 have entered cryo-sleep. In 3 minutes. We will officially enter the warp travel phase. It is our turn. Zhao Chen crossed his arms over his chest, took a deep breath, and activated the cryosleep chamber. The pale blue liquid began enveloping him. He felt no discomfort, instead finding it quite relaxing, before succumbing to a deep slumber. Chapter 32. Stargate Jump Arctic Fox Starport Zero Storm. System prompt has arrived at the designated location, currently in autopilot mode. In a haze, Zhao Chen perceived a voice echoing in his ears. The Zero Storm starship's intelligence point Zero Storm has entered navigation status, has arrived at the designated location in autopilot mode. The voice grew louder, and memories seemed to return to him at that moment. The Zero Storm starship's intelligence system has announced, the Zero Storm has exited warp travel mode and has arrived at the designated location. It is now in autopilot mode. Zhao Chen abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath as he gazed at the slowly opening transparent hatch. The lighting on the bridge had been restored, and familiar figures had begun to resume their duties. Within a minute, all personnel on the bridge returned to their posts. Checking the starship's various data, all crew members aboard the starship were expected to be back at their stations within 3 minutes, ready for action. First Officer Charlotte continuously issued commands, with Zhao Wanner assisting her. Zhao Chen instinctively took a couple of steps forward, only to realize his legs felt weak. Had he not been gripping the nearby handrail, he might have collapsed. Captain, you have awakened. Our ship has successfully reached the perimeter of the North Star System's gate. All indicators on the starship are normal, and we have resumed standard travel mode. Upon seeing Zhao Chen, First Officer Charlotte promptly reported the current situation. You all woke up before me? Zhao Chen inquired. Astonished as he looked at them, Zhao Wanner, noticing Zhao Chen's trembling legs, chuckled lightly. We woke up a minute earlier than I told you before. You need to exercise more. Don't think piloting a starship is just a mental task. Navigating through the stars requires both intellect and physical fitness. Zhao Chen disregarded Zhao Wanner's teasing and asked Charlotte, How long have we been in stasis? 32 minutes, First Officer Charlotte replied. 32 minutes. This made Zhao Chen feel as though he had been asleep for an eternity. Don't assume that 30 minutes means we haven't traveled far. If we hadn't used the warp engine, the conventional engine alone would take nearly 100 days for this journey. The development of warp technology has propelled civilization towards interstellar exploration. Much like the revolutionary Stargate technology, suddenly, Zhao Chen felt a wave of nausea and instinctively leaned forward to vomit. First Officer Charlotte seemed prepared, as a floating trash bin appeared before him. Ugh. Zhao Chen heaved for a while before he began to recover. He realized that warp travel could be such a harrowing experience. This is your first time using a military stasis pod, isn't it? Previously, when traveling between the Xianglong star system and the Academy, you used a passenger stasis pod, which allowed for a gradual adjustment period. But military stasis pods are not so forgiving. By the time you reach your 4th year, You'll have practice in this area. Almost everyone experiences nausea the first time. Zhao Wanner explained, though her smile clearly indicated that she was boasting about her superior constitution compared to Zhao Qin's. Zhao Qin paid no heed to Zhao Wanner and staggered to his captain's chair, surveying the bridge. He was the last to awaken. The other stasis pods had already sunk beneath the bridge's floor, and only now was his pod beginning to descend. Requesting passage through the Stargate, destination, Arctic Fox star system, Zhao Qin instructed. The request has been sent. We will receive a response within 10 minutes. First Officer Charlotte replied. Before even 10 minutes had elapsed, the Zero Storm received permission to pass, though this was contingent upon Zhao Qin paying a Stargate usage fee. Following the navigation route provided by the North Star Stargate Management Department, it wasn't long before Zhao Qin spotted a line of starships waiting to pass through the gate, as well as vessels that had emerged from the Stargate into the North Star star system. However, none of that mattered to Zhao Qin. His eyes were captivated by the enormous Stargate. Although he had studied the relevant knowledge of Stargates in his academy courses and had seen pictures, this was his first time experiencing it in person. The North Star Stargate resembled 3 interconnected temple doors, each emitting a halo of blue, red, and golden light, akin to a tricolor lake surface. Gazing at this magnificent structure, Zhao Qin's mind was flooded with information about the Stargate. The North Star Stargate utilized AT-3 level Trigod Gate, a model independently developed by the Starry Empire. With over 70% of the Stargate network within the Empire comprised of this model. Captain, we have arrived. First Officer Charlotte's voice pulled Zhao Qin back from the awe-inspiring sight before him. Yes. Zhao Qin took a deep breath, unconsciously gripping the armrests of the captain's chair. Using the Stargate for a jump did not require entering deep-sea mode. The reasons for this were complex, and only interstellar scientists could adequately explain them. For most people, it sufficed to understand the principle. The entire process was quick, truly swift. Zhao Qin felt a blur before his eyes, the surrounding scenery vanished, and his pupils seemed to glimpse a kaleidoscopic world. Then, his vision began to stabilize, revealing the vast, dark cosmos once more. This sensation was far more pleasant than the previous experience of warp travel. After all, it had cost money. The average person would spend a lifetime earning enough star coins to afford AT-1 starship for a short-distance Stargate jump. Zhao Qin glanced at the time. Less than 30 seconds had passed. That was the power of the Stargate. It significantly shortened the distance between star systems. However, the Stargate also had limitations. There was a cap on the number of starships that could be sent through each hour, with the specifics depending on the starship's classification. For instance, if 1,000 T1 starships could be sent per hour, then only 100 T3 starships could be accommodated, following a similar principle. The higher the classification of the starship, the greater the cost of using the Stargate. We have arrived at the Arctic Fox star system, and we are currently positioned at the Stargate. After we leave the Stargate's range, we will re-enter warp travel mode, and we expect to reach the Arctic Fox starport in about an hour. First Officer Charlotte began to outline the next steps. Zhao Wanner leaned closer to Zhao Qin's ear and whispered, "You really are a lucky cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. I never imagined that there would be such a talented commander among the half-orc slaves. This Charlotte is more professional than many fifth-year students I know." Zhao Qin chuckled inwardly, thinking that Wanner had yet to witness the full extent of Charlotte's capabilities. Proceed to the Arctic Fox starport, Zhao Qin commanded, setting the course. Chapter 33. I want to build a ship. The transition from the North Star star system to the Arctic Fox star system did not evoke any particularly distinct feelings in Zhao Qin. If he hadn't been informed, he might not have realized he was in a different star system at all. The scenery remained consistent. The dark universe, the boundless expanse, and the myriad shapes of planets, moons, and asteroids. When Zhao Qin awoke from the stasis pod once more, the previous discomfort had lessened somewhat, but his legs still quivered. "Captain, our ship has reached the periphery of the Arctic Fox starport," Charlotte reported. Zhao Qin surveyed the enormous starport before him, its size dwarfing that of the North Star Military Academy starport by an unimaginable magnitude. This was a true starport. It could even be described as an interstellar city. "Contact this person and inform them that it is Zhao Qin from the Zero Storm." Zhao Qin raised his hand, sending a communication link to Charlotte. She complied, and soon a video window popped up. On the other side was a strikingly beautiful woman dressed in what appeared to be a work uniform. "Hello, Mr. Zhao Qin. I am the responsible personnel for the Arctic Fox starport. IDCC11.IT is my honor to serve you." According to your previous request, a large starship modification and construction workshop has been prepared for you. I will send you the address. You have reserved it for a 2-month duration at the price of 100,000 star coins. Additionally, the goods you ordered, totaling 1.5 million star coins, have all been delivered and are placed in your starship workshop as per your instructions, the female representative stated with a smile. 1.5 million star coins, Zhao Wanner exclaimed, her eyes wide as she looked at Zhao Chun, who remained unfazed. Charlotte shot a surprised glance at Zhao Chun, but her seasoned composure prevented her from reacting as dramatically as Wanner. Thank you, miss. I'll treat you to tea another day, Zhao Chun smiled. The female representative covered her mouth, chuckling lightly. Sir, you jest. During your stay, I am your dedicated representative. Should you need anything, feel free to contact me at any time. I am at your service 24/7. With that, she even tossed a flirtatious glance. This client was a big fish. The commission from this deal equated to her base salary for half a year. Charlotte received the docking location from the starport and, under the port's guidance, maneuvered the ship slowly towards the docking area. What is this 1.5 million star coins about? Zhao Wanner could not help but ask again. I sold AT-1 starship technology. Zhao Chun did not conceal the truth, as there was little point in hiding it for long. You sold T1 starship technology? Zhao Wanner was taken aback. Zhao Chun produced an imperial card and tapped it, projecting a hologram of the balance. Over 1.9 million star coins. Where did you get so many star coins? Zhao Wanner gaped in disbelief. The family fortune from the Xiong star system couldn't possibly amount to that much. I sold the T1 starship technology for 3 million, and then I acquired another 500,000 from Zhang Haoren. Renting this workshop at Arctic Fox Starport for 2 months cost 100,000 star coins. The ordered goods amounted to 1.5 million star coins. Lastly, the supplies before the Zero Storm's departure cost 10,000 star coins. Adding it all up, I should have about 1.9 million star coins left. Zhao Chun shrugged. Zhao Wanner listened, speechless and unable to process it all. She had caught on to a crucial point. T1 starship technology? Where did you get T1 starship technology? I developed it myself. When did you learn to develop starship technology? Did you not see that I have assembled a starship? The processes of assembly and research are entirely distinct. Tiomi, it merely represents a task of slightly greater difficulty. Zhao Wanner clutched her head, wondering how developing an entirely new starship could be reduced to something merely slightly difficult. Just as she was about to press further, her handheld terminal flickered. Upon glancing at it, her expression shifted to one of seriousness. It was the covert operative arranged by her sister, inquiring if they could establish a video communication. Zhao Chun inquired. Zhao Wanner asked, and the response was affirmative. Albeit limited to 5 minutes. 5 minutes would suffice. The video call swiftly commenced, revealing a window before Zhao Qian and Zhao Wanner. On the other side appeared a refined woman, and Zhao Chun recalled her identity. She was a minor administrator within the interstellar trade sector of the Xiaolong star system. He had not anticipated that she would be the covert operative assigned by his elder sister. Her name seemed to be Jiang Hong. Second young master, third miss, Jiang Hong offered a slight bow. Let us be succinct. What is the current situation in the Xiaolong star system? Zhao Chun directly inquired. Jiang Hong was taken aback. She had not expected the once timid second young master to adopt such a commanding tone. Yet it aligned with what she intended to convey. 2 days ago, I received intelligence indicating that several nobles from the Xiaolong star system have colluded with space pirates. They aim to leverage the space pirates to ambush you in the third miss upon your return to the Xiaolong star system during your vacation. At that point, they will petition the Empire to appoint a new lord. As I am unable to reach the eldest miss, it is imperative that you, second young master, and third miss, do not return. Jiang Hong stated. An ambush by space pirates? Zhao Chun scoffed. Such a ploy was exceedingly cliché, yet undeniably effective. Do you know how many starships the pirates have prepared for the ambush? Additionally, provide me with the list of nobles involved in this scheme and the number of starships they command. Zhao Chun queried. Jiang Hong was puzzled by his inquiries, but fortuitously, she possessed the necessary information. The space pirates were not a significant force, comprising merely 30 starships, 5 of which were T2 class. While the remainder were T1 class, I have a list of the nobles from the Xiaolong star system involved in this conspiracy. I can transmit it to you if you require it. The fleets controlled by these nobles number only a little over a dozen, primarily T1 starships, with a few families possessing 1 or 2 T2 starships. Transmit the list to me immediately, and maintain your cover while remaining on standby. Notify me of any further intelligence without delay, Zhao Chun commanded. Understood, Jiang Hong replied, momentarily astonished by her compliance with the second young master's orders. She quickly asked, "What are your plans, second young master?" "We will not return for the time being. I will contact you if I devise any alternative strategies," Zhao Chun replied. "I will attempt to reach the eldest miss. If she intervenes, this matter can certainly be resolved. I cannot remain in contact for long. So I shall conclude here. Second young master, third miss, please ensure your safety," Jiang Hong said before terminating the communication. That moment, a list materialized before Zhao Chen and Zhao Wanner. The names Cui family, Bao family, and others filled the document, revealing a multitude of family factions, most of which were insignificant. However, the first two names held considerable weight within the Xiaolong star system. "I cannot believe the Cui and Bao families have colluded with space pirates to assassinate us," Zhao Wanner exclaimed in indignation. "The influence of the Cui and Bao families in the Xiaolong star system has already surpassed that of our Zhao family. Our title of lord is merely a fade. Their insatiable desires drive them to seek more than mere noble status within the star system." Zhao Chen mused as he scrutinized the list, somewhat surprised to note the absence of her family. "What shall we do now?" Zhao Wanner asked. "Right? You still haven't clarified why we came to this Arctic Fox starport," she pressed, her impatience reaching a boiling point. "I already mentioned it. I came to build ships." Zhao Chen replied. "Build ships? What kind of ships?" Zhao Wanner inquired, bewildered. At that moment, the Zero Storm had entered the expansive starship construction facility, which dwarfed the shipyard at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy by several magnitudes. Even the Zero Storm could be accommodated with ease. "We came to Arctic Fox Starport because it houses one of the few large starship construction facilities in the northern sector of the Starshine Empire. Equipped with comprehensive facilities and readily available raw materials, significantly expediting the shipbuilding process." Zhao Chen gazed at the shipyard before him, a thrill coursing through him. "Build ships? But what exactly are you planning to construct?" Zhao Wanner could not contain her curiosity. Zhao Chen raised his hand, and a holographic image of a starship appeared before Zhao Wanner, instantly captivating her attention. It was an aircraft carrier starship, strikingly ornate in design. "This is the one." Chapter 34. "I have seized my elder sister's aspiration. Are you planning to construct an aircraft carrier starship?" Zhao Wanner gazed at Zhao Chun in astonishment, while Charlotte also cast him a surprised glance. "To be precise, it is AT-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier starship, and the technology for this starship is my own research." Zhao Chen unabashedly claimed this honor for himself. After all, it was a product of the system, and no one could contest it. "You developed this?" Zhao Wanner exclaimed, her disbelief evident. As a prodigious student at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy, she fully understood the significance of T2 aircraft carrier starship technology. Although T2 starships do not compare to T3 starships equipped with star shields, they represent the most cost-effective choice for many lord fleets, private fleets, and interstellar adventurers. Given the value of an aircraft carrier starship, one could only imagine its worth. Zhao Chen shrugged, choosing not to dwell on this topic with Zhao Wanner, as he had many pressing matters to attend to. "Charlotte, I will provide you with some funds. During this period, you can purchase female half-beast slaves, limited to 500 individuals, through that female administrator. My only stipulation is that they must be female half-beast slaves," Zhao Chen instructed Charlotte. Charlotte felt a jolt of emotion. Rescuing those half-beast warriors, once her comrades, who had been sold into the Starshine Empire, had long been her dream. Yes, for Zhao Chen's condition regarding them being female half-beast slaves, she was still processing his intentions. However, as long as she could rescue half-beast slaves, the specifics mattered little. Wanner, for the foreseeable future, unless Jiang Hong has intelligence to report, do not allow anyone to disturb me, Zhao Chen declared before departing from the Zero Storm. He proceeded toward the operational console on the opposite side of the large starship facility, where an array of interstellar containers awaited, filled with various raw materials he had purchased for a total of 1.5 million star coins, along with a starship manufacturing platform. Is he truly going to build a T2 aircraft carrier starship all by himself? Zhao Wanner muttered. Alone? That seems implausible, Charlotte echoed, skeptical. Yet as the days unfolded, they began to realize that Zhao Chun was indeed intent on such a venture. He worked tirelessly, operating mechanical arms and various equipment day and night to commence the shipbuilding project, progressing at an astonishing pace. By the fifth day, Zhao Wanner witnessed the completion of the aircraft carrier Starship's keel construction. Standing on the platform, she observed her brother, who appeared somewhat disheveled, continuing to labor. She felt an overwhelming distance between them, more pronounced than ever before. Tio accomplished the construction of the T-2 aircraft carrier Starship's keel in just 5 days, especially considering that even professional Starship manufacturers would require at least half a month's time for this step. Was remarkable, yet Zhao Chun had managed to reduce that timeline to a third, all while working alone. Over those 5 days, Zhao Wanner had watched Zhao Chun execute each step, as if he were a machine in motion, only pausing at times when certain processes required no manual intervention. In those 5 days, he had slept less than 10 hours. Although he had consumed nutritional supplements daily, the strain on his body was immense. Clenching her fists, Zhao Wanner hurried over to her brother, grasping him by the arm. "Are you trying to kill yourself?" Zhao Chun opened his eyes, meeting his sister's gaze. "Did Zhang Hong contact you?" Zhao Wanner hesitated, taken aback that his first question was regarding that Eno. Zhao Chun furrowed his brow, continuing toward his workstation. "Did I not specify that unless Zhang Hong reaches out, you are not to disturb me?" Zhao Wanner bit her lip, raising her voice. "Why have you suddenly changed? Is it necessary to exert yourself so for the sake of constructing a starship? We could heed Zhang Hong's advice and return to the Northern Star Starship Military Academy until our elder sister arrives. So we should just leave everything to our elder sister." Zhao Chen's hands did not falter as he spoke in a low tone. "Our elder sister is now a member of the Imperial Army, serving as a starship captain in the princess's personal guard fleet. Her presence would easily resolve this matter," Zhao Wanner insisted. Zhao Chun continued working, not lifting his gaze. "So we should simply offload everything onto our elder sister?" Zhao Wanner paused, feeling an inexplicable sting from his words, as if they pierced her deeply. "I know you have a close relationship with our elder sister. From a young age, my elder sister harbored an aversion towards me, attributing it to my appropriation of that which was rightfully hers." Zhao Chen remarked with a wry smile, his hands remaining in motion. "My elder sister possesses great intelligence, akin to yours. She was directly recruited by the Imperial Military Starship Academy, and by the tender age of 20, she was already commanding starships in combat. Before reaching 30, she ascended to the rank of captain of AT-3 Starship. In our starry empire, few can boast such accomplishments solely reliant on their own merit. Furthermore, during my father's lifetime, she managed the territory with remarkable precision. The once crumbling Xiaolong star system was revitalized through her efforts, allowing it to endure to this date. At that time, I was merely 2 years old. I have no memories of my father's passing, thus I confess that my feelings towards them are rather muted. Later, I learned that after our father's demise, she applied to remain in the imperial military of the Starry Empire. Originally, she intended to return to the Xiaolong star system, but her requests were denied thrice by her superiors, who urged her to reconsider. What could have led her to abandon her repeated requests to return? Was it the words my father imparted to her before his death? I am uncertain of the specifics, but the essence was clear. The future titles of the Xiaolong star system were to be mine, and she was to safeguard it and assist me. At this point, Zhao Chen's gaze dimmed. How unreasonable was this demand placed upon my sister? Though my interactions with her have been scant, I have heard from our servants that her lifelong aspiration was to become the lord of the Xiaolong star system, transforming it into a prosperous interstellar domain. Yet, due to our father's selfish wish, her dream was shattered, thrusting her into the role of supporting the very individual who usurped her ambition. Were I in her position, I would find it impossible to comply, even if it were my own younger brother. Why? I possess greater capability, more talent, and have exerted considerable effort. Why must all accolades be attributed to him? By what right? Yet she, our elder sister, remained silent and acquiesced to our father's wishes. It is unclear when exactly Zhao Chun began to feel himself merging with the memories of this body. With past emotions and sentiments enveloping him, he had previously attempted to maintain control, but these feelings surged forth like a torrent, growing more overwhelming the more he tried to suppress them. Thus, Zhao Chun resolved to embrace these emotions. Regardless of who Zhao Chun would eventually become, whether the ordinary individual from his past life or the second young master of the Xiaolong star system, none of it mattered. He simply wished to act according to his own will. For years, my sister had relayed only good news from the imperial military, striving to develop her own career while simultaneously nurturing the Xiaolong star system. "Do you genuinely believe these were trivial matters?" Although invisible to us, I can envision the solitude she endured during those times of solitary burden. Zhao Chun turned to Zhao Wanner. "I am unwilling to witness my sister in such a state. Her sacrifices have been more than sufficient. I am a man, the Lord of Xiaolong. These burdens ought to be mine to bear. Now that I possess the capability, I shall exert every effort to fulfill that role. Rather than cower behind my sister as a timid and ineffectual second young master, in that moment, Zhao Wanner gazed at her brother, and for the first time, she discerned a spark of brilliance in his previously unremarkable eyes. An ineffable emotion began to spread within her heart. Chapter 35. T-2 Beehive-class heavy aircraft carrier Starship, completion at the end of August. It had been 2 months since the North Star Military Academy had gone on break, which also marked the duration Zhao Qian and others had spent at the Arctic Fox Starport. Initially, there was merely a skeleton of an aircraft carrier in the shipbuilding district. Now, a brand new aircraft carrier was on display. The pristine hull armor, adorned in yellow and black, boasted a streamlined design that was remarkable from both an aesthetic and practical standpoint. Beside it, the Zero Storm was dwarfed, akin to a child standing next to an adult. Zhao Chun took a deep breath, steadying his weary frame, and concluded the final starship inspection. He swayed slightly, nearly collapsing to the ground. Completed. Zhao Wanner approached, carrying a meal prepared for Zhao Chen. It is done. Next comes the trial run. Zhao Chun took the food she offered, disregarding his soiled hands, and began to eat. God only knows how he had managed to survive these past 2 months. Over this period, he had not experienced a single full night's sleep. Fortunately, the advanced medical technology and energy drinks available had kept him from succumbing to exhaustion multiple times. At long last, his diligence bore fruit, and he had successfully constructed this T-2 Beehive-class heavy aircraft carrier Starship. Witnessing this achievement, Zhao Wanner had come to genuinely admire her brother, who had single-handedly built a T-2 Beehive, having designed and researched it himself. If the mentors at the North Star Military Academy were to find out, they would surely feel inadequate. "I never realized you possessed such remarkable abilities," Zhao Wanner inquired curiously. Until now, Zhao Chun had been rather unremarkable. Merely an average student with no distinguishing traits. "Our family already boasts one prodigious sister, and now you emerge as another small genius. If I were to showcase my talents as well, do you believe I would attract unwanted attention? I suspect those in the Xiaolong star system fear your growth, for it would impede their actions, which is why they chose this moment. Tall trees attract the wind." Zhao Chun concocted an excuse for himself. "So you have been concealing your true capabilities?" Zhao Wanner was astonished. "This is what one calls discretion," Zhao Chen replied, crossing his arms. At that moment, Charlotte approached. "Captain, did you call for me?" Charlotte's condition had improved significantly compared to 2 months prior, as she had grown accustomed to life with Zhao Chun. After all, who wouldn't relish 3 square meals of natural food? "How is the training of the 500 half-beast female crew members progressing?" Zhao Chen inquired. Charlotte had spent a month using the slave trade network at the Arctic Fox Starport to procure 500 half-beast female crew members. Upon receiving them, she began their training. Fortunately, they still recognized the legendary General Charlotte, thus they complied with her commands. Furthermore, Zhao Chun had established favorable conditions for his female crew members, and upon witnessing their new circumstances, they were overjoyed. The training of the 500 half-beast female crew members was progressing smoothly. If there were currently 5 Zero Storms, they could be deployed into battle immediately, Charlotte replied. "And what about this T-2 Beehive?" Zhao Chun gestured towards the aircraft carrier behind him. Charlotte glanced at the massive yellow and black starship and confidently stated, "Within 3 days, I can master this vessel and establish effective combat capability." Zhao Chen patted Zhao Wanner's shoulder. "Charlotte, take Wanner and a selected 100 crew members aboard the ship to conduct the trial run of this T-2 Beehive." "Am I joining as well?" Zhao Wanner exclaimed in surprise. "Did you not express a desire to command an aircraft carrier? This starship is my gift to you. However, once we return to the academy, you must temporarily use your original starship. This aircraft carrier cannot be exposed yet, for tall trees attract the wind," Zhao Chen asserted. Zhao Wanner stared in astonishment at Zhao Chun, pointing between the T-2 Beehive and herself. "You mean, you are giving me this starship, but it is not without cost. You must serve as my captain." "What not willing?" Zhao Chen teased. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. I will help you out this once. Not that I care about your starship. With that, Zhao Wanner wasted no time in dragging Charlotte aboard to familiarize herself with the T2 beehive. The internal space of the T2 beehive was incomparably superior to that of the Zero Storm. Completely brand new, in stark contrast to the Zero Storm, where signs of age were prevalent, Zhao Wanner arrived at the bridge of the T2 beehive. The entire bridge was a circular, enclosed structure, but when activated, it would display a panoramic view of the starship's surroundings using 360-degree projection technology. Charlotte, let us prepare. I can hardly wait to take this starship out for the trial run, Zhao Wanner exclaimed eagerly. Commanding an aircraft carrier had always been her dream, and she never anticipated it would come to fruition. However, a period of preparation was still required, approximately half a day. First, the crew needed to acclimate to the environment of the starship and their respective positions. Fortunately, some of the half-beast female crew members she recruited had previously served on aircraft carriers, so their familiarization should proceed swiftly. Additionally, as this was merely a T2 class aircraft carrier, the technical challenges would likely not be too daunting, Charlotte remarked. She then began selecting the crew members for the T2 beehive, and those chosen quickly received notifications to report for duty aboard the vessel. In a spacious chamber, Charlotte surveyed the 100 half-beast female crew members gathered before her. Each dressed in tidy attire, smiling brightly to it was worth noting that a month prior, when they had been brought here, they had appeared as terrified slaves, resembling caged birds. In the words of Captain Zhao Qian, they now radiated hope. I hereby announce that from this moment forth, you are the official crew members of the T2 beehive. Detailed position assignments will be sent to each of you. Over the past month, I trust your experience aboard the Zero Storm was enjoyable, but do you know who provided you with all this? Perhaps you still harbor doubts about that man within your hearts, questioning his intentions. However, no matter the circumstances, it is now imperative that you fight for him. If anyone falters in their duty on the battlefield, despite having once been my comrade, I shall expel you from this starship. Charlotte fixed her gaze on everyone present. Remember the 2 words gratitude. That man has bestowed upon you a second chance at life. Without him, you would not be residing in clean quarters or enjoying delectable meals. We half-orcs must learn to be grateful. Do you understand? Understood. Zhao Chen lay upon the grand bed in the captain's quarters of his Zero Storm, watching the scene of Charlotte's admonishment unfold on the screen. Through the eye of insight, it was evident that these half-orc female crew members were not only loyal but also bore no hostility towards him, harboring a sense of gratitude instead. He believed that it would not be long before their perspectives underwent a complete transformation. Now, let us behold my gains. Zhao Chun, fighting off drowsiness, opened the system interface. Upon the completion of constructing the T2 Queen Bee, a system task notification had already been fulfilled. Quarterly task, own a starship, system produced. Completed. Rewards available for claim. Zhao Chun clicked to claim the task rewards. Quarterly task rewards successfully claimed. Gained 5 task points. Acquired a T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship blueprint. Obtained 500 system points. Received T1 super soldier serum. Zhao Chen's fatigue vanished in an instant. An interstellar industrial ship. Chapter 36. Interstellar industrial ship. The interstellar industrial ship is a type of auxiliary starship, colloquially known as an interstellar mobile factory. As the name suggests, the interstellar industrial ship can perform the vast majority of industrial production tasks, even manufacturing starships. Zhao Chun had long been preoccupied with the realm of interstellar industry. Without a foundational base in this area, he would need to rent workshop space at a starport for every starship he sought to produce, which was both inconvenient and unsafe. If he could possess his own interstellar industry, all these troubles would vanish. And now, Zhao Chun had the opportunity to own an interstellar industrial ship. This meant that as long as he had raw materials and the necessary technology, he could produce starships anytime, anywhere. Establishing a fleet of interstellar vessels belonging to Zhao Chun was no longer a mere dream. Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship type. Interstellar industrial ship technology level. T2 hull armor strength. 100 units cruising speed. 20 knots warp engine. Level 4 warp engine length. 500 meters mass. 200. 000 tons crew requirement. 200 personnel starship weapons. 50 light closed defense gun turrets. Zhao Chun perused the data of the T2 Hammer, noting that its size surpassed that of the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier starship. Its armament was scarce, as it was not a combat vessel, possessing only the most basic defensive firepower. However, when examining its core function, interstellar industry, Zhao Chun could hardly contain his excitement. This was a semi-intelligent interstellar industrial ship that required minimal personnel to operate, boasting remarkably high production efficiency. For instance, the recently completed T2 Queen Bee took Zhao Chun 2 months of relentless labor in the finest starship workshop at the Arctic Fox starport. But with the T2 Hammer, even in Zhao Chun's absence, as long as the blueprint technology was input, the starship system would allocate tasks to various manufacturing positions, employing a confidential production method whereby each position's personnel would only be aware of the technical content relevant to their specific task. Moreover, the most critical technologies could be overseen by Zhao Chun himself. This arrangement would significantly reduce the overall workload. Additionally, this interstellar industrial ship could lower raw material waste by 20. This meant that the original 5 million star coins worth of materials could save nearly 300,000 star coins. Undoubtedly, this was the most formidable T2 interstellar industrial ship known to him. With it, Zhao Chun felt as though he had been granted wings. He must construct one. He must. Zhao Chun's eyes sparkled with fervor. Yet, upon calculating the construction costs, he was taken aback. The price for a single vessel stood at 2 million star coins. Goodness, that was even more expensive than the T2 Queen Bee. Zhao Chun glanced at his account. Previously, he had possessed 1.9 million star coins, and although a few tens of thousands had been allocated to Charlotte for the purchase of half-orc slaves, he still had over 1.8 million remaining. Yet, he faced a shortfall of over 200,000. Moreover, this did not account for the rental fees for the starport's shipyard or the future maintenance costs for both the Zero Storm and the T2 Queen Bee. Considering all this, Zhao Chun realized he would need at least 2.5 million star coins to qualify for the construction of the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. Once again, he found himself lacking funds. Zhao Chun scratched his head, realizing once more that constructing ships was a costly endeavor. It is often said that starships are the toys of the wealthy. How to address this financial gap? Should he approach Li Yaqi to sell a starship? However, she currently had a vessel in production and would not require another in the near term. Should he seek other starship merchants? Yet, what if he attracted the attention of entities he could not afford to offend? The age-old adage, "A man is innocent but bears the burden of treasure," was well known from his school days. Zhao Chun furrowed his brow. As he pondered, a light bulb went off in his mind, and he slapped his forehead. The money was right there waiting for him. How could he have forgotten? The nobles of the Xiaolong star system were quite affluent, and although the star system itself was impoverished, that did not prevent these nobles from amassing wealth. A cold smirk crept across Zhao Chun's lips. In addition to the starship technology reward, he had received 3 other rewards: gained 5 task points, acquired 500 system points, received T1 super soldier serum. The task points and system points spoke for themselves, perfectly filling Zhao Chun's needs. However, the third reward captured his attention. T1 super soldier serum? T1 super soldier serum, a transformative substance for the human body to be injected directly into the bloodstream. Is it really that simple? This description seemed as good as none. The name alone implied its purpose for bodily enhancement. Zhao Chun was speechless, but since it was a gift from the system, it should pose no issues. Moreover, his current physique was indeed too feeble. Over the past 2 months of labor, he had fainted 5 times. Previously, while using the military cryogenic pod, he had embarrassed himself in front of Zhao Wanner. He was a man destined to conquer the stars. How could he be so weak? Without hesitation, Zhao Chun retrieved the serum from the system warehouse. Instantly, a 20-centimeter-long cylindrical vial appeared in his hand, filled with a faintly glowing blue liquid. Zhao Chun gulped, silently praying, "System, you wouldn't deceive me, would you?" With that thought, he swiftly injected the serum into his arm. In just a second, the blue liquid was entirely administered. No sensation at all? Zhao Chun was momentarily puzzled. But in the next instant, his pupils dilated as he felt as though every cell in his body were on the verge of exploding. He collapsed to the ground, wanting to scream, but found his throat constricted, rendering him voiceless. This sensation felt as if it lasted an eternity. Gasping for breath, Zhao Chun suddenly sat up, the discomfort dissipating. He glanced at the clock. Merely 3 minutes had passed. He felt his body, surprised to find not only was there no pain, but even the fatigue had vanished completely. Standing up, he summoned a mirror and gazed at his reflection. His face appeared more chiseled than before. Lifting his shirt, he discovered that his previously flat abdomen now boasted defined muscles. Even his arms were more muscular. Zhao Chen attempted to throw a punch. Hearing the sound of air slicing, he jumped and effortlessly touched the ceiling. In sheer excitement, he began doing push-ups, completing 500 without breaking a sweat. Had he transformed into a superhuman? Zhao Chen was elated. This T1 super soldier serum truly worked wonders. Wait a moment, if there is a T1, does that mean there is a T2? Zhao Chen suddenly had a revelation and opened the system shop. First, he scoured the T1 product section and discovered the very serum he had just used. T1 Super Soldier Serum. Requires 1 task point and 30 system points, so it is available in the system store. However, during his previous browsing, Zhao Chen had only focused on Starship blueprints and had overlooked these items. Furthermore, at that time, he would have never spent his precious task points on such a thing. Zhao Chen then perused the T2 product series, quickly locating his target. T2 Super Soldier Serum. Requires 3 task points and 600 system points. For now, I am not in a hurry to enhance my physical abilities. The current state is already sufficient. I can always redeem it later when I am more prosperous. Observing the price, Zhao Chen decided to set it aside for the time being. With the fatigue now gone, he made his way to the bridge of the Zero Storm. Good day, Captain. The half-orc female crew members greeted him immediately, their eyes wide with curiosity. They noticed something was different about the captain today. He seemed taller and more handsome. Taking his seat in the captain's chair, Zhao Chen contacted the bridge of the T2 Queen Bee. The video feed displayed Zhao Wanner and Charlotte. Why haven't you gone to rest? Zhao Wanner inquired, studying Zhao Chen. I am not particularly tired at the moment, Zhao Chen replied. How is the preparation of your starship coming along? Almost ready. We still need about half a day's time for final preparations. Charlotte responded. Very well, Charlotte. Please compile a list of the living essentials and military supplies we will require. Before setting off, ensure everything is aboard. During your trial flight, the Zero Storm also accompanied you. Once the trial is complete, we shall embark towards the Xiaolong star system, Zhao Chen stated. Are we in such a hurry? Zhao Wanner expressed her surprise. Zhao Chen replied with a teasing smile. We've kept the guests at the Hongmin banquet waiting for 2 months. It would be inappropriate to delay any further. He was eager to collect his wealth. Chapter 37. Journey to the Xiaolong Star System Report. All trial flight projects for the T2B King-class heavy carrier starship have been completed, achieving a 100 completion rate. Please provide instructions, Captain. Charlotte reported via video communication from the bridge of the T2B King to Zhao Chen, who was on the bridge of the Zero Storm. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Since everything is ready, let us set forth. Our destination is the Xiaolong star system. Are we truly going to eliminate those interstellar pirates? With just our 2 starships? Zhao Wanner asked with a hint of concern from the video window. Zhao Chen smiled as he looked at her. You must have seen the performance data of the T2B King. Do you still harbor doubts? It's not that I don't believe, it's just that. We only have 2 starships, isn't it a bit rash? I'm just worried about any unforeseen circumstances, Zhao Wanner mumbled. Zhao Chen's lips curved upward. This operation will not have any unforeseen circumstances. By the way, before we depart, send a message to Jiang Hong, inquiring in detail about the starship data of the pirate fleet, as well as the situation of those noble fleets. If we could obtain their starship specifications, that would be even better. All right, I'll get in touch, Zhao Wanner replied. The communication ended. Sitting in the captain's chair on the bridge of the T2B King, she glanced around, still having difficulty believing that she was aboard such a formidable T2 carrier starship. Sister Charlotte, do you think that our mission carries any danger? Zhao Wanner turned to Charlotte. Over the past 2 months, Zhao Wanner had developed a good rapport with Charlotte, often seeking her guidance on starship command and combat techniques. Charlotte, who did not discriminate against the half-beast girl, was always forthcoming with her knowledge. If we consider the information relayed by your scout, the interstellar pirates, along with the rebellious noble fleets, number fewer than 50 starships, most of which are T1 starships. This operation should pose no significant issues unless they possess more than 20 T2 starships or a single T3 starship. After all, you should be aware of just how formidable the T2B King, crafted by your brother, truly is. Charlotte, gazing at the starship bridge, asserted, this is not merely a T2 carrier starship. It is akin to a quasi-T3 carrier starship. After all, who has seen a T2 starship equipped with star shields? On the bridge of the Zero Storm, the warp engine's course has been preset. We shall soon enter the acceleration phase, transitioning into warp travel in 10 minutes. All crew members, enter deep sea mode within 10 minutes. I repeat, all crew members enter deep sea mode within 10 minutes, Zhao Chun commanded through the ship's intercom. As he spoke, the cryogenic pods on the bridge activated. At that moment, Zhao Chun contemplated what the experience of the T2B King's cryogenic pod would be like. Surely superior to that of this assembled starship. Little did he expect that the inaugural experience of his new vessel would not be his own, however. Once he constructed the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, he would then proceed to build the T3 Storm-class light interstellar battlecruiser. At that point, he would possess a genuine T3 starship, the T3 Storm. This was the starship technology blueprint that Zhao Chun had long yearned for in his systems repository. The advent of the T2 Hammer had provided him with the means to realize its construction. Report. Out of 101 crew members, 99 have entered cryogenic stasis, a half-beast female crew member reported. She was a temporary aide assigned to Zhao Chun by Charlotte. Understood. You should also enter the cryogenic pod, Zhao Chun instructed. Yes, the female crew member affirmed as she entered the pod and the liquid filled it. Zhao Chun glanced at the dimming lights of the bridge and the T2B King, which was accelerating towards warp travel on the star chart. This warp journey would not be a mere half-hour like the previous one. It would take 2 full weeks. They were set to traverse 2 star systems. The Arctic Fox star system and the Xiaolong star system were adjacent, but due to the absence of a stargate in the Xiaolong star system, they could only rely on the starship's own propulsion to reach it. The significance of stargates for a star system. Between star systems lies a desolate expanse, often devoid of anything. Traversing this wasteland requires an extensive amount of time, akin to how individuals in ancient times crossed vast oceans to journey from one continent to another. This area is referred to as the star system margin space. As Zhao Chun lay in the cryogenic pod, blue liquid rapidly filled it. A voice echoed, mission triggered. Eliminate the interstellar pirate fleet. Mission content. Annihilate the interstellar pirate fleet in the Xiaolong star system. Mission difficulty. C-class mission rewards, 3 mission points and 600 credits. Failure penalty, deduction of 600 credits. What a fortuitous coincidence. Zhao Chun accepted the mission without hesitation. Subsequently, he succumbed to cryogenic sleep. The Zero Storm and T2B King departed from the Arctic Fox star system towards the Xiaolong star system. In the Xiaolong star system, within a residence 5 kilometers above ground, Zhang Shasha was enjoying dinner with her family. Although the Zhang family were nobles in the Xiaolong star system, their living conditions were only marginally superior to those of ordinary folk. Observing the food on the dining table, each person had a serving of rice, accompanied by 3 portions of green vegetables, one of which contained merely a nail-sized amount of minced meat. The remaining food was synthetic. While the synthetic food appeared lavish, consisting of large portions of fish and meat, its taste was akin to that of plastic. Nevertheless, such food was equivalent to a month's worth of meals for an ordinary person outside. In the past, Zhang Shasha might have felt proud of her family. However, after attending the Northern Star Starship Military Academy and witnessing the outside world, she began to loathe such a lifestyle. Father, why don't you join the plans of the Bao and Shui families? If their operation succeeds in eliminating Zhao Chun, our 3 families could control the entire Xiaolong star system. Whether we nominate a lord ourselves or use the Xiaolong star system as leverage to align with other interstellar powers, it would be preferable to our current situation. Her father glanced at the elder, perplexed as to why the elder had not made a decision. Do you still harbor foolish loyalty to the Zhao family? Up until now, due to the elder's influence, the Zhang family had not joined the plans of the Bao and Shui families. Chapter 38. The turmoil in the Xiaolong star system. The family members looked at the elder, curious about his reluctance. The elder murmured, I have never been loyal to the Zhao family. I am merely a merchant who engages in matters related to profit. First, although we have not directly joined the plans of the Bao and Shui families, should they succeed, we can certainly benefit from the outcome, as our Zhang family controls 70% of the limited interstellar trade routes in the Xiaolong star system. Secondly, do not forget about that young lady from the Zhao family. Surely, you do not naively believe that her absence for these years signifies a severance from the Zhao family. Once she learns of the Bao and Shui family's rebellious actions, she possesses the capability to deal with them. If we openly align ourselves with them, we would merely become targets for the Zhao family's young lady. Hence, our best choice is to observe the situation. Wise individuals always leave themselves an escape route. Upon hearing the elder's lengthy explanation, everyone was enlightened. I heard Shasha mention that Zhao Chun, that good-for-nothing, defeated a Viscount's son with an assembled starship at the Academy? The elder looked at Zhang Shasha. She nodded, having informed her father and grandfather of this incident as soon as she returned from the Academy. With just one starship, could he really cause any significant disruption? I have heard that the pirates hired by the Bao and Chui families are professionals. All former interstellar military personnel, Zhang's father scoffed, as if envisioning the good-for-nothing Baron Zhao Chun meeting his demise. By the way, during previous Academy breaks, the Zhao siblings would typically return around the same time as you. Shasha, why haven't they returned yet? Could it be that they discovered the plans of the Bao and Chui families? Zhang's mother murmured. Zhang Shasha replied, according to the information we received, Zhao Chun and his sister initially headed to the Arctic Fox star system. The news relayed indicates that his Zero Storm is undergoing repairs at the Arctic Fox starport. However, they are expected to return during this holiday, though no specific time was mentioned at that moment. A butler-like man approached the dining table and whispered a few words into the elder's ear. The elder turned to his family. The latest news indicates that our Baron has departed from the Arctic Fox starport and is returning to the Xiaolong star system. It is anticipated that we shall arrive at the Xiaolong star system in 2 weeks, and after a brief sojourn, we shall prepare to return to the Beiji Starship Military Academy. This news has finally brought a sigh of relief to the members of the Bao and Chui families, remarked Mr. Jiang with enthusiasm. The elder Jiang squinted at his somewhat impulsive son, reminding him, remember, this time our Jiang family must maintain a low profile. No one is to interfere in this matter. Summon all direct descendants of the Jiang family to avoid any trouble. Yes, father, Mr. Jiang responded. 2 weeks later, in mid-September, 2 starships traversed the boundless expanse of interstellar space. The Zero Storm starship's intelligence system announced, the Zero Storm has disengaged from warp travel and has arrived at the designated location. It is currently in autopilot mode. Zhao Chen abruptly opened his eyes. Compared to the previous warp travel, he felt significantly more alert this time, likely due to the injection of the T1 super soldier serum. As the hatch of the sleep pod opened, although he had been submerged in a blue liquid earlier, his clothes had automatically dried by now. He stepped out of the pod, his legs steady and his spirit invigorated. Captain, the half-beast crew member, who had just awakened, gazed in astonishment at her fully alert captain, recalling how he had trembled upon waking last time. Typically, it takes at least 3 months to fully acclimate to a military sleep pod. Let us commence our duties, Zhao Chen stated with a calm expression, as he began to take charge. With Charlotte absent, many tasks required his personal attention, and he started issuing commands. All personnel on the bridge, report to your stations within 1 minute to check the starship's data. All crew members must return to their posts within 3 minutes and stand by at all times. Communications, attempt to contact the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier starship. Radar, scan the surrounding star sectors to see if we can locate the T2 Queen BEE.AS. Zhao Chun was issuing orders. A video window appeared, displaying a request for communication from the T2 Queen BS bridge. Zhao Chen accepted the call. On the other side was the bridge of the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier starship. Have you arrived? Zhao Chen inquired, noticing that neither Charlotte nor Zhao Wanner appeared to be freshly awakened. Zhao Wanner replied, we arrived half a day earlier than you. Charlotte supplemented, if it weren't for coordinating with the speed of the Zero Storm, we could have arrived 5 days ahead with the T2 Queen B's level 4 warp engine. The Zero Storm utilized a level 3 warp engine, while the T2 Queen B employed a level 4 engine, leading to a significant difference in warp travel speed. As Charlotte mentioned, had it not been for the speed setting of the T2 Queen B, they would have reached the Xiaolong star system much earlier. I contacted Zhang Hong. She is quite anxious about our impetuous actions and has repeatedly urged us to leave at once, Zhao Wanner interjected. Zhao Chen asked, did Zhang Hong provide any other useful information? Zhao Wanner transmitted a star map. Based on the intelligence gathered by Zhang Hong, the Bao and Chui families were preparing to ambush us at this location. Zhao Chen examined the star map of the Xiaolong star system. The ambush site was a crucial passage for Zhao's journey to the star where their family resided, and it had been precisely calculated to intercept them as they concluded their warp travel. The Bao and Chui families had meticulously planned. Should their ambush succeed, they would swiftly launch an attack on our home planet, exterminating all descendants of the Zhao family. We have truly nurtured a pack of ingrates. Zhao Wanner exclaimed indignantly. Zhang Hong also provided me with the starship model information of the interstellar pirate fleet, as well as the private fleet starship models of the Chui and Bao families. Send me both pieces of information, Zhao Chen instructed. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy. and you will win every battle. Although Zhao Chun felt a strong sense of confidence, he knew better than to let his guard down. Before long, the two pieces of information were presented before Zhao Qin. He scrutinized the data, which not only included the names and models of the starships, but also images of the models. As these were quite common in the market, the interstellar pirate fleet consisted of 35 starships, among which were 5 T2 starships, 1 T2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser, 2 T2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyers, and 2 T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigates. The remaining 30 T1 starships included 15 T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates, 10 T1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyers, and 5 T1 Blue Jay-class medium interstellar cruisers. In contrast, the rebel nobles possessed a mere 16 starships, highlighting the Xiaolong star system's desolation and poverty. Of these 16 starships, 2 were T2 vessels, a T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser and a T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer. The remaining 14 were all T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates. Observing these starships, Zhao Chun couldn't help but chuckle to himself. An array of vessels older than his own age. Even the relatively newer T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer was a second-hand ship purchased with years of the Chui family savings. As for the pirate vessels, they were primarily the standard fare for interstellar pirates, economical and easy to repair. The most common among them was naturally the T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate, a vessel developed by the Shining Empire 2 centuries ago. While its combat capability was limited, its affordability and low technical threshold made it a favorite among minor nobles, interstellar pirates, and adventurers. With the intelligence at hand regarding these enemy ships, Zhao Chun felt assured that victory in this battle was within reach. The pressing question remained, where and how should they engage? Charlotte suggested, pondering aloud. Zhao Chun rubbed his chin thoughtfully, gazing at the star map of the Xiaolong star system, muttering, we cannot fight on their predetermined battlefield. Although victory is assured wherever we engage, we must minimize our losses and avoid collateral damage near our home planet. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Pointing to a location on the star map, he exclaimed, who says we must seek them out? Let us draw them to us. Charlotte and Zhao Wanner exchanged glances, both realizing simultaneously what Zhao Chun intended. Interstellar Pirate Fleet, flagship. This was a T2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser. Its hull marked with scars and patches, indicative of its storied past. A burly man with a scruffy beard lounged in the captain's chair, his feet propped on the console before him. Damn it. I've been waiting here for 2 months. If it weren't for those guys sending over some women, I wouldn't be inclined to wait around. This grumbling individual was the captain of the Interstellar Pirate Fleet, who referred to themselves as the Three-Claw Serpent Pirates, their emblem emblazoned on the ship. At that moment, a thin man emerged from a nearby room, adjusting his trousers, while the sounds of women's pleas and cries echoed from within. The women appeared emaciated, quickly exhausted by the ordeal. Boring. Those noble ladies are far more entertaining, the thin man remarked. The scruffy captain shot a glance at his subordinate. Although this pathetic star system's fleet is weak, let us not forget who summoned us here. If we provoke them, it could spell disaster for us. Let us earn our commission honestly and avoid unnecessary trouble, the captain advised. The thin subordinate picked his nose. We may not plunder these planets, but we can certainly negotiate for a higher commission. After all, we can't have our fleet of dozens of starships waiting here for 2 months without compensation. The scruffy captain grinned wickedly, raising 3 fingers. I have already considered that. Once they give us the green light, we'll demand a 30% increase in our commission. The thin subordinate gave a thumbs up. Truly, our captain is cunning. As if summoned by fate, a communication request appeared. Looks like work is finally coming our way, the scruffy captain chuckled, eagerly opening the video call. A middle-aged man appeared on the screen. Someone the captain recognized, the head of the Bao family in the Xiaolong star system. Bao Patriarch, I was just about to seek you out. My men have been itching for action after waiting here for over 2 months. The captain said, somewhat displeased. The Bao Patriarch replied seriously, did we not send you monthly supplies of women and food? Now, to business. The target has appeared, but they just informed us of a last-minute change in plans. They will not be returning to their home planet. Instead, they will be making an appearance on a planet in the outer system called Longwei Star, staying just 1 day before departing back to the Beiji Starship Military Academy. Thus, we must revise our operational plans. You are to set out immediately to eliminate the target near Longwei Star. They are only aboard one starship. I trust that should be more than manageable for you." The bearded captain of the crew scratched his foot and remarked, "There is no issue with modifying the battle plan, as we are all within the same galaxy, and it would merely take a few hours to reach our destination. However, we have been delayed for over 2 months. Chief Bao, you must understand how much business this has cost our brothers during this time. You ought to calculate this time cost for us. Otherwise, I will find it difficult to explain to my men." Chief Bao discerned the underlying intent of the other party and inwardly cursed the gang of interstellar rogues. He was unaware that this group had not had such work for years. Yet, they boasted about the numerous inconveniences caused by a mere 2-month delay. Nevertheless, the most pressing matter at hand was to deal with that useless Baron. "Name your price," Chief Bao said coldly. The bearded captain raised 3 fingers. "A 30% increase in commission?" No negotiation. The corners of Chief Bao's mouth twitched, but he ultimately suppressed his anger. "Fine. Once the task is completed, I will transfer the payment to you." "Excellent. I do appreciate your straightforwardness. Provide me with the coordinates." "And my men will proceed to deal with this Baron," the bearded captain said, setting aside his foot with an air of seriousness. "I will send the coordinates immediately. Remember, inform us at the earliest opportunity once the operation is complete." Chief Bao reminded, "And no problem, we are professionals at what we do," the bearded captain replied confidently. Shortly thereafter, he received the coordinates and promptly ordered his interstellar pirate fleet to embark, ensuring the coordinates were confirmed, and entered into warp travel mode. Due to the presence of T1 starships, and to maintain the fleet's speed uniformity, the T2 starships deliberately had their speeds reduced. The entire journey took nearly 6 hours. Upon awakening from the stasis chamber, the bearded captain immediately ordered his crew to prepare for battle while also searching for the target. In truth, there was no need to search, for when they activated the starship radar, they detected a solitary starship hovering beside the Dragon-tail star, as if prey waiting for a hunter. "Captain, we are 20 minutes away from our destination. That is our target, the Baron S0 Storm," exclaimed the thin lieutenant excitedly. The bearded captain grinned maliciously. "Let the games begin, dear Baron." Meanwhile, the Baron aboard the Zero Storm finally awaited his quarry. Chapter 40. The Maiden Battle of the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier. The three-headed serpent interstellar pirate fleet did not immediately display its battle readiness but advanced slowly, akin to an ordinary interstellar fleet. Just as they were about to enter combat range with the Zero Storm, the latter suddenly moved, as if sensing something, and began to navigate in another direction. "Boss, do you think we've been detected?" inquired the thin lieutenant. "At this distance, what does it matter if we have been discovered? The usual tactics apply. Have 2 T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigates lead several T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates to encircle them from both sides. At this distance, intercepting them will be effortless," the bearded pirate captain asserted confidently. In that moment, the three-headed serpent interstellar pirate fleet discarded all pretense and pursued the Zero Storm at full speed. Among them, the 2 T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigates and T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates boasted the fastest speeds. Interstellar frigates are the most maneuverable and swift among all starship classes, with only certain interstellar cruisers able to compete. Utilizing their high speeds, interstellar frigates can execute escort formations and intercept enemy vessels effectively. Thus, interstellar pirates particularly favor these cost-effective and ideal vessels for plunder. They surged forward in a frenzy, regardless of the type of starship they faced, relentlessly pursuing their prey. At this juncture, perhaps the Zero Storm also sensed something amiss and began to accelerate. However, the three-headed serpent interstellar pirate fleet's vessels clung to them tenaciously, as if they were an unshakable adhesive, and the gap between them narrowed rapidly. "Little darling, thinking of escaping? The prey I set my sights on has never escaped," the bearded pirate captain sneered. Just then, the communications officer exclaimed, "Captain, we have a communications signal requesting to connect. It seems to be from the Zero Storm." The bearded pirate captain paused, then burst into laughter. "It appears that the useless Baron has been frightened and seeks to plead for mercy. I am quite interested in witnessing the final moments of a Baron begging for his life." The video communication connected, and a window appeared before the bearded pirate captain. A man's face materialized on the screen. Contrary to the anticipated expression of terror and fear, there was instead a mocking glint, as if he regarded the situation as mere entertainment. "You must be the leader of the three-headed serpent interstellar pirate fleet." the man said casually. This opening line left the bearded pirate captain momentarily speechless, unsure if he had misunderstood the situation. How could this fellow exhibit no fear whatsoever? You know me, the bearded pirate captain queried in astonishment. I also know that you are hired by the Bao and Chui families to attack us, Zhao Chen replied, resting his chin on his hand. The bearded pirate captain spread his hands and laughed. Since you are already aware, there is little else to discuss. We are merely mercenaries. I kindly ask you to prepare for your demise. Die? Zhao Chen chuckled lightly. I'm afraid it is not I who will be dying, but rather you, us. Ha ha ha. You truly are a foolish baron to joke so. You think you can send us to our deaths? The bearded pirate captain sneered at Zhao Chun. What qualifications do you have to do so? Just this hodgepodge of a starship. He gestured around him. Look at your surroundings. Those are all my starships. They are about to obliterate your vessel, and you, the pitiful baron, shall meet your end within your own territory. I suggest you take a look around first, Zhao Chen said, his eyes cold, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. At that moment, the radar operator shouted, Captain, we are detecting a massive surge of energy signatures approaching us. Energy signatures? Could it be starships? The bearded pirate captain gazed at the radar screen, where hundreds of light points were converging from all directions, targeting the three-headed serpent interstellar pirate fleet. It does not appear to be starships. They resemble interstellar fighters, the radar officer reported. Interstellar fighters? The bearded pirate captain was taken aback, activating the deep space telescope. Soon, he discerned the multitude of light points for what they truly were, an array of interstellar drones. Hundreds of interstellar drones had completely surrounded the three-headed serpent interstellar pirate fleet. Meanwhile, the ongoing video communication allowed Zhao Chun to speak without hesitation, conveying his orders in a cold tone. Attack. Eliminate all interstellar pirate vessels. Leave not a single one standing. Subsequently, the drones began to lock onto their respective targets. The first to engage were 100 T-2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones, armed with laser cannons. Though their firepower could not compare to that of starship weaponry, their capacity to approach enemy vessels and strike from optimal positions was invaluable. Most importantly, these were T-2, great interstellar drones. Captain, we are under heavy attack from numerous interstellar drones. Damn it, these interstellar drones are too fast. My point defense cannons cannot fend them off. Report. The bridge of the T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate has been attacked. The captain is dead, and the ship has lost its command system. Report. The T-1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyer is under siege from enemy drones. Requesting assistance. Requesting assistance. Within the bridge of the bearded pirate captain, a cacophony of dire news echoed. The hundreds of interstellar drones swarmed like a hive, devouring their starships. Counterattack. Form a fire net to intercept these interstellar drones. The bearded pirate captain gritted his teeth, issuing orders. Just then, a massive fireball erupted, and the shockwave even affected his flagship, resonating with a thunderous sound of vibrating armor plating. That was the bearded pirate captain was left dumbfounded. One of our T-2 Blue J-class medium interstellar cruisers appears to have been bombarded by enemy drones. The starship has been destroyed, reported a crew member. The bearded pirate captain surveyed the escalating chaos and swallowed hard, at a loss for what to do. Split into two groups, one fleet continues to assault the Zero Storm, while the other, highly mobile fleet, seeks out their carrier starship. That carrier must be hiding nearby. Once we destroy it, these interstellar drones will pose no threat, suggested the thin lieutenant, offering the most astute advice. The bearded pirate captain quickly reacted, issuing commands. All interstellar destroyers stay here to pursue the Zero Storm. The remaining interstellar cruisers and frigates will search for the enemy carrier starship at full speed. Report. We have located the coordinates of the enemy carrier starship. The drones that finished attacking are returning to this direction. The carrier starship should be in this area. The radar officer pointed to a location on the star map. The returning drones showed no intention of concealing their movements. Under the radar scan of their starships, they quickly identified a carrier starship lurking behind a satellite. The bearded pirate captain seemed to have spotted his nemesis, and he bellowed in a fit of rage, "Charge forth! I shall reduce that aircraft carrier to mere rubble." Chapter 41. A single-shot annihilation. T-2 Heavy Interstellar Destroyer T-2 Queen B-Class Heavy Aircraft Carrier, Bridge Report. The first wave of interstellar drones has successfully returned and landed. It is estimated that reloading ammunition will take 60 seconds. The operational report for the first batch of interstellar drones has been compiled. We lost 7 T-2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones and 1 T-2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drone. We destroyed 2 enemy T-1 Bluebird-class medium interstellar cruisers, 4 T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates, and 2 T-1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyers. Report: the enemy fleet has detected our ship's position and is advancing towards us at full speed. The female crew members on the bridge stood ready, continuously relaying information to Captain Zhao and the first officer. Charlotte stood beside, glancing at Zhao Wanner, who occupied the captain's chair. Before this battle, Zhao Chun had privately contacted her, instructing her to entrust all combat command to Zhao Wanner at the onset of battle. Unless Zhao Wanner issued an erroneous command, she had the authority to terminate it, or, should the battle spiral out of control, she had the right to take command. So far, Zhao Wanner's orders had been commendable. The young woman, seated in the captain's chair, exuded an air of calm, betraying none of the anxiety or tension one might expect from an ungraduated student. She resembled a seasoned career military officer. The deployment of T-2 young B-class light interstellar drones commenced, aimed at intercepting the enemy fleet. The starship began to move at full speed towards the predetermined direction, simultaneously activating the star shield system. The resupplied interstellar drones were prepared for a second round of assault. Zhao Wanner articulated her combat orders with precision, her eyes scanning the data panels. Faced with the ferocious approach of the interstellar pirate fleet, the T-2 Queen Bee began to accelerate away, but being a heavy aircraft carrier, its maximum speed was a mere 30 knots, insufficient to shake off its pursuers. Meanwhile, holes began to appear in the belly of the T-2 Queen Bee, from which T-2 young B-class light interstellar drones were released. In under 10 seconds, 300 T-2 young B-class light interstellar drones were deployed, swarming towards the pursuing interstellar pirate fleet. At this moment, the battlefield was divided. On one side was the Zero-class Blizzard, and on the other, the T-2 Queen Bee. However, the Zero-class Blizzard showed no intention of supporting the T-2 Queen Bee. Instead, it began to alter its course, sailing in an arc towards the right, thus entering the firing range of the enemy fleet. Several ships from the interstellar pirate fleet prepared to fire, but due to the enemy ship's high speed, locking onto it required time. Change course was Zhao Chen's command. Otherwise, at the Zero-class Blizzard's speed, the interstellar pirates would never catch up. Activate the T-2 Heavy 1200mm Devil Crocodile Cannon, Captain Zhao ordered. Understood, came the reply. As they began the activation of the T-2 Heavy 1200mm Devil Crocodile Cannon, which would take 10 seconds. 10, the bridge crew executed the command. The massive cannon of the T-2 Zero-class Blizzard emerged at that moment. The right side starship engine powered down, while the left side engine roared to life, turning in place. Let our main cannon target that T-2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer, Zhao Chun commanded. The right side engine powered down. Completed. The left side engine powered up. Completed. The Zero-class Blizzard, initially moving in an arc, suddenly executed a brake turn, its bow directly facing the pursuing interstellar pirate fleet. This abrupt maneuver caught the pursuing pirates entirely off guard. Zhao Chun focused on the targeting window of the main cannon. Just as the targeting red circle overlapped with the T-2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer, he barked, "Fire!" In an instant, the entire Zero-class Blizzard shuddered. Without pausing to assess the results of the shot, Zhao Chun immediately issued his next command. Restart the right side engine and have the Zero-class Blizzard circle the enemy fleet at 70 knots. Adopting a high-speed maneuvering hunting mode, understood, the ship's helmsman confidently replied. This circling maneuver at high speed, known as the high-speed maneuvering hunting mode, involved the starship using its superior speed to continuously circle around the enemy fleet, ensuring that only a few of its own ships were within the enemy's fire range. This tactic significantly reduced the risk of being hit by the full brunt of the enemy fleet as firepower. The technical demands on the helmsman were immense, but fortunately, the Zero-class Blizzard's terrifying speed provided an absolute advantage. Once again, the Zero-class Blizzard surged forward, completing the maneuver in under 10 seconds, showcasing the starship's extraordinary mobility. At this point, Zhao Chun finally had time to assess the results of the earlier shot. He was somewhat astonished. Others, however, were gripped by fear. The bow of the T-2 Ishtar class had vanished entirely, replaced by a colossal crater. As if it had been cleaved in two, the surrounding interstellar pirate ships had witnessed the entire sequence. The ship they were pursuing had unexpectedly reversed direction, followed by a devastating attack from its main cannon. Unexpectedly, one of their only two T-2 Ishtar-class ships was obliterated in a single shot. It was a heavy interstellar destroyer, denoting a larger hull, more formidable weaponry, and thicker armor. Yet, this T-2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer had been vanquished by a single shot from the enemy. That was a 1,200mm cannon. Suddenly, the captain of one of the interstellar pirate ships exclaimed in the internal communications channel, "It's true. That enemy ship, the Zero-class Blizzard, has a 1,200mm cannon. My God, I've never seen such a gigantic cannon in my life." The pirate captain's voice trembled. A 1,200mm cannon. The bearded pirate captain felt a chill run down his spine, realizing at that moment that his subordinate could not possibly be joking. Those noble scoundrels from the Bao and Shui families. They have deceived me. He attributed all responsibility to the employers, Bao and Shui families, claiming their intelligence was incomplete. This was no mere incompetent baron. When I return, my commission better triple. I will invade his planet and seduce his wife in front of him. The bearded pirate captain cursed vehemently. Regrettably, he would never have such an opportunity again. In the pursuit of that aircraft carrier, the interstellar drones had already destroyed several of his T-1 ships. Notably, one T-2 interstellar bomber had bombed with a force equivalent to a T-2 starship's main cannon. They targeted a specific location for repeated bombardment. Typically, 3 of these T-2 interstellar bombers could obliterate a T-1 starship in mere minutes, when coordinated with attacks from T-2 killer B-class medium interstellar drones. Report: We have lost another T-1 Bluebird-class medium interstellar cruiser, a subordinate reported cautiously. The bearded pirate captain clenched his fists. Report: We have entered the firing range. The time has come to launch an assault on that aircraft carrier starship. A subordinate reported good news. The bearded pirate captain immediately commanded, "Open fire, fire, fire. Tear that damned aircraft carrier starship to shreds." The laser main guns mounted on the T-2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser locked onto the aircraft carrier starship and fired. Due to the sluggish speed of the aircraft carrier starship, it was virtually unable to evade the laser. As the space pirates awaited the moment of impact, the laser struck an energy shield a distance away from the aircraft carrier starship, exploding into a brilliant display and dissipating without harming the vessel. The space pirates were left dumbfounded. What just happened? The bearded pirate captain, in a fit of rage, seized the pirate crew member responsible for the weaponry module. I don't know, the crew member replied, looking utterly innocent. The thin first mate, in disbelief, uttered 2 words, "Star-shield, star shield?" The pirates present began to comprehend that it was indeed a star shield. But how could a T-2 aircraft carrier starship possess a star shield? Could it be a T-3 aircraft carrier starship? Hearing the crew members' discussions, the bearded pirate captain bellowed, "Silence." He then turned to the thin first mate. A star shield is a feature exclusive to T-3 starships. This aircraft carrier starship does not resemble a T-3 vessel in any way. Judging by the scale and combat capabilities of the interstellar drones it carried, it was indeed not a T-3 aircraft carrier starship. Yet, what they had witnessed was undeniably a star shield. Sweat trickled down the thin first mate's forehead. At that moment, the course of this interstellar battle had surpassed their expectations. What shall we do now? The bearded pirate captain demanded. The star shield can only withstand a limited range of attacks. Therefore, if our starships can launch simultaneous assaults from different directions, the star shield won't be able to defend in time. The thin first mate explained. The bearded pirate captain bit his lip until it bled, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. He understood this reasoning all too well, however. They had pursued the aircraft carrier starship to this point, sacrificing several T-1 starships in the process, and had only just managed to catch up to its tail. What price would they have to pay to execute a simultaneous flanking maneuver? Captain, we have no other choice. If we retreat, that Baron will let us go? The thin first mate continued. I've come to realize that this Baron is well prepared. He used his flagship to lure us in, then arranged for a swarm of interstellar drones to ambush us. This is a trap. It's either us or them. Such situations were not uncommon for space pirates. In the past, they might have retained their fighting spirit, but today, they had 35 starships besieging 2, and yet they had yet to even scratch the hull armor of their opponent. They had already lost nearly a third of their fleet. This was a severe blow to morale. Full speed ahead. No matter what, we must destroy that aircraft carrier starship. The bearded pirate captain gritted his teeth and declared. Having come this far, they had no path of retreat left. They could only fight to the bitter end. Report. The T-1 Blue J-class medium interstellar cruiser, Ship 03, has sustained damage to its side armor, with 50 strength remaining. Report. The T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate, Ship 11, has been destroyed, with no survivors. Report. The T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate, Ship 19, has been heavily damaged and is immobilized. Report. The T-2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate has suffered a 10-meter-wide breach in its left hull armor, with 23 compartments sealed off, 32 casualties, and damage to the ship's power system, causing a continuous decline in speed. The chase had persisted for over half an hour. The T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier starship's interstellar drones had launched an average of nearly 10 sorties, with losses exceeding 30. However, due to the excellent interception capabilities of the T-2 Hornet-class light interstellar drones, the pursuing pirates had been unable to mount a flanking attack on the T-2 Queen B. The Star Shield continually intercepted incoming attacks from behind. Our ship is under attack. Star Shield energy remaining at 44, accompanied by a shimmering wave of energy from the Star Shield. The crew aboard the T-2 Queen B reported the dwindling numbers with anxiety. In fact, on the bridge's holographic display, Zhao Wanner could see the continuously declining value of the Star Shield energy. It shifted from green to yellow and was about to turn red. Nonetheless, Zhao Wanner remained composed. Report. One of the enemy's T-2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigates has broken through our T-2 Hornet-class light interstellar drone's interception and is approaching our ship's right flank. Meanwhile, the flagship of the enemy fleet, the T-2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser, continues to fire upon us from behind. If both ships attack simultaneously, our Star Shield won't be able to defend against two directions at once. The officer controlling the Star Shield reported. Zhao Wanner paused for a moment before sternly commanding, redirect all interstellar drones to launch a full-scale assault on that T-2 Ishkor. Meanwhile, maintain the Star Shield to fend off the attack from behind. Charlotte observed Zhao Wanner's orders. It was the most prudent course of action under the circumstances. They needed to neutralize one flank's assault, even if it meant the ship would have to endure some hits. As long as the overall situation remained unaffected. Report, Captain. Our ship is now positioned on the target's flank. We can open fire. The captain of the T-2 Ishkor shouted. The bearded pirate captain, in a frenzy over the comms, bellowed, "Fire! Fire! Blast a massive hole in that damned aircraft carrier starship." Preparing to fire. Just then, an astonishing scene unfolded. An interstellar warship surged at incredible speed to the side of the aircraft carrier starship, positioning itself between the T-2 Ishkor and the T-2 Queen B. Simultaneously, it charged headlong toward the T-2 Ishkor. The 1,200mm cannon seemed to herald an impending event. The pirate captain of the T-2 Ishkor trembled in his command chair, shouting in panic, "Fire! Fire!" Chapter 43. We surrender. The laser main gun of the T-2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate fired, its beam hurtling toward the Zero Storm, which stood before the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier starship. The 1,200mm cannon of the Zero Storm almost simultaneously discharged. Subsequently, a massive fireball erupted between the T-2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate and the Zero Storm, creating a cyclone of circular mist from the explosion. The attacks of both vessels fortuitously collided, nullifying each other. What a remarkable coincidence. Zhao Chen aboard the Zero Storm understood that this was likely due to the system's fleet luck bonus. Even the previous instance of a single shot destroying a T-2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer had been similarly affected. The probability of such events was less than 1 in 10,000. However, under the influence of the fleet luck bonus, the likelihood of such occurrences was significantly increased. Through Zhao Chen's tests, it was evident that not every attack would strike true or achieve outstanding results. But the probability of success was indeed greatly heightened. Returning to the matter at hand, Zhao Chen immediately commanded, "Full speed ahead. Target that T-2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate." The Zero Storm's speed surged, reaching 100 knots in mere seconds. The 5 T-2 medium Hyena laser cannons and 30 T-2 medium close-in defense guns unleashed their full power. Utilizing its high maneuverability, the Zero Storm swiftly closed in on the T-2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate. Both vessels' secondary guns fired relentlessly, Yet the T-2 Ishkur-class medium interstellar frigate struggled to land hits on the high-speed Zero Storm, while the Zero Storm's secondary and close-in defense guns struck with near-perfect accuracy, continuously bombarding the T-2 Ishkur's hull boom. The hull of the T-2 Ishkur suffered an attack, and a deafening roar filled Zhao Qin's ears as the bridge's deck shook. Report. Our ship's port side hull armor has been hit. Armor strength remaining at 90. Report. Our ship's port side hull armor has been hit. Armor strength remaining at 80. Report. Our ship's port side hull armor has been hit. Armor strength remaining at 70. This could be considered the first instance of the Zero Storm enduring an attack. Yet it easily withstood the fire from a medium interstellar frigate, thanks to the protective armor of the interstellar battleship. On the other hand, the T-2 Ishkur-class medium interstellar frigate faced dire consequences. With multiple hull breaches and even cracks appearing, the T-2 Ishkur could only wait for its laser main gun to cool down and reset. However, at that moment, a glint of cold calculation shone in Zhao Qin's eyes. Behind the Zero Storm, 3 T-2 Bumblebee-class heavy interstellar drones sprang into action. 3 interstellar torpedoes were launched at close range towards the T-2 Ishkur-class medium interstellar frigate. Due to the recent skirmish with the Zero Storm, most of the T-2 Ishkur's weapons were in cooldown mode, unable to intercept the incoming T-2 Bumblebee-class heavy interstellar drones. IT could only watch helplessly as the 3 torpedoes struck the ship's bridge. Abdomen and the previously attacked left side. 3 explosions erupted around the T-2 Ishkur-class medium interstellar frigate, and soon the vessel was obliterated, shattered into pieces, and fell into oblivion. Report. Our T-2 Ishkur-class medium interstellar frigate, vessel number 2, has fallen. The slender lieutenant trembled as he conveyed this news to the bearded pirate captain. The captain, stunned, sank into his command chair, his expression vacant, upon witnessing the arrival of the Zero-class Blizzard. He sensed something was amiss. This indicated that the pirate starships on the other battlefield had likely been entirely obliterated. He gazed at a data panel displaying information about all the ships in his fleet. As expected, the icons of the majority of the starships had turned gray, particularly those tasked with attacking the Zero-class Blizzard. None had survived. This included 2 T-2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyers and 1 T-2 Ishkul-class medium interstellar frigate. This meant that the 3-claw Serpent pirate fleet was left with only a single T-2 Gray Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser. In addition, merely 4 T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates and 1 T-1 Blue Jay-class medium interstellar cruiser remained. Although the 3-claw Serpent pirate fleet still held a numerical advantage of 3 times, the pirates were acutely aware of their impending doom. As they beheld the T-2 carrier and the T-2 Zero-class Blizzard fixated upon them, their fate became glaringly evident. Boss. Surrender, the slender lieutenant cautiously suggested. Surrender. The bearded pirate captain was taken aback. He had never anticipated that this assassination mission, which he believed he would win, would end in such a manner. However, continuing the battle now held no significance. The destruction of the remaining 6 pirate starships was merely a matter of time. Contact that noble baron. We are willing to surrender, the captain murmured despondently. An hour ago, he could never have envisioned himself reduced to a failure begging for mercy. Captain, the enemy's flagship has sent communications. They are willing to cease resistance and surrender, Charlotte inquired of Zhao Qin aboard the T-2 Queen Bee. Zhao Qin replied coldly, we are willing to accept their surrender, but they must immediately shut down all starship engines. Charlotte hesitated briefly but conveyed Captain Zhao's orders. Soon, all 6 starships had powered down their engines. Within the darkened vessels, the interstellar pirates pondered their fate. Would they be imprisoned in a dungeon, sold into slavery, or escorted to a mining zone, to toil away in the mines until their deaths? Regardless, at least they could survive for now. Report. The enemy's 6 starships have shut down all engines, Charlotte reported. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Qin issued an unexpected command. The Zero-class Blizzard and the T-2 Queen Bee-class heavy carrier are to immediately engage the remaining 6 pirate starships and obliterate them. He coldly regarded the 6 pirate vessels. Their demise had been predetermined the moment they arrived here. Chapter 44. There was no option for surrender from the moment they stepped here upon hearing Zhao Qin's command. The crew's reactions varied. Zhao Wanner gasped, they have surrendered. Why must we destroy them? Zhao Qin's expression remained impassive. Surrender? When they initiated this conflict, the option of surrender was never on the table for them. Have you considered what fate we would face if we were the ones defeated? What would surrender mean for us? Zhao Wanner's expression grew complex as she envisioned such a fate. Perhaps dying in battle would have been preferable. If they were captured, she and the female crew members would suffer unspeakable horrors. Zhao Chen continued, I recently connected to the communications network of the Xiaolong star system. During the 2 months these interstellar pirates lingered there, they had the nobility send them at least 500 women from various planets. What treatment would these women endure aboard those pirate vessels? You should know all too well. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanner bit her lip. But the textbooks taught us about human rights. Charlotte, if Zhao Wanner cannot continue to command, the authority of the T2 Queen Bee will be transferred to you. Continue executing the combat orders, Zhao Qin coldly instructed. Understood. Charlotte responded promptly. In that instant, the complex emotions in her gaze dissipated, replaced by a firm agreement with Captain Zhao's decisive command. A seasoned warrior, she understood all too well that survival in the realm of interstellar warfare demanded a cold heart. Miss, Captain Zhao's orders are not incorrect. In this battlefield, there can be no mercy, especially against these unscrupulous scoundrels. They possess no attachments or boundaries. If they were to survive, they would commit any atrocity. The sins they carry are enough to warrant their demise 100 times over. The vile acts they have committed are beyond your imagination. Charlotte stood beside Zhao Wanner, attempting to reason with her. But that there are those women still aboard the pirate starships. Zhao Wanner expressed her concern. Charlotte replied solemnly, for those women, death may indeed be a release. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Wanner turned to Charlotte. May I continue to command the battle? Charlotte nodded. Zhao Wanner fixed her gaze upon the 6 pirate vessels. And in that moment, a glimmer of coldness appeared in her eyes. Prepare all interstellar drones for the final assault. The bearded pirate captain awaited the arrival of the opposing starships to take command of theirs, only to be met by the approaching swarm of interstellar drones and the 1,200mm cannon of the Zero-class Blizzard. The tremors of the assault jolted him into realization. Zhao Chun, you bastard! You're going back on your word. He roared in fury, his final utterance. The next instant, his T2 Gray Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser was struck by the cannon fire from the Zero-class Blizzard. The remaining 5 starships succumbed to the barrage. By the time they sought to restart their engines, it was too late. Under the relentless assault of the Zero-class Blizzard and the bombardment from the T2 Queen Bee's drones, the 6 pirate starships fell one by one, ultimately becoming mere wreckage on the battlefield. The battle concluded. Rest for 10 minutes. Charlotte, please assess the battle expenditure of both starships. If there are no issues, we will proceed to the core area of the Xiaolong star system in 10 minutes. Zhao Chen instructed. The majority of the nobility resided in the core area of the Xiaolong star system. This matter was far from over. Yes, Charlotte began her tasks immediately. Zhao Chen leaned back in the captain's chair, exhaling deeply. This marked his first genuine star battle. Although his opponents were merely interstellar pirates, it was far more exhilarating than the mock duels at the Academy. 2 starships had annihilated 35 pirate vessels, an impressive achievement. Leaning back, he closed his eyes as if resting, but in truth, he accessed the system interface. His motive for eradicating this band of interstellar pirates was driven by the existence of a system task. Task content: eliminate the interstellar pirate fleet in the Xiaolong star system. Task difficulty: C grade. Task reward: 3 task points and 600 points. Task status: task completed. Rewards can be claimed. Indeed, it was for this very system task. Zhao Chun clicked to claim the rewards, receiving 3 task points and 600 system points. Alongside the quarterly task he had previously completed, his current resources were quite substantial. Host: Zhao Chun profession: top-notch starship engineer. Special attributes: fleet luck value bonus, Eye of Insight points, 1100 task points, 8 number of starships, 2 tasks, none warehouse, T3 Blizzard class light interstellar. With 8 task points and an impressive 1100 system points, he could consider redeeming another T2 item soon. Zhao Chun felt a surge of anticipation. Charlotte's post-battle report interrupted his thoughts. He opened his eyes to see her on the video screen. In this battle, the T2 Queen Bee suffered no damage to its hull, losing 107 T2 Worker-class light interstellar drones, 39 T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones, and 5 T2 Wasp-class heavy interstellar drones. Ammunition consumption was at 67, with no personnel casualties. The T2 Zero-class Blizzard sustained a cumulative armor damage of 7.5, primarily to the left hull, but it does not affect the starship's navigation or combat. Ammunition consumption was at 46, with no personnel casualties. The total market value of the resources consumed in this battle amounts to 8,000 star coins. In merely an hour of combat, 8,000 star coins had been expended. While this was negligible compared to the million star coins Zhao Chun had accumulated, for an average person, it represented a lifetime's worth of savings. However, in this engagement, we destroyed 35 starships, including 5 T2 vessels. The wreckage of these starships can be salvaged for resources, with an estimated value of 600,000 star coins, Charlotte added, delivering news that thrilled Zhao Chun. 600,000 star coins. Really? Zhao Chun gasped in astonishment. Charlotte elucidated. Although these 35 starships are antiquated, their market value, if sold, would be no less than 6 million star coins. Upon reflection, it is indeed plausible. A pirate fleet originally priced at 6 million star coins could yield approximately 600,000 star coins from the remnants of its vessels. However, this estimation of 600,000 star coins is based on our own calculations from reprocessing the materials. If we were to sell them directly to others, we might only receive about 300,000 star coins. She added, by the way, it seems that the Xiaolong star system lacks the industrial facilities to process these shipwrecks. Zhao Qian, resigned, cradled his head in his hands, lamenting the backwardness of the Xiaolong star system, which is devoid of any resources. Its technological level remains stagnant at Tier 1. These shipwrecks can be left here for now, as there is no one to claim them. The Zero Storm and T2 Queen Bee are prepared to embark. Engaging in warp travel towards the core region of the Xiaolong star system. It is time to meet with my uncles and aunts, as they have prepared a grand homecoming gift for us. I must reciprocate appropriately. Zhao Qin's gaze was vacant, his eyes reflecting a cold indifference. The time to cleanse the Xiaolong star system had arrived. Although this cleansing might destabilize the very foundations of the Xiaolong star system, given the numerous families intertwined with its interests. Chapter 45, I, Zhao Chun, have returned. The Xiaolong star system comprises 1 star, 12 planets, 5 dwarf planets, 400,000 asteroids, and 77 moons, with over 400 periodic comets. Based on habitability coefficients, the planets are categorized into 3 classes: high-quality habitable planets, low-quality habitable planets, and substandard habitable planets. As the name suggests, high-quality habitable planets possess natural environments that are exceptionally conducive to life. Due to either innate characteristics or subsequent modifications, low-quality habitable planets harbor certain life-threatening factors but remain suitable for habitation. Substandard habitable planets present a more complex scenario. Some interstellar races can survive there, while the majority require special equipment to barely endure or must construct small artificial cities under energy shields. The Xiaolong star system is resource-poor, possessing only 1 high-quality habitable planet, 7 low-quality habitable planets, and 73 substandard habitable planets, which include planets, dwarf planets, moons, and asteroids. The population of the Xiaolong star system stands at 500 million, with 99% being human, while the remainder consists of humanoid interstellar races. The primary planet of the Xiaolong star system is known as the Xiaolong Prime. Xiaolong Prime is where most of the nobility reside and is the only high-quality habitable planet. Yet today, the entire Xiaolong Prime is enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. All space elevators are out of operation, and starships within the orbital starport of Xiaolong Prime are prohibited from departing. These commands seem to herald the onset of a significant event. At the Bao family estate, the family patriarch sat in the main hall, surrounded by anxious descendants of the Bao family. Patriarch, may we attack the Zhao family estate now? One of the younger members could no longer contain himself. The patriarch, eyes closed, replied solemnly, there is no rush. Until we receive word from Longwei Star, not a single starship, mecha, or soldier from the Bao family is to move. Observing the composed patriarch, many present believed he was overly cautious. The worthless baron was likely dead beyond recovery. Why waste time here? Yet, without the patriarch's consent, none dared to act. Meanwhile, several hundred kilometers away from the Bao family estate lies the most favorable environment on Xiaolong Prime, home to the Zhao family estate. Unlike the technologically advanced structures, the Zhao family estate is built of wood, nestled amidst mountains, exuding an antique charm. Yet, in this tranquil abode, all members of the Zhao family wore ashen expressions, some already weeping inconsolably. It's over. It's over. The Zhao family is finished today. If only I had followed my cousin out of the Xiaolong star system. Wandering in a foreign land would be better than waiting to die here. My poor child, born just now. must face this fate. An elderly woman, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, emerged slowly, striking the ground with her staff. What a pitiful sight. Is this what the Zhao family's descendants have come to? She scolded. Accompanying her was a red-haired woman. Lady Zhao, the Bao and Chui families have completely sealed off Xiaolong Prime, controlling the patrol fleet. There are rumors they have hired a pirate fleet to ambush Zhao Qian and Zhao Waner. This is tantamount to sealing our fates, a middle-aged man lamented. Communication across Xiaolong Prime has been entirely cut off. Even if we sought help, it would be futile. The Zhao family is destined for annihilation today. Another woman, cradling her child, wept bitterly. The elder lady gazed at the disheartened assembly, her anger palpable. Mistress, your health is failing. You should return to your room to rest, the red-haired woman suggested. Jiang Hong, still no contact with Xiao Xia? The elder inquired. The red-haired woman shook her head. Miss still cannot be reached. What of the second and third? You mentioned they insisted on returning. Did you not advise them against it? The elder questioned. The red-haired woman hesitated. I did advise them, but after our last communication, there has been no further word. I do not know their current situation. Xiao Hong, you originally concealed your identity. Now that you are openly present in the Zhao family, the elder expressed worry for the young woman. My mission is to protect the Zhao family. Jiang Hong's life was saved by the eldest miss. Thus, I must fulfill this duty. Today, I stand with the Zhao family. Come what may, the red-haired woman declared resolutely. This red-haired woman is Jiang Hong, the covert sentinel left by the eldest Zhao miss in the Xiaolong star system. Recognizing that the sentinel's mission is now paramount, she resolutely approached the Zhao family, prepared for a final confrontation. Alas, who would have thought that the Zhao family would descend to such depths? In the past, my father was ... cough cough cough. The elder lady coughed violently, prompting Jiang Hong to support her back to the house. At that moment, a tremendous explosion resounded from above. Instinctively, everyone looked up. A starship, engulfed in flames, was plummeting from the outer atmosphere, its hull visibly damaged. That is AT-1 Vulture-class medium-sized interstellar frigate. Jiang Hong recognized the fallen ship at a glance. The T-1 Vulture-class frigate crashed into the distant sea, the impact generating massive waves that quickly transformed into a tsunami sweeping outward. Fortunately, there were no populated areas near the tsunami's path. What is happening? The Zhao family members exclaimed in astonishment. Look, it seems there is a fierce battle in space. A keen-eyed Zhao family member noticed the intermittent flashes of red light beyond the atmosphere. Who was fighting outside Xiaolong Prime? This question lingered in everyone's mind. Could it be that the star pirates have quarreled with the Bao and Chui families, sparking a conflict? Someone murmured. Activate the energy shield of the Zhao family estate. The combat mechas swiftly took their positions. Jiang Hong stepped forward, issuing commands. Soon, a protective energy barrier enveloped the entire Zhao family estate. Implementing energy shield technology on the ground is straightforward, but transferring it to starships is a leap into a new era. 30 T-1 combat mechas appeared around the Zhao family estate, representing the last vestiges of the Zhao family's fighting force, though facing an incoming starship attack would yield little hope of victory. Look, something is entering the atmosphere. Someone shouted in alarm. A colossal figure slowly descended into the atmosphere, measuring 300 to 400 meters in length. Is that a starship? Someone recognized the shape. It appears to be an aircraft carrier. As the massive figure entered the atmosphere, everyone finally discerned its true form. But this only deepened their confusion. They had never seen this starship before. Why had it appeared above Xiaolong Prime? Suddenly, a voice boomed across the land like a clap of thunder. Emanating from the aircraft carrier. I, Zhao Qian, have returned. Chapter 46. If the living cannot be brought, then let the dead suffice. As the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier descended into the atmosphere of Xiaolong Prime, a swarm of interstellar drones was deployed. These drones possess overwhelming combat capabilities, rendering ordinary combat mechas powerless against them. They can easily circumnavigate the planet within 10 minutes, within the bridge of the T-2 Queen B. A list lay before Zhao Waner. This was a task assigned to her by Zhao Qian. Upon the T-2 Queen B's arrival at Xiaolong Prime, she was to invite all individuals listed to the Zhao family estate. Zhao Waner recalled Zhao Qian's words, if the living cannot be brought, then let the dead suffice. This list naturally comprised all families supporting the Bao and Chui factions in this assassination plot. The drones recently deployed were headed towards the estates of these families, tasked with inviting them. Sister Charlotte, I will leave the command of this starship to you. I will take the shuttle to the Zhao family estate. Zhao Wanner stated, understood. I will handle things here. However, just in case, I will arrange for a squad of interstellar drones to accompany you remotely for your safety, Charlotte replied, nodding. Very well. Zhao Wanner departed the bridge and proceeded to the hangar to board the shuttle. The shuttlecraft is, in essence, a diminutive interstellar transport vessel, typically accommodating between 3 to 10 individuals, possessing minimal cargo space, and incapable of undertaking long-distance voyages across star systems. However, due to the fact that interstellar battleships are unable to land upon entering a planet's atmosphere, it is customary to utilize such shuttles to reach the final destination. The shuttlecraft is quite compact, comparable in size to an automobile, easily fitting within the confines of a starship, at this moment. Zhao Wanner piloted the shuttlecraft as it departed from the T-2B Queen, observing the familiar landscape of the planet's surface ahead, swiftly arriving at a serene mountainous region. In the distance, she could discern a manor nestled amidst the hills. Enveloped by a shimmering energy shield, that was her destination, the Zhao family estate. Suspending the shuttlecraft just outside the energy shield, she noticed combat mechs within, weapons raised and aimed at her. I am Zhao Wanner, the third miss of the Zhao family. The situation is under our control. You may lower the energy shield, she proclaimed through the shuttle's loudspeaker. Yet, there was no immediate response, indicating lingering doubts regarding her identity. With a sense of resignation, Zhao Wanner activated the automatic hover mode, then opened the cockpit, standing up to ensure those within the shield could see her clearly. Before long, the energy shield descended. Indeed, it is the third miss. She has returned, exclaimed one of the onlookers. I saw her shuttle descend from that aircraft carrier. Could it be that she has brought reinforcements? Within the courtyard of the Zhao family estate, the initially apprehensive family members were now filled with surprise and confusion regarding the current circumstances. Upon witnessing the energy shield retract, Zhao Wanner piloted the shuttlecraft directly into the courtyard. As she disembarked, the Zhao family members immediately surrounded her. Miss Wanner, what is the situation? What about that aircraft carrier? Queried 1.3 Miss, something dire has occurred in the Xiaolong star system. The Bao and Shui families are planning a betrayal and even intend to attack you. Zhao Wanner, observing the concerned faces of her family, replied directly, the situation is largely under control. As long as everyone remains within the Zhao family estate, there is no danger. Wanner, what exactly is happening? I heard that the Bao and Shui families have hired an interstellar pirate fleet to assault you and Chen'er. How did you end up here? Did you not encounter those pirates? Asked the elderly matriarch, Zhao Laoforan, as she approached, leaning on her dragon-headed cane. The previously chattering Zhao family members fell silent in her presence. My brother and I piloted 2 starships, and in the vicinity of Longwei Star, we annihilated that entire fleet of interstellar pirates, Zhao Wanner stated. The revelation sent ripples of astonishment throughout the Zhao family. The pirate fleet has been eradicated? I heard that fleet consisted of 35 starships, including 5 T2 class vessels. How could merely 2 starships have destroyed them? That seems unfathomable. Most were skeptical of Zhao Wanner's assertion. In truth, had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would have found it hard to believe herself. There is no time for explanations now. My brother is currently commanding the T-20 Storm to eliminate the remaining vessels allied with the Bao and Shui families outside the Xiaolong Prime Star. He instructed me to take command of the T-2B Queen to secure the Xiaolong Prime Star. Rest assured, everything is well within our control, she assured the matriarch with respect. Zhao Laoforan, being of higher status than Zhao Qian, the Lord, was the younger sister of Zhao Qin's grandfather. Due to personal reasons, she never married and remained robust into her old age. Chen'er has returned and is commanding starships? Zhao Laoforan expressed her surprise, as did the surrounding Zhao family members, who were equally astonished. They were aware that he was known throughout the Xiaolong star system as the inept baron, possessing little capability beyond some academic knowledge. Yet now, he was purportedly commanding starship operations? This was absurd. Zhao Wanner noticed the doubtful expressions around her, her demeanor darkening. Aunt, please wait a moment, my brother will be here shortly, she reassured. After what felt like an eternity, nearly half an hour passed before an astonishing sight unfolded. 2 interstellar warships plummeted from the atmosphere, their hulls ablaze and riddled with damage, one bearing a conspicuous gaping hole. Those appear to be the vessels of the Bao and Shui families, AT-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer and AT-2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser. someone identified, exclaiming in shock. As the two starships descended, crashing into a desert and mountainous region, the impact generated powerful shockwaves, yet spared the Zhao family estate from harm. Just as the Zhao family members were still reeling from the spectacle, a shuttlecraft descended upon the estate. Larger than the one Zhao Wanner had piloted. The hatch opened, and a squad of combat-clad female soldiers emerged, followed by a man familiar to the Zhao family, Baron Zhao Chun of the Xiaolong star system. With laser rifles in hand, the female soldiers formed a protective corridor as Zhao Chun made his way through the crowd of Zhao family members, their eyes sharp and menacing, compelling the family to part ways. Zhao Chun paid no heed to the others, kneeling before Zhao Laoforan, fists clenched. This unfilial descendant, Zhao Chun, has arrived late, causing you distress, Aunt. Chapter 47. The Butcher, Zhao Chun. Among the Zhao family, the person Zhao Chun respected and felt closest to was none other than Zhao Laoforan before him. Orphaned at a young age, he had only an indifferent elder sister and a baby sister to rely upon. Most of the Zhao family members regarded Zhao Chun as superfluous. His birth had forced the Zhao family's eldest daughter, who might have become the family head and baron of the Xiaolong star system, to seek refuge elsewhere. Throughout his childhood, Zhao Laoforan had cared for him, akin to a beloved grandmother or mother. Rise, please. You are a baron now. How can you kneel before this old woman? Zhao Laoforan urged, helping him to his feet, her expression filled with tenderness as she gazed at the young man before her. You have grown taller and stronger since we last met over a year ago. Once Zhao Chun regained his footing, he offered his support to Zhao Laoforan as they made their way indoors. You are elderly now. It would be unwise to roam about outside at this hour. Allow me to assist you back inside. At this moment, how can I find rest? She replied, I just heard Wanner say that you eradicated the pirate fleet and are currently clearing the remnants of the Bao and Chui families' strips. Zhao Laoforan inquired, concern apparent in her voice. All has been dealt with, Zhao Chun reassured her. The 35 ships of the Three-Claw Serpent interstellar pirate fleet were completely annihilated in the vicinity of Longwei Star. The 16 vessels controlled by the Bao and Chui families, including 2 T2 ships and 7 T1 ships, were destroyed by my fleet. The remaining 7 T1 ships have all surrendered. The Bao and Chui families, having lost their naval power, can no longer stir up trouble. The Zhao family members were left in stunned silence by Zhao Qin's understated declaration. What had loomed over the Xiaolong Prime Star for 2 months, causing the Zhao family to feel impending doom, had seemingly been resolved with just a few words from him. Zhang Hong, contact all the nobles of the Xiaolong star system. Within 5 hours, summon the heads of all families to the Zhao family estate to meet me. Inform them it is a command from the Baron. Anyone who dares to disobey will face the consequences. Zhao Qin ordered Zhang Hong, a stranger to him until now, without hesitation. Zhang Hong hesitated momentarily, instinctively glancing at Zhao Wanner. You should proceed as my brother instructed, Zhao Wanner affirmed. Yes, Zhang Hong replied, promptly beginning her task. Aunt, are you preparing to address this situation? Zhao Laoforan perceived the underlying intent in Zhao Qin's words. Zhao Qin nodded affirmatively. If you will allow this old woman to speak, what are your intentions? It is time for a thorough cleansing of the decayed Xiaolong star system, Zhao Qin replied resolutely. Zhao Laoforan regarded Zhao Chun with a proud gaze, her weathered hand gently caressing his cheek. Our Chunner has truly grown up, go forth and act. Whatever you do, you are our Baron, and I support you. Aunt, the forthcoming scene may not be suitable for you to witness. Perhaps you should step aside, Zhao Qin suggested cautiously. Zhao Laoforan laughed heartily, gripping her dragon-headed cane. Chunner, you may do as you wish. I have lived over a century. I have seen far worse. You may not know this, but I served as deputy commander of the fleet when your grandfather became the lord of the Xiaolong star system. I shall remain here and observe how you cleanse the family. Wanner, please assist me in bringing over that chair. Zhao Wanner glanced at her brother, realizing that at some point, the brother she had once looked down upon had transformed into her pillar of support. Zhao Qin nodded slightly. Zhao Wanner entered the house and emerged with an antique redwood chair adorned with dragon patterns, weathered with cracks and faded colors. This was a relic from Zhao Qin's great-grandfather, the founder of the Zhao family, and Zhao Laoforan cherished it deeply. Seated in the redwood dragon-patterned chair, Zhao Laoforan grasped her cane, just as a fleet of interstellar drones appeared in the distance. What appeared to be something dangling beneath them. Suddenly, a chilling sight unfolded before the Zhao family as several corpses were unceremoniously dropped into the courtyard by the drones, accompanied by a voice emanating from them. Captain, I must report that the Chui family, obstinate and unyielding, has attempted to resist with force. In accordance with your orders, the Chui residence has been obliterated, and all 225 members of the Chui clan have been exterminated. Here lie the remains of the family head and several high-ranking members. The Zhao family members, scrutinizing the bodies on the ground, recognized a bloodied head. It is indeed the patriarch of the Chui family. Women and children have begun to gag at the sight, the stench of blood assailing their senses. That old wretch of the Chui family should have met his demise long ago, a treacherous lot. Had it not been for my father sheltering their ancestors and granting them a morsel of food, there would be no Chui family in the Xianglong star system. Madame Zhao regarded the gruesome scene before her, her composure unshaken, and she directed her ire towards the Chui clan. Subsequently, several batches of interstellar drones arrived, either bearing corpses or live captives, the latter ensnared in nets and unceremoniously dropped from several meters above into the Zhao courtyard, barely clinging to life. Each of these individuals, without exception, belonged to the noble factions that had covertly supported the Chui and Bao families. Suddenly, one of the individuals suspended by the drones captured everyone's attention. It was Bao Dazhan, the head of the Bao family, covered in blood, his eyes vacant. He resembled a lost soul. He received the same treatment as the others, being harshly tossed onto the ground. Bao Dazhan, we meet again, Zhao Chen remarked with a smile. Observing Bao Dazhan, who lay like a lifeless lump, upon seeing Zhao Chun, Bao Dazhan erupted in a furious howl. Zhao Chun, you beast, you demon! You have slaughtered my entire clan. I shall not rest until I have your head. Even in death, hearing Bao Dazhan's words, a shiver ran through the Zhao family. Another noble of Xianglong had been nearly annihilated. Bao Dazhan, your audacity knows no bounds. Who orchestrated the assassination plot aimed at me and Zhao Wanner? Who covertly organized ground forces, waiting for news of my demise to seize control of the Zhao residence? Zhao Chen mocked. Bao Dazhan was rendered speechless by the accusation, his eyes burning with fury as he glared at Zhao Chen. Wishing to rend him limb from limb, yet, with both legs shattered, he was powerless to exact revenge. Find a pillar and bind Bao Dazhan to it. The corpses as well, tie them up. Let us not risk them catching a chill. Zhao Chen said nonchalantly. Soon, the once mighty head of the Bao family, now reduced to the status of cattle, was bound to a pillar. Madame Zhao observed this spectacle with a dispassionate gaze, remaining silent while sipping her tea. At that moment, a shuttle arrived outside the Zhao residence, but was halted by the interstellar drones blockade, forced to remain outside the courtyard. Report, the head of the Jiang family has arrived, a servant announced. The Jiang family was the only one of the three great families of the Xianglong star system to survive. And it was also the family of Zhao Qin's fiancée Jiang Shasha. At this moment, the elderly head of the Jiang family, Jiang Xiong, entered the Zhao residence alongside his two children. Father, is it true what you said? That 2 starships annihilated the pirate fleet? Jiang Ziwen, Jiang Shasha's younger brother, whispered. Jiang Shasha's expression was grim, her lips biting as if preoccupied with troubling thoughts. The battlefield is at Longwei Star, where our collateral relatives reside. The news is absolutely credible. The wreckage of those pirate starships still drifts beyond Longwei Star, Jiang Xiong replied solemnly. Brother, are those 2 starships Zhao Chen's? Jiang Ziwen asked curiously. Jiang Shasha recalled the images of the 2 starships her father had shown her, one of which was the aircraft carrier hovering 20,000 kilometers above them, the zero-number Blizzard, the very ship Zhao Chun had utilized to triumph in the starship duel at the Northern Star Military Academy. The other carrier, I have not seen, and I am unaware of it, Jiang Shasha murmured. Suddenly, a wave of bloodiness assaulted their senses. They pondered the source of the bloodshed emanating from the Zhao residence. The sight before them widened their eyes in shock. Stone pillars stood tall in the Zhao courtyard, each bound with a person. Some alive, some half alive, and some lifeless corpses. They recognized the identities of these individuals, particularly the 2 among them, the head of the Bao family and the head of the Chui family. Navigating through this forest of pillars, Jiang Xiong and his children approached the Zhao family. Jiang Shasha gazed at the man before her. He was unfamiliar. Though his visage was known to her, his expression and aura suggested that the Zhao Chun she had known for over 20 years was now an entirely different person. Jiang Xiong, accompanied by my children Jiang Ziwen and Jiang Shasha, come to pay respects to Lord Baron, Jiang Xiong declared, bowing first. Jiang Ziwen and Jiang Shasha followed suit. Uncle Jiang, you arrived quite early, Zhao Chen remarked with a genial smile. Upon receiving word from the Baron, I hastened without delay, Jiang Xiong responded, his demeanor humble and subservient. Are you aware of the treachery of the Bao and Chui families? Zhao Chen inquired directly, his tone shifting. Jiang Ziwen and Jiang Shasha felt a chill run down their spines, akin to a knife pressed against their throats. I am aware, Jiang Xiong replied. Then you were complicit. Zhao Chen continued his inquiry. I was not, Jiang Xiong asserted. If you were not involved, what have you been doing during this time? Zhao Chen's gaze bore into him, only learned of the treachery of the Bao and Chui families a month ago. But by then, they had already seized control of the Xiongling main star. The starships under my command had been forcibly conscripted. I did not wish to ally with them, yet I was powerless to prevent it, forced to witness it unfold. Thankfully, my Lord Baron is unharmed and has diffused the crisis. Jiang Xiong's tone shifted as he knelt on one knee. However, I understand that as a subordinate, my inaction regarding the treachery of the Bao and Chui families makes me an accomplice. I, Jiang Xiong, am willing to accept any punishment you deem fit, with the sole request that you spare my family. Jiang Shasha cast a worried glance at her father, then at the unfamiliar man. You bear no blame. I do not hold you accountable for this. You may take your children aside for now. I will convene a noble meeting for the Xiongling star system, Zhao Chen declared, changing the subject and refraining from directly punishing the Jiang family. Time passed, and the number of corpses and prisoners in the Zhao courtyard continued to swell, with more noble heads arriving as news spread. Each newcomer was taken aback by the bloody scene. Everyone is present, Zhang Hong whispered to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen surveyed the courtyard, noting that aside from the bound individuals, all notable nobles of the Xiongling star system had gathered, approximately 20 to 30 in total. Among them, the Jiang family, the last of the three great families, held the most power. I have dealt with the treachery of the Bao and Chui families. All who participated are bound to those pillars. Zhao Chen pointed to the bloodied columns. I understand many of you have previously disdained me as your lord, deeming me worthless. Zhao Chen spread his hands. I am indifferent to this. I truly do not mind. Feel free to discuss me behind my back. Should you believe me unworthy of leading you, you are free to depart the Xiongling star system and seek your fortune elsewhere. I shall not impede you. Zhao Chen's expression shifted, radiating an air of authority. However, I detest duplicity. Those who have chosen this path must face the consequences of their choices. Jiang Hong, at your service. Jiang Hong stepped forward. Zhao Chen produced a list. Every family listed here. Those still alive shall be imprisoned. The leaders shall be executed, while the remaining family members will be sent to the mines for indefinite labor. Those present gazed at Zhao Chen's list, their faces pale with terror. It was a death list, and as for the families not on this list, you are well aware of how many of you are truly innocent. I have overlooked your past misdeeds until now. From this day forward, remember that the Xiongling star system is under the Zhao name. If you disagree, you may leave at once. Otherwise, I fear you may also find yourselves among those pillars. With that, Zhao Chen turned his back to the assembly. Very well, this meeting is adjourned. Second aunt, it is getting late. We should dine. I have prepared dinner for you, which I trust you will enjoy. Zhao Chen smiled as he assisted Madame Zhao into the main house. A stark contrast to the fearsome demeanor he had just displayed. Left in the courtyard, the gathered nobles exchanged glances, uncertain who made the first move, but one by one, they bowed their heads and departed the Zhao residence. On the Jiang family shuttle, Jiang Xiong spoke in a hushed tone. Prepare for a family migration. Why? We possess considerable assets in the Xiongling star system, Jiang Ziwen exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Xiong sighed. Did you not grasp the implications of Zhao Chen's words? He was issuing a warning. If we do not relinquish these assets willingly, the Jiang family will meet the same fate as the Bao and Chui families. Without assets, we can rebuild. Moreover, I have long-established connections in other star systems, as interstellar merchants. We must understand the wisdom of having multiple avenues. However, must we truly depart? Shasha is Zhao Chen's fiancée, and given the relationship between our families, we could wholeheartedly support Zhao Chen. Perhaps we could even rise to a position of great power in the Xiaolong star system, Jiang Ziwen mused dreamily. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shasha lowered her head even further. Jiang Xiong, observing his daughter, coldly remarked, Are you unaware of your sister's actions at the Beiji Starship Military Academy? Our ties with the Zhao family have long been severed. If we involve ourselves in the rebellion of the Bao and Chui families this time, Zhao Qin would not hesitate to bind us to that stone pillar. While we still have a choice, it would be prudent to leave this place. Zhang Xiong gazed through the shuttle's window towards the Zhao family's direction. The Zhao family has grown strong. In the following days, Zhao Chun gathered the 71 starships that had surrendered. Previously, he had instructed Charlotte to procure 500 half-orc slaves in one go from the Arctic Fox starport, with 100 assigned to the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier, including the 100 half-orc slaves purchased earlier at the Beiji Starship Military Academy, of which 50 were assigned to work on the Zero Storm. There remained 450 half-orc female crew members without formal positions. He temporarily assigned them to take over these T1 starships, responsible for maintaining order in the Xiaolong star system, while also collecting the wreckage of the 35 ships from the Three-Claw Serpent pirate fleet on the Longwei star battlefield. All these actions gave the appearance of tranquility in the Xiaolong star system, as if everything was normal. Yet, the reality was that the Xiaolong star system had undergone a profound transformation. Although originally a noble family, the Zhao family, which had long been marginalized, suddenly seized control of the entire Xiaolong star system overnight. The T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier led the interstellar drones and several of the Zhao family's battle mechs to take command of the industries belonging to the families listed on the death list. These families had all been designated as rebels, and their assets and properties were confiscated by the Lord. The effort to manage this alone consumed nearly a week. Second young master, this is the wealth we have plundered from those rebellious nobles over the past few days. Additionally, we have completely taken over their industries, which have already resumed production, Zhang Hong reported to Zhao Qian. Compared to Zhao Wanner and Charlotte, no one was more suitable for handling affairs in the Xiaolong star system than Zhang Hong. Previously, she had merely been a small leader in the trade department, but due to her connections in the Xiaolong star system, she possessed an in-depth understanding of its inner workings. Zhao Qian entrusted all these matters to Zhang Hong, who did not refuse. After all, her task was to safeguard the Zhao family's foundation. At this moment, the two were in Zhao Qin's temporary office within the Zhao family estate. How much is the total value of the assets? Zhao Qin inquired. Over 600,000 star coins, Zhang Hong replied. Zhao Chun was genuinely astonished. Over 600,000 star coins. These rascals certainly have a knack for embezzling. How could they accumulate such wealth? Zhang Hong continued. Furthermore, including the Zhang family, dozens of noble families have migrated from the Xiaolong star system within this week. All the industries they left behind have been absorbed by us, and some of the items they could not take with them have naturally become ours. That portion alone is worth another 100,000 star coins. Another 100,000 star coins. This totals to 700,000 star coins. Zhao Chun could hardly contain his joy. His T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship now had hope. Second young master, are you truly allowing those nobles from the Zhang family to leave? Is that appropriate? Your previous list has already eliminated half of the noble power in the Xiaolong star system, including the two giants, the Bao and Chui families. Now even the Zhang family is departing, taking a group of noble families with them. Currently, there are less than 20% of the noble families remaining in the Xiaolong star system. Zhang Hong looked at Zhao Chun with concern. Zhao Chun allowed those noble families to leave, which indeed represented a significant loss for the Xiaolong star system. Those willing to stay would remain regardless of our stance. As for those who wish to leave, it would be futile to stop them. Zhao Chun replied nonchalantly. This is also good. Let them depart cleanly. It saves me from having to witness their hypocritical behavior later and being unable to resist the urge to sever their heads. Zhang Hong frowned. Second young master, have you considered the Xiaolong star system? You must understand that after this upheaval, the already meager resources of the Xiaolong star system have. The Xiaolong star system has always been a mess. Can it truly get any worse? Zhao Qin spread his hands, calmly stating. Rather than be entangled in the chaos of the Zhao family, it would be better to completely rebuild from the ground up. Establishing a city upon the ruins is far simpler than attempting to reform a decaying one. Applause erupted. Zhao Chun and Zhang Hong turned their gazes to see the matriarch of the Zhao family, leaning on her cane as she emerged. What a splendid notion to build a new city upon the ruins. What an excellent idea to start anew, Zhang Hong. I believe what Chun'er says is true. Rather than waste time with those families, it would be better to drive them all away and start afresh. Seeing that the matriarch supported Zhao Qin's view, Zhang Hong felt unable to refute, though she still disagreed with Zhao Qin's method of handling the situation. Second aunt, why have you come out again? Zhao Chen stepped forward to assist the matriarch in sitting down. I just came to see. I heard you will be leaving the Xiaolong star system, soon to return to the Beiji Starship Military Academy? The matriarch looked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded. Indeed, it is already late September. And the academy commences in early October. We need 2 weeks to traverse the spatial fringe of the Xiaolong star system. Although I have already requested leave, the academy's assessments are stringent. If I fail to meet the academic requirements, I won't pass at the end of the term. Indeed, academic pursuits are crucial. It is a pity that our Xiaolong star system lacks a stargate. Otherwise, it would be much more convenient. The matriarch sighed deeply. The absence of a stargate has always been a sorrow for the Xiaolong star system. Current stargate technology requires a dual star system to be established, since our Xiaolong star system only has a single star. Constructing a stargate is impossible. Second Ant, do not fret. Our Xiaolong star system will soon possess its own stargate. When that day comes, should you wish to see me in Wanner, just let us know. And we will return to visit you. Zhao Chen smiled at a stargate. This was an insurmountable hurdle in Zhao Chen's plans for developing the Xiaolong star system. Within the system shop, there were no T2 products that met the necessary criteria. The only hope lay in upgrading the shop to T3 and placing faith in the T3 products. Ha ha ha, it would be wonderful if that day truly came. The matriarch chuckled, though she did not take it too seriously. After some idle chat, the matriarch patted Zhao Chen's shoulder. Chunner, you have grown up. Pursue whatever you desire with confidence. Second Ant supports you. You just mentioned that the current state of the Xiaolong star system is a mess. How much worse could it possibly get? Zhao Chen nodded. Once the matriarch departed, only Zhao Chen and Zhang Hong remained in the room. Zhang Hong, I know you have always been skeptical of me. You believe that the rightful lord of the Xiaolong star system should be my elder sister, do you not? Zhao Chen observed Zhang Hong's indifferent expression. Zhang Hong replied without flinching, Yes, I do not require your allegiance. As long as you are genuinely devoted to the Xiaolong star system, whether you are loyal to me or my elder sister is of no consequence, Zhao Chen stated. Zhang Hong remained silent. Zhao Chen fixed his gaze on Zhang Hong. Wanner and I plan to depart the day after tomorrow. I will leave you with 200 half-orc crew members, and those 71 star ships will also remain in your command. You will have full authority to manage all affairs in the Xiaolong star system. Before I leave, I will announce that you are the acting lord of the Xiaolong star system. Seeing you is akin to seeing me. Zhang Hong was taken aback. She had not anticipated Zhao Chen would make such arrangements. Aware that her loyalty did not lie with him, he was still willing to entrust the Xiaolong star system into her hands. During this period, Zhao Chen had also been observing Zhang Hong and had learned about her background. Zhang Hong was a little girl discovered by the eldest daughter of the Zhao family while traveling in other star systems. At that time, she was lying on her deceased mother's body, dazed. She wanted to cry but was too hungry to produce any sound. It was the eldest daughter of the Zhao family who took Zhang Hong in and buried her mother. Since then, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family treated Zhang Hong as her own sister, teaching her to read and write, imparting various knowledge. Gradually, Zhang Hong's talents emerged. She learned quickly and excelled in management. Over the years, Zhang Hong had discreetly managed many affairs in the Xiaolong star system for the Zhao family, with orders relayed through the matriarch. Zhao Chen was merely a nominal lord. The eldest daughter of the Zhao family had confidently become a hands-off manager years ago. As time passed, Zhang Hong became extraordinarily adept at handling various matters. Most importantly, she possessed unwavering loyalty to the Zhao family, or rather, to the Zhao family that had nurtured the eldest daughter. Now that Zhao Chen found himself without available talent, he could not remain in the Xiaolong star system, as it was far too impoverished. Charlotte was a general, adept at commanding starships in battle, but managing the Xiaolong star system was another matter entirely. Thus, Zhao Chen chose Zhang Hong. The woman, who was not easily swayed, posed a question to Zhao Chen. Are you willing to entrust the management of the Xiaolong star system to me? Zhao Chen nodded in affirmation. I trust you to handle it. For a moment, Zhang Hong was at a loss for words. Zhao Chen then began to articulate his plans for the Xiaolong star system to rise and flourish. 3 pivotal opportunities must be seized. Firstly, the Stargate. A system without a Stargate has no prospects for development. This issue cannot be resolved in the short term, but I will find a way. Secondly, industry. The Xiaolong star system has only maintained a rudimentary T1 technological industry, barely sustaining its self-sufficiency. In fact, in the event of any unforeseen circumstances on those planets, starvation is a frequent occurrence, if I recall correctly. The Galactic Alliance has a rating system assessing the living conditions of a System S populace, ranging from 0 to 10. Our Xiaolong star system currently stands at a mere 0.3, well below the average of 5. Hence, we must cultivate a promising industry that possesses advantages in external trade. This will enable us to draw in external funds to develop the Xiaolong star system. I already have a plan for this, but it requires some preparation time. Thirdly, a new order. The old aristocracy has largely been decimated or departed. The Xiaolong star system needs a new order. While I am far from fond of those nobles, some prominent families are still necessary. Your task during this period is to re-establish the order of the Xiaolong star system, centered around the Zhao family, thereby elevating the status of smaller families loyal to the Zhao lineage or fostering the emergence of new loyal families. I believe you can manage this task. As Zhao Chen eloquently detailed these points, Zhang Hong found the first two to be mere flights of fancy, utterly unattainable. However, the third point was the only one she could agree with. The Xiaolong star system is in dire need of a new order to rebuild from the ground up. The task entrusted to me by the young lady is to safeguard the Xiaolong star system and protect the Zhao family in her absence. Zhang Hong coldly regarded Zhao Chun, stating, "I am not doing this for you. I am doing it for the young lady." With a hint of pride, she completed their agreement and departed. Zhao Chun activated a handheld terminal, projecting a holographic map of the Xiaolong star system. Gazing upon the expanse of stars, he raised his hand, as if to caress the starry sky. "Since this was your wish, I shall fulfill it on your behalf." Zhao Chun seemed to murmur to the universe, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then opened the system interface. Host, Zhao Chun. Occupation, Elite Starship Engineer. Special Attributes, Fleet Luck Bonus, Insightful Gaze. Points, 1100. Task Points, 8. Quantity of Starships, 2. Tasks, none. Warehouse, T3 Blizzard Class Light Star Battleship Technical Blueprint. T1 Wolf Louse Class Medium Star Destroyer Technical Blueprint. T2 Queen Bee Class Heavy Aircraft Carrier Technical Blueprint. T2 Hammer Class Heavy Star Industrial Ship Technical Blueprint. Currently, he possessed 1100 system points and 8 task points. He examined the conditions for upgrading the system all. Conditions for T2 system all upgrade. First, exchange for 2 T2 level items, 1-2. Second, complete 2 C-level system tasks, 1-2. Third, spend 2,000 system points for mall upgrade, 1100 2000. Zhao Chen's expression darkened. It seemed his current savings were insufficient for upgrading the T2 system mall. Never mind, I shall tackle each upgrade condition one at a time, he resolved. The third condition could wait, and the second C-level tasks were subject to chance. Thus, he focused on the first requirement, exchanging for 2 T2 level items. Having previously redeemed the T2 Queen Bee, he only needed one more. Recalling a specific item he had seen earlier, Zhao Chun scoured the T2 item section of the system all. Finally, he discovered a product he had previously encountered, T2 Bronze Eden-class Starship Technical Blueprint. Due to it not being redeemed yet, he could not access detailed data, but a brief description was visible. T2 Bronze Eden-class Starship. Auxiliary starship capable of conducting agricultural, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishery operations in a self-sustaining manner without resource expenditure. In essence, it functioned as an interstellar farm, ranch, forest, and fishery, completely cost-free. Do you wish to consume 400 system points and 3 task points to exchange for the T2 Bronze Eden-class Starship Technical Blueprint? Confirmed. Congratulations, you have acquired the T2 Bronze Eden-class Starship Technical Blueprint. Remaining system points, 700. Remaining task points, 5. Zhao Chen immediately began to review the data on this starship. The T2 Bronze Eden, as described, was an auxiliary starship capable of traversing the cosmos, extracting nutrients from cosmic particles to cultivate agriculture, forestry, and animal husbandry indefinitely. In simpler terms, it could produce food and raise livestock without consuming any resources. While the Galactic Alliance had researched similar technology, its cost-effectiveness surpassed traditional planetary agriculture, yet it had never achieved commercialization or mass production. However, the situation was different for Zhao Chun. The construction cost for a single T2 Bronze Eden was merely 3 million star coins. Comparatively, it seemed rather expensive, given that the T2 Queen Bee only required 150,000 star coins, marking a twofold difference. The key point, however, was that the monthly agricultural yield from a T2 Bronze Eden was valued at approximately 1 million star coins. Depending on the cultivated varieties, this output could sustain the needs of at least 1 million people. Thus, by constructing 500 T2 Bronze Edens, he could eradicate the food crisis in the Xiaolong star system. Natural crops would become a hard currency in interstellar trade, potentially establishing a significant aspect of the Xiaolong star system's external commerce. This was why Zhao Chun had previously articulated his plans regarding the second point. He had long envisioned this outcome. He was determined to achieve food freedom. Chapter 51. The uniform of the female soldier aboard the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier's bridge. This marked Zhao Chun's first visit since its construction. The bridge was far more spacious than that of the Zero Blizzard. Zhao Chun surveyed his surroundings before settling into the captain's chair. Zhao Wanner, the nominal captain of the T2 Queen B, said little, recognizing this was Zhao Chun's creation. Shall we depart early? We can travel at maximum warp speed to the Arctic Fox star system, Zhao Wanner inquired. Indeed, this time we need not wait for the Zero Blizzard. We shall set out first and rendezvous at the Arctic Fox starport, Zhao Chun replied. Have you brought everything I instructed? Zhao Wanner confirmed. All the supplies, valued at 700,000 star coins, seized from the nobles, are stored in the T2 Queen B's cargo hold. Additionally, the wreckage of the Three-Claw Serpent Pirate Fleet starships will be transported to the Arctic Fox star system by the Zero Blizzard. Zhao Chun nodded in satisfaction. All these resources would fund the construction of more starships. I didn't expect you to let the Jiang family go, Zhao Wanner remarked, surprised by Zhao Chun's decision. Zhao Chun smiled. What else could I do? Annihilate the Jiang family as well? According to Zhang Hong's intelligence, while the Jiang family was aware of the Bao and Cui families' plans, they remained bystanders, not participating that I needed to establish my authority in the Xiaolong star system. Hence I eliminated the Bao and Cui families. However, no one desires a lord who kills without cause. Excessive slaughter can backfire. Therefore, I left the Jiang family unharmed but made it clear they should vacate my territory. Zhao Wanner nodded in understanding, initially considering that Zhao Chun might take this opportunity to deal with Zhang Shasha's family. Yet, Zhao Chun had not once mentioned her name. Let us prepare for departure, Zhao Chun stated, stepping into the sleep chamber. The T2 Queen B's sleep chamber was significantly superior to that of the Zero Blizzard, aesthetically pleasing, and far more comfortable, with the injected blue liquid even carrying a subtle fragrance. Gradually, Zhao Chun succumbed to slumber, while the T2 Queen Bee entered warp speed, ready to traverse the interstellar frontier towards the Arctic Fox star system. The Arctic Fox starport. Greetings, Mr. Zhao Chun. I am the representative in charge at the Arctic Fox starport. IDCC11.IT is a pleasure to serve you once again, the woman greeted with a smile through the video window. Please arrange another Starship workshop for me, just like the previous one, and book it for 2 months. Additionally, I will provide you with an order for raw materials worth 200 million star coins. Please procure these materials as swiftly as possible. Lastly, secure a ticket for me to the North Star Starship Military Academy. Zhao Chun instructed. Certainly, I have reserved a large Starship workshop for you, identical to the one you used last time. The ticket for the North Star Starship Military Academy has also been booked. It is for tomorrow afternoon on AT2 Interstellar Cruise Liner in first class. Is that acceptable? The female representative inquired with a smile. That will suffice, Zhao Chun replied, transferring 210 million star coins from his account. Originally, he had 190 million star coins left, but with the additional 70 million star coins seized from the Xiaolong star system's nobles, his total amounted to 260 million star coins. Even after spending 210 million, he still retained 50 million star coins. The female supervisor, her face illuminated by a radiant smile, remarked, during your stay, should you require anything at all, please do not hesitate to contact me. I am at your service around the clock. With a playful wink and a gaze filled with affection that lingered, she concluded the video communication reluctantly. After all, he was her significant benefactor. A ticket for a ship? Zhao Wanner looked at Zhao Chun in astonishment, uncertain of his intentions. The T2 Queen Bee had traversed a week of warp travel, its formidable Class 4 warp engine enabling it to arrive at the Arctic Fox starport a full week ahead of the Zero Storm. Coincidentally, it was the very last day of September. I have some matters to attend to, so I will not be returning to the Academy just yet. You will take this flight back to the North Star Military Academy tomorrow? Zhao Chun stated. What could possibly be more important than your studies at the Academy? Aren't you concerned about failing your assessments at the end of the term? Zhao Wanner murmured, visibly displeased with Zhao Chun's decision to return alone. Zhao Chun affectionately ruffled Zhao Wanner's hair, reassuring her, do not worry, your brother knows what he is doing. I shall return in a little over a month, or at most 2. I will wait for your return at the Academy. Zhao Wanner replied. The T2 Queen Bee gradually glided into the shipyard where it had been constructed. Although one T2 Queen Bee had come to a halt, there remained ample space for several more starships to be parked or built. With the raw material orders still pending, they found themselves with free time on their hands. Let us explore the interior of the Arctic Fox starport. We were so preoccupied with constructing this T2 Queen Bee that we never truly got to enjoy it, Zhao Chen suggested. After a week of dormancy, he wished to savor this brief holiday before the impending bustle of work. Sounds great, Zhao Wanner replied with delight. Subsequently, Zhao Chen summoned a squad of half-orc female guards arranged by Charlotte, and the 7 of them boarded an unmanned hovercar, departing the shipyard and entering the heart of the Arctic Fox starport. The interior of the Arctic Fox starport was akin to a vast city, accommodating hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. Of course, this was contingent upon possessing sufficient wealth. Speaking of which, it seems my crew lacks a standardized uniform, Zhao Chen mused, glancing at the 5 half-orc female guards accompanying him, who were clad in the most ordinary of garments, plain cloth, a gift from the slave trader at the time of their purchase. Since you haven't bought new clothes this year, let's acquire some new attire for you. And I shall also order a batch of uniforms for my crew, Zhao Chen proposed. I have a school uniform at the academy, Zhao Wanner replied. Observing that Zhao Wanner had yet to change out of her academy uniform, Zhao Chen recognized that no one desired to wear the same outfit day in and day out, primarily to save on expenses. He firmly took Zhao Wanner by the hand and declared, "No, today we must buy you new clothes. You won't return until you have at least 10 new outfits." Zhao Wanner looked at him in disbelief. As they made their way, a figure cloaked in black, head bowed, stumbled toward them. The half-orc female guards instinctively positioned themselves protectively in front of Zhao Chen. The figure collided with one of the guards and immediately apologized in a raspy female voice. I'm so sorry. Before hastily retreating. Zhao Chen watched the figure disappear around the corner. What's wrong? Zhao Wanner inquired, puzzled by Zhao Chen's demeanor. It's nothing. Let us proceed to buy clothes, he replied. Within the clothing store, Zhao Chen scrutinized several outfits, his expression fraught with indecision. Bodice-hugging uniforms, maid costumes, bunny girl outfits. The thought of the female crew aboard his starship clad in such attire was too tantalizing. He dismissed the notion and decided to order based on his own sketches. Zhao Wanner, however, swiftly drew a few fashion designs, shattering Zhao Chen's delightful fantasies. Suddenly, Zhao Chen spotted a familiar figure outside the store, accompanied by a few shadowy figures lurking behind Wanner. Wait here for a moment. You two stay back. The 3 of you come with me, Zhao Chen commanded, leading 3 of the half-orc female guards away from the clothing store, disappearing into the throng of people. Chapter 52. Interstellar succubus. Not far from the clothing store, in a secluded abandoned underground tunnel, the cloaked figure who had previously bumped into Zhao Chen's guard was cautiously treading through the darkness. After what felt like an eternity, she turned into a narrow passage and rhythmically tapped on the wall several times. Soon, dozens of figures emerged from the shadows, all female, sporting short horns atop their heads, small wings on their backs, and even slender tails. Sister Lilith. The girls encircled the cloaked figure. She lowered her hood to reveal exquisite features, though smeared with what appeared to be mud-like black substance. Her allure remained undeniable. Like the girls, she too bore black horns. You must be hungry. I've brought some food I managed to scrounge up. Please, eat first. Lilith produced a box filled with a thick green substance. This is synthetic food. Though it lacks flavor, it is evident that these girls have been starving for quite some time. As they devoured the food without hesitation, Lilith swallowed hard, regretting that she had set her sights on a significant benefactor today, only to find her opportunity thwarted by her guard's vigilance. Sister Lilith, you should eat some too, a girl who appeared to be around 13 or 14 offered, holding a bit of the green synthetic food toward her. With a gentle smile, Lilith replied, I've already eaten outside. I'm not hungry. Please enjoy. The little girl blinked and began to wolf down the food. Lilith turned, caressing her flat stomach. In truth, she had not consumed anything, for the limited food she had acquired only sufficed for the others. She could forego a meal, but she could not bear to see her kin suffer from hunger. Observing the bowl of green viscous food being completely devoured, even the container licked clean, she sighed. It seemed she would need to venture out to hunt once more. Just then, faint footsteps echoed, but Lilith's keen ears picked them up immediately. She turned sharply toward the direction of the sound and exclaimed, Who goes there? Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. This girl was a succubus. As expected, you deduced correctly, thinking that one succubus would not be alone. Following the trail could lead us to others. Who would have imagined there were so many here? The market price for a quality succubus was said to be over 1,000 star coins, and this one before them could fetch even more. 7 men emerged from the darkness, wielding knives and other bladed weapons. Within the starport, regulations prohibited the carrying of firearms in the commercial zones. Thus, they were armed only with cold weapons. The men grinned malevolently as they surveyed the succubus before them, along with the terrified group huddled behind her. Succubi, an exceedingly rare interstellar race, existed solely as females capable of asexual reproduction. Each succubus was an enchanting beauty, originally inhabiting a forgotten planet until their alluring forms attracted the attention of humanoid hunters. The planet soon plunged into a war of invasion, with the succubi lacking strength to resist, leading to the majority being killed or captured. Those who escaped fled aboard starships, embarking on a protracted nomadic existence. During their wandering, the succubi gradually dispersed. On the black market, a succubus could command prices in the thousands of star coins, and those of exceptional beauty could reach tens of thousands. Many nobles took pride in acquiring a succubus as a slave. But due to rampant hunting, sightings of succubi had become exceedingly rare. Who could have imagined that in this abandoned tunnel within the starport, dozens of succubi resided? This was a veritable treasure trove. "You all must flee," Lilith cried out, drawing a dagger and preparing for battle. Her fellow succubi began to scatter in panic. "No escape for you." The men surged forward. Lilith swung her dagger, but her combat prowess was evidently lacking. Before long, the weapon was wrested from her grasp by one of the men. "Little girl, I advise against resistance. Instead of prolonging your suffering here, allow me to sell you to those noblemen. You'll live in luxury and no longer have to endure hardship." He sneered, grasping her arm. "Who would want to be a prisoner in your hands? I would rather die than allow you to succeed," Lilith retorted. Biting down on the man's arm, in response, he kicked her in the abdomen, sending her sprawling to the ground, clutching her stomach in pain. "Let me go! Sister Lilith, help me!" came the cries of her fleeing companions from behind. Gritting her teeth, Lilith raised her head to see that the other end of the tunnel was blocked by 4 or 5 more men who had begun to capture her fleeing kin. It appeared they were all part of a single group. "Hey, why are you being so rough? If you injure her, she won't fetch a good price," another man scolded. The man who had been bitten let out a cold snort as he approached Lilith, remarking, "If we can't sell her, we might as well enjoy her ourselves. I've lived all these years without ever indulging in a succubus. They say that even if you lose 10 years of your life after a single encounter with a succubus, it's still worth it." With that, he stepped directly onto Lilith's back, grabbing her hair with one hand, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Tonight, I shall savor the famed flavor of a succubus from across the cosmos." Lilith, held by her hair, raised her head. The pain coursing through her body was nothing compared to the anguish in her heart. She understood all too well what fate awaited her and her companions after being captured. After years of fleeing, struggling to survive, she wondered, why did succubi not have the right to live equally? Was it simply because of their beauty? Lilith felt an intense hatred. Hatred for this wretched universe. Hatred for those who invaded her home planet, and hatred for the man before her. If only someone could save them, she, Lilith, would be willing to sacrifice everything, even her own life. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the pipes. Initially, it was assumed to be a fleeing succubus, but soon it became apparent that something was amiss as a figure emerged from the shadows. Such a lively scene. "I hope you don't mind if I join in." Chapter 53. Succubus Lilith. Zhao Chun smiled as he observed the commotion in the underground tunnel, where 3 female soldier guards vigilantly protected him. "Who are you?" The man standing over Lilith glared at Zhao Chan, his hands gesturing menacingly behind him. The comrades who had been capturing the succubi began to converge around him. "What am I?" Zhao Chen rubbed his chin in a thoughtful manner before replying with a smirk. "What I am is of no concern to you." The man, feeling insulted, pointed angrily at Zhao Chun. "Listen here, kid. I warn you that I'm with the Black Fox Society of the Arctic Fox Starport. If you leave now, I can pretend none of this has happened. Otherwise, I will ensure you never leave the Arctic Fox Starport." Black Fox Society? Zhao Chen mused, the name sounding like that of a criminal organization. Yet, He was unfazed, chuckling lightly as he spread his hands. Your so-called Black Fox Society might possess some power, but do you truly believe you can leave here alive? The man discerned the implication in Zhao Chen's words and immediately drew a dagger. His companions brandishing their weapons in response, a group of over a dozen gathering. The 3 half-beast female soldier guards promptly assumed a combat stance. Hold on a moment. Allow me to handle this myself. Zhao Chen interjected, stepping forward alone and beckoning the assailants with a finger. No more dilly-dallying. Let us settle this quickly. I see you're seeking death. Attack, and finish this guy off, the man commanded, and his allies surged forward. However, the narrowness of the underground tunnel permitted only 5 to advance side by side, resulting in 3 leading the charge. The 3 female soldier guards gripped the short blades at their waists. General Charlotte had instructed them that regardless of the situation, the captain's safety was their top priority. Yet, the captain had ordered them not to intervene, leaving them in a dilemma. They resolved to observe for now, ready to act if Zhao Chen was in danger. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chen darted forward, expertly dodging the dagger of the first attacker and delivering a powerful punch to his chest. The sound of cracking ribs echoed through the tunnel. With 2 swift kicks, he sent the other 2 assailants sprawling. His speed, fluidity, and sheer force left the 3 half-beast female soldier guards utterly astounded. His prowess was on par with the elite warriors of their kind. Continued. A fierce glint ignited in Zhao Chen's eyes. After injecting the T1 super soldier serum, he had engaged in simulated combat aboard the starship, discovering that his physical capabilities surpassed those of most interstellar soldiers. However, without real combat experience, he had been unsure of his true strength. He had been waiting for an opportunity to unleash his abilities, and now it had presented itself. 3 minutes later, aside from the man, all his comrades lay motionless on the ground, a third of them having succumbed to fatal injuries. Either their hearts had been shattered by blunt force or their necks severed by a precise strike. Zhao Chen's strength was simply too great for ordinary bodies to withstand. Don't come any closer. The man quaked in terror as he gazed at Zhao Chen, retreating until he turned and fled. Zhao Chen picked up a dagger from the ground and hurled it with precision, the blade embedding itself in the man's rear. A piercing scream erupted as the man collapsed beside Lilith in a peculiar position. Zhao Chen frowned in dissatisfaction, remarking, "My aim still needs improvement." I was clearly aiming for his head. Lilith stared at the fallen man, memories flooding back of the relentless pursuit her kind had endured over the years. With many sisters losing their lives, consumed by rage, she seized a nearby knife and plunged it into the man's neck, blood splattering across her face. After a few seconds of shock, she regained her composure. Eyeing the peculiar quartet of 1 man and 3 women warily, "You are of the succubus clan, aren't you?" Zhao Chen addressed Lilith while gesturing for his 3 female guards to clean up the battlefield, ensuring that any remaining survivors were dealt with. For the half-beast female crew, this was a routine matter. A swift strike often meant a life extinguished. "Are you here to capture us as well?" Lilith asked, holding the dagger against her pale neck. "I would rather die than allow you to humiliate me." Zhao Chen shrugged with a smile. "If you wish to die, then do so, but I have no intention of humiliating you. I merely saw succubi and was curious to see for myself." Lilith was taken aback, unable to comprehend the man's intentions. "This place is no longer safe. If you don't mind, you can come aboard my starship. I can guarantee your safety." Lilith scrutinized Zhao Chen, her voice laced with caution. "How do I know your intentions differ from theirs? If my intentions were the same as theirs, I could have simply captured you without wasting time here." Zhao Chen replied, "If you refuse my goodwill, that's your choice. We shall take our leave. Soon, others will come to capture you. You may find yourself dead, but what of your kin? I believe there are even children among them." As Zhao Chen turned to leave, Lilith felt the vulnerability of her heart pierced. She glanced back at her terrified kin huddled together. Biting her lip, she finally called out, "Wait, I am willing to go with you. As long as you can guarantee the safety of my people, and do not harm them, I can agree to any conditions you set." Such words held tremendous power for a man, especially when spoken by a captivating succubus. "You 3, find a way to escort them back to our starship. Is that acceptable?" Zhao Chen instructed his guards. They exchanged glances at the succubi and nodded in agreement. "Captain, we can rent a few hovercraft and park them at the underground tunnel's exit, then hide them in the vehicles to bring them back to the starship. It's not a difficult task." "Then let us proceed," Zhao Qin declared, striding towards the tunnel's exit without looking back, seemingly indifferent to the succubi behind him. Lilith embraced her kin, uncertain whether her choice was right or wrong, but she realized that waiting here to die was not an option. She had to take a chance. She watched the man's retreating figure, her expression complex. Unbeknownst to her, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 54. What starship is this? It's clearly paradise apart from their alluring appearance and innate seductive talents. The succubi possessed another characteristic. They were remarkably intelligent. Although their combat prowess was low, their intellect was sharp, allowing them to excel in mental tasks, manage various affairs, and learn quickly. Yet, in comparison to these abilities, society was far more focused on their beauty. After all, there were many clever interstellar races. Several hovercraft parked within Zhao Qin's starship hangar. During the time spent renting from the starship garage, this space had effectively become Zhao Qin's private domain. Even those from the Arctic Fox starport were prohibited from entering without his permission. Come out, you are safe now, Zhao Qian called to the hovercrafts after disembarking one by one. The succubi cautiously stepped down, cloaked in garments that concealed their identities. This is my starship hangar, and this is my starship, Zhao Qin introduced to the succubi, and I am the captain of this starship. My name is Zhao Qian. I am Lilith, their leader. Lilith stepped forward, visibly nervous yet resolute for the sake of her ki and at that moment. A woman stepped down from another hovercraft. It was Zhao Wanner. Surprised, Zhao Wanner looked at the newly arrived individuals before exclaiming, "Succubi!" Lilith immediately regarded the woman with suspicion. "Do not be alarmed. She is my sister." Zhao Qin waved his hand and then turned to Zhao Wanner, saying, "You are responsible for accommodating them. They will temporarily reside on our starship for a while. First, take them to wash up, then to the dining hall for a meal, and afterward, arrange clean clothes and dormitories for them." "All right," Zhao Wanner instinctively replied, but soon she realized and pressed further, "Wait, you haven't explained where you abducted these succubi from." Although they were women, Zhao Wanner understood all too well what succubi meant to men. Hey, what do you mean by abduct?" "I call it helping others." Zhao Qin rolled his eyes. "I'll explain this to you later. It seems my batch of raw materials is arriving, so I need to check on that. As for the clothing I just ordered, you'll handle the arrangements." With that, Zhao Qin hurried off, leaving Zhao Wanner and the group of succubi behind. What succubi? Nothing is more important than Zhao Qin's starship. Thus, Lilith followed her kin onto the massive starship. My name is Zhao Wanner. Although I do not know how you were brought here by that fellow, you can rest assured that as long as I am here, he will not harm you, Zhao Wanner declared firmly to Lilith. Lilith replied softly. Her kin remained timidly huddled behind her, yet they curiously gazed at the resplendent corridors of the starship. Compared to the Zero Storm, the interior of the T-2 Beehive-class heavy aircraft carrier was extraordinarily beautiful, akin to a work of art. Upon entering for the first time, Zhao Wanner immediately fell in love with the starship. "You all that have a bit of an odor. Let me take you to wash up," Zhao Wanner said, looking at Lilith. Lilith's cheeks flushed. They had been hiding in the underground pipes of the starport for some time. Naturally carrying unpleasant scents, the vast bathing area was enveloped in mist. Shower stalls with installed shower heads lined the sides, while a soaking tub was situated in the center. "Hurry and wash up. Clean clothes are over here. Once you're done, change into them, and I'll take you to eat," Zhao Wanner instructed at the entrance of the bathing area. Okay, Lilith replied, still somewhat restrained, though some succubi could no longer resist and rushed into the shower to enjoy the warm water. "It's actually hot water. I haven't bathed in hot water for ages. But, will we get scolded for using so much water? I heard water resources on a starship are precious." One succubus remarked. Lilith surveyed the surroundings. As someone who had once held a position on a starship in the succubus kingdom, she understood that such bathing facilities were exceedingly luxurious. "Rest assured, we employ the most advanced cosmic particle water collection technology on this starship. So water is not that precious," Zhao Wanner's voice echoed from outside. This completely dispelled their concerns. The succubi began to relax and bathe, washing away the dirt from their bodies, showcasing their exquisite forms. If Zhao Chun were here at that moment, his eyes would surely widen in astonishment. Due to their previous hiding in the underground pipes, he had been unable to discern their appearances, but now, each one gleamed with beauty, truly deserving the admiration of humanoid males in the cosmos. After about 10 minutes, all the succubi had finished bathing and changed into clean clothes. In truth, Had they not heard about the impending meal? They could have luxuriated in this blissful place all day. Sister Lilith, will I have another chance to bathe here? A small succubus tugged at Lilith's arm, glancing back at the bathing area, whispering. Seeing the glimmer of hope in the small succubus's eyes, Lilith could not bear to deny it and softly replied, yes, to this day. She remained unaware of the intentions of the man named Zhao Chun who had helped them, nor did she comprehend what fate awaited them. Miss Warner, we are all clean now. Thank you for the clothes. To be honest, our own clothes could still be worn, Lilith said somewhat shyly. However, their own garments were in tatters and utterly ill-fitting during their days of fleeing. Who cared about clothing? As long as they covered themselves, that sufficed. Upon seeing the dozen or so succubi before her, Zhao Warner's eyes widened in astonishment. You are simply too beautiful, she exclaimed enviously. Succubi possess an innate charm. Their every gesture exudes an alluring aura beyond their control. Thus, they were all born enchantresses. Lilith's cheeks flushed, yet she had long grown accustomed to such gazes. Zhao Warner glanced at Lilith and then at herself, especially at her own chest, feeling rather dwarfed. However, in truth, Zhao Warner was not lacking in beauty. She simply had not fully matured yet and was of an entirely different style compared to Lilith and her kin. Ahem. Let's go eat. To eat. Zhao Warner changed the subject, leading Lilith and the others to the starship's dining hall. Inside the dining area, Zhao Warner pointed to the food counter. You can order whatever you like. Just don't waste anything. After Zhao Warner finished speaking, not a single succubus stepped forward. Zhao Warner looked on in surprise, seeing each succubus standing there in a daze. A few of them were fixated on a half-orc female crew member in the distance, eating, making her feel quite embarrassed. Is this what you usually eat? Lilith asked in astonishment. Everything on the menu is natural food, not synthetic or anything of the sort. Of course, feel free to order as much as you like, Zhao Warner said as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Lilith inhaled the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, and inwardly she mused. This is no starship. It is truly a paradise. Chapter 55. The succubi who overindulged eyed like an order of dumplings. May I have a portion of that steak rice? Lilith hesitated. Sister Lilith, and fruit. There's fruit. The succubi resembled children who had never ventured outside, standing excitedly before the food counter. Lilith looked at her kin, feeling a wave of sadness wash over her. After placing their orders, the succubi stood anxiously at the counter, waiting. The chef behind the counter chuckled. You can find a seat and wait. Once the food is prepared, a mechanical waiter will bring it to you. Hearing the chef's words, the succubi turned back, walking 3 steps while glancing back at the counter. A few minutes later, the orders of some succubi were completed first. It's actually rice, the succubi exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at the fragrant bowl of rice before them. As they savored the rice, a wave of happiness enveloped their taste buds. The other succubi cast envious glances, but soon their own meals were ready. One by one, they began to devour their food, relishing a joy they had never experienced before. Gradually, one succubus began to cry mid-meal. Lilith looked at the small succubus and asked with concern, Why are you crying? Is it not tasty? It's not that it's not tasty, it's so delicious. But when I think about possibly not being able to eat this again, I can't help but cry. Sister Lilith, I don't want to wander and hide anymore. Living a life of hunger, the small succubus wept. Lilith wordlessly embraced the small succubus, remaining silent for a long time. Sadness is infectious, and soon a majority of the succubi were eating while softly sobbing. A petite succubus, holding a bowl nearly the size of her face, timidly approached the counter, saying, may I have another bowl? The bowl was licked clean, appearing as if it had been washed. What did you say? Perhaps due to her soft voice, the chef did not hear her at first. The petite succubus lowered her head in embarrassment and repeated, half a bowl. Is also fine. You still want more, do you? No worries. Miss Warner said you can eat as much as you want a day, as long as you don't waste any. Let me check, you ordered beef noodles? So just wait a moment. It will be ready soon, the chef replied warmly. Thank you, the petite succubus said, then hurried back to her seat, gazing intently at the counter without diverting her eyes. An hour later, when Zhao Warner returned, she was met with a shocking sight. The once delicate and alluring succubi now sported small bellies, resembling those who were pregnant. Some even bore expressions of discomfort. What happened to you all? Zhao Wanner asked, astonished, glancing at Lilith. Lilith, with a mix of apology and shyness, explained, I apologize. They simply couldn't control themselves and ate too much, and a few have overindulged. As she spoke, she discreetly adjusted her own slightly rounded belly. Burp that I never knew, that being full that felt like this. A small succubus leaned back in her chair, her expression a mix of pain and pleasure. Zhao Wanner chuckled. I'll arrange for someone to bring you some digestive medicine shortly. Once you feel better, I'll take you to see your dormitory. Thank you, Miss Wanner. Lilith sincerely expressed her gratitude this time. She was acutely aware of the value of this meal, which undoubtedly surpassed the cumulative worth of all the food she and her fellow succubi had consumed in the preceding years. There was no need for gratitude. After all, it was merely a meal. Zhao Wanner had grown accustomed to the fare offered by the Starship's dining hall, to the point where she found it increasingly unremarkable. As if humans were meant to partake in such natural sustenance rather than artificial food. Do all of you eat this? Lilith inquired. Zhao Wanner nodded, then raised a finger and said, that guy, Zhao Chen, my brother, has set a monthly meal standard of 10 star coins for the crew aboard this starship. 10 star coins. Upon hearing the standard, Lilith was taken aback. It seemed excessively extravagant. When she had perused the menu earlier, she noted that with a budget of 10 star coins, one could dine here daily, provided it wasn't an indulgence of lavish meats every day. Such a life felt incredibly blissful. I have another question. Since earlier, it seems I've only seen female crew members aboard this starship, and aside from you and Captain Zhao Chun, all of them appear to be half-beast women. Lilith expressed her observation. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes and retorted. You should ask my brother about that. All these half-beast women were purchased as slaves from the black market. Slaves? Lilith was astonished as she observed the half-beast women chatting and enjoying their meals in the dining hall. Slaves? When did slaves come to enjoy such treatment? Yet, the thought of an all-female crew aboard a man's starship made her involuntarily question Zhao Chen's intentions. After the few well-fed succubi had rested, Zhao Wanner led them to their quarters. There are 18 of you, right? I will arrange 5 dormitories with 4 beds each. Any empty beds will simply remain unoccupied, Zhao Wanner explained as she walked. Lilith waved her hands insistently, saying, no need for that. Just one dormitory will suffice. If necessary, a place to sit will do. Gazing at the clean corridor, Lilith thought that resting here was not unreasonable after all. During their years of fleeing, they had endured far worse environments than this, even in underground tunnels. And no need to be polite. Our starship has an abundance of rooms. Although it only requires 100 individuals to operate, it can comfortably accommodate 300 with a bit of crowding. It could even house 700 or 800 without issue. Zhao Wanner declared proudly, as if introducing her home. Soon, they arrived at the dormitory area. This will be your residence from now on. The beds and bedding have already been prepared, and there are changes of clothes on each bed. This is a temporary identification card. You may visit the bathhouse daily and dine in the restaurant. Zhao Wanner introduced. Lilith stood before the dormitory, feeling as though she could hardly move. Such a clean and bright room would be her sleeping quarters. Moreover, upon entering, she discovered an independent bathroom to the left. She had never heard of a starship dormitory featuring a private bathroom. Usually, a single bathroom served an entire dormitory area, which could be quite dreadful. Furthermore, the room was spacious, measuring at least 40 to 50 square meters. Furnished with 4 bunk beds, the lower levels of which served as desks. The corridor between the beds was a full meter wide. Spacious, clean, tidy, and convenient. It was truly hard to believe that this was the dormitory of a starship. Lilith couldn't help but exclaim once more, what kind of celestial starship is this? Chapter 56. Where would you like to go? I can send you off after ensuring the succubi were settled. Zhao Wanner proceeded to the operations console on the opposite side of the starship's workshop, where Zhao Chun was planning the upcoming starship construction projects, adjusting various parameters on the holographic display before him. Hey, did you bring those succubi back for some nefarious purpose? Zhao Wanner scrutinized Zhao Chun as if he were a criminal. Zhao Chun paused his work, exasperated. Come on, I'm just trying to do a good deed. Didn't you notice how pitiable those succubi are? Zhao Wanner narrowed her eyes at him. They are indeed unfortunate, but I cannot believe you brought them back solely out of pity. There are plenty of unfortunate souls in the Arctic Fox starport. Realizing he couldn't deceive Zhao Wanner, Zhao Chun dropped the pretense, smiling. Hey, those are succubi. I know, They're the kind of alluring beings that men adore. Zhao Wanner crossed her arms, scoffing, "Pooh, am I that base? What I mean is, those succubi are quite intelligent." Zhao Chen raised a hand, revealing detailed information about the succubi race, highlighting their strong learning abilities and intelligence in red. Zhao Wanner deduced his intentions. "You wish to recruit them?" "Precisely. What I lack is talent. While the half-beast women are competent space soldiers, they fall short in certain areas. For example, Charlotte is excellent in combat but utterly chaotic when it comes to managing the fleet's various affairs. The succubi, however, excel in management and possess excellent memory, making them ideal for administrative roles aboard the starship." Zhao Chen exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. "Talent. This is precisely what Zhao Chen needed. Female talent. But do you truly only aim for this purpose?" Zhao Wanner looked at him skeptically. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. "Hey, I'm your brother. If I were that kind of person, you would have seen me with a single half-beast soldier in these past few months." "That may be true, but those succubi are incredibly enchanting. I was tempted just looking at them." "Who knows if you might turn out to be a beast in human form?" Zhao Wanner retorted with a huff. "All right, enough banter. You should return and rest early. You need to catch the starship back to the North Star Military Academy tomorrow morning," Zhao Chen advised. "Are you really not coming back with me?" Zhao Wanner asked. Zhao Chen pointed at the holographic starship designs before him. "Look at this. Do you think I can leave?" "What kind of starship is this?" Zhao Wanner inquired, intrigued. Zhao Chen smiled mysteriously. "It's a foundation for creating an interstellar fleet in the future." "An interstellar fleet?" Zhao Wanner intended to tease him, knowing that even the smallest interstellar fleet requires at least 30 starships, and he barely had 2. Aspiring to establish a fleet seemed a tad exaggerated. But considering Zhao Chen's prior assembly of the Zero Snowstorm and the construction of the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier, both of which were extraordinary feats, perhaps he truly could achieve it. "All right then, I'll await you at the North Star Military Academy." Zhao Wanner glared at Zhao Chen, warning, "But I caution you. If I find out you dare to mistreat those succubi, beware of my—" Zhao Wanner made a scissor gesture before turning to leave. "Where did this girl learn such things?" Zhao Chen muttered to himself before immersing himself once more in his work. As for the succubi, they could be subdued in due time. There was no rush. Now that they had boarded his starship, they had no chance of leaving this pirate ship. Half a day passed. The system notification chimed in Zhao Chen's mind. Pulling his thoughts back, he set aside his work and opened the system interface. Two pop-up windows appeared. Quarterly task. Please construct and possess 3 different T2 or higher starships, system produced. So, the quarterly task has emerged. Zhao Chen glanced at the time. It was already October. It appeared this quarterly task was issued every 3 months, with no penalties for failing to complete it, but it would be automatically cancelled if not fulfilled. Alongside generous rewards. It served as an excellent channel for obtaining system rewards. He then checked the other pop-up. Monthly points, 80 points. Zhao Chen's system points had increased by 80 points. Upon inspection, he discovered it was the passive income generated by the T2 Queen B. As previously mentioned, there were various methods to earn system points. Aside from completing system tasks, one could also rely on the passive income from owned system starships. The T2 Queen B had been in operation since the beginning of September, so he could claim monthly points in October, accumulating to 80 points daily. The more starships one owned, the more points one earned. The higher the starship level, the greater the points. This was the essence of it. This is wonderful. As the number of starships increases, even without undertaking system tasks, I can still amass substantial system points. Zhao Chen felt a surge of joy. The week passed swiftly, and on the second day after the succubi arrived aboard the T2 Queen B, Zhao Wanner took the starship back to the North Star Military Academy. Meanwhile, all the orders for the raw materials Zhao Chen needed were fulfilled, and he embarked on the lengthy journey of starship construction. During these 5 days, one individual was steeped in anxiety. Lilith, the succubus. Originally, she anticipated that the man would approach her the following day to reveal his intentions. However, to her surprise, the man did not show up the next day. Nor did Miss Zhao Wanner bid farewell on the 3rd day. The man still did not appear on the 4th day. There was no sign of him either. By the 5th day, Lilith had surprisingly grown accustomed to life aboard the starship, rising each day alongside the female soldiers, tidying her bed, washing up, and then heading to the dining hall for meals. As for the remaining time, they would assist in maintaining cleanliness aboard the starship. Although this task was already managed by cleaning robots. However, unwilling to remain idle, they would actively seek out tasks to occupy themselves. Gradually, they also began to familiarize themselves with the half-orc female crew members on the starship. Discovering that their lives here were quite pleasant, the captain had never forced them to do anything. On the 6th day, Lilith began to succumb to anxiety. The more accustomed she became to her current existence, the more restless she felt, particularly due to the prolonged absence of that man. That night, she found herself unable to sleep. On the 7th day, Lilith lay on the soft, plush bed, staring at the ceiling. Unable to drift into slumber for an extended period, it had been a long time since she had slept in a proper bed, let alone a bed. Sometimes, merely having a shelter from the elements was a luxury. Thus, on the 1st day, many succubi struggled with insomnia, leading some to eventually fall asleep on the floor. Simultaneously, Lilith noticed that the anxiety she felt was mirrored in the expressions of her fellow succubi. She recognized that look all too well. It signified a profound unwillingness to lose their current way of life, a life they had long yearned for. On the 8th day, Lilith, sporting dark circles under her eyes, entered the starship's dining hall and ordered a plate of her favorite dumplings, taking a seat. Before long, a tray bearing dumplings was placed in front of her, and a figure sat across from her. In that moment, it seemed as if the entire dining hall fell silent. Lilith looked up to see the man she had been waiting for, the one who had been missing for 7 days. "Speak up. Where do you wish to go next? I can escort you," Zhao Chen said, casually chewing on his dumplings. His voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the dining hall, catching the attention of all the succubi present. To them, his words struck like a thunderclap, like being thrust into a frozen abyss. The delectable food before them suddenly lost all appeal. Chapter 57. The Lament of the Succubus. Her name was Basie. A succubus. She had heard her companions speak of their origins in a succubus kingdom that had been overrun by wicked invaders, forcing them into a life of flight. From the moment she could remember, she had been on the run, on planets, aboard starships, and in myriad hiding places. They had to disguise their identities, never to reveal themselves to the world, sleeping in dark, damp places infested with insects and foul odors. Their sustenance consisted mainly of synthetic food, often going 2 or 3 days between meals, and she had witnessed several companions perish from starvation. They had narrowly escaped capture by malevolent foes on multiple occasions, or been defeated by hunger. Fortunately, their sister Lilith was exceptionally resourceful, always leading them away from danger and securing food for them. However, one fateful day, a group attacked their hiding place in an underground tunnel, and just when they found themselves in peril, a powerful man appeared. He effortlessly defeated their assailants and brought them aboard his starship. She had never seen such a beautiful vessel before, and here, they need not conceal their identities, for most of those they encountered were female half-orcs. Lilith had warned them to be exceedingly cautious of men, declaring that they were devils who feasted on the innocent. Subsequently, they were attended to by a kind and gentle young woman who helped them bathe. It was her first experience washing with clean, warm water. Previously, they had only been able to wipe their bodies with dirty water. As the water flowed over her skin, she fell in love with the sensation. Not only was there a bathing area, but there was also a pool where they could luxuriate in warm, soothing water. Later, they were taken to a dining hall, where the kind young woman informed them that they could order any dish they desired. Gazing at the menu filled with unfamiliar names, she felt a sense of strangeness, for prior to this, she had only consumed synthetic food. The few times she had tasted natural food consisted of a cookie the size of a finger and some wild game hunted in the wilderness of a planet. Ultimately, she chose a dish that appeared to be laden with meat. When the large platter of meat was set before her, the enticing aroma enveloped her, and as she savored each bite, her taste buds were treated to an exquisite delight. For the first time, she realized that eating was not merely a means of survival but rather a source of immense joy. Subsequently, they were assigned to a remarkably clean room, complete with a soft bed, clean linens, and even a private restroom, along with neatly arranged clothing that bore a faint, pleasant fragrance. Each of them had their own space, no longer crammed into a cramped area. Everything seemed so splendid. Like a dream, if this were indeed a dream, Basie sincerely wished never to awaken from it. For an entire week thereafter, they lived aboard the starship, residing in clean rooms and enjoying delicious meals, while also assisting the female crew members with minor tasks around the ship. Yet today, The man who had brought them here reappeared, and his words struck her like whispers from an abyss. Speak up. Where do you wish to go next? I can escort you. In an instant, Basie's eyes glazed over, and the meat she had once relished lost all allure. A single thought consumed her mind. They must leave this place. They must return to their former lives. No, she could not accept it. What do you mean? Lilith gazed in shock at the man before her. Zhao Chen replied, I have made arrangements. I can secure tickets for an interstellar cruise, taking you to any planet or starport you wished. Lilith's expression turned blank. She was momentarily at a loss for words, as the man's proposition had taken her completely by surprise. Suddenly, a succubus erupted in turmoil, seizing a fork from her plate and pressing it against her throat. I will go nowhere. I will go nowhere. Succubus Basie, tears streaming down her face, trembled as she looked at Zhao Chen. Basie, what are you doing? Put the fork down, Lilith implored, rushing toward the youngest succubus, Basie, who, by their kind's age standards, was still a child. Young succubus Basie disregarded Lilith's plea, turning her gaze to Zhao Chen. Why? Zhao Chen regarded the small succubus. Barely standing at 1 meter and 40 centimeters tall, yet possessing an alluring figure due to the succubi's innate developmental advantages. Should some individuals with a penchant for youthful charm behold her, they would undoubtedly succumb to adoration. Sister Lilith, I do not wish to return to that previous life. I do not want to drink that black water again. I do not want to hide in darkness any longer. I do not want to live in constant fear. I do not want to scavenge for food, scraping moss from walls, consuming dirt, seeking anything to fill my stomach, only to endure the agony of hunger in a corner. I do not want to battle terrifying beasts for a morsel of food in the desolate wilderness of a planet, nor do I wish to witness our companions falling in battle. Young succubus Basie choked back tears as she surveyed her surroundings. With a bittersweet smile, she said, Here I discovered for the first time that living can be a delightful experience. Living can indeed be a delightful experience? This statement was deeply ironic, yet for the succubi who had dwelled in darkness, merely surviving was a formidable challenge, let alone enjoying life. Many of the succubi present were choked with emotion, their eyes reddened with tears. Some of the older succubi continued to eat, savoring every grain of rice, for this might be the last time they experienced such exquisite sustenance. They would return to the shadows. Young succubus Basie, her eyes bloodshot, fixed her gaze on Zhao Chen, her voice breaking as she cried out, If you intend to send us away, why must you treat us so kindly? Why grant us this experience of life, providing us with clean clothes, warm water, delightful food, and soft beds? Why must you show us that we can live so happily? You have illuminated our path, and now you seek to cast us back into darkness. As she spoke, the knife and fork slipped from her grasp, and she collapsed to the ground, burying her face in her hands and weeping. Lilith, overwhelmed with a mix of emotions, approached and embraced young succubus Basie, feeling both guilt and helplessness. Chapter 58. They could have endured the darkness had they never seen the light. Zhao Chen observed the succubi before him, their emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. He understood that his objective had been achieved. They could have endured the darkness had they never glimpsed the light. Yet Zhao Chen had brought them aboard the starship, bestowing upon them a happiness they never could have imagined. He had cast a ray of light into their previously pitch-black existence, but now his words signified that light's impending extinguishment. This was a cruel fate for them, in truth, if you do not wish to leave. You need not go, Zhao Chen stated calmly. In that moment, all 18 succubi turned their gazes toward him, even Lilith's expression filled with a glimmer of hope. You can become my crew members, just like those half-orc officers. Fight for me, Zhao Chen declared. Lilith was taken aback. She had never considered such an option. Fighting for a human was beyond her imagination. After all, succubi were never viewed as interstellar warriors in the eyes of humanity, but rather as mere tools for indulgence. I will give you time to contemplate this. You may finish your meal if you choose freedom, then exit through the back door of the restaurant, where arrangements will be made to transport you to any planet or starport of your desire. Should you wish to remain here, proceed to the front entrance, where your information will be registered, and from that moment onward, you shall be crew members under my command, Zhao Chen. After delivering his words, Zhao Chen wiped his mouth and stood up, departing the restaurant. The choice had been presented to these succubi, and the answer was one he already knew. Moments after Zhao Chen left, the little succubus, Bei dashed towards the front door without a second thought, wiping her tears, and no matter what, she was determined to stay. If she could not remain here, she would rather perish. One by one, the other succubi followed her lead towards the front entrance. Sister Lilith, let us stay, another succubus urged, reaching out to the silent Lilith, who had been contemplating. Lilith bit her lip, and soon she found peace within herself. Until now, she had yearned for freedom, but what awaited her outside? As little Beishi had said, would it merely be a continuation of hiding and scraping by? You all go ahead. I will follow shortly, Lilith said, gently patting the head of a succubus before hastily moving in the direction Zhao Chen had taken. Walking through the corridors of the starship, Zhao Chen heard footsteps behind him, realizing his success. Wait, Lilith called out, stepping in front of Zhao Chen. There's something you need? He inquired. Lilith fixed her gaze on Zhao Chen and asked, what is your true intention? Are you luring us with a superior life? What do you seek from us? Is it merely to turn us into your interstellar soldiers? You have already articulated my purpose. Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly, shrugging. Lilith scrutinized Zhao Chen, aware that without a satisfactory answer, she would not be easily convinced. To be candid, my fleet has just been established with only 2 starships, comprising roughly 800 interstellar soldiers, all of whom are half-beasts. While they excel in operating starships in combat, they falter in managing the internal affairs of the fleet. I am in dire need of talent, and you succubi are precisely the individuals I require in that regard. Naturally, I will also assess and train you further. Zhao Chen articulated his thoughts. You truly valued, not our bodies, but our abilities? Lilith asked, astonished, for she had not anticipated anyone would remember the innate talents of succubi. You are indeed captivating and alluring, yet I shall not coerce anyone into doing what they despise. Similarly, should you choose to depart, I shall not impede your decision, Zhao Chen stated with a smile, which was, in truth, his sincere belief. Lilith bit her lip again and replied, but do you understand the trouble that awaits if you recruit us? Should word spread of succubi serving on your starship? It could spell significant complications for you and your fleet. Complications? Zhao Chen smirked slightly, exuding an air of authority. Should anyone dare to trouble my crew, I shall become the greatest nuisance in their life. Zhao Chen had many admirable qualities, yet he had one glaring flaw. He was fiercely protective of his own. You are indeed a peculiar individual, yet you have swayed me, Lilith remarked, gazing at Zhao Chen. I am willing to serve you, though I cannot yet claim absolute loyalty. Zhao Chen chuckled. I do not require your loyalty. I only ask for your genuine commitment to work here, for our collective benefit and for your own lives. In truth, Zhao Chen cared little for loyalty. Once they became accustomed to life here, such sentiments would become irrelevant, for they would find it impossible to part from it. Zhao Chen offered them light. He was their beacon. Naturally, they would follow the light. What must we do next? Lilith quickly immersed herself in her new role. Zhao Chen handed her a handheld terminal. This contains some learning materials. Take it and study with your kin. In a month, I will assess your progress. This assessment will determine your future roles in my fleet, directly affecting your living conditions and whether you will enjoy hearty meals. Lilith accepted the terminal. Beaming, with your final explanation, I am confident they will devote themselves to their studies. Learning? Succubi excel in learning, Zhao Chen thought. Having temporarily settled matters with the succubi, he returned to the construction workshop of the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. The keel of the T2 Hammer had been laid, yet a considerable duration remained until its completion. The quarterly task involved constructing 3 distinct T2 starships, and currently, he possessed 1 T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier. To fulfill the task by the end of December, he needed to build another T2 starship. Zhao Chen was determined not to miss out on the substantial rewards of the quarterly task. Within the Arctic Fox starport, in the underground passage where Zhao Chen had previously taken the succubi, a team was exploring with searchlights, discovering bodies and signs of habitation. A young man, pinching his nose in disgust, surveyed the area. Brother, we have found the bodies of several individuals, half of whom died from severe injuries, while the other half appear to have had their throats slit after sustaining heavy wounds. The assailants acted with great decisiveness. No trace of the target succubi has been found, reported a subordinate. I suspected the reason for the recent disappearance of these individuals was due to this incident. Our search for the succubi has also yielded no results. This was a task that our Black Fox clan's leader entrusted to us. We spent thousands of star coins to acquire these leads. Who dares to snatch from us in the Arctic Fox starport? The young man's eyes glinted with cold fury. Find out. Dispatch personnel to scour every exit of this underground passage for clues. We must uncover who took the succubi. Chapter 59. The Griffin fleet. A month had swiftly passed. Zhao Chen's construction of the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was now over halfway complete. It appeared he would need to recruit some soldiers with shipbuilding expertise. Otherwise, he would be left to shoulder all the labor himself, which would surely lead to exhaustion. Zhao Chen, with grease smeared across his face, gazed at the new vessel before him. Brother, with you here, my workload will surely diminish, he chuckled. Just then, a soft female voice called from behind, Captain. Turning around, Zhao Chen was momentarily dazzled. Clad in a crisp, pure white military uniform with a short skirt that ended just above her knees, she wore white knee-high stockings. Due to her succubus nature, the skirt and back of her blouse featured openings to accommodate her tail and small wings. The already enchanting succubus now embodied the essence of uniform allure. Internally, Zhao Chen expressed gratitude towards his younger sister, for this uniform had been designed and tailored by his sister, Zhao Wanner. Considering the unique nature of Zhao Chen's fleet, the design of the starship uniforms was not fixed. Only the fabric and general style were standardized, ensuring they appeared as a cohesive series. Variations could be made based on the specific physique and features of the female soldiers, as Zhao Chen's troops comprised either half-beasts or succubi. Captain, Lilith called again, prompting Zhao Chen to snap back to reality, realizing he had momentarily lost composure. He feigned calmness and inquired, "What brings you here?" "We have completed the learning materials you provided us." "When will the assessment commence?" Lilith asked. Zhao Chen recalled his earlier instructions, "Let us have it today. Gather all the succubi in the starship's conference room." "Understood," Lilith replied. As she exited, Charlotte appeared. In fact, Charlotte had arrived aboard the Zero Storm 2 weeks into October. Lilith greeted Charlotte with a nod before leaving. They had crossed paths several times during this period and had quickly formed a bond, perhaps due to their somewhat similar fates. It was evident that the succubi had grown accustomed to life here. Charlotte approached Zhao Chen, and the two now conversed with the familiarity of old friends. "What do you think of my arrangements?" Zhao Chen asked, taking in the details of Charlotte's uniform. The vice captain. Her attire differed slightly in detail but remained largely the same. A white top, a white short skirt, and white stockings. However, while the uniform on Lilith exuded a seductive charm, on Charlotte, it presented the image of a gallant female general, two entirely different visual impacts. Rumors abounded regarding the succubi's remarkable learning capabilities and management skills, yet most focused solely on their physical allure, with few having ever put those talents to the test. I imagine if people outside were to learn that you had recruited succubi as your interstellar soldiers, they would certainly deem it a waste. Charlotte teased, "I believe in allowing them to showcase their value in suitable roles. That is the true essence of worth," Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Charlotte observed Zhao Chen diligently constructing the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. Is your interstellar industrial ship nearing completion? She inquired. It will be finished within a month at most, Zhao Chen replied. During this time, please keep an eye out to procure a batch of half-beast soldiers skilled in starship manufacturing and maintenance, ensuring they are all female, just like before. Charlotte remarked, "I can't help but wonder if you have some peculiar preference." She continued, "It's rather strange. With hundreds of women aboard our starship, while not all are breathtakingly beautiful, they certainly possess decent looks. Moreover, isn't it true that your kind has a fondness for half-beast women, often referring to them as beast-eared girls?" Charlotte scrutinized him with suspicion. Zhao Chen replied earnestly, "Come on, we've known each other for 3 or 4 months now. Surely you know what kind of person I am." Suddenly, Charlotte leaned closer and whispered in Zhao Chen's ear, "Captain, could it be that you have some physical issues?" Taken aback, Zhao Chen retorted, "What do you mean by not physically capable? I challenge you to come to my room tonight, and I shall show you what an electric little dynamo truly is." In response to Zhao Chen's suggestive banter, Charlotte was unfazed. After all, she had previously served as captain and was accustomed to the crude remarks of the half-beast men under her command. However, she was not quite prepared to seduce Zhao Chen. Shifting the conversation back to business, she asked, "Regarding the construction of this interstellar industrial ship, does this imply your intention to continue building multiple starships?" Zhao Chen nodded. "My immediate goal is to establish an interstellar fleet. That brings several issues to address. Currently, we possess 2 starships, but in the future, we will have 3. At that point, we must decide on a name. Should we call ourselves the Owl Dragon Fleet in accordance with your territory's title, or shall we choose a different name? Additionally, our fleet's emblem has yet to be determined, Charlotte stated. Reflecting on her words, Zhao Chen acknowledged the validity of her points. Now that the fleet's standard uniforms were prepared, other details needed to be finalized. We shall name the fleet the Owl Dragon Fleet, and as for the emblem, we will adopt the Owl Dragon emblem used by my great-grandfather's generation, Zhao Chen declared, producing a dragon emblem from his handheld terminal. Owl Dragon Fleet, Owl Dragon emblem. Henceforth, we shall refer to ourselves as the Owl Dragon Fleet. Charlotte committed the emblem to memory, planning to arrange for its painting on the vessel upon her return. She continued, there is one more issue. Although we currently possess only 2 starships, I believe you should consider the designation of the fleet's flagship. The flagship represents the principal starship within a fleet, a pivotal entity. We shall defer the decision on the flagship for now, as we do not yet have a sufficient number of starships. Zhao Chen responded. In truth, he had already contemplated the matter, envisioning the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser that lay within his system's storage, a vessel he regrettably could not yet unveil. Nevertheless, Zhao Chen had resolved that the first flagship of the Owl Dragon Fleet must indeed be a T-3 starship. To be frank, the term Owl Dragon Fleet had become rather rare within the Owl Dragon star system. Ever since the Zhao family's decline, the family starships within the territory had not referred to themselves as the Owl Dragon Fleet, leading to the emblem's obscurity as well. Gazing at the emblem, Zhao Chen reminisced about his grandfather, who had endured numerous hardships to establish the Zhao family's legacy. He vowed to restore the Owl Dragon emblem to its former glory within the Stellar Empire and ensure the name of the Owl Dragon Fleet echoed throughout the cosmos. Chapter 60. T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. In the conference room of the T-2 Queen Bee-class heavy aircraft carrier, 18 succubi stood poised and ready. The examination begins now. You must complete the questions before you within 3 hours. Zhao Chen announced to the 18 succubi. Each succubus had a holographic screen before her displaying the examination questions. The moment Zhao Chen declared the exam commenced, not a single succubus uttered a word. They all diligently set to work on their assessments. These questions had been meticulously selected by Zhao Chen's sister, Zhao Wanner, from the various administrative courses of the North Star Starship Military Academy, and they were all 6th grade level. Previously, Zhao Chen had provided Lilith and the others with the theoretical materials required over 6 years of study in the administrative program at the North Star Starship Military Academy. Yet he had allowed them just 1 month's time. Throughout this month, the succubi had devoted themselves to their studies, even while eating, sleeping, and bathing. Today marked the moment of truth to validate their capabilities. As time passed, some succubi remained unfazed, others furrowed their brows in contemplation, while some exhibited anxiety and concern. The 3-hour duration swiftly elapsed. Cease all activities. I will collect your examination responses, and the results will be announced in a few hours. You are to leave the conference room immediately and are free to engage in other activities, Zhao Chen stated with authority. Although the examination had concluded, each succubus dared not relax, maintaining a vigilant posture outside the conference room. Little succubus Basie grasped Lilith's hand and whispered, Lilith, if we do poorly in this assessment, do you think the captain would dismiss us? Despite Captain Zhao Chen's prior remarks indicating the assessment's significance to their future roles aboard the starship, he had not explicitly stated whether failure would lead to their expulsion. Consequently, they had spent the entire month in trepidation. Fear not. You have all worked diligently, and I believe your results will be satisfactory. Lilith reassured her. An hour later, Zhao Chen emerged, and all 18 succubi fixed their gazes upon him, revealing a mixture of tension, anxiety, and fear. I will now announce the results of the assessment rankings. First place goes to Lilith. Lilith's ranking was anticipated by all, as her aptitude surpassed that of her peers. Second place, Marcy. Third place. Zhao Chen continued, announcing Basie as 6th. Upon hearing her rank, Basie exhaled in relief, as she was not at the very bottom. However, the succubi who ranked lower felt the weight of anxiety, glancing helplessly at Lilith and the captain, with some even covering their faces in tears, lamenting their lack of diligence. After announcing the rankings, Zhao Chen surveyed the room and declared, each of you has passed the assessment. Passed? The succubi who had ranked lowest breathed a collective sigh of relief. One succubus cautiously inquired, Captain, does that mean we can stay? Of course, Zhao Qin replied with a smile that in truth, the fate of their tenure hinged entirely on Zhao Qin's whims. The assessment was merely a formality. However, it must be acknowledged that their performance had been commendable. In just 1 month, even the least performing succubus had reached the equivalent of a 4th-year level at the North Star Starship Military Academy. Lilith, in particular, had achieved the highest score, surpassing the passing mark set by the Academy. I will now announce your future positions. Lilith will serve as my secretary, and Marcy will be assigned to the bridge of the Zero Blizzard ship. Zhao Chun declared the positions for each individual, all within the administrative roles of the starship. Lilith's position as secretary was the most prestigious in a fleet. The secretary is considered the second in command, just below the fleet commander and within a starship. She ranked among the top 3 authorities, comparable to a vice-captain secretary. Lilith was taken aback. Indeed, this is a position you rightfully deserve due to your abilities. I hope you will approach this role with seriousness. Should we encounter other succubi in the future, you can recruit them just as Charlotte has, Zhao Chen instructed. Lilith gazed at Zhao Chen in astonishment, completely unprepared for the level of trust he had placed in her. Captain, I will strive to work diligently, Basie exclaimed excitedly nearby. Remaining with the fleet was the happiest outcome for them. Thus, Lilith and the other succubi officially joined the Owl Dragon fleet in the final days of November. Zhao Qin's T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was officially completed. The Owl Dragon emblem, representing the Owl Dragon fleet, adorned its hull. With this, I can expedite the construction of our starships, Zhao Qin exclaimed with joy as he gazed upon the T2 Hammer. He turned to Charlotte. How have you fared with the tasks I assigned you? During this period, as per your instructions, I have gathered 200 half-beast crew members experienced in starship manufacturing and repair. Charlotte reported. Excellent. Starting tomorrow, let them board the ship and begin training to master the T2 Hammer as quickly as possible, Zhao Qin replied with enthusiasm. However, Charlotte tempered his excitement. Captain, while we now possess the T2 Hammer, the funds in our fleet's accounts may not suffice to construct another starship. Previously, the sale of the remnants of the 3-Claw Snake interstellar pirate fleet had yielded 400,000 star coins. Including our remaining funds, we currently have a total of 900,000 star coins. 900,000 star coins are indeed insufficient to meet the material requirements for constructing a starship. Once again, we're short on funds? Zhao Qin scratched his head, surprised that merely a few months had passed and he was already facing financial constraints. He needed to devise a plan to acquire more money, as there remained just over a month until the deadline for the quarterly mission requirements. He certainly does not have much time left. Triggering system task accept and complete the bounty mission issued by the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system. May I ask if you wish to accept this task? Refusing the task will cost 300 system points. At this moment, a system task emerged, seemingly related to the Arctic Fox star system. Initially, Zhao Chun was reluctant to accept it, but upon seeing the cost of 300 system points for refusal, he opted to proceed. Task details. Accept and complete the bounty mission issued by the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system. Task difficulty. Level C. Task reward. 5 task points and 1,000 points. Special reward. A random reward based on task completion. Failure penalty. Deduction of 1,000 system points. Zhao Qin glanced at the system task and immediately instructed Charlotte to inquire if there were any bounty missions posted in the Arctic Fox star system. Are you aware of this matter? Charlotte looked at Zhao Chun in surprise. What matter? Zhao Qin queried, sensing that Charlotte had knowledge of something. Charlotte responded, just now, there was an announcement throughout the Arctic Fox starport, requesting private fleets and adventurer fleets to take on bounty missions. The content is as follows. A remote asteroid base in the Arctic Fox star system has encountered a cosmic wormhole, and a small contingent of Imperial warships has already been dispatched for support. However, the number of interstellar insectoids inside the wormhole is substantial, and the situation is dire. The Lord's fleet of the Arctic Fox star system and other Imperial warships will take a day to arrive. While it only takes us 3 hours to reach the location, the task requires us to escort 5 million residents from that asteroid base to safety. Insectoids. Zhao Qin's eyelids twitched. Chapter 61. Interstellar Insectoids. The interstellar insectoids are a type of creature that seemingly appears out of nowhere. There is no information regarding them, only that they possess an inherent warlike nature, instinctively consuming any living being within their perception, even exhibiting cannibalistic behavior among their kin. If they were to land on a planet, it would spell doom for all life on that world. Generally, interstellar insectoids emerge alongside the appearance of cosmic wormholes. As of now, there is no scientific explanation for their emergence. They are also known as cosmic rifts, interstellar fissures, and so forth. It is as if a crack has opened in the universe, from which interstellar insectoids surge forth to launch attacks on surrounding planets. If not contained, these interstellar insectoids will devour all life on a planet and reproduce, spreading to nearby planets and star systems. The duration of cosmic wormholes is variable. They can be short or long, large or small, and the scale of interstellar insectoids that emerge varies accordingly. In this regard, researchers from the Galactic Alliance have established a classification system, categorizing cosmic wormholes from low to high, as Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, and so on, with grading standards comparable to T1 technology and T2 technology. During battles with interstellar insectoids, it has been observed that some powerful individual insectoids possess strength akin to that of interstellar warships. These interstellar insectoids are referred to as nest mother ships. Nest mother ships carry vast numbers of interstellar insectoids into battle, conquering and slaughtering planet after planet. Zhao Chun recalled the knowledge he had acquired at the North Star Military Academy concerning insectoids. Is there any detailed information regarding this mission? Zhao Chun inquired of Charlotte. Charlotte shook her head. I only heard general news. I do not know the specifics. Zhao Chun pondered for a moment and instructed Charlotte. You must prepare immediately. Arrange for the Zero Storm and the T-2B King-class heavy aircraft carrier to be fully stocked with military supplies and ready for departure at the fastest possible speed. Departure? Where to? Charlotte asked, but as soon as she finished, she realized and looked at Zhao Chun in astonishment. Captain, you wouldn't. Follow my instructions. I will find a way to gather more information. Zhao Chun directed, then promptly headed to the bridge of the T-2B King. Meanwhile, Charlotte went to issue orders to the Zero Storm. During Zhao Wanner's absence, the two were responsible for these two starships. Upon reaching the bridge, Zhao Chun immediately contacted someone. Good day, Mr. Zhao, I am the port director. CC-11. How may I assist you? The female director, whom he had met for the third time, smiled at him. Are you aware of the situation regarding the cosmic wormhole? The female director paused, then nodded. Are you referring to the cosmic wormhole incident that occurred around asteroid P331? If there are not two cosmic wormholes in your system, then that is indeed the case. Zhao Chun replied, if you wish to learn more detailed information, you can visit the headquarters of the bounty missions at the Arctic Fox Starport, where there is an introduction available. The female director responded, I do not have time for that. I need to acquire all the intelligence regarding this mission as quickly as possible, and I also need to undertake this task at the fastest speed. Zhao Chun stated, you wish to accept this mission? The female director was taken aback. It should be noted that half an hour had already passed since the bounty was issued, and the port's chief had personally inquired among several commanders of private fleets and adventurer fleets stationed at the port. Yet no one was willing to take on the task. Indeed, Zhao Chun affirmed. The female director said, accepting the task is not a problem, but according to protocol, we first need to register your fleet. And, Zhao Chun interjected, I need this done as quickly as possible. Get it done within 10 minutes. 10 minutes? The female director looked troubled. These procedures are necessary, partly to ensure the safety of your fleet. Beep, beep, beep. Your account has received 1,000 star coins. The female director suddenly received a notification of funds, glancing at it before exchanging knowing looks with Zhao Chun. Given the special nature of this task, it can be expedited through emergency channels. I will do my best to contact you within 10 minutes with a response. Meanwhile, I will send you all the task intelligence. The female director quickly concluded the communication with Zhao Chun and proceeded to utilize the emergency channels. Once again, it proved that money talks. Zhao Chun, disregarding these matters, began perusing the task intelligence sent by the female director. This incident occurred 3 hours ago in a remote area of the Arctic Fox star system, where a Level 2 cosmic wormhole suddenly appeared. Upon receiving this news, the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system immediately issued orders to dispatch fleets to eliminate these interstellar insectoids. However, a significant portion of the Imperial military stationed in the Arctic Fox star system had recently been reassigned. The Lord's fleet had also been deployed to another border battlefield for a minor combat mission. Thus, only a small Imperial fleet remained stationed in the Arctic Fox star system, which had already rushed to the incident site. Unfortunately, the number of interstellar insectoids was far too great, rendering this small fleet incapable of suppressing them. The Arctic Fox star system immediately sought assistance from surrounding star systems and the governor of the North Wind star domain. The North Wind star domain is one of the 8 star domains of the Stellar Empire, encompassing 63 star systems, including the Xiaolong star system, the North Star star system, and the Arctic Fox star system. However, reinforcements also require time to arrive, and the earliest they could reach the battlefield would be in 10 hours. According to the high-ranking officials of the Arctic Fox star system simulations, within these 10 hours, the swarm of interstellar insectoids would affect all planets within their vicinity, including 3 small asteroids and 1 satellite, totaling a population of 70 million. The voices among the high-ranking officials were divided. One faction advocated abandoning asteroid P331 and retreating to other more populous planets to hold out until reinforcements arrived, while the other faction believed that P331 could be forsaken, but the 5 million residents on P331 must be evacuated. The latter opinion happened to align with that of the commander of the remaining small Imperial fleet, who unilaterally ordered the fleet to head to asteroid P331. He also requested immediate dispatch of interstellar transport ships to facilitate the evacuation of the residents on P331. However, according to system calculations, this small Imperial fleet alone could not ensure the safe evacuation of 5 million people from asteroid P331 amidst the onslaught of interstellar insectoids. Consequently, the commander of the Imperial fleet conceived the idea that since the Lord's fleet and the Imperial military could not arrive in time, they should seek assistance from civilian fleets, thus leading to the current bounty mission. The bounty for this task amounts to a staggering 500,000 star coins, and the commander also guaranteed that all losses and expenses incurred during the battle would be borne by the Imperial military. Zhao Chun stroked his chin thoughtfully. In truth, he was indifferent to the prospect of saving lives. He had no intention of risking the lives of so many aboard his 2 starships simply to be a savior. However, the corpses of interstellar insectoids were highly valuable, containing numerous resources and serving as veritable treasure troves. Unfortunately, Zhao Chun was currently short on funds. Coupled with the system's task. Chapter 62. Target. Arctic Fox Star System Edge Asteroid P331 Arctic Fox Starport Interstellar Mission Headquarters, sir. Calling us here is futile. This is a Level 2 cosmic wormhole, with at least 3 T2 nest motherships and more than 30 T1 nest motherships. How could our fleet of adventurers possibly withstand them for several hours? Although the bounty amounts to a staggering 500,000 star coins, one must still be alive to spend it. Who is unaware that dealing with the insectoid race can lead to the complete annihilation of an entire starship with just one misstep? They do not offer the courtesy of surrender or capture. After all, what is the loss of 5 million lives? I propose that it would be more prudent to retreat to the P300 asteroid belt, which harbors a population of 20 million. From that position, we would only need to hold our ground for a maximum of 2 hours, and the fastest reinforcements would arrive. However, at the P331 asteroid, we would need to endure the onslaught of the interstellar insectoids for at least 3 hours to ensure the safe evacuation of those 5 million souls, an exceedingly high risk in a certain chamber. The chief overseer of the Arctic Fox starport gazed with a furrowed brow at the 3 commanders of the largest private fleets currently stationed within the port. All 3 had declined the task for various reasons. I am willing to personally increase the bounty by an additional 100,000 star coins. Will you not reconsider? He urged. This task does not require you to engage in a relentless fight against the insects. Merely delay them for 3 hours, or perhaps 2 hours would suffice. Don't speak of 600,000 star coins. Even 1 million would not entice me to undertake such a venture, one of them scoffed. Isn't it peculiar that the commander who recklessly sought to evacuate the 5 million civilians from the P331 asteroid seems to have lost their senses? You could simply have the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system issue a command to withdraw the fleet. The chief overseer sighed deeply, grappling with unspoken frustrations. Of course, the lord above him wished to withdraw that Imperial fleet. Although the Imperial military was not under his direct command, a lord typically wields some authority over their territory. Moreover, the lord of the Arctic Fox star system was a count, and it was among the most prosperous systems in the northern wind sector, bestowing upon him a notable status. Yet, the commander of that Imperial fleet was of an even more distinguished caliber. The lord of the Arctic Fox star system had declared that he would not mourn the loss of those 5 million lives, even if it meant the complete extinction of the additional 70 million across the nearby planets. However, should anything happen to that commander, it would spell great trouble for him. At that moment, the chief overseer's terminal pinged with incoming information, and upon reading the content, his spirits soared. So, a fleet is willing to accept this bounty task? The 3 individuals present exchanged glances, astonished. If they themselves were unwilling to accept the task, who could possibly be brave enough to step forward? Incomplete paperwork? No matter, during such critical times, we can simplify all processes. It would be best if they could set off immediately, the overseer stated. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, what is the status of the fleet? How many starships do they possess? The Black Dragon fleet? Currently, there are only 2 starships in our port. The chief overseer was left dumbfounded. The Black Dragon fleet? The 3 bystanders murmured, having never heard of such a name within the entire northern wind sector. And only 2 starships? While it was possible that most of their vessels were not docked at the starport, could anyone truly dare to undertake this mission? Regardless of the fleet, inform them that they must depart immediately. Should they successfully complete this task, the Arctic Fox starport will reward them with an additional 200,000 star coins, declared the chief overseer. With the communication concluded, he turned back to the 3 individuals, once more asking, are you truly not reconsidering? This bounty task does not limit the number of participants. If you all went together, perhaps, forget it. Such an opportunity for easy earnings should be left to this so-called Black Dragon fleet. One of them retorted with a tone of derision, I am curious to see if they can indeed manage to evacuate those 5 million. Another chimed in with a mocking tone, their expression and demeanor betraying their disbelief in the fleet's capability to accomplish the task. On the bridge of the T2 Hive Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier, Mr. Zhao Chun, we have completed your registration, and you have officially accepted this mission. Additionally, we have added an extra 200,000 star coins to the bounty. If you can complete this task, you will receive a total of 700,000 star coins, the female officer stated during a video call with Zhao Qian. Thank you, Zhao Qian replied. Wishing you a triumphant return? The female officer concluded before ending the communication. Zhao Qian turned to the video communication window on the other side, where Charlotte awaited. What is this Black Dragon fleet all about? Charlotte inquired with curiosity. Zhao Qian explained, the registration requires a name, and after deliberation, I decided against using the name of the Xiaolong fleet, as that would be too ostentatious. Thus, I opted for the moniker Black Dragon fleet for external purposes. After the explanation, Zhao Qian gazed at Charlotte and asked, aren't you curious as to why I insist on accepting this task? Charlotte replied, the decision to accept any task lies with you as the captain. As your subordinate, my sole duty is to engage in battle. One must admit, Charlotte truly excelled as a starship commander, at present. The T2 Hive Queen and the Zero Storm were departing from the Arctic Fox starport, with some time remaining before entering warp speed. Zhao Qian continued, what do you think our chances of success are, relying solely on ourselves for this task? Charlotte's expression turned serious as she raised her hand, summoning a holographic projection detailing the mission. This is a secondary cosmic insect hive. Assuming there are more than 3 T2 Hive motherships and 30 T1 Hive motherships, if we were to engage them head-on, our chances of success would be slim as those insects. Without interstellar supply ships, even if we exhaust all our ammunition, we might not be able to eliminate them all. However, if our goal is merely to delay them long enough for the evacuation of the 5 million on the P331 asteroid, the difficulty diminishes significantly. Our chances would be approximately 80%. Such a high probability? I expected you to deem my decision rather reckless, Zhao Qian remarked, surprised by Charlotte's assessment. Charlotte replied, if it were 2 ordinary T2 starships, our chances would be below 30%. However, your 2 starships cannot be described as ordinary T2 vessels. Moreover, I have encountered the interstellar insectoids several times, and as long as they are not in large-scale numbers, they do not pose a significant threat. With Charlotte's words, Zhao Qian felt a surge of confidence. The warp engine's course was prepped, and they would soon enter the acceleration phase, transitioning into warp travel within 10 minutes. All crew members, enter deep sea mode within 10 minutes. I repeat, all crew members must enter deep sea mode within 10 minutes. Zhao Qian commanded. Target: the edge of the Arctic Fox star system, P331 asteroid. Chapter 63. Do they truly dare to fire? 20 minutes later, the Zero Storm and the T2 Hive Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier arrived at the predetermined coordinates. Zhao Qian immediately regained consciousness, exiting the hibernation pod and settling into the captain's chair. Prepare to issue commands when a voice interrupted him. All personnel on the bridge, return to your posts within 1 minute and check all starship data. All crew members aboard the starship must return to their posts within 3 minutes and be on standby. The starship immediately entered a state of level 2 battle readiness, with interstellar drones poised for deployment. Zhao Qin glanced over and saw that the secretary, Lilith, had already begun issuing commands. Noticing Zhao Qin's gaze, she spoke somewhat awkwardly. Did I do something wrong? No. You performed excellently. I did not expect you to recover so quickly. Your physical condition is quite impressive, Zhao Qin praised. The secretary's role is to assist the captain in issuing commands and, when necessary, to issue some orders that do not require the captain's specific authorization, much like what she had just done. Lilith responded, I previously served aboard a vessel of the Succubus Kingdom and participated in the wars against invaders. But ultimately, we were defeated. The Succubus Kingdom campaign, I recall, that was over 50 years ago, wasn't it? Were you already serving back then? How old are you now? Zhao Qin began to speculate about his secretary's age. Lilith replied, yes, I am 75 years old this year. Zhao Qin was taken aback. 75. Looking at Lilith's appearance, she could easily pass for a 20-year-old. Lilith seemed to sense Zhao Qin's disbelief and explained, our kind can live up to 300 years under normal circumstances. If we utilize certain technologies like your human race, we might even reach 400 years. 400 years. Zhao Qin swallowed hard. By that calculation, Lilith's age in human terms would indeed equate to that of a mere 20-year-old. The current maximum lifespan for humans can reach 150 years, though only the elite classes enjoy such longevity. The average person still lives to around 70 or 80. Captain, the Zero Storm has successfully completed warp travel. Please provide the next set of instructions. Charlotte's communication window popped up. What is our distance from the P331 asteroid? Zhao Qin inquired. Lilith swiftly replied, if we maintain the speed of the T2 Hive Queen, we can expect to arrive at the P331 asteroid in approximately half an hour. As for the Zero Storm, it can reach there in 10 minutes. Due to the nature of warp travel, which can only bring one to a general vicinity, it is advisable to reduce proximity to the destination in non-combat scenarios. However, when heading towards a combat zone, interstellar fleets typically decelerate in advance, halting warp travel some distance from the battle area, then employing conventional engines to enter the combat zone. The Zero Storm, designated to form a formation with the T2 Hive Queen, set course for the P331 asteroid. Detailed combat strategies would be discussed upon arrival, as Zhao Qin remarked. Understood, replied Charlotte and Lilith in unison. Subsequently, the two starships maintained the same velocity, heading in a singular direction. After approximately 10 minutes of navigation, they encountered a fleet of sluggish interstellar transport ships. What type of starship is that? Zhao Qin inquired, puzzled by the transport vessels, which were clearly operating at an estimated speed of only 10 knots, far from their usual pace. According to the identification numbers of these vessels, they belong to the Interstellar Transport Fleet under the dominion of the Arctic Fox star system. The vessels were classified as T2 Seahorse-class medium interstellar transports, likely present to facilitate the evacuation of civilians from the P331 asteroid. Lilith promptly elucidated. Zhao Qin gazed at her in surprise. I have studied this information, Lilith whispered in explanation. Contact their fleet and inquire about their sluggish speed. Zhao Qin furrowed his brow. Communication was soon established. Which fleet do you belong to? The opposing fleet commander queried first. We are the Black Dragon Fleet, dispatched to support the evacuation operations at P331 asteroid. You are the transport vessels responsible for the evacuation. Yet, why do you travel at such a slow pace? Lilith pressed. The opposing commander hesitated momentarily. Our vessels have sustained damage, hence our reduced speed. Since you are here to provide support, you may proceed ahead. With that, the commander abruptly severed the connection, chuckling softly to his aide. Can you believe someone would dare undertake this mission? Surely, they must be fools. We are not so naive. If we rush in and the interstellar insectoid swarm attacks during the evacuation, what will we do? We'll proceed at our pace, and when the Imperial forces can no longer hold, we will retreat without hesitation. This is a warning to your fleet. Please execute your operational duties and proceed at full speed to P331 asteroid. Lilith's voice rang out. The fleet commander frowned. Who are they to meddle? Since they had not activated communications, his words went unheard on the T2 Hive Queen. The aide, casually smoking beside him, remarked, let them be. We shall chart our own course. They are not Imperial forces. What can they do to us? Report. The unidentified starship has all its secondary cannons aimed at our fleet. An officer on the bridge suddenly reported. The fleet commander snorted derisively. What? Do they dare fire upon us? We are a subordinate fleet of the Arctic Fox star system. Suddenly, Streams of meteors streaked past the bridge's panoramic windows, with one so close it was less than 100 meters from the bridge. The audacity of the enemy to fire was undeniable. This is your final warning. If you neglect your mission again, you will bear the consequences. The female voice echoed once more. The fleet commander gulped. Madness! This must be the work of a lunatic, seeking death and dragging us down with them. What shall we do? They are indeed prepared to fire. We have no escort fleet, and with the limited firepower of our transport vessels, we have no means to retaliate. The aide was equally startled, having burned his hand on the cigarette without noticing, yelping in pain. The fleet commander, his expression darkened, muttered, "This is my misfortune, but I shall remember this grudge." Full speed ahead to P331 asteroid. Zhao Chen aboard the T2 Hive Queen observed the once slow transport fleet now accelerating at full throttle, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He was well aware of their concealed intentions. Typically, he would remain indifferent, letting them do as they pleased. However, this time, it was his mission, and he would not allow them to intentionally delay the process. Chapter 64. The insect mothership P331 asteroid, with a population of 5 million, is a small resource-rich planet. Consequently, the Arctic Fox star system established several bases here, employing 500,000 individuals for resource extraction operations. Who could have foreseen such calamity? An emergence of cosmic insectoid hives. The first to be endangered was indeed the P331 asteroid. The asteroid's administrator was currently in a frenzy, attempting to orchestrate an evacuation, but lamentably, there were too few transport vessels. Thus far, they had evacuated less than 1/10 of the populace. Their capacity was woefully insufficient, and the subordinate transport fleet of the Arctic Fox star system, which should have arrived half an hour ago, was still delayed. How is your evacuation progressing? A video window materialized before the asteroid's administrator. On the other end was a woman clad in the military uniform of the Starshine Empire. So far, we have evacuated only 500,000. Over 400,000 remain, the administrator replied. What of the transport fleet? The military officer frowned, clearly displeased with the efficiency. They have yet to arrive. The administrator sighed helplessly. Captain, we have encountered a massive swarm of insects on our right flank. Their numbers are overwhelming. We must retreat. Captain, the enemy's T2 insect mothership is attacking us with plasma cannons. A T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer's hull has sustained damage. The officer's voice was drowned out by chaos, each report heightening the administrator's anxiety. Sir, perhaps you should retreat. Sacrificing 30 Imperial starships for the sake of these few 100,000 lives is not worth it. The administrator urged once more. He had repeated this sentiment numerous times. Had it not been for this officer's arrival with the Imperial fleet, he might have already fled aboard a starship himself. We still have time. We cannot abandon any citizen of the Empire. The military officer retorted sharply. The administrator inwardly chuckled bitterly. While she harbored compassion, she should not drag the senior officials of the asteroid into peril. If she did not depart, neither would they. We will continue to delay the insectoid attack. We expect to hold for another 2 hours. You must find a way to expedite the evacuation of the civilians. The military officer declared resolutely. Understood, the administrator replied, steeling himself. On the bridge of the Starshine Empire's 7th Legion, 3 RD Corps, 5 TH Fleet, flagship Fire Leopard-class medium interstellar battleship, the military officer who had just concluded communication wore a grave expression. Studying the starship radar, the radar displayed a multitude of red dots, numbering in the millions. These were the insects. Miss, we truly should retreat. If we continue fighting like this, our fleet risks being overwhelmed by the swarm, leading to total annihilation. Our firepower may suppress them for now, but as their numbers swell, we will soon find ourselves surrounded, unable to escape. An anxious female aide implored. The officer gritted her teeth, torn. Are we to abandon the lives of millions on that planet? Miss, your life is far more valuable than those millions, the aide stated candidly. No. Every life is equal. As soldiers of the Empire, our duty is to protect its citizens, the military officer insisted with fervor. The aide's mind was racing with frustration, lamenting the officer's overwhelming sense of justice at such a critical moment. She had no choice but to deploy her trump card. Miss, if you prioritize those few 100,000 lives, have you considered the toll on countless families if something were to happen to you? The officer wrestled with her conscience. She was aware of her own stubbornness, Yet her sense of justice would not allow her to abandon the lives of millions on that planet. 2 hours. We will hold for another 2 hours, she declared, gritting her teeth in resolve. 2 hours is impossible. Given our current situation, we can barely last another hour. We must retreat within the hour. If it comes to it, your starship can withdraw while I lead the remaining fleet to hold the line. The aide declared resolutely. In comparison to the officer's life, the 30 Imperial starships were of little consequence. I cannot abandon you all and flee. The officer rejected the proposal, clenching her fists. Have there been no fleets responding to the bounty mission I issued earlier? Miss, no reinforcements will come, the aide exclaimed, desperate to knock some sense into her. The officer's inner turmoil raged on, battling between her ideals and harsh reality. To retreat or not to retreat. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, as the number of insects continued to surge, a T-2 Guardian-class medium interstellar escort vessel had already been breached by the swarm, with the insectoids, each the size of a human, beginning to swarm onto the hull, voraciously gnawing at its armor. The T-2 Defender found itself utterly helpless against the swarms of insects clinging to its hull, merely able to watch as its armor was gnawed away, leaving gaping holes. Reports indicated that the starboard side of the T-2 Defender 0712 was heavily infested with flying insects. It was beyond salvation. The bridge crew relayed this grim news to the female officer. Once the starship was overwhelmed by the insects, it would be akin to having one foot in the realm of the dead. A perilous situation fraught with near-certain doom. The female officer, filled with a mixture of anger and guilt, gazed at the T-2 Defender, realizing that it would be the first starship of her fleet to fall here. Yet it might not be the last. Report. A swarm of interstellar drones has appeared behind our fleet. An officer, who had been intently monitoring the starship's radar, suddenly exclaimed. Interstellar drones? The female officer responded, astonished. Just as they marveled at the emergence of these drones, the swarm surged into the battlefield, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the flying insects, dismembering them with ruthless efficiency. Simultaneously, they provided critical support to the beleaguered T-2 Defender, systematically clearing the insects from its hull with their cannon fire. At long last, the damaged T-2 Defender managed to withdraw from the danger zone. Where did these interstellar drones come from? The female officer pondered in disbelief. At that moment, a communication came through. I am the commander of the Black Dragon Fleet. Responding to a bounty mission for support, a male voice resonated through the comms. The female officer felt a surge of overwhelming joy. There were still those willing to heed her call for help. Others, like her, still held a sense of justice. Meanwhile, in the distance of the battlefield, several massive insectoid creatures, reminiscent of interstellar warships, gradually approached. Chapter 65. Just 2 starships? Commander of the Black Dragon Fleet. Greetings. I am Commander Chu Xian of the 5th Fleet, part of the 3rd Corps of the 7th Legion of the Stellar Empire. Your arrival is indeed timely. May I inquire how many starships you have brought? Commander Chu Xian eagerly asked. The presence of reinforcements meant that the 500,000 inhabitants of that planet could be evacuated safely. Our fleet consists of 2 starships, Zhao Chun replied candidly. 2. Chu Xian immediately questioned if she had misheard, glancing at her female adjutant and whispering, Did I just hear 2 instead of 20? I think I also heard 2. The adjutant replied, her expression vacant. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Xian confirmed, You said your fleet has only 2 starships? Indeed, Zhao Chun affirmed. Are you merely an advance fleet, with the main force still en route? Chu Xian attempted to salvage some hope. Only we 2 starships have come to assist. As for the mission you issued, no one else was willing to accept it besides us, Zhao Chun stated. Just 2 starships? Chu Xian felt her hopes plummet from a peak to a valley. Are you T3 starships? She pressed on stubbornly. They are both T2 starships, Zhao Chun responded. Chu Xian's expression became devoid of emotion. Perhaps she truly should not have chosen to hold her ground at asteroid P331. She could not let her so-called sense of justice and responsibility lead her fleet to sacrifice here. I sincerely thank you for your support. But with only your 2 starships, we cannot reverse the dire situation, Chu Xian said, her mood somewhat despondent. So, I have decided to give up. Must you abandon hope without even trying? Zhao Chun countered. Chu Xian was taken aback. To defy the Lord S orders and insist on protecting the 500,000 civilians on asteroid P331, while putting your fleet in jeopardy, potentially endangering tens of millions of lives behind you, is a risk that could lead to greater losses. You may not be a qualified commander, but you are an admirable soldier. I refuse to believe that, in the absence of complete despair, you would willingly forsake the conviction you hold dear, Zhao Chen said. Locking his gaze onto Chu Xian's, though separated by a virtual window in the video communication, Chu Xian felt an electric charge run through her, sending goosebumps across her skin. She opened her mouth, only to be interrupted by her adjutant, who exclaimed, "Captain, you may not comprehend the gravity of the situation. With just your 2 T2 star ships, you cannot shift the tide. Bear in mind, there are 30 T2 star ships of the Imperial Army here." The adjutant, initially respectful of Zhao Chun, now viewed him as a fool, thinking how hard it had been to persuade their leader to retreat, only for this newcomer to try and sway her once more. Did he not understand the weight of her status? If anything happened to her, the entire Arctic Fox star system could pay a heavy price. "Let me clarify the current situation," Zhao Chen said. Addressing Commander Chu Xian, she halted her adjutant from speaking further and stated earnestly, "The current predicament is as follows. This swarm of interstellar insects originates from a level 2 cosmic insect nest, which has since closed. 4 T2 hive motherships and 35 T1 hive motherships have emerged. Thus far, we have destroyed 4 T1 hive mothers and severely damaged 1 T2 hive mother. However, the sheer number of insects is overwhelming. We are struggling to maintain our defensive line." Zhao Chen inquired, "What is the damage report for your fleet, and how much combat capability do your starships have left?" Commander Chu Xian hesitated but replied, "All 30 of our starships remain operational. 2 have sustained some damage, but it does not hinder their combat capability. Our onboard weaponry still exceeds 50%. However, our firepower is insufficient. The insect numbers. Understood that I believe we still have a chance to fight," Zhao Chen interjected resolutely. The female adjutant covered her face, thinking, where did this reckless youth come from, mirroring her superior's demeanor? What a fool. "Do you not realize the current situation? We cannot risk 30 starships on a whim to accompany your 2 into danger," she shouted, now omitting Zhao Chen's title. Zhao Chun paid her no mind. Focusing solely on Chu Xian, "What is your plan?" Chu Xian asked Zhao Chun. "There isn't much time for elaborate explanations. You only need to follow my instructions. While defeating the current swarm of interstellar insects may be impossible, we can buy approximately 2 more hours for asteroid P331, Zhao Chen stated, gazing at the young commander. "You simply need to tell me whether you are willing to trust me, whether you are willing to gamble once more for the conviction in your heart." Chu Xian clenched her fists, biting her lip, visibly torn within. "Have you not had enough? If you wish to court death, no one will stop you," her adjutant yelled in exasperation. Zhao Chen added, "If you remain skeptical, I can offer you a guarantee. When you believe that this battle is truly hopeless, you are free to withdraw at any time." "Very well, I agree. My fleet will now follow your command." Commander Chu Xian's eyes sparkled like precious gems in that moment. "Lady," the adjutant exclaimed, her frustration palpable, "let me be reckless one last time. If it truly cannot be changed, we can withdraw later," Commander Chu Xian murmured. The adjutant, resigned, knew that once her superior made a decision, it was unchangeable. Her superior was a person with a profound sense of justice and an unyielding spirit. "My drones will provide cover for you. Your fleet must retreat at full speed now. Position yourselves around my T2 carrier starship to form a unidirectional carrier battle formation," Zhao Chun instructed with grave seriousness. "The number of these insects is staggering. Are you certain your interstellar drones can hold them off?" Commander Chu Xian queried anxiously. Zhao Chen replied without flinching, "Please trust me, Commander Chu Xian." As she gazed at the man before her, Commander Chu Xian felt an inexplicable radiance emanating from him. She began issuing commands to her fleet. "All ships, disengage from combat and retreat at full speed towards coordinates. Position yourselves at, forming a unidirectional carrier battle formation around the friendly carrier starship." Chapter 66. Insect Sea Tactics. It must be said that the quality of the Imperial Army's fleet was remarkably high. Following Commander Chu Xian's orders, the 30 starships retreated from battle at maximum speed, maintaining a very safe withdrawal formation. The T2 Defender-class medium interstellar frigate provided rear cover, just in case. However, the worst-case scenario they feared did not materialize. 100 T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones provided cover for 20 T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones as they closed in on the approaching swarm of insects. The 100 T-2 killer B-class drones immediately unleashed their cannon fire and missiles, launching an assault on the insects, obliterating them in large clusters. Meanwhile, the 20 T-2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones deployed pre-prepared timed explosives before all interstellar drones retreated. The insects, naturally, would not let their prey escape. Sweeping in like a black tide, the swarm of insects pursued relentlessly. The timed explosives detonated one after another, creating a formidable firepower net. The relentless onslaught left the pursuing creatures disoriented and bewildered. On the bridge of the T-2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drone, Zhao Chun sat in the captain's chair, observing the battlefield magnified before him through the deep space telescope. Although he had studied the information regarding the interstellar insect race in the textbooks of the Northern Star Military Academy, witnessing their combat methods firsthand was a profoundly shocking experience that sent tremors through his soul. This was especially true for those afflicted with the fear of clusters. They would likely collapse upon witnessing the scene before them. The combat style of the interstellar insect race is quite unique. The individual insect motherships are relatively large, classified as biological starships, yet their mobility is generally limited. Their primary weaponry, such as biological plasma cannons and biological torpedoes, does not confer any particular advantage when compared to starships of the same class. However, their distinctive social structure grants them a specialized combat style and tactics known as the insect tide tactics. A T-1 insect mothership typically harbors around 10,000 T-1 flying insects, while a T-2 mothership contains approximately 100,000 T-1 flying insects and 1,000 T-2 stingers. The flying insects and stingers serve as the engineering units of the mothership. The former resembles a winged mantis, about the size of a human, with only close combat capabilities, while the latter possesses the characteristics of a long serpent, standing a human's height but stretching nearly 10 meters long. Capable of spraying highly corrosive acid at close range, both can leave the mothership to survive and fight in the cosmic environment, moving with remarkable swiftness, aside from interstellar escort ships, which can barely match their speed. No other starships can keep pace with them. These units are colloquially referred to as bugs. Despite being classified as T-1 or T-2, their true combat capabilities are far from that designation. For instance, a T-2 Stinger would be easily crushed by a T-2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drone in a duel. However, when these bugs attack, it is not merely 1, 10, or even 100 that come forth, but rather thousands, crashing upon you like a tidal wave. Unless every last one is eradicated, even a few bugs managing to pierce the hull of your ship would spell disaster for the interstellar warriors within. These creatures know no fear. They are driven solely by instinct and the commands of the mothership, charging relentlessly towards their target. This method of combat bears a certain resemblance to that of carrier starships, with the bugs acting as the mothership's interstellar fighters. Report: the first wave of T-2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones and T-2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones have completed their bombing runs and are preparing to return. Lilith remarked, have the Hornets and Killer Bees land swiftly for resupply and prepare for the second wave of attacks. Simultaneously, deploy 300 T-2 Wasp-class light interstellar drones in 3 alternating waves, Zhao Chun commanded. Understood, Lilith responded, relaying the captain's orders. Originally concerned about whether the interstellar drones could withstand the insect horde's assault, the crew was now astonished by the performance of these drones. The combat capabilities of these interstellar drones are even on par with those of their class. Commander Chu Xian exclaimed. The female officer, noticing the carrier starship with its yellow and black livery, remarked, "What kind of carrier starship is that? I've never seen one like it before." She accessed the starship database and scanned the image of the carrier. She found no records of it. "There are no records of this in our database," she said, astonished. Commander Chu Xian gazed at the carrier, recalling the man's words, and murmured gravely, "I hope that captain can truly turn the tide of battle." The female officer thought to herself, how could 2 mere starships possibly make a difference? Unless they are 2 T-3 starships, perhaps. Wait, aren't there supposed to be 2 starships? Why is there only 1 carrier and a single starship here? The female officer suddenly exclaimed, looking at the starship radar, which revealed no energy signals from a second starship. Where has that starship gone? Amidst the P-331 asteroid, dozens of T-2 Seahorse-class medium interstellar transport ships hovered above. As airships continuously evacuated civilians from the vessels, "Thank goodness. You have finally arrived," the asteroid's commander exclaimed, tears of relief welling in his eyes as he gazed at the transport fleet's commander. We are also on a mission. Please expedite the evacuation process. We are pressed for time. If the interstellar insects come within warning range, we must withdraw. The fleet commander managed a strained smile. All right, we will hasten the evacuation. Complete it within 2 hours. No, within an hour and a half. The asteroid's commander vowed earnestly. The sooner, the better. The transport fleet commander replied impatiently to it was not his desire to be here. A band of lunatics had forced him to comply with their demands through the use of starship cannons. Now that he was present, he could only dutifully carry out the task of evacuating civilians. Deep down, he harbored dark thoughts, wishing that the detestable man and his wretched starship would become fodder for the insects on the distant battlefield. Yes, that would be ideal, he cursed inwardly. Chapter 67. The White Tiger General, Charlotte. Under the protection of the T-2 Queen B-class heavy carriers interstellar drones, Chu Xian's Imperial fleet successfully retreated to the vicinity of the T-2 Queen B, forming a unidirectional carrier battle formation centered around it. This so-called unidirectional carrier battle formation requires construction solely facing one direction. The T-2 Queen B occupied the rear position, with a T-2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser and a T-2 Fire Leopard-class medium interstellar battleship positioned in front. Ahead of them were 8 T-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyers and 20 T-2 Guardian-class medium interstellar escort ships. These 31 starships stood ready to face the impending insect swarm. Almost the instant the bugs entered the firepower range, all Imperial military starships opened fire. Drawing from previous combat experience, the Imperial fleet had become somewhat familiar with the rhythm of engaging these interstellar insect races. Simultaneously, the T-2 Queen B continuously dispatched waves of interstellar drones, the third wave, the fifth wave, the seventh wave, the 10th wave. Gradually, the number of returning interstellar drones began to dwindle, with the vanished drones having been torn to shreds by the insects. Despite the support from the T-2 Queen B, the combat prowess of the interstellar drone swarm was unexpectedly formidable. Nevertheless, the sheer scale of the insect horde was overwhelming, and the front lines were steadily being pushed back from a distance. It appeared as though a black tide was on the verge of engulfing the 31 starships. If this continued, the outcome would remain unchanged. Our firepower is wholly insufficient to repel the insect swarm's assault, the female officer anxiously stated beside Commander Chu Xian. Commander Chu Xian fixed her gaze upon the changes on the holographic interstellar sand table. Her countenance grave. Given the current situation, the insect swarm would breach their starship line and pose a direct threat within 20 minutes. Contact the captain of the Black Dragon Fleet, Commander Chu Xian commanded solemnly. The female officer promptly established contact, and a video window opened, revealing the man's visage once more. Before Commander Chu Xian could speak, Zhao Chen interjected, "Wait a moment." Commander Chu Xian and the female officer were taken aback. "Wait for what?" Commander Chu Xian instinctively inquired. "Time," Zhao Chen replied, his gaze fixed not on Commander Chu Xian but on the holographic interstellar sand table, as if awaiting something to transpire. Commander Chu Xian and the female officer exchanged bewildered glances. 10 minutes. We must wait at most 10 more minutes, Zhao Chen stated with determination. Though she had intended to voice her concerns, Commander Chu Xian chose to hold her tongue, internally pondering, "Very well, we shall wait another 10 minutes. If there is no change after that, I will have no choice but to lead my Imperial fleet to withdraw." Time passed incrementally, and the tide of insects drew ever closer to the fleet's line. The female officer was becoming increasingly frantic. Suddenly, a radar operator monitoring the battlefield exclaimed, "Report! A high-energy response has appeared behind the insect swarm." Simultaneously, the life signal of AT-2 insect mothership has vanished. An unidentified energy signal is rapidly moving into position behind the insect swarm. Commander Chu Xian and the female officer exchanged glances, realizing this might be what the man had been waiting for. "It begins," Zhao Chen murmured, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. "Charlotte, it is time for your performance." At that moment, the previously advancing tide of insects unexpectedly slowed, with some even retreating. "Deploy reconnaissance drones to ascertain the situation," Commander Chu Xian urgently commanded. One by one, reconnaissance drones were dispatched, as the starships could not directly observe what was happening behind the overwhelming mass of insects. They relied on the drones to reach a vantage point and relay visual footage back. Soon, images began transmitting back. "Why heavens, that is a starship!" The female adjutant gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. "The speed of this starship is astonishingly swift. It must be at least 70 or 80 knots. No, it is 100 knots. Commander Chu Xian, relying on her battlefield intuition, accurately assessed the starship's velocity to 100 knots. The female adjutant was taken aback. At that moment, the remnants of the exploded T2 Hive mothership came into view. The once massive vessel now shattered into 3 segments, revealing the horrific damage it had sustained from cannon fire, which had directly penetrated its hull. It was a cannon, one with a caliber exceeding 1,000 mm. Commander Chu Xian discerned the weapon responsible for the devastation from the imagery. Zoom in on that starship, she commanded urgently. The visuals gradually magnified, albeit somewhat blurred. Yet they still depicted the swiftly maneuvering starship, deftly navigating through enemy lines, unfazed by the pursuing swarms of insects as it continued its relentless course. Due to its astonishing speed, the pursuing swarms were unable to keep up. The Hive motherships unleashed their biological plasma cannons in an attempt to strike, yet the starship's velocity was simply too great. Not a single shot found its mark. Captain, what is going on? Commander Chu Xian could no longer contain her curiosity and directly inquired of Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun, arms crossed, replied nonchalantly, that is my fleet starship. Zero Storm, a T2 vessel equipped with 1,200 mm caliber cannons and remarkable speed. A T2 starship armed with 1,200 mm cannons. The female adjutant exclaimed. So this is the second starship of your fleet. You never intended to defend against the insect swarms from the outset, did you? Instead, you utilized us to distract the insect forces from the Hive motherships, leading them to focus their attacks on us, leaving the Hive motherships vulnerable. Meanwhile, your Zero Storm approached at breakneck speed to launch a direct assault on those Hive motherships. Commander Chu Xian articulated Zhao Qin's strategy with clarity. Zhao Qin nodded. This commander of the Imperial fleet possessed not only a sense of justice and responsibility, but also considerable military acumen. You are insane. Have you not considered that the slightest misstep could lead to that starship being completely devoured by the insect swarms? The female adjutant stared incredulously at Zhao Chun. Yet, Zhao Chun resolutely declared, there will be no mishaps. That starship is named Zero Storm. There was another statement Zhao Chun left unspoken. The battle on that ship was commanded by the legendary half-orc general, the White Tiger General. Charlotte, Chapter 68. Accelerate with all your might. Charge forward, Zero Storm. Bridge report, the insect swarms on the front lines are beginning to retreat, likely preparing to charge at us, the crew member on the bridge reported. Ignore them, continue at full speed. Charlotte was personally navigating the starship, controlling every angle and trajectory herself, a task typically handled by a dedicated helmsman. However, today, after years, General Charlotte was back at the helm. She was acutely aware of the mission's peril. A single miscalculation could lead to being struck by the biological plasma cannons of the Hive motherships or being overtaken by the pursuing swarms, resulting in fatal consequences. The course and trajectory had been meticulously calculated in her mind countless times. The main forces of the insect swarms would require some time to withdraw. Charlotte murmured, her gaze scanning the starfield, as if searching for a target. The Zero Storm's ability to evade was due to its remarkable speed, and the scant numbers of T1 flying insects and T2 stingers left behind at the Hive mothership, which could not effectively encircle Zero Storm. However, once the main forces of the insect swarms, currently engaged with the Imperial fleet and the T2 heavy aircraft carrier, returned, the threat to Zero Storm would significantly increase. Time passed slowly. Report, the T2 heavy 1,200 mm Devil Crocodile cannon has been reset and is ready to fire. The crew member responsible for the weapon system reported. There was no need for such a report. Those numbers were already etched in Charlotte's mind. At this moment, Zero Storm was fortuitously pointed towards the position of AT-2 Hive mothership. Perhaps sensing danger, the Hive mothership began to retreat while simultaneously firing its plasma cannons at Zero Storm, but it could not land a single hit on the rapidly moving vessel. Charlotte focused on the targeting reticle. She had only one opportunity to fire. Not necessarily to destroy the T2 Hive mothership with a single shot, but at the very least to inflict severe damage. The insect swarms were controlled by the Hive motherships. While the destruction of a Hive mothership would not lead to the immediate demise of the swarms, it would significantly diminish their combat effectiveness, akin to an army losing its command. Now, fire, Charlotte bellowed. The T2 heavy 1,200 mm Devil Crocodile cannon discharged a shell, tracing a comet-like trajectory before striking the side of the T2 Hive mothership. A tremendous explosion erupted, flipping the massive vessel, which measured nearly a kilometer in length, as debris floated through the cosmos. Following this explosion, a yet larger detonation occurred in the belly of the T2 Hive mothership, cleaving it in two and sealing its fate in this expanse of space. Commander Chu Xian and the female adjutant, witnessing this spectacle, were rendered speechless. Previously, they had managed to severely damage a Hive mothership through stealthy tactics. Yet even then, they could not destroy it outright. Yet this starship had achieved such a feat with a single shot. It was utterly inconceivable. Furthermore, it was evident that the previous destruction of the T2 Hive mothership had also resulted from a single shot. Could it be that this shot destroyed a T2 Hive mothership? Is it possible this is a T3 starship? The female adjutant struggled to believe it. Commander Chu Xian quickly grasped the reason behind it. The shot struck a vital organ housing the reserve biological plasma elements of the Hive mothership. That is akin to our starship's ammunition depot or engine. Once hit, it generates an effect similar to a chain reaction, amplifying the destructive power by several times, even dozens of times. But hitting twice in succession. Is that feasible? The female adjutant questioned. Commander Chu Xian focused on the image of Zero Storm, now rapidly maneuvering once more. It is not a matter of possibility. This starship has accomplished it in just 10 minutes. 2 T2 Hive motherships had been destroyed, an exceptionally commendable achievement. Report, over half of the enemy's insect swarm forces have retreated. The remaining swarms can no longer breach our fire blockade, a crew member reported. Commander Chu Xian could not help but exclaim, "This is utterly mad. A battle plan akin to that of a lunatic. YEIT has truly succeeded in achieving the strategic objective of buying time. At the very least, we can delay for over an hour, possibly even two." The female adjutant was left speechless, reflecting on her earlier mockery of the two starships, feeling as though she had been slapped in the face. However, whether Zero Storm could safely return was a pressing concern. Commander Chu Xian expressed her apprehension. At this moment, after destroying 2 T2 Hive motherships, Zero Storm had begun its withdrawal. Yet how could the aggrieved swarms allow the architect of their misfortune to escape? Waves of insects, akin to a black tempest, began to encircle the starship, their numbers exponentially greater than before. It was as if a colossal black hand was attempting to crush a small mosquito. Report, the starship systems calculate that with the current trajectory, our chances of escape are merely 16. A crew member reported, visibly anxious. Charlotte closed her eyes, momentarily transported back to her days with the half-orc rebel forces. Outnumbered and outmatched. Yet she had always managed to turn the tide. "Turn around," Charlotte suddenly commanded. This order caught the bridge crew off guard. Originally, Zero Storm was set to retreat to the opposite side of the main battlefield. Now, turning around meant heading straight into the fray. Wasn't this tantamount to walking into a trap? Yet Charlotte's word was command aboard this starship. Zero Storm deftly executed a sharp turn. Full speed ahead, Charlotte asserted. After a brief pivot, the starship's velocity surged back to 100 knots. At this moment, Charlotte summoned a virtual control interface, inputting a series of numbers before declaring, "Lift the engine's restrictions, continue to accelerate." Lift the engine's restrictions? The navigation crew member was taken aback, then voiced concerns. If we lift the engine's restrictions and continue to accelerate, the strain on the engines will be excessive. This is an order. Accelerate, Charlotte commanded with unwavering resolve. Yes, lifting the engine's restrictions, the starship continues to accelerate. Speed 103, speed 106, speed 110. The maximum speed set for a starship's engines is not its peak velocity, but rather the optimal speed, indicating that at this speed, the engine's lifespan is maximized. Exceeding it could lead to operational issues and significantly shorten the engine's lifespan. Thus, starship engines typically have a restriction lock, which can only be lifted by the captain or the first officer with a password. Report, the engines are beginning to overload. Report, the power systems are running at maximum capacity. Report, speed has reached 120. All the crew members on the bridge were taut with anxiety. The sudden maneuver of the Zero Storm coupled with a dramatic increase in speed left the encircling swarm momentarily disoriented. Flung far away in an instant, as the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. The battlefield was divided into two fronts. One was the main battleground of the Imperial fleet, while the other faced the encroaching swarm forces attacking the Zero Storm. Under normal circumstances, One would expect the Zero Storm to flee in the opposite direction, which is why the swarm had begun their encirclement early. Ironically, the number of swarm units heading towards the main battlefield was the least. However, fortuitously, there was a T2 Hive mothership and a small contingent of swarm units positioned directly in the path of the Zero Storm. Report, speed is too fast. We are unable to make significant turns, the crew reported anxiously. Charlotte suddenly laughed, a genuine laugh for the first time since joining Zhao Chun. Then let us not take the long way. Full speed ahead, let us crash through. Chapter 69. Is this a collision? Bridge of the Imperial Fleet flagship, T2 Fire Leopard-class medium-star battleship. What is that starship doing? Commander Chu Xian watched in astonishment as the Zero Storm charged headlong towards a T2 Hive mothership. With a small group of swarm units in front of IT. Seemed as though IT intended to collide. The female officer was left speechless. Commander Chu Xian's expression turned grave as she remarked, "The main cannon of the Zero Storm has a reload time of approximately 5 minutes. It has only been 3 minutes since the last shot. It cannot fire YET. It appears that they have lifted the restrictions on the starship's engines, and its speed is now visibly exceeding 130 knots. In just a few minutes of observation, Chu Xian had grasped some combat information about the Zero Storm. At this moment, they all fell silent, their eyes glued to the video feed showcasing the ancient knight, seemingly undeterred by death, charging into the enemy swarm. The swarm units guarding the T2 Hive mothership sensed the impending danger and transformed into a black whirlwind, rushing forward to intercept the starship. Simultaneously, the abyssal maw of the T2 Hive mothership slowly opened, aiming at the rapidly approaching vessel. The biological plasma cannon began to charge within its gaping maw, shimmering with a blue glow. Meanwhile, the Zero Storm had already collided head-on with the swarm. From Chu Xian and the others' perspective, it appeared as though the Zero Storm plunged straight into the swarm. But due to its extraordinary speed, surpassing even that of T1 flying bugs and T2 stingers, the sight was one of devastation. What spectacle transpires when two high-speed objects collide? One side would be left in tatters. And at this moment, that role was assumed by the swarm. One after another, T1 flying bugs and T2 stingers crashed against the hull of the Zero Storm, unable to mount any offense before being reduced to a gruesome pulp, their green ichor becoming the new adornment of the Zero Storm. Inside the Zero Storm, the crew members felt as though they were amidst a tempest. At every location on the starship, the incessant thud resonated, and the ground beneath their feet trembled. Report, the frontal armor integrity has sustained damage levels of 10.12.14. Report, the lateral armor integrity has sustained damage levels of 3.5.7. The crew continued to report various conditions of the vessel. The persistent thud of the impacts cast a shadow over many on the bridge. The acting captain, Charlotte's eyes sparkled with a wild fervor. Her long dormant blood was igniting. What's our current speed? Charlotte inquired loudly. Speed is at 135 knots. Although the impact from the swarm have affected our velocity, the ship's speed is still gradually increasing. Should we continue to accelerate? The crew member responsible for speed control was already drenched in sweat. Gazing at the now red, pulsating number, she felt her heartbeat racing several times faster than usual. Continue to accelerate, Charlotte commanded. Charlotte observed the images relayed from outside the ship. To be honest, there was nothing visible now. Only an impenetrable darkness, as the exterior was engulfed by the swarm. They were traversing against the tide of the swarm. Due to the incredible speed, the swarm was incapable of inflicting effective damage upon the hull armor. Their only means of damage was through self-sacrificial collisions. Although visibility was obscured, the starship's radar indicated that the Zero Storm was closing in on the largest energy source. Finally, the scene brightened, breaking through the darkness. The Zero Storm burst forth from the swarm, the T2 Hive mothership looming almost within arm's reach. The Hive mothership opened its gaping maw, the biological plasma cannon primed and ready to unleash its devastating fire. All secondary cannons, point defense weapons. Open fire, Charlotte bellowed. The prepped secondary and point defense weapons discharged simultaneously, and the biological plasma cannon erupted forth, colliding to create a dazzling fireball effect, with a massive cloud of smoke that scattered the surrounding swarm units far and wide. Moments later, the Zero Storm emerged from the cloud of explosions. Charge forward, point defense cannons, continue firing, Charlotte shouted. The nearby crew member utilized the ship-wide communications to yell, All hands prepare for impact. Repeat. All hands prepare for impact. Without delay, every crew member aboard the Zero Storm braced themselves for the impending collision, clutching onto anything they could to steady themselves. In the next moment, the rapidly advancing T-2 Zero Storm collided squarely with the bow of the T-2 Hive mothership. The size difference between the two was several times greater. However, one must not forget what type of hull the Zero Storm possessed. It was a star battleship hull, with an average strength second only to that of star frigates among its class. Coupled with the acceleration, the Zero Storm transformed into an accelerated starship projectile. Under the force of the terrifying impact, the bow of the T-2 Hive mothership crumpled inward, while the entire Hive mothership veered to one side. Meanwhile, the Zero Storm's point defense cannons continued to unleash their firepower. On the bridge of the Zero Storm, several female crew members were thrown off balance by the sudden collision, tumbling to the floor, limbs flailing, though fortunately sustaining only superficial injuries. Ignoring their wounds, they quickly returned to their combat stations. Report, the frontal armor integrity has sustained damage levels of 50. Report, speed has decreased to 100 knots. 90 knots. 80 knots. Report, the pursuing swarm has caught up. Charlotte remained silent, her gaze fixed ahead. It was as if, in that moment, her eyes could pierce through the hull armor and lock onto the T-2 Hive mothership before her. Ultimately, amidst the violent collision, the T-2 Hive mothership was displaced. The T-2 Zero Storm, in the friction against the T-2 Hive mothership's hull, crossed over in a dramatic fashion. Full speed ahead. Continue the charge. Charlotte shouted immediately. With no obstacles in its path, the T-2 Zero Storm began to accelerate towards the main battlefield of the Imperial fleet once more, pursued by a massive tide of swarm units like a black wave. As for the T-2 Hive mothership that had been struck, its bow had caved in by a third, and one side of its hull was riddled with numerous bullet holes, indicating that this biological vessel was on the brink of demise. Who could have imagined that a T-2 Hive mothership could be killed by a T-2 starship through sheer collision? Was it luck? Bridge of the T-2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship, all T-2 Young B-class light starfighter drones, and T-2 Hornet-class heavy starfighter drones were to assemble and create a breach for the Zero Storm. Coordinate with the Imperial fleet. Zhao Chun observed the approaching Zero Storm on the starship radar. At this moment, there was still a swarm line blocking the two vessels. The situation for the Zero Storm was still perilous. Caught between a swarm line in front and a pursuing mass of swarm units behind, much like a sandwich, a moment's carelessness could lead to being completely devoured by the swarm. Imperial fleet. T-2 Fire Leopard-class medium star battleship, bridge. In truth, even without Zhao Chun's directive, Commander Chu Xian knew what to do. With a serious expression, she issued the command. Relay my orders, at all costs. We must create a breach. Chapter 70. The triumphant return of the Zero Storm. The starships of the Imperial fleet exerted every effort to unleash their firepower onto a single point, forcefully tearing open a gap. However, the swarm was not so easily deterred from allowing the vessel that had destroyed 3 of their T-2 Hive motherships to escape. They began to seal the gap and encircle the Zero Storm with the pursuing swarm units. Forming a two-pronged pincer attack, at this moment, they even abandoned their focus on the Imperial fleet. The swarm's collective will had only one command: to annihilate that damned starship at all costs. Report, the breach has been sealed again, the female officer exclaimed anxiously. Commander Chu Xian clenched her fists. Continue the assault. No matter what, we must ensure that starship breaks free. In the heart of Chu Xian, that starship now represented the very essence of heroism. How could one bear to witness the heroic vessel being encircled and devoured by the swarm? Yet at this moment, no matter how fiercely they attacked, their starship could not breach the swarm's defenses. Meanwhile, the Zero Storm was drawing near to the line of the insectoid forces. Given the current condition of the Zero Storm's hull, it was utterly incapable of withstanding another assault from the swarm. Commander Chu Xian bit her crimson lip, feeling a pang of guilt. The female officer let out a deep sigh, lamenting the fate of that starship. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted amidst the swarm's defenses, consuming a multitude of insects and clearing a portion of space. Immediately, the T-2 B-class light interstellar drones and T-2 Wasp-class medium interstellar drones, already prepared, surged forward to engage the insects surrounding the breach, preventing them from sealing it again. That was the main cannon's projectile from the interstellar missile ship. They had been set to detonate on a timer, with the explosion distance meticulously calculated. At this moment, Commander Chu Xian could clearly see the Zero Storm racing towards them through the gap in the swarm's line, along with its glaring 1,200mm cannon. She quickly grasped the significance of the situation. "Quick, provide fire cover," Commander Chu Xian urgently commanded. Under the protective fire of the Imperial fleet and the offensive of the T-2 Queen-class heavy carrier starships drones, a ship silhouette dashed across the insect swarm line at breakneck speed. It was the much-anticipated Zero Storm.At that moment. The Imperial fleet starships could clearly see the scars left by the swarm's previous assaults on this vessel. The hull's armor bore hundreds of dents from impacts. A veritable body riddled with wounds. Most notably, the ship's bow had a massive dent measuring 20 meters in diameter and nearly 3 meters deep. This was undoubtedly a testament to the destruction of that T-2 Hive mothership. The hull was also strewn with the corpses of insects and splattered green ichor. Moreover, the insects that had attempted to assault the starship were still clinging to its hull, using their mandibles, claws, and corrosive acid to damage the armor. However, these insects were soon eradicated by the arriving T-2 B-class light interstellar drones. What a remarkable starship it is! Commander Chu Xian gazed at the vessel, feeling a twinge of envy. Simultaneously, she admired the commander aboard this starship. The recent battle was nothing short of a flawless display of madness and fluidity. She questioned herself, if she were in that position, could she perform as admirably? Chu Xian had no answer. Report: the Zero Storm has successfully completed its mission. The hull has sustained damage, with 7 crew members lightly injured. Charlotte relayed the information to Zhao Chun via video communication. Well done. Zhao Chun praised Charlotte's performance, genuinely impressed. Although he had previously discussed the battle strategy with her, Charlotte had proposed this concept, and Zhao Chun had agreed. Yet, she could not guarantee the specific steps of the battle, given the unpredictability of facing interstellar insects. Still, Charlotte assured Zhao Chun that she had at least an 80% confidence that, even if unsuccessful, she could safely withdraw the Zero Storm. Charlotte delivered on that promise. SSSS, the flagship of the Imperial fleet, requested communication. Secretary Lilith pointed out a communication request that had popped up. "Connect it," Zhao Chen instructed. The video communication resumed, and the female officer reappeared before Zhao Chen. "Captain, we have just received information from asteroid P331. The evacuation of the populace is now 80% complete. We expect to finish in half an hour. With this, we only need to hold on for a few more minutes before we can gradually withdraw from the battlefield." Commander Chu Xian's eyes were fixed on the man before her, filled with curiosity about him. This man, like a celestial being descended from the heavens, had single-handedly helped them, who had lost all hope, to navigate this crisis and save the 5 million inhabitants of that planet. Just who is he? What are the origins of those 2 starships? Chu Xian was plagued by countless questions. Understood. We will fight and withdraw simultaneously. The destruction of the 3 T-2 Hive motherships has thrown the swarm's command system into chaos, significantly affecting their combat efficiency. They will pose little threat for the time being, Zhao Chun stated calmly. But Commander Chu Xian was about to say more when he cut her off. "Let us pause here. We must remain vigilant until the battle concludes." Zhao Chun ended the communication abruptly. Commander Chu Xian was taken aback. Staring at the now black screen, it was the first time a man had so swiftly concluded communication with her, and after all, she was a prize jewel of the Imperial fleet. Was this treatment not a bit too unconventional? Unbeknownst to Zhao Chun, he had left this esteemed officer of the Imperial fleet in a state of contemplation, tinged with a hint of wistfulness. "Report on the current status of the 2 starships," Zhao Chun said, finally allowing himself to relax as he pressed his temples and took a deep breath. Although Charlotte had made promises earlier, it would be disingenuous to claim he wasn't tense. Lilith had completed the data assessment for both starships and began her report. As of now, the T-2 Queen-class heavy carrier starship has lost nearly 200 T-2 B-class light interstellar drones, 60 T-2 Wasp-class medium interstellar drones, and 7 T-2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones. 70% of the interstellar drones have been lost, and ammunition and supplies have been consumed by 50%. With no personnel casualties. After detailing the status of the T-2 Queen, she turned to the Zero Storm. The situation for the Zero Storm was far from optimistic. Its frontal armor had sustained over 70% damage, while the side armor had suffered 30% damage. 3 compartments at the bow had been compressed and deformed, and are now sealed. The structural integrity of the starship's hull had decreased by 5%. But this did not impede the Zero Storm's ability to continue fighting and maneuvering. The engines, now unrestrained, were observed to be functioning normally, though it was uncertain whether a deep inspection was necessary upon returning to port. All systems, including power, energy, and control, were operating normally. Ammunition consumption stood at 30%. Chapter 71. This person must have fallen into a money pit. Lilith looked at Zhao Chun. The battle information regarding the Zero Storm was provided by Charlotte, along with the data I retrieved to compile this report. Zhao Chun was pleased. Lilith had become quite adept in her role, and indeed, the learning capabilities of the succubus race were impressive. The upcoming battles would essentially proceed methodically, allowing them to await their return. No, wait, Lilith, remember to compile that data. Zhao Chun squinted, speaking mysteriously. Lilith nodded emphatically. We are already in the process of compiling that data, and there will be minimal discrepancies. That's good. Zhao Chun smiled slightly. Minutes passed swiftly, and as anticipated by both Zhao Qian and Chu Xian, the loss of command from the 3T2 Hive motherships had drastically diminished the efficiency of the insect swarm's attacks. Their onslaught was nowhere near as ferocious as it had been initially reported. We have received word from asteroid P331 that all 500,000 civilians have safely evacuated, the female officer excitedly relayed to Chu Xian. Commander Chu Xian exhaled deeply. The crisis had finally been averted. They could now withdraw with honor, leaving the substantial number of Hive motherships and the swarm to be dealt with by the Imperial fleet and the Lord fleet that would arrive as reinforcements. Fortunately, the situation involved a Level 2 cosmic insect nest, which had not existed for long. Had it been a Level 3 cosmic insect nest, it could have resulted in the devastation of half the Arctic Fox star system. Chu Xian relaxed as she spoke. She had once seen a record of an insectoid campaign, where a Level 3 cosmic insect nest emerged in a star system, and within a week, the entire system fell, becoming a breeding ground for interstellar insects, producing fleets exponentially larger. Later, the Imperial fleet spent 3 to 4 months eradicating that batch of interstellar insects, but the star system, hundreds of years later, had become a desolate wasteland. Abandoned and forgotten. Quickly, contact the Black Dragon fleet and inform them that we can withdraw from combat, Commander Chu Xian said eagerly, but then she halted her officer. She wanted to make contact herself. For some reason, she felt an intense curiosity about this Black Dragon fleet and the man leading it. The communication request was sent, and the other party quickly agreed. Captain, we have just received confirmation that all 500,000 civilians on asteroid P331 have been safely evacuated. We can now withdraw from combat, Commander Chu Xian reported. Zhao Chen nodded, displaying no emotional reaction to the news, as the system had already informed him that the mission had been successfully completed. Before he could check the details, Chu Xian had sent a communication request, so he prioritized speaking with her, as there was a matter of great importance to discuss with Commander Chu Xian. Captain, we owe a great deal to your fleet for this success. Commander Chu Xian was preparing to engage further with the captain to learn more about him when Zhao Chen unapologetically interrupted her once again. Were it another individual, it is likely that Chu Xian would begin to harbor disdain for them. Commander Chu Xian, I recall a stipulation within the Galactic Alliance regulations that states, anyone participating in the campaign against the interstellar insectoid species shall claim ownership of any they dispatch. Even if we are currently unable to recover the corpses, we can at least document them for future reference, correct? Zhao Chen inquired. Chu Xian nodded in agreement, indeed. Immediately, Zhao Chen raised his hand, projecting a table through holography, displaying a series of clear numerical data. 3T2 insect swarm motherships destroyed, over 70,000 T1 flying insects eliminated, and more than 400 T2 stingers vanquished. As we are presently unable to clear the battlefield. We must await the subsequent Imperial fleet to eradicate these insectoids before recovery can commence. Even accounting for some corpses being consumed by their comrades, we should be able to preserve at least half of the insect remains. According to our calculations, this amounts to approximately 5 to 600,000 star coins in recovery value. Since I wish to expedite matters, I wonder if you would be willing to directly accept this batch of insect corpses? Zhao Chen smiled. Your starship was fully engaged in this battle, and the combat recorder aboard should validate our enemy kill count. He added, Is this all you wish to discuss with me? Chu Xian was taken aback. It seemed rather abrupt to delve into financial matters right after the conclusion of battle. This left Chu Xian feeling as though the magnificent image she had of this man was somewhat diminished. Zhao Chen, however, was unconcerned with his perceived image. He sought funds. He needed money to procure raw materials. He intended to construct starships. Your Excellency, we can serve as third-party witnesses to your fleet's commendable performance in this battle. I can also utilize my authority to approve the recovery of those insect remains on your behalf, Zhao Chun continued. Chu Xian managed a strained smile, still eager to assist him in resolving these matters. Zhao Chun then inquired, when can we expect the funds to be transferred? Chu Xian maintained her smile. If you are in a hurry, we can utilize special channels to expedite the process, ensuring the funds arrive within a day. In recognition of your fleet's exemplary performance in this battle, I can increase the amount to 600,000 star coins. Very well, thank you. I will send you my account information. I look forward to our next collaboration. Farewell. Zhao Chen's face lit up with a radiant smile, and without waiting for Chu Xian to respond, he swiftly ended the call. Chu Xian's expression stiffened. What was this man's issue? He had not given her a single opportunity to interject. Was conversing with her such a tedious and time-wasting affair? No. She had to meet this individual in person. At this moment, her feelings resembled those of a curious kitten, unable to satisfy its curiosity. Just then, an account notification appeared. Upon seeing it, Chu Xian's eyes brightened. She recognized the information associated with this account. The initial code indicated it was a temporary account opened at the Arctic Fox starport. A temporary account implied that this Black Dragon fleet was likely stationed at the Arctic Fox starport. Coupled with her bounty mission and the fleet's timely arrival, it seemed they had indeed departed from there. If necessary, she could confirm with the Arctic Fox starport's authority who had accepted the bounty. Once the other Imperial fleets arrived for the handover, they would head to the Arctic Fox starport. Chu Xian resolved to seek out this man. What she intended to do upon finding him was still unclear, but there was an undeniable urge guiding her. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen remained oblivious to the fact that he had caught the attention of an Imperial female officer. He was busy calculating his modest funds. 600,000 star coins, coupled with the previously offered bounty, alongside the additional bounty from the Arctic Fox starport, meant this operation would yield a total of 1,300,000 star coins. Adding to his existing balance of 900,000 star coins, he now had a grand total of 2,200,000 star coins. Zhao Chen mused, sounding like a veritable money enthusiast. With only a month left for the quarterly mission, and having met 2/3 of the requirement for 3 systems-designed starships, Zhao Chun had yet to produce the T-2B King-class heavy aircraft carrier and T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. The quarterly mission bore no penalties but offered substantial rewards. Zhao Chun was determined not to squander this opportunity. Thus, he needed to produce another starship within the remaining month. He glanced at the recently completed system task. Within his consciousness, the system interface unfolded, revealing a long-anticipated box before him. Chapter 72. Miniature Armored Behemoth. Task Content. Accept and complete the bounty mission issued by the Lord of the Arctic Fox Star System. Task Difficulty. See Task Reward. 5 task points and 1,000 credits. Special Reward. A random reward based on task completion. Special Reward Completion Rate. 100 for the safe evacuation of the populace from asteroid P331. It appeared that the completion rate was based on the data regarding the safe evacuation of the populace from asteroid P331, as everyone had been successfully evacuated. Zhao Chen focused intently and claimed the 2 task rewards. Task rewards claimed 5 task points and 1,000 credits. Special reward claimed technical blueprint for the T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship. To his surprise, he had received a starship technical blueprint. This was an unexpected boon. The vessel type was an interstellar escort, but judging by its name, it was no ordinary escort ship. Host. Zhao Chen Occupation. Elite Starship Engineer. Special Attributes. Fleet Luck Bonus. Eye of Insight Credits. 1780 Task Points. 10 Starship Count. 2 Task. Quarterly Task. Claimed. Warehouse. T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship. Technical Blueprint. T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser. Technical Blueprint. T-2 Bronze Eden-class starship. Technical Blueprint. After claiming these rewards, Zhao Chen's system page data had become significantly more abundant. He set out to study the interstellar escort ship. Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship. Vessel type. Interstellar escort technology level. T-2 hull armor strength. 3,000 units minimum. 5,000 units maximum cruising speed. 35 knots warp engine. Level 4 warp engine length. 110 meters mass. 120,000 tons crew. 20 personnel. Starship weaponry. 50 T-2 300mm caliber heavy close and defense guns, firing 1 shot at a time. With no cooldown. Special feature. Short-range assault mode. In Zhao Chen's mind, the model of this starship materialized. It resembled a compact, rhino-shaped hull, overall appearing as an irregular oval structure. Despite its diminutive size, it was arguably one of the smallest T2 starships currently available. However, one should not underestimate this compact vessel. Its hull armor was constructed from the toughest metals within the T2 category, fashioned in a unique composite manner, resulting in armor strength 10 times greater than that of the Zero Blizzard. This was evident from its title. Heavy Assault indeed referred to its heavy armor. The weakest points of its hull armor boasted a defensive strength of 3,000 units, while the strongest areas reached an impressive 5,000 units. If no smaller T2 starship could be found, it was equally true that none could rival its armor strength within the T2 category. Thus, the defining characteristic of this starship was its durability, an ideal choice for resilient voyages. Typically, one might expect that such heavy armor would adversely affect speed. Indeed, under normal circumstances, the T2 Black Rhino would not be particularly fast. However, it possessed a unique capability known as short-range assault mode, allowing for a rapid acceleration in critical moments. This enabled the T2 Black Rhino to position itself precisely where it was needed during emergencies. To put it bluntly, this vessel served as a meat shield. Moreover, it had the added advantage of a mere cost of 100,000 star coins per unit. The cost of a T2B King-class heavy aircraft carrier could instead fund the construction of a whopping 15 T2 Black Rhinos. It was simply too economical. Zhao Chen eagerly contacted Charlotte aboard the Zero Blizzard. "Charlotte, is the Zero Blizzard ready for warp travel? Warp travel? Are we preparing to return to the Arctic Fox starport?" Charlotte responded. The current condition of the Zero Blizzard permitted safe warp travel back to the Arctic Fox starport. "Very well, prepare the necessary arrangements. We shall return to the Arctic Fox starport." Zhao Chun could hardly contain his anticipation to utilize the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, still docked in the Arctic Fox starport shipyard, to construct the T2 Black Rhino. "Understood," Charlotte confirmed. Initiating the arrangements, both starship bridges began relaying orders, notifying all personnel to enter warp travel mode within 10 minutes, and the entire fleet transitioned into deep-sea mode. As the captain, vice captain, and secretary, Zhao Qian and his colleagues would naturally be the last to enter the cryogenic chamber. "Charlotte, you executed that flawlessly," Zhao Qian praised, watching the video feed of her. The success was largely due to this starship. Without its exceptional speed and the battleship's hull armor, my ambitious strategies would have been utterly unfeasible. Charlotte humbly replied. Lilith could not help but inquire, "But why did you ultimately choose to break through in the opposite direction from the front line instead of continuing to accelerate toward another escape route?" Lilith expressed her confusion, to which Charlotte replied, "Disabling the restrictions on the starship's engine means that the maximum speed cannot be sustained for long. If I were to allow the Zero Storm to continue heading in that direction, it would likely encounter problems in less than 10 minutes, at which point the starship's speed would barely meet the standard cruising velocity. Being caught by the pursuing swarm is merely a matter of time." Thus, from the very beginning, the Zero Storm had only one direction for breakout. Hearing this, Lilith suddenly understood. The seemingly reckless actions were, in fact, meticulously planned by Charlotte. However, the fact that they could ram and destroy that T2 Broodmother ship was something she had not anticipated. That vessel's structural integrity seemed rather fragile. When Charlotte mentioned this, she too found it unexpected. At the time, her intention was merely to utilize the collision to break through and continue their escape. Never anticipating such a definitive outcome, a T2 Broodmother ship had fallen to the collision with a starship. Such news would certainly be a source of embarrassment among the insectoid ranks. Zhao Chan was aware that in this world, luck rarely played such a significant role. It was likely due to his lucky aura that the Zero Storm had exhibited such impressive performance. "Captain, we have images of the P331 asteroid captured by the Deep Space Telescope," Lilith suddenly announced. As Zhao Chen's Xiaolong fleet, officially known as the Black Dragon Fleet during missions, was beginning to withdraw alongside the Imperial fleet. They were being closely pursued by the swarm. Yet it was now impossible for the insects to catch up. The P331 asteroid, situated along their route, became their target, with a swarm of insects rapidly converging on the ground base. The structures of the ground base were obliterated. Yet the swarm failed to detect any signs of human presence. Observing this scene, Zhao Chen's expression turned somber. Had they not intervened, the asteroid would have presented a very different picture, a veritable hell on Earth. The entire asteroid would have transformed into a breeding ground for the insectoid race, hatching more brood motherships and combat units, thereby using it as a launchpad to engulf the entire Arctic Fox star system. The interstellar insectoid race resembled a spark amidst the prairie. If not extinguished promptly, it would yield dire consequences. Report. All 102 crew members aboard have entered cryosleep, with 100 already in their pods. Lilith reported to Zhao Chen from the dimly lit bridge. Let us also prepare for cryosleep. As Zhao Chen reclined into his pod, a fragrant liquid began to envelop his body, and he envisioned himself at the heart of a vast interstellar fleet, with each starship adorned with the emblem of the Xiaolong. Simultaneously, 2 starships initiated their warp drive, vanishing into the abyss of the cosmos. Chapter 73. The mysterious origin of the Black Dragon Fleet upon reopening his eyes. They had already reached the outskirts of the Arctic Fox starport, and a few more minutes of travel would bring them to their destination. As the starship resumed normal navigation, Zhao Chen immediately contacted the female officer designated CC-11. "Sir, you have returned," she exclaimed, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. Their departure and return had spanned barely 5 hours. "Not a warm welcome?" Zhao Chen teased. "I know. That's not what I meant, regarding the battle at P331 asteroid." The female officer inquired, her curiosity piqued. This question technically violated the reception protocol, as they were not permitted to inquire about guests' affairs. However, due to the absence of detailed reports from P331 and possibly her insufficient rank to be privy to such information, she was intrigued about what the Black Dragon Fleet had accomplished so swiftly after taking on a bounty mission. "The matter has been resolved," Zhao Chen replied coolly. His brief response only deepened the female officer's curiosity. "Please extend my original workshop's usage time by 1 month and ensure the materials listed on this order are delivered in full within 3 days. Part of this is for the starship repairs. As per the bounty task, the damages incurred during the battle will be covered by the issuer, and I have itemized that separately." Zhao Chen sent over a list of materials required. "The payment of 100,000 star coins will be deducted from my bounty. Any shortfall should be covered by a forthcoming deposit." "Understood," she affirmed. The communication was abruptly cut off. What could have transpired? The female officer pondered, just then receiving a communication request that was accepted without prior consent. This was an internal high-level communication. She quickly composed herself, her eyes widening as she recognized that the individual on the video call was the chief officer of the Arctic Fox starport. "You received the Black Dragon Fleet, did you not?" The chief officer inquired directly. "Why yes," she stammered. "Did they make any requests?" She relayed Zhao Chen's previous statements. "The fee for 1 month's workshop usage is waived. The order for materials will be arranged within a day. Additionally, the bounty and another sum will be transferred to this gentleman's account within 12 hours. You may send a brief message to that gentleman." The chief officer spoke with gravitas. The female officer's mind raced in astonishment. What manner of individual was this gentleman, that he warranted such attention from the chief officer, who was expediting every request? "From this point on, you are promoted to Deputy Director of the Reception Department at Arctic Fox Starport. You may delegate other guests to your colleagues. Your sole responsibility will be to cater to the needs of this gentleman's Black Dragon Fleet. Any requests, provided they are reasonable, must be accommodated. Should you face any difficulties, contact me directly," the chief officer commanded. "Deputy Director?" The female officer felt dizzy. Prior to this, she had merely been an ordinary starship reception officer, essentially a customer service representative. Now, she had ascended several ranks. "Thank you, my lord." She spoke hesitantly. The chief officer replied, "You should thank your luck for encountering such a guest, my lord. What exactly is the background of this Black Dragon Fleet to merit such serious regard?" The female officer cautiously inquired. The specifics remain unclear, but they successfully completed the bounty task, leading the Imperial fleet in the safe extraction operation at P331 asteroid. The chief officer replied in a solemn tone. The female officer gasped. This was a task that many private fleets were unwilling to undertake, yet they had managed to accomplish it. Although she had already considered this possibility, the choice of words from the chief officer revealed critical information. They had led the Imperial fleet to complete the task, rather than merely assisting or helping them. Do not underestimate the significance of these 3 distinct terms. They convey entirely different meanings. Assisting implies a subordinate helping a superior, while helping suggests a situation of equal standing. Yet leading indicates that the Black Dragon Fleet was the core of the operation, with the Imperial fleet providing support. Furthermore, a notable figure had inquired about the Black Dragon Fleet. who was soon to visit Arctic Fox starport. This individual was not someone they could provoke. Even the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system would have to treat them with utmost respect and hospitality. The female officer swallowed hard. It was clear that she only needed to treat this guest with utmost care and report any matters to the chief officer immediately. With that, the communication was terminated. At that moment, the two starships of the Black Dragon fleet slowly came into view, making their approach to the docking bays of the starport. The female officer activated the video feed, witnessing the two starships, one a predominantly yellow carrier, the other of an indeterminate class. The latter bore severe damage. Its bow was caved in, pocked with numerous craters resembling those inflicted by meteorite impacts, and a long, deep gash extended along the port side. This was, in fact, the result of their encounter with the T-2 broodmother ship. What had transpired? The female officer murmured. As the two starships docked, the T-2 Hammer-class heavy industrial starship remained at its station, alongside nearly 100 Orc female crew members without designated roles, standing in formation to welcome them back. Phew. Lilith sighed in relief as the starship successfully docked. After years of fleeing, this was her first time participating in an interstellar battle as a starship secretary, particularly against the interstellar insectoids. Although she had appeared composed on the surface, her heart had been quite tense. Now that it was over, she could finally set aside her anxious thoughts, arrange for the injured aboard the Zero Storm to receive medical treatment. Should their wounds be severe, the treatment pods from the starport may be utilized, with the costs borne by the fleet. Meanwhile, the T-2 Hammer shall commence its operations, undertaking repairs and maintenance on the Zero Storm's hull, while also constructing the lost interstellar drones for the T-2 Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier, endeavoring to restore the T-2 Queen's combat readiness as swiftly as possible. I shall personally oversee this matter. And you will assist. As Zhao Chun commenced his directives, Chapter 74 unfolded, heralding the preparation for the construction of the third class of interstellar warship, the T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial vessel, which began its inaugural task. The vessel is equipped with comprehensive industrial construction facilities capable of producing everything from starships and mechas to interstellar fighters and drones, down to the combat suits and laser guns worn by interstellar warriors. However, limitations exist based on the construction targets levels and the vessel's production capacity. Engineering construction can be conducted within the ship, and if it hovers in space, the operational platform may even extend beyond its hull, allowing for the creation of larger starships, such as aircraft carriers of a similar class. The T-2 Hammer operates in a semi-intelligent mode, outfitted with a variety of engineering robots, inputting task codes and corresponding technical standards. The industrial vessel system can assign these robots tasks. Nevertheless, human supervision is essential, as 20 of the processes require manual operation of certain robotic arms and industrial equipment, necessitating oversight to ensure quality control. A full crew of 200 is required to operate a T-2 Hammer, significantly more than that of comparable combat starships. At this moment, Zhao Chun began leading a crew of 200 Orcish female crew members, each possessing a foundational understanding of industrial technology, to commence their assigned tasks. Your team will operate maintenance robots to repair the Zero Storm, while you will organize the production of interstellar drones for the T-2 Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier within the T-2 Hammer. Zhao Chun, endowed with the talent of a top-tier engineer, swiftly and efficiently directed everyone to fulfill their responsibilities. After assigning the tasks, he made his way to the T-2 Hammer's bridge, where he began inputting the technical schematics for a new starship, the T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate. Indeed, the third starship Zhao Chun intended to construct was the T-2 Black Rhino. Although he possessed the technical blueprints for the T-2 Bronze Eden-class starship, its completion within a month was uncertain, and its cost was a staggering 3 million star coins. Consequently, it had to be postponed to prioritize quarterly tasks. Upon entering the technical specifications into the T-2 Hammer, the industrial ship system encrypted the data, rendering it inaccessible even to the starship's captain without Zhao Chun's explicit permissions. When assigning construction tasks, the system would scramble the entire technical blueprint, distributing fragments to the crew while encrypting a minuscule portion of the core technologies, which Zhao Chun would personally oversee. Should the T-2 Hammer face any threats, the system would initiate self-destruction of all encrypted information. With a sigh of relief, Zhao Chun completed the final blueprint input and concealed the operational interface. Leaning back comfortably in the captain's chair, he surveyed the T-2 Hammer's bridge, adorned in a utilitarian black iron design. which exuded an industrial aesthetic rather than opulence. Here, he could summon images from various sections of the T2 hammer. Monitoring the status and progress of each work unit, at last, he no longer needed to toil alone to construct starships as he had done with the Zero Storm and T2 Queen. Reminiscing about those arduous days with a mixture of nostalgia and relief. After managing his immediate tasks, Zhao Chun received notifications of 2 incoming fund transfers, as well as updates that raw materials had been delivered to the workshop. Remarkably, only half a day's time had passed, and the efficiency was commendable. The funds had already been deducted for the ordered raw materials, with the remainder transferred to Zhao Qin's account at the Imperial Bank, leaving him with 1.2 million star coins. Once the T2 Black Rhino was completed, he could strategize the construction of the T2 Bronze Eden-class starship, achieving complete food independence for the fleet and potentially expanding into the food trade sector. Zhao Qin called upon Lilith to accompany him to the workshop's entrance, opening the doors. As the T2 hammer was situated deep within, it was out of sight from the entrance. Zhao Chun did not hesitate to instruct the workers delivering raw materials to stack the cargo containers alongside the entrance. "Sir, here are the raw materials from your order. Is there anything else you require?" The female supervisor, whom Zhao Chun had only seen via video communications, now stood before him, her face adorned with a professional smile. Dressed in a fitted business skirt suit, with one button intentionally undone at her chest. Zhao Chun, however, paid little mind to her appearance, focusing instead on the raw materials for the starship construction, envisioning the completed T2 Black Rhinos. The female supervisor felt a twinge of embarrassment. She considered her own attractiveness and contemplated asking this prominent figure out later. Just then, her gaze fell upon Lilith, clad in a white military-style uniform, and she was momentarily dazzled by her beauty. Lilith exuded an effortless allure, inciting a protective yet mischievous impulse within the supervisor. The supervisor self-deprecatingly thought, with such a stunning beauty by his side, how could she, a mere starport customer service representative, compete for his attention? "Lilith, please handle the correspondence with this lady." Zhao Chun assigned the task to Lilith, recognizing that as her role as secretary, such responsibilities would frequently fall to her. While Lilith had acquired considerable theoretical knowledge, true growth required practical experience across various domains, from fleet combat to internal affairs and logistics. Lilith approached the female supervisor to engage in discussions, while Zhao Chun remained absorbed in observing the containers of raw materials. A subtle smile gracing his lips as he contemplated their potential. Meanwhile, an indolent figure emerged from a nearby starship dock, accompanied by a middle-aged man. "Old Chun, why the long face?" the young man quipped. The individual known as Old Chun was the commander of an interstellar transport fleet, recently returned from a mission. "You have no idea, I just encountered a complete fool who threatened me with a ship's cannon. And actually fired it. The shell landed a mere distance away from my bridge." Old Chin lamented. "In a way, someone dared to do that. Who threatened my brother Chin? Tell me who it was. Any of my Black Fox brethren in the Arctic Fox system will handle it," the young man boasted. Old Chin shook his head. "I have no clue. I just heard it was someone from a team called the Black Dragon." There was no video communication, just their starship. As the two conversed, they passed by the entrance of the shipyard, where Old Chen noticed a multitude of cargo containers. Habitually, as someone in the interstellar transport business, he instinctively glanced over. To his dismay, through the vast doors of the workshop, he spotted the very starship he loathed above all others, albeit now somewhat battered, with a dented bow. Even in its damaged state, he recognized that accursed vessel without a doubt. In an instant, rage ignited within him as he stormed toward the shipyard. Chapter 75. The Golden Emblem. "Chu, who the hell is the captain of that starship? Get out here," Old Chin bellowed, his finger pointing accusingly at the shipyard, a young man beside him, hands stuffed in his pockets and exuding an air of arrogance, sneered. "You've crossed my brother Chin. I suggest you come out now and apologize." The commotion drew the attention of everyone nearby, including Lilith and the female supervisor, who halted their discussion. The supervisor's expression shifted, recognizing the two men. The one they called Brother Chun was a commander of an interstellar transport fleet affiliated with the Arctic Fox Systems Lord, known for his formidable reputation in interstellar trade and transport, often bullying others due to his connections. The young man beside him was a high-ranking member of the Black Fox Society, a notorious underworld organization within the Arctic Fox system, which thrived in the shadows. "I am the captain. What do you want?" Zhao Qin casually stepped forward, positioning himself at the entrance. What do you mean? What do I want? You threatened my starship with your cannon. You think I wouldn't recognize you just because we didn't have a video call? I recognize that abomination of a starship anywhere. Old Chen retorted, moving to grab Zhao Chun by the collar. Unfazed, Zhao Chun retaliated with a decisive kick, sending Old Chen stumbling several meters away. What the hell? You dare lay hands on me? I am a member of the Black Fox Society. Do you know what the consequences are for offending the Black Fox Society? Ah! The young man hadn't finished his words when he was kicked in the face, his body flying sideways and crashing heavily against a cargo container. Clang! A distinct red shoe print was visible on his face. At this moment, Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. Bystanders instinctively assumed it was the man who was angry, but Zhao Chun mused to himself that he had collided with his precious cargo. Although theoretically, such a crash would not affect the raw materials inside the cargo box, Zhao Chun still felt discomfort. Cough, cough, cough. You dare to lay hands on me. You allowed the starship to bombard my vessel. Do you believe I will report you to the Imperial Military Court? Old Chun clutched his churning stomach, feeling as though he might retch his insides out from that kick. You are the commander of the interstellar transport ship tasked with rescuing the civilians from the P-331 asteroid. Zhao Chun regarded the man and recalled a previous encounter. Old Chun pointed at Zhao Chun. You have landed in trouble, a great deal of trouble. Cough, cough. Indeed, I tell you, if you dare to touch anyone from the Black Fox Society, I've already called my brothers. Just wait to collect your corpse. The young man from the Black Fox Society shouted defiantly. You deliberately delayed and slowed the fleet's speed, disregarding the lives of 5 million people on P-331 asteroid. The trouble lies with you, doesn't he it? At that moment, Lilith stepped forward, standing beside Zhao Chun to speak on behalf of the captain. It was this voice that threatened me back then, you foul woman. Old Chun recognized Lilith's voice as the one that had threatened them during the communication, a succubus. Suddenly, the young man from the Black Fox Society took a few rapid steps forward, seemingly about to charge at Lilith. However, Zhao Chun swiftly moved to block Lilith, his gaze icy as he stared down the young man. The young man from the Black Fox Society halted in his tracks, alarmed by Zhao Chun's demeanor. He warily observed Zhao Chun, then raised his hand to display an image on a device, revealing a shadowy figure clad in a black cloak, barely showing half of a face. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was indeed the woman before him. Kid, you attacked our people from the Black Fox Society and stole these things, didn't you? The young man from the Black Fox Society had initially intended to utter the word succubus. However, he quickly realized that such information could not be allowed to leak. It would attract unwanted attention. Yes, and what of it? Zhao Chun replied nonchalantly. All right, it seems that fortune has smiled upon us, for we of the Black Fox Society have been searching for you. How fortunate that you have come to us willingly. The young man from the Black Fox Society quickly retreated a few steps, editing a message on his handheld device and sending it out again. Then he pointed at Zhao Chun. Just wait, your end is nigh. Here, no one dares to oppose the Black Fox Society. Ha ha ha, so she is the person you were looking for. Old Chen laughed with excitement. Having heard about the succubus from the young man, seeing how the situation was unfolding, he felt a surge of joy. This kid has offended the Black Fox Society. He is utterly doomed. Zhao Chen frowned. He was not afraid of the Black Fox Society, but he found the trouble bothersome. If this escalated, he would have to leave the Arctic Fox starport, which would inevitably delay the construction of the T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate. This matter was of paramount importance. In truth, had this fellow not sought him out, Zhao Chun would not have bothered with such trivial affairs. Do you not worry that your actions will land you in a military tribunal? Lilith, feeling embarrassed and angry, pointed at Old Chun, also concerned that their identity as succubi might bring trouble to Captain Zhao Chun. During this time, they had been living quite happily within the Xiaolong fleet, even growing fond of their new life, which led some of the succubi to have nightmares, fearing it was all a facade. They were still struggling for survival outside, with no guarantee of safety. You are talking nonsense. What evidence do you have? My starship experienced a malfunction, which is why I slowed down. You lot fired upon my fleet without understanding the situation. Old Chun sneered at Lilith and Zhao Chun. This is the Arctic Fox star system. Without evidence, who will believe your nonsensical claims? I believed. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Old Chen. Who the hell is meddling? Old Chen instinctively turned to curse, but the next instant, he was left dumbfounded. Stammering, a woman clad in an imperial military officer's uniform was striding towards them. The sound of her military boots striking the ground was somewhat melodious. Behind her trailed a squad of 30 soldiers armed with laser rifles. Most importantly, on the chest of her uniform, next to the imperial military emblem, she bore a particularly glaring insignia, a single golden character. Chu. Chapter 76. The distinguished Chu Xian, the female officer, walked directly past Old Chen and approached Zhao Chen, removing her white glove from her right hand and extending her delicate hand. "It is good to see you again." Zhao Chen gazed at this Imperial Navy commander named Chu Xian with surprise, questioning why she would appear here. Out of politeness, Zhao Chen shook her hand but quickly released it. In truth, he was reluctant to engage with the Imperial military, as they represented the Starry Empire, and revealing too much to them could lead to complications. This bounty mission was triggered by the system, and it also addressed the quarterly resource shortage for starship construction. This woman wouldn't fancy men, would she? Chu Xian mused internally as she observed Zhao Chen hastily withdraw his hand. Nevertheless, this was an excellent opportunity to do him a favor. This gentleman has indeed spoken the truth. Your interstellar transport fleet is responsible for executing the evacuation mission from P331 asteroid. Correct? Chu Xian turned her gaze to the man whose face was now pale and covered in sweat. May I ask, who are you? Old Chen inquired cautiously, his eyes darting to the golden Chu emblem adorning Chu Xian's uniform. Our commander is inquiring. Why are you looking elsewhere? The female adjutant stepped forward and slapped Old Chen across the face. Old Chen hurriedly averted his gaze, stammering an explanation. I am the commander of the interstellar transport fleet for the P331 asteroid evacuation mission. But we successfully completed the civilian evacuation task. Oh, you mean to say that this gentleman is lying, claiming you deliberately delayed and refused to proceed to the P331 asteroid for evacuation? Chu Xian retorted. Yes, of course. We have a grudge between us. He is framing me, and even directly bombarded my starship with cannons. I was preparing to report him to the military court, Old Chen said stubbornly, knowing he could only deny the allegations to avoid severe repercussions. Xiao Song. Chu Xian suddenly called out a name. A male soldier stepped forward from the soldier guard, standing before Chu Xian. Upon seeing this seemingly personal guard, Old Chen and the others were taken aback. The soldier was donned in a general's uniform, his rank displaying a star. He was an Imperial one-star brigadier. A woman could easily have a one-star brigadier as her personal guard. And coupled with that golden emblem, her identity was becoming increasingly clear. At your service. This gentleman has been wronged, so please investigate thoroughly. We must not wrong an innocent, nor let a guilty one escape. Chu Xian commanded coldly, her voice laced with iciness. Understood. Xiao Song first respectfully saluted Zhao Chen, acknowledging him. During the recent battle against the Zerg, Xiao Song had been present, serving as the captain of another starship. Thus he held great respect for the man before him. As Xiao Song's gaze shifted to Old Chen, Old Chen felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. Rest assured, we will not wrong anyone. You stay here and wait for my return. 10 minutes should suffice. After Xiao Song finished speaking, he took a few personal guards and set off to investigate the matter. Old Chen swallowed hard. Beads of sweat pouring down his face, he frantically recalled whether he had managed all matters properly. He had instructed everyone in the fleet to keep their mouths shut, but their words would not count as direct evidence. He could argue that it was slander. Moreover, he had deleted all the navigation logs of the starship, erasing any evidence that could be left behind, as for the footage that might have been recorded when the fellow starship had warned him. He could easily explain that his starship had sustained damage and was merely resting when he encountered that person. Good. Everything. The rest no problem. Nothing will go wrong. Hello, let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Chu Xian, commander of a small fleet in the Imperial military. Chu Xian smiled as she greeted Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes internally. Your military rank is merely a colonel, yet you have a one-star brigadier under your command? Who would believe you are just a commander of a small fleet in the Imperial military? Zhao Chen replied noncommittally. Chu Xian gazed into the starship workshop, spotting the number 0 Blizzard undergoing repairs alongside another aircraft carrier starship. This one is called number 0 Blizzard, but what is the name of the other aircraft carrier starship? Chu Xian inquired enthusiastically. The Queen Bee-class heavy aircraft carrier starship. Zhao Chen responded, Queen Bee? I have never heard of such a name. I have searched the Starship database for these two models and found no records. Chu Xian blinked her eyes, curiously probing for more information. Zhao Chen remarked, I am not certain either. You are not certain? Are you unaware of your own starship? His demeanor towards his own situation was remarkably indifferent. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed through the air. A multitude of individuals, adorned in garments emblazoned with the emblem of the Black Fox Society, emerged from the distant corridor, numbering at least 300 to 400, each wielding an array of weapons, including laser guns. Yet, in the next moment, they were rendered speechless. A contingent of Imperial soldiers, fewer than 30 in number, had assumed a defensive stance, their laser guns trained upon them. At that instant, the atmosphere grew eerily still. Why is happening? The leader of the Black Fox Society stood in shock. How did Imperial soldiers come to be here? What is the meaning of this? Chu Xian, upon witnessing the scene, discerned that these individuals were approaching Zhao Chun with ill intent. They are likely from the Black Fox Society. Have you offended them? She inquired curiously. Zhao Chun cast a cold glance at the distant members of the Black Fox Society. They seek to seize my soldiers. The individuals from the Black Fox Society began to retreat cautiously. Hey, you, the one in charge, come here. Chu Xian suddenly pointed at a clearly identifiable underling among the crowd. The underling turned pale. He recognized Chu Xian and her golden insignia. At that moment, he dared not flee and could only approach with trepidation. Also noticing his dazed companion, Wang Chong, standing nearby. What on earth is going on? He had been told there were individuals here to take the succubus, yet Imperial soldiers were present. Wang Chong felt equally aggrieved. After the appearance of the Imperial troops, he had intended to send a message to the Black Fox Society members to refrain from approaching, but the officer named Xiao Song had fixed his gaze upon him. With a mere glance, he abandoned that thought. Speak. Why are you here? Chu Xian asked, arms crossed. The underling lowered his head, momentarily at a loss for words. If you do not inform me, I shall inquire directly with your leader. Chu Xian threatened, her eyes glinting. I do not know who the officer is. The underling stammered, My name is Chu Xian, and this is my friend. If you bully my friend, you are bullying me, she declared, gesturing towards Zhao Qian with a hint of pride. Zhao Qian's lips twitched. When did he become friends with this lady? Chu Xian? The golden insignia? The Chu family. Chu Xian. Suddenly, the underling recalled something, shivering as if confronted with a great beast. You are of the Chu family. He instinctively began to utter the name of the female officer, but was silenced by her piercing gaze. Chapter 77. No time to waste. I am in a rush to construct the starship. The underling nervously regarded the female officer before him. Even if the leader of the Black Fox Society were present, a single word from this woman could obliterate them entirely. Here is the situation. We were previously attempting to capture a group of succubi. But unfortunately, this gentleman got ahead of us. We were unaware that he is your friend. And if we have offended you, I am willing to die in atonement, hoping you will not implicate others. The underling steeled himself and drew his laser gun in that instant. Several of Chu Xian's personal guards had already zeroed in on him. Should he pose any threat, he would be swiftly dispatched. Moreover, the young lady possessed enough leverage to ensure her safety in any circumstance. The underling offered the laser gun to Chu Xian, his demeanor akin to that of a submissive hound. Zhao Chun observed this with surprise. It appeared that this woman held a remarkably influential status. Reflecting on the earlier scene, even a one-star brigadier had shown her deference. What rank does a one-star brigadier hold? With proper retirement, one could be ennobled as a baron or even a viscount. Their position undoubtedly surpassed Zhao Chen's. Chu Xian glanced at Zhao Chun, clearly seeking his input. Leave, Zhao Chun uttered curtly. Were it not for the ongoing operations in the warehouse, he would have been disturbed for over 10 minutes in his endeavor to construct the new ship. I am in a good mood today. I do not wish to see bloodshed. Handle your own affairs. Just understand this clearly. This person is a friend of mine. Chu Xian, a faint smile graced her lips. The underling breathed a sigh of relief. At least his life was spared. However, since the young lady had instructed him to manage the situation, he felt compelled to display a certain attitude. Yes, for this attitude. The underling turned to Wang Chong, who stood there dazed. With a grim expression, he approached and unhesitatingly began to pummel him. How dare you show disrespect to Miss Chu's friend? It seems you are courting death. He scolded, harboring a desire to tear him apart. Nonetheless, since Miss Chu had stated she did not wish to see blood, He could not deal with the matter on the spot. Brother, please stop, I understand my mistake. Wang Cheng pleaded from the ground. Someone, take this scoundrel away and punish him by our strictest standards, the underling commanded coldly. Sacrificing one of their own to appease Miss Chu's wrath was a profitable exchange. Even if the leader of the Black Fox Society were present, he would act without hesitation. He might even consider eliminating all the underlings present, merely to entertain Miss Chu. Upon hearing the underling's words, Wang Cheng's face turned ashen, trembling as he crawled towards Chu Xian and Zhao Chen. I realize my mistake. I truly do. Please, do not kill me. I have a 3-year-old mother relying on me for support, and an 80-year-old wife and a hungry child depending on me. His frantic pleas were incoherent. Yet, Zhao Chen remained unmoved. Even if his claims were true, Zhao Chen believed that many who had suffered at his hands had fared far worse. This was merely his comeuppance. Ultimately, Wang Cheng was taken away by the underling's subordinates. I shall take my leave. The underling inquired cautiously. Leave. Chu Xian waved her hand dismissively. The underling felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and promptly departed. While the members of the Black Fox Society scattered like birds. As for Wang Cheng, it was rumored that he was tortured to death, his body later discovered in a refused site within the Arctic Fox spaceport. The underling dared not defy orders. Just as the Black Fox Society was departing, the previously retreating officer named Xiao Song returned. Lao Chen, at that moment, appeared pale as a ghost, his eyes filled with dread, his legs trembling as if they might collapse at any moment. How did the task go? Chu Xian inquired. Xiao Song cast a glance at Lao Chen, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. All navigation data aboard the starship had been deleted. But he had a hunch that the lowest level of the starship's system processor contained a backup copy. I retrieved that backup data. Contains orders to the starship fleet to delay the mission and postpone the journey to asteroid P331. Lao Chen, upon hearing this, collapsed to the ground, utterly despondent. Our Imperial soldiers fought valiantly on the battlefield, risking their lives for precious time, and you dare to delay the evacuation of those in need? Chu Xian's gaze was icy as she scrutinized Lao Chen. This time, she was not merely defending Zhao Chen. Her fury was entirely personal. She detested those who spoke one way and acted another, especially those selfish enough to sacrifice others for their own gain, particularly when it endangered the lives of Imperial soldiers. Lao Chen had crossed her bottom line. I was wronged. I will give up all my wealth. Lao Chen pleaded desperately. Xiao Song, take him to the military tribunal, Chu Xian commanded coldly. No. I do not want to go to the military tribunal. My sister's husband is the lord of the Arctic Fox system. You cannot treat me this way. Lao Chen cried out, fully aware that if he were sent to the military tribunal by this woman named Chu, even if he were innocent, he might not survive. Moreover, he was undeniably guilty. The lord of the Arctic Fox system? If he believes I acted wrongly, let him come and confront me personally, Chu Xian retorted with a disdainful snort. Our Lady does not enjoy commotion. Remain quiet. Xiao Song stepped forward, casually delivering a punch that dislocated Lao Chen's jaw. Werwu. Wawa. Lao Chen attempted to speak, but no words emerged. He was subsequently escorted away by other soldiers, and the outcome was predictable. Following this, the lord of the Arctic Fox system divorced Lao Chen's cousin and sought out Chu Xian to apologize. Grateful that she did not punish him. As for Lao Chen, he was sentenced to death by the military tribunal. Chu Xian, satisfied, turned to Zhao Chen. How about it? I have resolved these matters for you. How will you thank me? Thank you. Do I owe you a favor? Zhao Chen replied, his expression unchanged. Chu Xian was taken aback. She pointed to Lilith beside Zhao Chen and then to the spot where the Black Fox Society's underling had stood moments ago. Hey, don't turn your back on me. If I hadn't intervened, who knows what the Black Fox Society would have done to you today? If a mere Black Fox Society could intimidate me, I would not have ventured forth with just 2 starships to exterminate the pests. Zhao Chen smiled faintly and continued, even if we were to consider this as your assistance, it merely balances the scales between you. Do not forget, it was I who provided you with the lead on Lao Chen's situation. And if my fleet had not detected their negligence and issued a warning in the subsequent battles, it was utterly impossible for the P331 asteroid to retreat at such a rapid pace. You. Chu Xian was momentarily stunned by Zhao Chen's words. Recalling her purpose, Chu Xian took a deep breath and managed to force a smile. Let us set this matter aside for the time being. We are comrades in arms, after all. How about I treat you to a meal? No time for that. Zhao Chun turned his back and strode into the starship workshop, shutting the large door behind him as the cargo had already been fully loaded and unloaded. He was busy constructing the T-2 Black Rhinoceros-class interstellar heavy assault frigate, oblivious to the dazed expression of Chu Xian, who had never been treated this way before. Chapter 78. The pearls of 2 imperial dukes, all goods on the order had been duly delivered. The female supervisor glanced at Zhao Chun. All right, thank you. After Lilith saw the female supervisor off, she returned to Zhao Chun's side, gazing at the closed door behind them, where faint sounds of complaints and thuds could still be heard as someone kicked the door. Are you really not going to engage with Miss Chu? Lilith inquired. Her identity is rather extraordinary. You know her identity? Zhao Chun turned to look at Lilith. She raised her hand, and a holographic projection displayed the golden emblem inscribed with Chu. Since I became your secretary, I have gathered some intelligence on the Xingyao Empire, including information about Miss Chu. Although there are no images of her online, we can ascertain her identity through various detailed clues. Zhao Chun slowed his pace toward the T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, signaling Lilith to continue. The Arctic Fox star system, where we are located, falls under the jurisdiction of the Northwind star domain, whose governor is Miss Chu's maternal grandfather, an esteemed duke of the empire. Moreover, the governor of the Chu River star domain, one of the 8 star domains of the Xingyao Empire, is Miss Chu's paternal grandfather, also a duke and a 5-star marshal of the empire. Most importantly, Miss Chu is the only granddaughter of the Duke of Chu River, who is exceedingly cherished. The Northwind governor dotes on her more than his own grandson, making her the apple of both governors' eyes. Lilith's expression turned serious. The 2-star domain governors are respectively her grandfather and maternal grandfather, highlighting the formidable background of Chu Xian. It was no wonder the Black Fox Society dared not provoke her, openly challenging the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system to confront her directly. You believe I should befriend her? Zhao Chun remarked. Lilith looked at the captain, puzzled, not understanding his implication. Wasn't it obvious? The more illustrious her identity, the further we should keep our distance. Our current objective is to quietly develop. Although we possess 2 top-tier T-2 star ships, we remain vulnerable against true adversaries, Zhao Chun stated calmly. In truth, another reason lay behind Zhao Chun's hesitation. He could not fathom why a duke's granddaughter would suddenly exhibit such enthusiasm toward him. There must be something amiss. Moreover, as his own secrets multiplied, proximity to such a person could lead to unforeseen consequences. Naturally, it was prudent to maintain a distance. Understood, Lilith responded. The raw materials I ordered have arrived. Our next task is to construct the T-2 Black Rhinoceros-class interstellar heavy assault frigate by the end of the year. Zhao Chun's eyes sparkled with determination. That moment, outside the closed door, if Chu Xian were to realize that her allure paled in comparison to a T-2 starship, she would likely be infuriated enough to confront Zhao Chun. What was wrong with him? Did he not recognize her status? How could he dismiss her invitation for a meal? With hands on her hips, she abandoned her previous military composure and displayed signs of exasperation. The female aide nearby stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Miss, you wouldn't happen to have developed feelings for this gentleman, would you? Pfft. We've only met a few times. How could I possibly like him? Especially since he is such a rugged man. Like him? Unless I were struck by a starship. Chu Xian rolled her eyes in irritation. Then why did you come all the way to the Arctic Fox starport? Was it truly just to invite him to dinner? To get to know him? The female aide questioned skeptically. Chu Xian composed herself, gazing at the door as if she could see Zhao Chun's figure within. I had someone investigate the starship named Zero Storm. There are no records of it. Not even for the other aircraft carrier, even expanded the search beyond the Xingyao Empire, yet still found no matching ship types. With a serious demeanor, Chu Xian continued, this leads to 2 possibilities. First, he possesses an exceptionally secretive channel for acquiring ships. Second, these 2 starships are not purchased. They are of his own design and construction. His own design and construction? How could that be? While T-2 starships are merely semi-military grade, they are not something just anyone can design or manufacture. The female aide questioned the validity of this conclusion. I, too, find it hard to believe, which is why I wish to investigate further. If it is the former, we can leverage this channel to procure a batch of these formidable starships. If it is the latter, then he is a talent worth recruiting for our Chu family, which would undoubtedly enhance our strength. The current situation in the Xingyao Empire is intricate. We must seize any opportunity to bolster our Chu family's power. After saying this, she shot the female aide a disdainful glance. You don't really think I'm some brainless romantic, do you? I have no such intentions. The female aide shook her head vigorously, though her gaze suggested otherwise as she glanced at a certain spot, muttering, and this doesn't quite fall under the category of brainless romance. Chu Xian's lips twitched. You cheeky girl, how dare you mock me? Report, miss. There are communication requests from 2 dukes. Xiao Song approached, projecting 2 links for communication requests. Hey, don't connect, Chu Xian began, but before she could finish, Xiao Song had already established the connection. Ignoring the daggers in the young lady's gaze, he turned and walked away. The female aide discreetly distanced herself as well. Covering her face, Chu Xian soon heard 2 familiar voices that were unmistakable. Darling granddaughter, are you all right? I heard there's been a level 2 cosmic insect nest on your end, and you took 30 starships to battle? Little Xian, you aren't injured, are you? I've already dispatched my fleet to support you. The 2 elderly gentlemen appeared in separate video communication windows. That old fool Zhu. I told you not to let Chu Xian go to your place, and you adamantly assured me there would be no issues. Now look what has happened. If anything were to happen to my granddaughter, I will have your head. Hey, that is not fair. Little Xian came to me out of fear of you. This was entirely unexpected. I didn't foresee the emergence of interstellar insectoids, but don't worry. Little Xian is safe now, and there will be no problems. Darling granddaughter, you should return quickly. Even if you wish to command a fleet at the grassroots level, we have our own fleet. Whatever you desire. We can send you there, and if not, you can command your grandfather's fleet. That flagship is a renowned T4 interstellar battleship. I know you like it. It's yours. I heard you are on a T2 starship over there with that old fool. That thing doesn't even have a star shield. What would you do if danger arose? While we may lack T4 starships in the Northwind star domain, we do possess T3 aircraft carriers. The sight of interstellar fighter jets flying about is exhilarating, and you won't even need to be on the front lines. It's far safer than any interstellar battleship. I will arrange for you to be captain tomorrow. Chu Xian felt utterly defeated. It was precisely this excessive pampering from the 2 old men that had driven her away. For now, she had to set aside thoughts of Zhao Chun and appease the 2 elderly gentlemen, agreeing to return to see them. Otherwise, who knew what trouble they might cause? Chapter 79. Promoted to fleet commander at the headquarters of the Black Fox Society, the young lady of the Chu family? The leader of the Black Fox Society was taken aback upon hearing this name. The matter has been resolved. That young lady should not pursue any accountability against us, the small leader remarked. However, we may no longer be able to intervene in the matter regarding that batch of succubi. While we are still uncertain about the identity of the man associated with the Chu family's young lady, it is evident that she holds him in high regard, openly declaring him a friend. The implication is clear, a warning to us. The leader of the Black Fox Society frowned, contemplating. This is a task assigned to us by Han. We have yet to fulfill it. Though Han is important, he cannot compare to the Chu family. The small leader grumbled. The leader of the Black Fox Society nodded. That is indeed true, forget it. If we were to confront the Chu family, it would be the Black Fox Society that would be at a disadvantage. I will relay this matter to Han. For now, you should refrain from making any rash moves to avoid attracting major troubles. Understood. As December drew to a close, the once spacious Starship Workshop now felt somewhat cramped, having accommodated an additional 10 starships. Had these 10 vessels not been relatively small, they would likely not have fit at all. Zhao Chun stood before the 10 starships, surveying them with a satisfied smile. Listen to my orders. Prepare to initiate the test of the starships. Zhao Chun issued commands to the bridges of 10 starships. In response, the vessels stirred to life. Simultaneously, 10 video windows illuminated beside Zhao Chun, each displaying a captain methodically initiating the starship's startup procedures. Report, Black Rhino class ship number 1 is powering up the starship engines. Report, Black Rhino class ship number 2, starship engine startup is functioning normally. Report, Black Rhino class ship number 5, the starship propulsion system is undergoing automated diagnostics. Diagnostics complete. Operating smoothly. Report, Black Rhino class ship No. 7, the starship weapons system is undergoing automated diagnostics. Diagnostics complete. Operating smoothly. Zhao Chun attentively listened to each report. Soon, one of the starships finished all initial startup procedures. Report, Black Rhino class ship number 8, Initial startup and full process diagnostics complete. All systems are normal. Reports continued to pour in as the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault corvettes completed their self-checks. After all 10 vessels reported in, a radiant smile spread across Zhao Chen's face as he gently clenched his fist. Splendid. Over the course of nearly a month, Zhao Chen had successfully produced 10 T2 Black Rhinos in one go. Due to the smaller size of the T2 Black Rhino and the streamlined production processes, the efficiency of Starship manufacturing had been significantly enhanced. Furthermore, with a remarkably low cost of merely 100,000 star coins per vessel, the total expenditure amounted to just the 1 million star coins worth of materials previously procured. I never expected you to construct 10 T2 Black Rhinos all at once, Charlotte remarked, standing beside Zhao Qian and surveying the 10 sleek black corvettes before her. Each starship bore numerical designations such as 001, 002, 003, and so forth, yet they were fundamentally identical. Zhao Chen chuckled. After all, it was inevitable that we would need to build them. Our fleet only possessed 2 starships, one of which is an aircraft carrier. Although equipped with a star shield, it is not a comprehensive defense. We must have a sufficient number of interstellar corvettes to truly form the foundation of a fleet. Wouldn't you agree? Charlotte gazed at the interstellar corvette in awe, exclaiming, "It is truly hard to believe that a corvette with such impressive specifications could be constructed for merely 100,000 star coins." Moreover, in just a month, 10 vessels were completed. Both efficiency and quality have been assured. Indeed, this is all thanks to the T2 Hammer, Zhao Chen replied, casting a glance at the industrious T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship stationed at one side of the Starship workshop. Gratefully, with its presence, there was no need for him to personally engage in the laborious task of assembling starships. He only needed to oversee a mere fraction of the core technological processes. Let us proceed to trial navigation shortly. Once we complete the trials, we can procure additional military supplies and provisions before returning to the North Star system. Zhao Chen organized. 3 months had elapsed since Zhao Wanner had returned early to the North Star Starship Military Academy. Taking a 3-month leave as a student was rather unbecoming. In truth, whether Zhao Chen attended school or not was inconsequential. However, there was one matter that necessitated him obtaining certification from the North Star Starship Military Academy. The Starry Empire mandated that any lord must secure a graduation certification from an internal interstellar military academy. There were no specific requirements for the Interstellar Military Academy, as any qualified institution would suffice. Consequently, some wayward scions might casually select lesser-known interstellar military academies, lingering for 6 years before formally inheriting their titles. Due to his father's early demise, Zhao Chun had ascended to his position ahead of schedule in accordance with imperial law. Yet, should he fail to obtain certification from an interstellar military academy within a specified time frame, he risked being forcibly stripped of his title. "I believe there is another matter that requires our attention," Charlotte stated. "What is it?" "The establishment of the Xiaolong fleet system," Charlotte replied. Zhao Chun directed his gaze toward her. Charlotte continued, "Previously, with only 2 starships, our organizational structure was rather ad hoc. However, the situation has changed. We now possess 12 combat-type starships and 1 auxiliary vessel, forming the nascent shape of a small fleet. To facilitate future management, we must implement a fleet system." Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. "Since you have a concept in mind, I assume you have a proposed plan as well. From today onward, your title will no longer be captain, but fleet commander. You may select any starship as your flagship. I recommend the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier for its safety. I will take on the role of captain of the 0-number Blizzard, concurrently serving as the fleet's deputy commander. Lilith can assume the role of your flagship secretary as well as the fleet secretary. We will then assign a captain to each of the remaining starships. Prior to this, we still have around 200 female soldiers without official positions. Each T2 Black Rhino requires only 20 female soldiers to operate. So this group can fill that gap.as for the selection of captains and the complement for each starship's bridge. That will be your responsibility." Charlotte outlined her comprehensive arrangements. Truly, as a former fleet commander, she had meticulously devised plans for Zhao Chun. "You must already have a list prepared. Please show it to me shortly. If all is in order, I shall grant my approval. You will be in charge of these matters. I am feeling a bit fatigued, so I shall return to rest." Zhao Chun feigned a yawn, delegating the tasks to Charlotte. Charlotte rolled her eyes, realizing that this captain, no, fleet commander, was increasingly fond of shirking responsibilities. Zhao Chun was determined to avoid undertaking any tasks that could be delegated to others. Why should he toil unnecessarily when he had capable subordinates? In truth, Zhao Chun was not heading to rest. Instead, he intended to review his completed quarterly tasks and claim his rewards. Quarterly task: own 3 starships, system produced, task completed, rewards available for collection. Task rewards successfully claimed. Acquired 10 task points. Acquired 1,000 system points. Acquired T2 Super Soldier Serum. Acquired a technical blueprint for T2 Black Knight class lightweight interstellar combat mecha. Indeed, the rewards for the quarterly task were quite bountiful. Not wasting Zhao Chun's month-long anticipation. In addition to the standard rewards of 10 task points and 1,000 system points, Zhao Chun noticed a familiar item. The T2 Super Soldier Serum. It appeared that this Super Soldier Serum was part of a series. After previously injecting the T1 Super Soldier Serum, Zhao Chun had felt a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities. What would happen if he injected the T2 Super Soldier Serum? Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chun focused his mind, and a vial identical to the previous Super Soldier Serum materialized in his hand. Recalling the sensation from his first injection, he seated himself on his bed, inhaled deeply, and swiftly administered the serum into his arm. In an instant, Zhao Chun felt as if his mind had been electrified. Every cell in his body trembled, and his consciousness seemed on the verge of departing his corporeal form. After a few minutes of pain, a look of relief spread across Zhao Chun's face, his mouth slightly agape and his gaze narrowed. This state persisted for half a minute before he reluctantly regained his senses. He first swung his fist, and in a flash, a shadow of his punch darted through the air. Zhao Chun glanced around and approached the edge of the bed, effortlessly lifting the large mattress with one hand. Inspecting his reflection in the mirror, he noted a newfound determination in his eyes, his facial features appearing more defined, and the muscles of his abdomen taking on a sculpted shape, perfectly proportioned. If I were to kick the old chin with my current strength, I dare say he wouldn't survive the encounter, Zhao Chun mumbled to himself. Retrieving his thoughts, he turned his attention to the final reward from the task, AT-2 Black Knight class lightweight interstellar combat mecha. In this current age of interstellar exploration, combat mechas had seemingly become secondary. Nevertheless, they remained indispensable. While starships could engage in battles within the cosmic expanse, how could one conquer a planet? If the objective were merely to eliminate the forces upon a world, one could bombard the surface from orbit without hesitation. However, should one seek to seize a planet while minimizing collateral damage, a combat mecha was absolutely essential. It is worth noting that although combat mechas and interstellar combat mechas belong to the same category of weaponry, they represent 2 entirely different branches. The former is typically deployed among ground forces on a planet, while the latter is capable of operations in the vacuum of space and even starship jump battles. Zhao Chun began to examine the data and specifications for the interstellar mecha. T2 Black Knight class light interstellar combat mech type. Interstellar combat mech technology level. T2 armor strength, 40 units. 50 units cruising speed, 10 light-years per hour maximum speed, 30 light-years per hour height, 15.8 meters mass, 420 tons crew, 1-person armament, 236-barrel Gatling laser cannons, 30 units of small missiles, and 1 Black Knight lightsaber. The armor strength of this mech is already comparable to that of AT-1 Starship, and its weaponry can rival the firepower of AT-1 Starship. In addition to possessing melee capabilities, the cruising speed is relatively slow, as it is merely an interstellar combat mech rather than a starship. However, its short-term maximum speed can match that of certain T2 starships. It would be prudent to construct and deploy several interstellar combat mechs within the hangar of the starship, as they may prove useful in future ground combat missions, Zhao Chun mused. After familiarizing himself with the interstellar combat mech, Zhao Chun cast a glance at his data interface. Host, Zhao Chun occupation, top-tier starship engineer special attributes, fleet luck bonus, Eye of Insight points, 2950 mission points, 20 number of starships, 12 current task, none warehouse, T3 Blizzard class. The mission points and system points have been credited, including the 1,000 system points earned this time, as well as the accumulated monthly points from October and November, totaling 160 system points. Zhao Chun pondered for a moment before accessing the T2 Marketplace upgrade page. T2 System Marketplace upgrade conditions. First condition. Exchange for 2 T2 level items, 2-2. Second condition. Complete 2 C-level system missions, 2-2. Third condition. Consume 2,000 system points for marketplace upgrade, 2,952,000. All three conditions for upgrading the T2 marketplace have been fulfilled. Confirm to consume 2,000 system points to upgrade T2 marketplace to T3 marketplace. Confirm. Consuming 2,000 system points, upgrading T2 marketplace to T3 marketplace. Remaining system points, 950. Congratulations, you have unlocked the T3 series products in the system marketplace, and you have gained one opportunity to exchange for any item without using mission points. Once again, the same reward privilege appeared, but upon glancing at the T3 series products, Zhaochen discovered that the average price was around 6,000 system points. As a pauper at present, he had no system points to redeem and could only indulge in a fleeting glimpse. Subsequently, Zhaochen accompanied Charlotte to oversee the maiden test flight of the T2 Black Rhino class interstellar heavy assault frigate. A fleet of 10 T2 Black Rhinos departed from the starport and returned several hours later, successfully completing their first test flight. Next, it was time to procure some military supplies and daily necessities. Zhaochen still had ample funds in his account. While it might not suffice for starship construction, it was more than adequate to support the over 600 interstellar female soldiers. Additionally, Zhaochen had specifically prepared for a grand banquet, a New Year's Eve celebration. This would mark Zhaochen's first New Year's celebration since arriving in this world. In the Starship Workshop, a space was cleared, adorned with a sumptuous array of food and beverages, accompanied by the most popular music of the moment. Some were dancing, others feasting heartily, and some were singing. This lavish banquet must have cost a considerable sum of star coins. Charlotte took a sip of an unknown brand of strong liquor, glancing at Zhaochen and Lilith. Lilith replied, the total expenditure was 5,000 star coins. Charlotte shook her head. 5,000 star coins would have covered many months of food expenses during her time in the rebel fleet. Now, it was all spent in just one night. Truly extravagant. Are you feeling the pinch? Zhaochen teased, observing Charlotte's expression. Though she said nothing, her demeanor spoke volumes. Warriors of the Hawk Dragon fleet, tell me, are you happy? Zhaochen suddenly shouted. Hearing their commander's voice, everyone echoed. Happy, Zhaochen grinned, raising his glass and downing its contents in one gulp, then laughing, I, Zhaochen, have no grand ambitions. I simply do not wish to disappoint my family's expectations. I strive to build my Hawk Dragon star system and fleet well, allowing those who choose to follow me to live well, live like humans, and live with hope, not merely to survive like puppets. Simultaneously, we must possess the strength that prevents us from being bullied by anyone. Dignity shall always remain within the range of our starships. Many female soldiers paused in their actions, gazing wistfully at their commander, some even with tear-streaked eyes. On this day next year, I hope we can still raise our glasses in celebration and dance together under the moonlight. To our future. Zhaochen raised his glass once more. Lilith stepped forward, placing her hand over her heart, solemnly declaring, Stars and moon, I vow to follow till death. Stars and moon, I vow to follow till death. The multitude of female soldiers echoed in unison. Zhaochen tilted his head back, once again draining his glass of strong liquor. At that moment, the new year had arrived. System notification. Annual task triggered. System notification. Quarterly task triggered. Chapter 81. Annual task and quarterly task. The system tasks have arrived. Zhaochen found a reason to step away from the banquet venue, seeking a quiet place. Two system pop-ups appeared before him. Annual task. Please have the host graduate normally from the North Star Starship Military Academy within 1 year. Zhaochen was taken aback. Graduate from the North Star Starship Military Academy within 1 year. He was currently only a fourth-year student, and under normal circumstances, he would have to wait over 2 more years to graduate. By the end of this year, he would at most become a fifth-year student. However, given the substantial rewards for quarterly tasks, the annual task rewards were certainly not to be underestimated. It would be a shame to waste such an opportunity. It seemed he needed to devise a plan to graduate from the North Star Starship Military Academy sooner, particularly since he also wished to lay a solid foundation for fully developing the Hawk Dragon star system. He then examined the other task pop-up. Quarterly task. Possess 5 different models of T2 or higher starships. 3-5. Build a fleet consisting of 30 starships. Must be T2 or higher. 1230. Own 1 T3 class starship. 01. System-produced starship. The requirements for this task were indeed numerous. However, the completion difficulty of the first 2 requirements was not particularly high. Zhaochen had already constructed the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier. T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate, and T2 Hammer-class heavy industrial starship, thus fulfilling 3 of the required 5 different models of T2 or higher starships. Additionally, he possessed the technical blueprints for AT-2 Bronze Eden-class starship and AT-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser in his system warehouse. If necessary, exchanging for AT-2 starship from the T2 marketplace was also well within Zhao Chen's capabilities. The second requirement of 30 starships could be met within 2 months by solely constructing the T2 Black Rhino. The most significant hurdle lay with the third requirement, AT-3 level starship. Zhao Chen once again opened the T3 Blizzard technology blueprint that had been resting in his system warehouse for quite some time. To construct this T3 Blizzard, the initial construction cost would be 13 million star coins. This amount was equivalent to the construction cost of 130 T2 Black Rhinos, or nearly 10 T2 Queen Bees. Yet, Zhao Chen had less than 1.2 million star coins remaining, an enormous gap of tenfold. Closing this gap within 3 months would be quite the challenge. Moreover, if the T2 Hammer were to be responsible for constructing the T3 Blizzard, it would require all production capacity for a period of 2 months to complete the build. Even at the best starport workshop, this time frame would be approximately the same. However, constructing the T3 Blizzard could not occur within the starport S shipyard. As once completed and exiting the starport, the ship's exterior would clearly indicate it was a T3 starship, one that had never been registered. At that point, a check of the starport's shipyard rental records would expose Zhao Chen. While constructing T2 starships might not raise significant alarms, creating an entirely new T3 starship would undoubtedly attract unwelcome attention. Although exposure might be inevitable eventually, the longer it could be delayed, the better for Zhao Chen to prepare. The construction cost and time presented challenges that loomed large before him. This quarterly task was no small feat Zhao Chen contemplated, but failing to complete it would mean squandering a quarterly task reward, which was painful to consider. Closing his eyes, he began to formulate a series of construction plans. Seconds later, Zhao Chen opened his eyes. He had devised a comprehensive construction strategy. First, he would utilize the T2 Hammer No. 1 ship to spend a month expanding AT2 Hammer.in. The second month, T2 Hammer No. 1 would commence the construction of the T3 Blizzard, a task that would take 2 months to complete. Simultaneously, in the second month, T2 Hammer No. 2 would begin constructing AT2 Bronze Eden, which was estimated to be completed in less than a month. While this auxiliary starship was costly, its construction time was relatively short. In the third month, the T2 Iron Hammer No. 2 ship roared to life, manufacturing a substantial number of T2 Black Rhinos, or alternatively, other T2 starships that could be completed within the deadline, fulfilling the quarterly task of constructing 30 starships. Time was not a significant issue, however. The real challenge lay in the scarcity of raw materials. Considering the construction costs for all starships, the total came to a staggering 20 million star coins. Zhao Chen buried his face in his hands. With this calculation, the financial gap had widened considerably. Where could he possibly procure the funds? The territory, that was out of the question. The Xiaolong star system was still a wreck. Thus, he was left with no choice but to seek external financing. Zhao Chen thought of Liyaki. Arms trading was the quickest way to generate funds. Previously, in a moment of desperation for capital, he had sold the blueprints for AT-1 Wolf-Laus-class medium interstellar destroyer at a bargain price, opting for an outright buyout due to necessity. Had he chosen to sell the technical authorization or agency rights, the immediate revenue would undoubtedly have been lower, and he would not have been able to achieve a swift transaction. However, this time, Zhao Chen had no intention of making such a compromise. With the trust established through the T1 Wolf-Laus technology at Li Yaqi's hands, he aimed to orchestrate a significant deal with Li Wei's sister. His mind was already brimming with ideas. Afterward, Zhao Chen returned to the banquet scene, relishing the rare leisure of the New Year's Eve celebration. On the first day of Galactic Calendar 3031, the Xiaolong fleet officially set sail, a grand total of 13 starships majestically departing from the Arctic Fox starport, heading towards the distant starfields. Observing the fleet sailing in an aircraft carrier battle formation, Zhao Chen mused. This truly constituted a fleet of carriers. Previously, a hodgepodge of an assembly ship accompanied by AT-2 Queen Bee hardly resembled a fleet. Now, with 10 T-2 Black Rhino escorts surrounding them and the Zero Storm positioned alongside the T-2 Queen Bee, they were well equipped to respond to any potential threats. Report: we have exited the restricted area for hyperspace travel at Arctic Fox starport. Lilith reported. Zhao Chen settled into the captain's chair and issued commands. Order the entire fleet to prepare for hyperspace travel. Destination: the Arctic Fox star system Stargate. They would use the Stargate to reach the North Star star system before returning to the North Star Starship Military Academy. After 6 months, Zhao Chun was finally returning to school. Chapter 82. The best-selling T-1 starship with a Stargate at their disposal, the efficiency was remarkable. The previous journey from the Xiaolong star system to the Arctic Fox star system had taken nearly half a month. Now, traveling from the Arctic Fox star system to the North Star star system would take merely a few hours. The Queen BS intelligence system alerts that the ship has exited hyperspace travel mode and has arrived at the designated location. Currently in autopilot mode, Zhao Chen awoke immediately, while Lilith concurrently issued orders for the crew to return to their combat stations. Report: all starships in the fleet have successfully arrived. Please provide instructions, Lilith informed Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen raised his hand and opened the star chart for the North Star star system. Their current location was quite distant from the North Star Starship Military Academy. However, with the use of the hyperspace engine, it would only take minutes. The rationale for choosing this location was that Zhao Chen needed to first secure his Xiaolong fleet. He had no intention of parading all 13 starships back to the Academy in such a conspicuous manner. This starfield was relatively remote within the North Star star system, a place seldom frequented by ships. He directed Charlotte to find a suitable spot to station the fleet. Charlotte, a former general of the Beastman Rebellion, was well versed in selecting discrete locations. Soon, Charlotte identified a cluster of 3 small asteroids, utilizing the blind spot's invisibility to effectively conceal their presence. Unless a starship happened to pass through, it would be difficult to detect this interstellar fleet. Charlotte, I will return to the Academy with a T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort and the Zero Storm, while the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier and the remaining 9 T-2 Black Rhinos, along with the T-2 Iron Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, will remain here. You are responsible for guarding this location and ensuring the fleet's safety, while also supervising the production task of the T-2 Iron Hammer. Utilizing our existing raw materials to expand the fleet by constructing 1 T-2 Iron Hammer first, Zhao Chen instructed. Before departing from the Arctic Fox starport, Zhao Chen converted 120,000 star coins into living supplies, military necessities, and raw materials. Naturally, the raw materials were all arranged within the T-2 Iron Hammer. The living supplies would sustain all female soldiers aboard the starships for 3 months. Excluding the living supplies, these starships could survive in space for decades with the ample energy available, as long as they were not on extended voyages or engaged in combat. Understood, Charlotte acknowledged the order. During my absence, report any intelligence promptly and maintain 24-hour communication, Zhao Chen advised. Yes. Subsequently, Zhao Chen switched vessels with Charlotte, boarding the Zero Storm and setting forth with a T-2 Black Rhino back to the Academy. The 2 locations were not far apart. In an urgent situation requiring support, using the hyperspace engine, factoring in the acceleration and deceleration time of the starships, they could arrive in as little as 15 minutes. Before long, the Zero Storm and T-2 Black Rhino reached the outer starfields of the North Star Starship Military Academy. Zhao Chen submitted a request to rent a starship docking space, which could accommodate both a large and a small ship. Is this your Starship Academy, Commander? Lilith remarked, gazing enviously at the beautiful interstellar city before her. Once upon a time, our demon kingdom also had such exquisite architecture. It is a pity. Brief the crew to remain on standby aboard the starship. You will accompany me outside, Zhao Chen instructed. Me? Accompany you? Lilith appeared somewhat anxious. She still felt somewhat constrained by the outside world, especially after spending decades fleeing with her kin, hiding in the darkest corners. Even recently, joining the Xiaolong fleet had only allowed her to gradually acclimate to a closed environment. The sudden prospect of venturing into an external social setting was indeed daunting. Yes, Zhao Chen confirmed. I could just stay on the starship and wait for you. If you need anything, just contact me. Lilith whispered. Zhao Chen regarded Lilith. This is an order. Zhao Chen understood her psychological barriers, yet as the secretary of the Xiaolong fleet, she needed to overcome this hurdle. Therefore, he insisted on her accompanying him to hone her skills. Understood, Lilith replied timidly. You can wear everyday attire that conceals your form, hiding your tail, wings, and horns, Zhao Chen suggested. During the previous procurement of living supplies, in addition to the military uniforms for the Xiaolong fleet, he had also purchased some casual clothing for each female soldier. Lilith felt a surge of relief. Although it only concealed part of her features, it granted her a greater sense of security. After both starships had docked, Zhao Chun led Lilith off the vessel. He had changed into the Academy's uniform, while Lilith donned a dress, with a fluffy skirt concealing her tail and a compartment in the back of her outfit containing her wings. A somewhat oversized hat covered her horns. Upon inspection, she appeared to be an ordinary, timid girl. However, if one were to gaze upon her visage, regardless of gender, they would surely be captivated by her allure. For she was a demoness. Zhao Chen's first order of business upon returning to the academy was to inform Li Wei and Zhao Wan'er of his return. He also sent Zhao Wan'er a communication request. But it was unexpectedly declined. Could she be occupied with something important? Zhao Chen pondered. Never mind, no rush. Once Zhao Wan'er sees it, she will respond in due course. With his hands in his pockets, Zhao Chun began to meander through the academy with Lilith trailing timidly at his side. Initially unable to lift her head, her hand clutching the corner of Zhao Chen's clothing. As she gradually became accustomed to her surroundings, she began cautiously observing the architecture and the crowd. Zhao Chen, meanwhile, was preoccupied with a pressing matter: graduation. The annual task required him to graduate within a year, which implied he must advance 3 levels in that time frame. If it were a first or second year level, it would be manageable, but progressing through the 4th, 5th, and 6th years posed a significant challenge. He needed to consult Wan'er. She should know how to advance smoothly and swiftly. At that moment, Zhao Chen noticed a starship display case featuring a holographic model of a starship he was quite familiar with, the T1 Wolf-Laos class medium interstellar destroyer. A prominent line read, "The most popular T1 starship, released only 2 months ago. Pre-orders have exceeded 500 units. Chapter 83. Crying?" Zhao Chen halted, gazing at the news atop the display. He could overhear some passing students discussing the T1 Wolf-Laos class medium interstellar destroyer, indicating that although it was merely a T1 starship, its popularity was remarkably high. "The T1 Wolf-Laos is selling like hotcakes. I heard that ordering one now means waiting 6 months to receive it." "Indeed. I've heard that many lords are placing orders for this starship, priced at merely 30,000 star coins each. What an incredible bargain. It is said that this starship has the potential to become the best-selling T1 starship of the year 3031, even surpassing previous sales records for T1 starships." Zhao Chen listened to these words, gazing at the promotional advertisement projected in holographic form, featuring none other than Li Yaqi herself. "T1 Wolf Tick, the most cost-effective T1 starship. Please pay attention to the Bayan Starship Technology Group, wholeheartedly preparing the finest starships for you." It appeared that during the past few months, Zhao Chun had entrusted the T1 Wolf Tick to Li Yaqi. She had successfully promoted it. This was a conclusion Zhao Chun had anticipated. After all, this T1 starship was the most cost-effective combat starship in his T1 Mall system, destined to be a bestseller. Its production cost was a mere 10,000 star coins. Yet, now Li Yaqi was quoting 30,000 star coins. Even when factoring in advertising costs, operational expenses, and labor costs, the profit margin per unit ranged between 10,000 and 15,000 star coins. If the orders had already reached 500 units, it implied that upon fulfilling these orders, Li Yaqi could directly earn nearly 6 to 7 million star coins, in stark contrast to the 3 million star coins Zhao Chun had received. This figure was double, however. This scenario hinged upon the construction and delivery of 500 T1 Wolf Ticks, which was currently projected to be Li Yaqi's total profit over the next 6 months. At that time, Zhao Chen had no time to wait for such an extended period. Only a buyout could yield an immediate 3 million star coins. But now, upon reflection, perhaps offering 4 million star coins would suffice for Li Yaqi's agreement. Never mind, he thought it best not to dwell on his past missteps. Covering his face, Zhao Chun felt a wave of despair wash over him. Nevertheless, this time he was prepared to approach Li Yaqi. And it would be a significant move. Just as Zhao Chun pondered these matters, his handheld terminal buzzed with activity. It was a message from Li Wei. "Zhao Chun, hurry. Your sister is being bullied." Zhao Chen's expression shifted, and he accompanied Lilith to the address provided by Li Wei. It was a starship duel arena. The first starship simulation duel arena. Within the arena, a deformed T2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser, with smoke billowing from one of its damaged sections, was being slowly towed away by an interstellar shuttle. Meanwhile, several shuttles were transporting injured crew members out from within the T2 Fire Crow. Not far away in the arbitration zone, Zhao Wan'er, who had just disembarked from a shuttle, was glaring furiously at the opposing group. Facing her was a group of individuals dressed in uniforms distinctly different from those of the Beiji Starship Military Academy. "What? Can't you people from the Beiji Starship Military Academy handle a loss? We won fair and square. Blame yourselves for your incompetence. The Beiji Starship Military Academy is nothing but this. All those so-called genius girls are just defeated by us. A group of them stood there, mocking her, surrounding a haughty woman with flowing brown wavy hair. The dual-tailed lowly, Xue Xiao, jumped forward indignantly, pointing at the arrogant woman. You despicable! We already admitted defeat. Why do you continue to attack? And what about the arbitrators? Did you not see? The arbitrator, chastised by Xue Xiao, averted his gaze in embarrassment. These arbitrators were not from the Beiji Starship Military Academy, and they feared the identities of these noble youths. Descendants of the Tianyao Noble Starship Military Academy. The students there were either wealthy or noble. They were not to be trifled with. The woman shrugged, sneering, didn't have time to stop it? And who would have thought your T-2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser would be so fragile? I apologize to my fellow students of the Beiji Starship Military Academy. Despite her words of apology, a mocking expression lingered on her face. Just then, a shuttle docked, and several injured crew members were carried down, bloodied, one of whom had even lost consciousness. What is the condition of my crew? Zhao Warner, disregarding the argument, rushed to tend to her crew. A medical officer who had accompanied her stated, one is severely injured, but has received a stimulant injection and is no longer in danger. The remaining 7 have minor injuries and will recover in a few days. Zhao Warner looked at the severely injured crew member, a junior of hers. Previously, when she had recruited her, the junior had expressed admiration, wishing to join her starship. Their private interactions had been quite pleasant. Yet now, to see her in such a state filled Zhao Warner with guilt and rage, and she glared fiercely at the woman opposite her. Oh dear, that glare is quite frightening. I's just a commoner. What does it matter if she dies? What's so special about it? You from the Beiji Starship Military Academy really are something, still recruiting commoners. Unlike us from the Tianyao Noble Starship Military Academy, who only accept students of noble lineage. As for those crew members, we simply recruit retired soldiers from the Imperial Army. The woman chuckled, covering her mouth as she did so. I won't allow you to insult my crew. Zhao Warner shouted at the woman. The woman's smile vanished, replaced by a cold, derisive gaze directed at Zhao Warner. And what if I do insult? If you have the ability, come and fight me again. I'll gladly accompany you to the end. Just don't come crying when your crew is left dead or injured. Zhao Warner certainly wished to seek revenge, but at present, she lacked a starship. Her crew was still injured. A profound sense of defeat and helplessness washed over her. At that moment, she thought of her brother, whom she had always deemed useless. If only he were here. If you want to fight, then let's continue the fight. We, the Zhao family, will see it through to the end. A voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. Zhao Warner shuddered, her gaze filled with excitement as she turned to see a familiar figure. Previously, she had held disdain for this figure, but now, upon seeing him, she felt a sense of safety. Tears welled up in her eyes, and a feeling of grievance flooded her heart. Zhao Chun, with his hands in his pockets, approached Zhao Warner. He did not comfort his sister but instead asked, "Crying? You're the one crying." Zhao Warner turned her head, hastily wiping her tears. No tears means you should go and fight that vile woman again. Zhao Chen's words ignited the anger of the haughty woman across from them. Where did this filthy brat come from, daring to insult me? The haughty woman glared furiously at Zhao Chun, astonished that he had the audacity to call her a vile woman. At that moment, a pursuer of the haughty woman's entourage brightened at the opportunity to showcase himself. He strode toward Zhao Chun, declaring, "How dare you disrespect Miss Zhou Min? Watch as I tear your mouth apart." With that, he swung his fist toward Zhao Chen's face. Xue Xiao and others nearby gasped, taken aback by the audacity of the Tianyao Academy students who not only dared to violate the rules during starship battles, but also to resort to physical violence. Zhao Chen met the incoming punch with swift reflexes, gripping the assailant's fist firmly, then twisting it. The young man grimaced in pain, collapsing to his knees. Zhao Chen followed up with a kick to his face, sending him flying backward, ultimately landing fortuitously beneath the haughty woman's skirt, though by that point, he had already lost consciousness and would miss the view. Isn't that Zhao Chun, Warner's brother? Isn't he the one who defeated his opponent during the last semester's duel? Against all odds? Wow, how impressive are his skills, did you see? Zhao Chen is rather handsome. Some students from the Beiji Starship Military Academy recognized Zhao Chun, while others had merely heard of his exploits. Yet now, as he made a bold entrance by striking an external student, it was undeniably gratifying. In recent days, the students from Beiji had grown weary of the Tianyao Academy students. Well done, well done. Let us hope that vile woman gets a taste of it too. The dual-tailed lowly, Shui Xiao, hopped over to Zhao Chun, eager for more chaos. The noble lady named Zhou Min was taken aback by Zhao Chun's rude behavior, instinctively retreating a few steps. Zhao Chun, however, paid her no mind and turned back to Zhao Wanner. Handle your own affairs. We, the Zhao family, will reclaim our dignity wherever it was lost. Zhao Wanner pointed toward the T-2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser still being towed away from the duel arena. Her voice filled with grievance, but my starship is heavily damaged, and my crew is injured. Just tell me if you wish to return the humiliation she dealt you, Zhao Chen inquired. Zhao Wanner nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with indignation and fury. She accepted her defeat in the starship duel, but the fact that the opponent had bombarded her starship afterward, causing her crew to be injured, was intolerable. I want to, Zhao Wanner grit her teeth and shouted. Challenge her. I will arrange the starship, Zhao Chen declared. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, although Zhao Wanner was uncertain of his plans, she felt a newfound confidence swell within her. Taking a deep breath, she strode directly to Zhou Min, pointing at her. Zhou Min, I hereby challenge you to a duel again. You set the time. Do you dare accept? Zhou Min was amused by the situation and remarked. Well then, let us not postpone. My starship has not been affected in any way. Once my starship is resupplied in half an hour, we shall engage in another battle. Agreed. It's settled, Zhao Wanner replied, that moment. The onlooking students parted to create a path, and several individuals resembling mentors strode in. What is going on here? I hear there are reports of fighting. A sharp-voiced woman hurried in and immediately spotted her fallen student. She angrily pointed at the male instructor from Beiji Star Academy beside her. Vice Dean Hong, what is the meaning of this? My student was assaulted by yours right here. I demand an explanation. Our Tianyao Academy has come for academic exchange, and this is how you treat your guests. Vice Dean Hong appeared somewhat taken aback and attempted to calm her down. Vice Dean Jia, please, let's remain calm and ascertain the facts first. At that moment, students from both sides began to hurl insults at each other. The students from Beiji Star Academy can't accept defeat and resort to violence. Nonsense. It was clearly your Tianyao Academy students who violated the rules during the starship duel. They had already conceded but still fired, causing injuries and insulting our crew as mere civilians. What's wrong with calling you civilians? Civilians should stay on the planet. What right do you have to pilot a starship? Soon, both Vice Deans grasped the entirety of the situation. Vice Dean Hong's expression grew stern as he addressed Vice Dean Jia. It appears this matter has its roots, and both sides share responsibility. Let us leave it at that. As Vice Dean Hong, trying to protect his own, Vice Dean Jia, accustomed to arrogance, retorted without restraint. You old hag, with that haughty demeanor of yours, one might mistake you for the dean. Since you're a guest, I've shown you respect, yet you take liberties. Internally cursing, Vice Dean Hong maintained a faint smile. If we must delve deeper, the facts are clear. The incident originated from your students failing to adhere to the rules. Firing after one side had surrendered. These regulations in starship duels should have been taught in the first year. Surely your academy has covered them. The words were laced with sharpness, and Vice Dean Jia's expression darkened. Vice Dean Jia, the students from Beiji Star just mentioned they wish to engage in another battle. Since there are disputes, and we are both military academies, let us settle it with a starship duel. Zhou Min approached, gazing coldly at Zhao Wanner. Having triumphed once against this woman, she knew she could do so again. I'm in for the long haul. Zhao Wanner glared back, feeling inexplicably confident. Very well. Vice Dean Hong, how about we proceed as such? Let us not dwell on the events that just transpired. Vice Dean Jia wore a somewhat sinister smile as she looked at Vice Dean Hong. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Fine, I shall let my students defeat your talented ones again before your very eyes. Let's see if Beiji Star can maintain its dignity. Vice Dean Hong hesitated, glancing at Zhao Wanner, aware of her diligence and talent. If she were to suffer consecutive defeats, it could have detrimental psychological effects. I think we should. Vice Dean Hong attempted to sidestep the issue. However, Zhao Wanner interrupted firmly. Vice Dean Hong, I want to fight. Please respect my decision. With a furrowed brow, Vice Dean Hong stepped closer to Zhao Wanner. Zhao Wanner, Your starship is damaged, and your crew is injured. How can you possibly fight? Let's just let this go. I have a starship. I want to fight. Zhao Wanner insisted stubbornly. At that moment, Zhao Chen approached and said, Vice Dean Hong, let the women handle their own affairs. With that, he signaled to Lilith behind him, whispering, take Wanner to the Black Rhino. Understood. Lilith moved to Zhao Wanner's side, and the two departed. Observing this, Zhou Min smirked, if you wish to humiliate yourself further, I shall oblige. I hope your starship can withstand the blows. With that, she turned and headed back to her docked starship, preparing for the second battle. Chapter 85. Triple examination credits. Huffing and puffing. Li Wei squeezed through the crowd and rushed in, spotting Zhao Chun. Old Zhao, I thought you'd come in through entrance A. I waited for you over there for ages. Let me tell you, those arrogant nobles from Tianyao Academy are insufferable. As he spoke, he noticed the two vice deans present. Quickly clearing his throat, he averted his gaze, falling silent and sidling up to Zhao Chen. Where's your sister? I just saw the state of her starship. She is preparing for the next duel, Zhao Chen replied. Next duel? Li Wei exclaimed, while Xue Xiao chimed in, you didn't see how powerful Wanner's brother was. He confronted that vile woman directly and even thrashed her protector. Now he is letting Wanner pilot his starship for another match. Is it the zero-number blizzard? Am I going to see that massive cannon of yours again? Xue Xiao gazed at Zhao Chun with eager eyes. Not the zero-number blizzard, Zhao Chen replied. If it's not the zero-number blizzard, then what is it? Xue Xiao asked, slightly disappointed yet still curious. You'll see soon enough, Zhao Chen responded before inquiring. Where's senior sister Sulan? Wasn't she with you? It seems the other side is deliberately targeting you. Is there some conflict? Senior sister Sulan is participating in an exchange event between Beiji Star Academy and Tianyao Academy. She is now a representative student in her 6th year, and teachers always accompany her to such events, Xue Xiao explained, then began indignantly recounting Zhao Wanner's ordeal. This is entirely that vile woman's doing. She can't control her man, so she takes it out on us. After detailing the sequence of events, it became clear that Tianyao Academy had visited Beiji Star Academy a week prior for a fortnight of academic discussions and exchanges. During this time, exceptional students from various grades would also interact. Naturally, Zhao Wanner and Xue Xiao, being the Academy's beauties, became the center of attention. Over this duration, a noble student from Tianyao Academy persistently sought Zhao Wanner's attention. His intentions all too evident. Each time, Zhao Wanner firmly rejected him, insisting he cease his harassment. Yet, daily, this Tianyao student would send exquisite natural food and various gifts, even promising that should Zhao Wanner agree to be his girlfriend, he would gift her AT3 starship. AT3 starship? He is quite extravagant in his wooing, Zhao Chen remarked, surprised. AT3 starship costs around 10 million star coins, and its market price is in the billions. Such a grand temptation might be irresistible to an ordinary girl. I see him as a flashy playboy, using such sweet nothings to win her over, only to kick her aside once he has had his fun. My friends even investigated this guy from Tianyao Academy, and it turns out he is notorious for that. Xue Xiao scoffed. He has played with countless girls. There are even rumors that during his time at our academy, he has already developed ambiguous relationships with several girls. What a scoundrel, ugh. It's laughable that that woman Zhou Min is infatuated with him. They truly deserve each other, Li Wei added. But the reason so many girls fall for him is due to his identity, Feng Xiaowei, the second son of the Hurricane Consortium. The Hurricane Consortium is a rising giant in the Starry Empire, thriving in food trade, interstellar transport, and particularly in starship technology. The T2 Hyena-class medium star destroyer, their latest product, has sold over 100,000 units since its launch. It's rumored that this starship alone has earned the consortium hundreds of billions of star coins over the decades, propelling it from obscurity to becoming a prominent imperial consortium. With such a prestigious background, it's no wonder that many young girls would be tempted by the prospect of receiving a T3 starship from him. Li Wei trailed off, leaving the implications unspoken. When mentioning the T2 hyena, he appeared somewhat uneasy, as he had previously purchased one. That man hasn't he shown up? Zhao Chen scanned the surroundings, noting that if the young master were present, he would surely be the center of attention. Xue Xiao crossed her arms and snorted. That spoiled brat excels at self-preservation. He never involves himself in disputes among women. As they awaited the two starships to prepare for entry, some time remained. Xue Xiao, Li Wei, I need to ask you something. Do you know how one can skip grades in a short period? Taking advantage of the moment, Zhao Chen inquired about grade advancement. Skip grades? Shui Xiaoxiao gazed at Zhao Qian in astonishment, puzzled by his inquiry regarding the matter at hand. Nevertheless, due to the impressive performance of the zero-number Blizzard Cannon, her impression of Zhao Qian remained largely favorable. Yet, she was still unaware of the specifics. I am not quite certain either. In our academy, the grade system allows students to advance to the next level as long as they accumulate sufficient assessment credits for their current grade within an academic year. If one manages to amass 3 times the required credits, they may leap directly to the next grade. However, should they fail to meet the credit standards for the level they have advanced to in the subsequent studies, they will be held back. A voice interjected from the side. It was Vice Dean Hong, who had just emerged earlier. Is there a limit on the number of times one can advance a grade within an academic year? For instance, jumping directly from the first to the third grade, Zhao Chen inquired. Vice Dean Hong paused for a moment before responding. In theory, there is no such restriction, but the original grade assessments are quite challenging. Accumulating 3 times the credits while jumping 2 levels in a single academic year, all while ensuring that one does not fall behind. This has never occurred in the history of our Beiji Star Academy. Most students only manage to advance 1 level successfully before meeting the credit requirements for the next. Zhao Chen began to grasp the situation. Chapter 86. Could it be an interstellar frigate? Zhao Chen, why the sudden curiosity about this? Vice Dean Hong asked, intrigued. Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Oh, I was merely curious about how my sister managed to advance a grade. I see. Your sister's talent is indeed remarkable. With further training and more combat experience, she is bound to become an excellent fleet commander. Vice Dean Hong remarked, specifically referring to a fleet commander rather than a ship captain, a testament to the Academy's appreciation of Zhao Wanner's abilities. Speaking of which, Zhao Chen's own talents were not to be underestimated. It was unfortunate that he had chosen the wrong major. Assembling 3 old starships into a new one capable of defeating a T-2 White Eagle-class light cruiser was quite an impressive feat. If you wish, I can assist you in changing your major to Starship Engineering Technology, Vice Dean Hong proposed. I still have a greater interest in piloting and commanding starships. Zhao Chen politely declined the Vice Dean's kind offer. Time swiftly passed, and after more than half an hour, an interstellar battlecruiser slowly entered the Starship Duel Arena. Everyone's attention was drawn to this vessel. Vice Dean Hong commented, that is AT-2 Purple Rose-class medium interstellar battlecruiser, a product developed and released by the Hurricane Consortium in recent years. Although it is merely a medium starship, its firepower and armor strength rival those of heavy starships of the same class. In previous starship duels, the T-2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser, while of the same tier, demonstrated considerable performance disparities. To my knowledge, the price of the T-2 Purple Rose is a staggering 11 million star coins. 11 million star coins? My goodness, that price is enough to purchase a T-2 interstellar battleship or a T-2 aircraft carrier, Li Wei exclaimed in disbelief. Vice Dean Hong chuckled lightly and shook his head. This is a starship that relies solely on wealth for its value, offering very little cost-effectiveness. Thus, very few people actually procure this starship. However, due to its extravagant design, it serves as a status symbol among noble young ladies, who are typically the ones willing to invest in such an expensive yet low-cost performance starship. It is worth noting that Zhao Wanner's T-2 Fire Crow was priced at less than 8 million star coins. Nearly a 50 difference, as they watched the footage being broadcast by drones. The T-2 Purple Rose indeed boasted an exquisite exterior, with the pattern of purple roses etched into its armor. At first glance, one might mistake it for a work of art. However, in comparison to Zhao Chen's zero-number Blizzard, the odds still seemed to favor the latter. Vice Dean Hong was still speaking when, on the broadcast screen, a rather miniature-round starship appeared before everyone's eyes. What kind of starship is that? How did it breach regulations and enter the duel arena without permission? Vice Dean Hong frowned, displeased with such managerial negligence. That is the ship my sister is piloting, Zhao Chen interjected, causing a stir among those present. Shui Xiaoxiao and Li Wei stared at Zhao Chen in astonishment, while Vice Dean Hong took a moment to regain his composure before exclaiming, Zhao Chen. If I am not mistaken, that should be an interstellar frigate, the T-2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigate. Zhao Chen identified the starship, but the onlookers paid little heed to its name. They only recognized it as an interstellar frigate. Ha ha ha! Look at that. It's the starship from Beiji Star Military Academy, and it's an interstellar frigate. A frigate is going up against a battlecruiser? Have the students of Beiji Star lost their minds? If they don't intend to win, they ought to just say so instead of humiliating themselves. It's truly laughable. As this scene unfolded, students from Tianyao Noble Starship Military Academy roared with laughter, launching a barrage of verbal assaults against their counterparts at Beiji Star Academy, with Zhao Chun being the primary target. Yet, they only dared to shout from a distance, mindful that their earlier aggressor had demonstrated a willingness to resort to violence. Students from Beiji Star Academy wore expressions of disbelief, akin to having tasted something bitter. They looked at Zhao Chun in utter confusion. They had originally thought Zhao Chun intended for his sister to battle in the zero-number blizzard, only to find that she was instead piloting a T-2 interstellar frigate. Zhao Chun Wei swallowed hard, at a loss for how to counsel his friend, whose actions had become increasingly unpredictable since the debut of the zero-number blizzard. Just watch, Zhao Chun replied, arms crossed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His decision to deploy the T-2 Black Rhino had been well considered. Having researched the opposing starship en route, he was aware that it was a T-2 Purple Rose and knew its weapon systems. Its primary armament consisted of 10 T-2 dual-barrel 200mm medium railguns, capable of firing once every 30 seconds. Railguns, being non-ballistic weapons, utilize electromagnetic technology to accelerate metal projectiles. They boast a rapid firing rate and a high accuracy within their effective range. However, without guidance systems, their hit rate significantly diminishes at maximum range. Thus, starships equipped with such weaponry need to maintain close quarters with their adversaries. This type of armament is generally found on interstellar cruisers and frigates. The T-2 Purple Rose's railguns were formidable against typical T-2 starships, given the hefty investment of 11 million star coins in its construction. Unfortunately for it, this time it faced the T-2 Black Rhino. Even if all attacks were concentrated on a single point of its armor, it would require a sustained 20 minutes of precise bombardment to inflict serious damage. 10 minutes. Not to mention the improbability of such a scenario. The T-2 Black Rhino would never grant it 20 minutes at that moment. The T-2 Purple Rose and T-2 Black Rhino swiftly positioned themselves for battle. The size comparison was stark, akin to a small fry facing a giant. The T-2 Purple Rose measured a staggering 310 meters in length, whereas the T-2 Black Rhino was a mere 110 meters, its form resembling a half-oval or rhino shape. Such a diminutive vessel paled in comparison to the colossal cannon of the zero-number blizzard. Shui Xiaoxiao could not help but scoff, expressing her dissatisfaction. I didn't get to see my desired colossal cannon, and instead, we're left with this tiny thing. Zhao Chun responded, sometimes, bigger isn't necessarily better. Durability is equally crucial. Chapter 87. Merely a robust interstellar frigate. The adjudicator recited the duel rules as customary and directed both starships to their random starting points, preparing for the upcoming starship duel. As the video communication remained connected, Zhoumin erupted in laughter, pointing at Zhao Wanner and mockingly saying, Zhao Wanner, are you trying to make me laugh to death by winning this duel? If that's your strategy, congratulations, you're almost there. Using an interstellar frigate to challenge a battlecruiser? You truly are something else. Without a hint of trepidation, Zhao Wanner replied, I hope you can still laugh after the duel. The video communication abruptly cut off. Zhoumin sneered, an interstellar frigate trying to show off. Just wait and see how I'll reduce your frigate to rubble. In the audience, spectators awaited the duel's commencement, clearly divided in their emotions. The students from Tianyao Academy were in high spirits, as if relishing a comedic performance. Conversely, a small fraction of Beiji Star Academy students had already vacated the premises, unable to fathom the impending spectacle of an interstellar frigate engaging a battle cruiser. While the frigate's armor strength might withstand several rounds of enemy fire, its firepower was universally recognized as the lowest among all starship categories. Furthermore, given its diminutive size, how many weapon modules could it possibly accommodate? How could it contend against the battle cruiser? Using your pitiful closed defense cannon. Don't make me laugh. Engaging an interstellar battlecruiser with an interstellar escort ship, this is the education your esteemed institution provides? It truly leaves one astounded. This moment, Vice Dean Jia unabashedly mocked Vice Dean Hong, wearing an expression akin to that of a spectator enjoying a show. In truth, Vice Dean Hong felt quite uncertain within. He stole a glance at Zhao Chun, who remained unperturbed not far away. Logically, Zhao Chun should not be the type to be unaware of his limits, yet deploying an interstellar escort ship against a battle cruiser. Such a combat scenario is absent from our textbooks, merely an academic exchange. Just an academic exchange, Vice Dean Hong could only mutter silently. Soon, both interstellar warships arrived at their birth points. At the moment the Arbiter declared the commencement of battle, the two starships made no attempt at evasion and sailed directly toward the enemy vessel as detected by their radar. T2 Black Rhinoceros-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship. Bridge, I can hardly wait to see that wretched woman's expression. Prepare all turrets for action. Zhao Wanner sat in the captain's chair, her chest brimming with suppressed fury. Her secretary, Lilith, along with another officer, the original captain of the T2 Black Rhinoceros, stood at her sides. Miss Wanner, I believe we can refrain from firing this time, Secretary Lilith suggested. Zhao Wanner was taken aback, looking at Lilith in confusion. Not firing? How do we win? Among all the trial projects of the T2 Black Rhinoceros, there was one that had yet to be attempted. I believe perhaps we can try it during this battle, Lilith said, a glint of mischief sparkling in her eyes. What kind of test? Zhao Wanner inquired. Lilith replied, a ship-to-ship collision experiment in actual combat. Zhao Wanner was momentarily stunned. Then a mischievous smile crept across her face. A few minutes into their journey, the two starships were nearing each other's fire coverage range. T2 Purple Rose-class medium interstellar battlecruiser, bridge magnetic railguns, target that escort ship. Zhou Min was ready to teach the opponent a lesson. To challenge her battlecruiser with an escort ship was truly an act of hubris. Report. 10 magnetic railguns fully charged, ready to fire, the first officer reported. Zhou Min, gazing at the interstellar radar, sneered, let them come a little closer, and then we will fire in 1 minute. Understood. Audience, all eyes were glued to the live broadcast of the battlefield. As the larger and smaller starships approached each other, soon, they witnessed the T2 Purple Rose-class medium interstellar battlecruiser initiate the first attack. 10 T2 class dual-barrel 200mm medium magnetic railguns fired. 20 metal projectiles were discharged at incredible speed. Striking the escort ship, the metal projectiles collided with the armor of the T2 Black Rhinoceros, resulting in an explosion that generated a massive cloud of smoke, momentarily engulfing the small ship, which measured merely 100 meters in length. The students of Beijing Star Academy began to worry for their talented peer. Zhao Wanner enjoyed considerable popularity among her classmates. Xue Xiaoxiao had unconsciously gripped Zhao Qin's sleeve, clearly anxious for her friend. Moments later, a small figure burst forth from the smoke. That instant, everyone rose to their feet, gaping in disbelief at the small vessel. How could it be? Vice Dean Jia's face was a mask of incredulity. Others began to murmur in astonishment. For there stood the escort ship, seemingly unscathed. Perhaps if they scrutinized the starship closely, they might notice some damage to the paintwork, but at least in the live broadcast, it appeared utterly unchanged from before the attack. The T2 Black Rhinoceros continued its approach toward the T2 Purple Rose-class medium interstellar battlecruiser, the distance between them steadily decreasing. How could it possibly sustain no damage at all? Continue firing. Continue firing. Use armor-piercing projectiles. Zhou Min was beginning to panic. After the second round of bombardment, everyone held their breath, fixated on the cloud of smoke. Seconds later, once again, there stood the starship, still entirely unscathed before their eyes. My heavens! What kind of hull armor can withstand 2 rounds of T2 Purple Rose bombardment without a scratch? Could this possibly be a T3 class interstellar escort ship? Is this truly the interstellar escort ship we studied in our textbooks? All the students were in disbelief. Meanwhile, the emotions of the Beijing Star Academy students surged, while the students of Tianyao Military Academy stood in stunned silence. Goodness, it had suffered no damage at all? Zhao Qian? What kind of interstellar escort ship is this? Li Wei stared at Zhao Qian in astonishment. Xue Xiaoxiao also cast him a curious glance. It's merely a rather sturdy interstellar escort ship, Zhao Qian replied nonchalantly. Li Wei and Xue Xiaoxiao exchanged glances of disbelief. Merely sturdy. With such armor strength, it could likely withstand several shots from a battleship's gigantic cannon, Xue Xiaoxiao murmured quietly. Chapter 88. Small ship collides with large ship in the following moments. The T2 Purple Rose-class medium interstellar battlecruiser commenced its third, fourth, and fifth rounds of attacks. Finally, during the fifth round of bombardment, the audience, magnifying the image of the T2 Black Rhinoceros's portside armor several times, discovered a damage measuring several decimeters in length and a few centimeters deep, and no matter how resilient it was, the meager firepower of an escort ship could hardly contend with the T2 Purple Rose. Moreover, the escort ship's speed might not even allow it to keep pace with the T2 Purple Rose. Vice Dean Zhao insisted, trying to maintain his composure. Yes, yes, yes. You are the Vice Dean of Tianyao Academy? Your word is law. Vice Dean Hong feigned a flattering smile, clearly mocking him. Vice Dean Jia, his face darkened, chose to remain silent, using these justifications to convince himself that there was still hope for this battle. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the T2 Purple Rose also noticed something amiss and began attempting to maintain distance from the T2 Black Rhinoceros, while continuing its bombardment. T2 Black Rhinoceros class interstellar heavy assault escort ship, Bridge. The frontal armor has sustained an overall damage of 6. With the most severely affected area at 12, the side armor has sustained an overall damage of 3, the ship's captain reported to Zhao Wanner. Zhao Wanner glanced at the star map, assessing the distance between the two starships. She had previously familiarized herself with the performance of the T2 Black Rhinoceros. The distance is nearly right. Relay my orders. Prepare to initiate short-distance assault mode. All crew members, brace for impact, Zhao Wanner commanded with gravity. Understood. The crew began to relay the orders. The T2 Black Rhinoceros was designed with the capacity to endure significant attacks, even collisions, with protective measures in place at every combat station to ensure crew members could stabilize themselves and avoid injury from impacts. Short-distance assault mode activated, speed increasing, the captain announced. The red numbers indicating speed began to climb rapidly in the audience. All eyes were fixed on the two starships, and suddenly gasps erupted. Why heavens! Look, that interstellar escort ship seems to have accelerated. This speed is astonishingly fast, a significant increase from before. Wait, this speed, this direction. Could it be that the escort ship intends to collide with the T2 Purple Rose? The thought struck every student like lightning. A collision? An interstellar escort ship aiming to ram into a battlecruiser? Zhao Chen wore a slight smile, seizing this opportunity to test the T2 Black Rhinoceros's hull collision resistance in actual combat. The rapidly accelerating T2 Black Rhinoceros aligned its horn module with the side of the distant T2 Purple Rose. Hurry! Accelerate! Evade! Zhou Min cried in panic upon seeing the swiftly approaching escort ship. Captain, our speed is already at maximum, and at this distance, we cannot evade. The first officer lamented. We should prepare to brace for impact. Before the first officer could finish, the entire ship trembled with a loud thud. In an instant, unsecured items in the bridge flew into the air, and crew members who hadn't stabilized themselves were flung several meters away. Zhou Min, seated in the captain's chair, remained grounded, but her eyes widened as she beheld a voluptuous figure hurtling toward her face. The face she had meticulously maintained with hundreds of star coins was about to make intimate contact with that part of the body. Woo-woo. Warning, warning, warning. The left side of the hull has sustained severe impact. Penetrating the left hull armor, the adjacent 13 compartments are under emergency lockdown. Warning, warning, warning. This impact has affected the left starship engine, resulting in a 30 loss of speed. Warning, warning. The cacophony of alarms drowned out Zhou Min's cries for help. As everyone began to recover and rise from the floor, the first officer noticed a 200-pound soldier sprawled over the captain's chair. Where's the captain's daughter? The first officer demanded, shaking the portly soldier. I don't know, the overweight soldier stammered. A voice emanated from the captain's chair. The first officer glanced behind the portly soldier, where he beheld Zhou Min slumped in the captain's seat, her entire being appearing as though it had been compressed, particularly her visage, which had become grotesquely contorted. Captain, you're at your face. The first officer swallowed hard, gesturing towards Zhou Min's countenance. Zhou Min, taken aback, swiftly kicked the rotund soldier aside, conjuring a mirror. The reflection revealed a face marred by pronounced unevenness. My face, ah! Warning, warning, warning! The hull is under impact. The hull is under impact. Another sudden jolt struck, causing the first officer to lose his balance and momentarily become airborne, instinctively grasping hold of something before plummeting down. When he regained his senses, he discovered that he had forcibly pressed Zhou Min's face against the captain's chair. Ah! Zhou Min screamed in a frenzied manner. The impacts continued relentlessly, one after another. They came from various angles and directions. From the outside, it appeared as though a T2 interstellar corvette was relentlessly colliding with a T2 Purple Rose, which was desperately trying to evade. However, the speed was insufficient to escape the clutches of the interstellar corvette. Warning, warning, warning. The hull has lost control. The hull has lost control and is heading towards a small asteroid. Please evade immediately. Please evade immediately. Colliding with an asteroid. The first officer, disregarding Zhou Min's current emotional collapse, urgently operated to assess the situation. Through the images transmitted to the bridge, they observed their starship hurtling towards a small asteroid at an alarming speed. As for how this predicament arose, the culprit was none other than that interstellar corvette. It was currently positioned behind their starship, using its formidable horn to ram against the T-2 Purple Rose, driving it towards the asteroid. Captain, surrender immediately. Surrender at once. Otherwise, our starship is doomed. The first officer implored Zhou Min to concede. My face. Zhou Min remained fixated on her reflection, lamenting the visage she had meticulously altered. The first officer pressed Zhou Min to yield, and now, her concern for victory had dissipated, overshadowed by the overwhelming fear of the interstellar corvette. Zhou Min promptly contacted the arbitration, signaling her surrender in the audience area. The arbitrator had just received the T-2 Purple Rose's surrender. They had not yet relayed this information to the T-2 Black Rhino. Through the live broadcast, they witnessed the T-2 Purple Rose crash violently against the asteroid's surface, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The T-2 Purple Rose's hull was severely deformed in stark contrast. The culprit, T-2 Black Rhino, appeared as though nothing had transpired, nonchalantly withdrawing its horn, seemingly satisfied with having reduced the T-2 Purple Rose to a wreck. Without a backward glance, it departed from the asteroid. All eyes were fixated on the interstellar corvette, as countless thoughts of indignation surged within. Was this truly an interstellar corvette? Chapter 89. One selling a sister, another selling a senior. The spectators gazed upon the desolate asteroid situated within the dueling zone. Noting the T-2 Purple Rose, which had suffered catastrophic deformation, with nary a section of its hull armor remaining intact, numerous significant breaches marred its structure, the sources of which were undoubtedly the mighty horn of the T-2 Black Rhino interstellar heavy assault corvette. Several interstellar shuttles and small medical vessels had commenced their approach to rescue the crew aboard the starship. This scene was far more dire than the previous situation involving Zhao Wanner's T-2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser. The arbitrator subsequently announced the victor of this starship duel, Zhao Wanner of the North Star Academy. I sincerely apologize. Our students tend to be rather reckless, resulting in the condition of your starship. How about this? Our academy can conduct basic repairs to ensure it safely returns to your Tianyao Academy's starport. Vice Dean Hong, brimming with satisfaction, exchanged smiles with Vice Dean Jia. Vice Dean Jia grunted dismissively. No need. With that, he turned and departed the audience area. The other Tianyao Academy students followed suit, leaving in a dejected manner. Hey, don't leave. Weren't you all quite arrogant just now? Why the silence now? Your Tianyao Academy starship doesn't seem so impressive. It couldn't even withstand our interstellar corvette. The North Star Academy students were elated, as though they had personally triumphed in battle. These Tianyao Academy individuals had always looked down upon other military academies, believing themselves to be superior due to their status as an imperial military academy. Vice Dean Hong chuckled to himself, feeling a sense of relief from the disdain he had endured at their hands. However, the T-2 Black Rhino was undeniably formidable. Its hull armor strength was astonishingly terrifying, coupled with its short-range acceleration capabilities upon closing in on enemy vessels. It was hard to fathom that such a small ship possessed such remarkable acceleration and defensive capabilities. He had never heard of a T-2 interstellar corvette of this caliber available on the market. While contemplating a conversation with Zhao Chen about this starship, Vice Dean Hong realized that Zhao Chen and his companions had already vanished without a trace. Such a mysterious student. Look, look. The latest report has emerged. The T-2 Purple Rose-class medium interstellar battlecruiser has sustained an overall hull armor damage of 60, with the most severe section having its armor completely breached. This has resulted in 37 compartments being damaged and sealed off. Even the structural integrity of the starship's main framework has suffered a 20 degradation, nearing the brink of collapse. Captain Zhou Min has been injured. Her face severely disfigured. Oh, it turns out this woman has had cosmetic surgery. 7 crew members aboard the starship have perished, 26 are in critical condition, and 57 have sustained varying degrees of injuries. It is estimated that the repair cost for the T-2 Purple Rose will reach a staggering 3 million star coins. Ha ha ha. That amount could nearly purchase a brand new T-2 interstellar corvette or destroyer. As Zhao Chen and his companions made their way to find Zhao Wan'er, Shui Xiaoxiao incessantly discussed the reports concerning the starship duel. Old Zhao, that interstellar corvette is simply incredible, just a few rams. And it completely dismantled the T2 Purple Rose. Where on earth did you acquire this interstellar corvette? Li Wei looked at Zhao Chun with curiosity. Want one? Zhao Chen countered, refraining from providing a direct answer. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, then nodded vigorously. Who wouldn't want such a stellar interstellar corvette? It could easily take on a battle cruiser. Once I have the means, I can arrange one for you. Zhao Chen replied. Although he currently lacked the capacity, constructing a T2 Black Rhino in the future would be a straightforward endeavor. Really, Brother Zhao, you are my true brother. Li Wei, oblivious to the origins of the starship, began to envision owning such an interstellar corvette. Brother Zhao, you're still single, right? Have you considered my sister? Although she has a bit of a temper and is somewhat older, she is still a stunning beauty. Zhao Chen chuckled, incredulous at the prospect of trading a starship for his sister. Brother, if you get me a T2 Black Rhino, I might consider it. Shui Xiaoxiao coaxed. Just share Su Lan's contact information along with her measurements and preferences. You know, that Han Tianwang promised me many benefits for this intel, but I haven't disclosed anything. Great. Now we have another one trying to sell their senior sister. Don't you prefer massive ships and cannons? How could such a starship possibly catch your fancy? Zhao Chen teased Shui Xiaoxiao. Shui Xiaoxiao replied with a giggle. I've come to realize that what you said earlier holds some truth. Being tough has its merits. Of course, I still adore massive ships and cannons. Just imagine me wielding a giant cannon alongside a smaller one. It would be utterly delightful. For these two, who were utterly engrossed in starships, even to the point of selling their sisters and senior sisters. Zhao Chun could only silently lament for their kin in the short term. He lacked the means, but once opportunities arose in the future, he would prioritize them. Such a starship isn't too costly, is it? Li Wei inquired cautiously. His family had just acquired him a T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, and if it were overly expensive, he couldn't afford it. Not at all. The market price 1T exceed 3 million star coins. I can offer you a discount when the time comes, Zhao Chen assured. This was indeed the truth. The profit margin for typical T2 starships hovered around 20 times. For instance, a T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer priced around 4 million star coins only required a production cost of 200,000 star coins. However, Zhao Chen's T2 Black Rhino was quite special. If sold, a 30-fold profit would not be unreasonable. The only drawback might be its lack of firepower. Before long, the trio arrived at the docking station where the T2 Black Rhino was moored. Li Wei and Shui Xiaoxiao immediately circled the starship. Wow, there is truly no significant damage whatsoever. There are minor abrasions, but the only substantial damage is this 50-centimeter wide, 10-centimeter deep wound. Li Wei exclaimed. Wow, wow, wow. This imposing black horn. Shui Xiaoxiao stood at the bow of the ship, tilting her head back, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at the lustrous black horn. Chapter 90. Li Yaqi's Business Legend. Zhao Wan'er and Lilith stepped down from the starship. Wan'er, your performance just now was truly outstanding. You should have seen Zhou Min's miserable state after the battle. It's a pity we couldn't meet face to face, Shui Xiaoxiao exclaimed, darting to Zhao Wan'er's side. Zhao Wan'er smiled. In truth, her contribution to the victory in the starship duel was minimal, as it was primarily due to the formidable T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate. The crew aboard the starship was thoroughly familiar with its operations. She merely needed to convey her ideas, and the half-beast captain would handle everything accordingly. Zhao Wan'er glanced at Zhao Chun, her lips moving slightly. Zhao Chun paused. Are you speaking to me? Zhao Wan'er's cheeks flushed. Her head bowed. Speak up, I didn't hear you. Zhao Chun moved closer. Zhao Wan'er lightly bit her crimson lip, her face reddening further. Wan'er means to say, brother, I adore you. Shui Xiaoxiao suddenly interjected. Zhao Wan'er, embarrassed and indignant, pretended to strike Shui Xiaoxiao, who laughed and nimbly evaded her. I didn't say that. Xiaoxiao, stop talking nonsense. If you keep it up, I'll tear your mouth apart. Shui Xiaoxiao laughed as she ran. What? You don't like your brother? How about this, you let your brother come to me. Is that all right, brother Zhao Chun? Shui Xiaoxiao. If you have the ability, don't run. If you have the guts, don't chase me. Zhao Chun watched the two playful girls. Unable to suppress his laughter at that moment, Zhao Wan'er was pursuing Shui Xiaoxiao and reached Zhao Chen's side, stopping abruptly, too shy to meet his gaze. Thank you, brother, she stammered, before resuming her chase after Shui Xiaoxiao. Zhao Qin gazed at Zhao Wanner's retreating figure, having only just processed her words. It was noteworthy that in all the years he had known her, Zhao Wanner had never once called him brother. News of the North Star Academy students defeating the Tianyao Academy's interstellar battleship with their starship had continued to reverberate within the academy. Zhao Wanner, a genius student in her 5th year, had reached the pinnacle of her reputation. As for Zhao Chun, he returned to his Zero Storm. Although he had accommodations at the academy, having grown accustomed to the spacious bed on his starship, who would wish to stay in that cramped little room? Moreover, Zhao Chun had another matter to attend to, finding Li Wei's sister. Of course, it was not to become her free brother-in-law. North Yin Starship Technology Group Industrial Park Headquarters. This was a starship industrial facility located in the orbit of a planet, originally belonging to a company manufacturing starship components. Half a year ago, it was acquired by North Yin, which spent 2 months upgrading it, establishing several starship production lines and docks. Subsequently, they began mass-producing T1 wolf mice. This starship factory could produce up to 100 T1 wolf mice per month. That time, due to Liyaki's bold maneuvers, nearly 5 million star coins were invested, 3 million of which went toward acquiring the elusive starship technology. This had incited considerable anger among the North Yin executives, who deemed Liyaki's actions reckless. However, who would have thought that in mid-November 3030, North Yin's subsidiary, North Yin Starship Technology Group, would hold a starship launch conference, unveiling a medium-sized interstellar destroyer named T1 Wolf Mouse, priced at a mere 30,000 star coins. The astonishing price created a sensation throughout the Northern Star region. It is worth noting that the lowest price for a T1 starship on the market, such as a T1 interstellar frigate, was already 50,000 star coins. An T1 interstellar destroyer would cost at least 100,000 star coins. Yet, North Yan's interstellar destroyer was available for just 30,000 star coins. Such an incredibly low price for a T1 starship raised eyebrows. In the 3 days leading up to the launch conference, no one was willing to purchase this starship. But on the 4th day, Liyaki announced that the first 100 T1 wolf mice would be available for a trial period of 3 days without any deposit, allowing for a full refund if unsatisfied. Under such circumstances, some cash-strapped private fleets or star system lords attempted to engage with the starship. On the 5th day of the conference, the response was explosive. The communication network of North Yan's ordering department was flooded with orders. One Star Lord even placed an order for 100 T1 wolf mice. It is noteworthy that at that time, North Yan's warehouse only had 300 T1 wolf mice in stock. By the 5th day, all 300 had been ordered, and all payments were made in full. Consequently, North Yan's account saw an influx of 9 million star coins. This dramatically turned their annual financial report from a deficit to a profit. I am now preparing to expand the current starship factory to increase the production rate from 100 to 300 T1 wolf mice per month. The entire expansion is expected to be completed before mid-year. Liyaki surveyed the shareholders attending the meeting, as well as her father sitting across from her. Her father regarded her with a look of satisfaction. The other shareholders, having changed their previous disdain, now smiled at Liyaki, acknowledging her excellence. Yaki is truly remarkable. This T1 wolf mouse has set off a market frenzy in our Northern Star region. I've heard that the current order count has reached 500. Observers speculate that this wave of influence may extend to other star regions of the Starshine Empire, potentially leading to an annual demand of up to 5,000 T1 wolf mice. The profit from 5,000 T1 wolf mice would far exceed that of our North Yin Star Trade Group. I always knew our Yaki would succeed. I believe expanding to a monthly production of 300 is insufficient. Let us aim directly for 500 per month to penetrate the markets of other star regions of the Starshine Empire. The shareholders were animatedly discussing the future prospects of North Yin in the field of starship technology. Liyaki, however, regarded these uncles and elders as if they were clowns, recalling how just months prior they had displayed an entirely different demeanor. How laughable, beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Liyaki's handheld terminal flashed with an information alert. Under normal circumstances, she would have professionally silenced all notifications during the meeting, even those from her father. However, there was one exception that had emerged just months ago. Excuse me, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Let us conclude this meeting here, Liyaki stated, leaving no room for the uncles to respond before exiting the meeting. The conference room before Liyaki instantly vanished, replaced by an empty room with several vacant chairs. She hurriedly activated her communication device, which displayed a message. I want to talk to you. The message was from the mysterious account that had sold her the T1 Wolf Mouse technology months prior. Chapter 91. For Starship Technologies. Unlike before, the individual contacting Liyaki sent an invitation to a holographic video conference room. This method was similar to the meetings she had held previously, allowing for a clear view of the other party's holographic image, enabling smooth communication even across several star systems. However, this mode of communication came with a hefty fee per minute. Yet, Liyaki was unconcerned. After all, this was the man who had brought her immense wealth with just a few words. She would gladly pay any communication fee. If he provided an address, she would eagerly abandon her current tasks to meet him. Upon entering the holographic video conference room, she found a masked man seated across the round table. Based on his stature, he was far from the elderly professor or doctor she had expected. He appeared quite youthful. You are Liyaki inquired cautiously, her doubts about his identity surfacing due to his youth. The T1 Wolf Mouse technology has certainly filled your coffers, Miss Lee. You exhibit quite the commercial acumen. You could have priced it higher but chose to lower the price to penetrate the market quickly, thus enhancing Northyan's visibility. Zhao Chen remarked. Liyaki hurriedly replied, "This is largely thanks to your willingness to provide us with this starship. In gratitude. Even though we signed a buyout contract, we are still willing to pay you 5 of the technology fees for each starship." It must be noted that Liyaki was indeed shrewd in business. What seemed like an unnecessary 5 expenditure was, in fact, an excellent investment to establish a relationship with this powerful figure. This time, I am not here to discuss the T1 Wolf Mouse. I would like to propose a deeper collaboration, Zhao Chen said, his hands clasped on the table, his gaze firmly fixed on Liyaki. Collaboration? That is precisely what I desire. Liyaki exclaimed eagerly. Do you possess other starship technologies? We are keen to explore cooperation in this area, and in the future, we could even invest in your research facility. Providing the best environment for starship technology research, Liyaki offered a series of enticing conditions. She believed that the individual before her was likely affiliated with a starship technology research organization. If they could recruit this organization, it would undoubtedly benefit North Yin Starship Technology Group immensely. What you propose does not concern me. First, allow me to present my collaboration requirements. I will provide you with several starship technologies. However, this time, it will not be a buyout, but rather an authorization. For every starship, I demand 70 of the profits. Simultaneously, I shall not intervene in any aspects of production, transportation, or sales. These responsibilities lie solely with you. To put it bluntly, I am merely a hands-off proprietor. Zhao Chen stated his intentions right from the outset. A 70 profit share. Liyaki immediately calculated in her mind that, under the condition of granting the other party 70 of the profits while bearing all other production, manufacturing and transportation cost herself, she would ultimately receive only 1 or 2 percentage points of profit. However, as a shrewd businesswoman, Liyaki could not simply acquiesce to such a proposal. A 70-30 split is rather excessive. Furthermore, aside from providing the technology, you expect us to shoulder all other responsibilities. What if? Before Liyaki could finish her thought, Zhao Chen interrupted her. You are undoubtedly aware of the substantial profits that T1 Wolflice has generated for you. As for the starship technology I am prepared to share, I possess unwavering confidence that it will be no inferior to T1 Wolflice. The terms I have presented are non-negotiable. If Ms. Lee is unwilling to accept them, then our discussion may conclude here. Faced with such resolute determination from this man, Liyaki had already weighed the pros and cons. She knew she must secure the starship technology he possessed. Could you allow me to review the technical schematics for this collaborative starship? Liyaki inquired. You will naturally see them after we finalize the contract, Zhao Chen replied. Liyaki was taken aback. The firmness of his negotiation left her no avenue for retreat. This was a strategy Zhao Chen had meticulously devised. Having tasted the sweetness of T1 Wolflice, Liyaki, being no fool, would undoubtedly not abandon this opportunity for collaboration. Additionally, I have some supplementary conditions. Although we are entering into a revenue-sharing agreement, I require a prepayment of at least 20 million star coins for the initial 3 months. This sum will be deducted from future royalties. Zhao Chen added. This 20 million star coins was essential for Zhao Chen's construction plans over the next 3 months. His T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was poised for development, yet the remaining raw material resources would not suffice for even half a month. 20 million star coins? Upon hearing Zhao Chen's audacious demand, Liyaki hesitated momentarily. Thus far, the direct profit from T1 Wolflice had amounted to less than 5 million star coins. TO amassed the required 20 million. She would need to request a transfer from the headquarters. Given her current standing, it was likely not an insurmountable challenge. I have limited time. I will grant you 10 minutes to consider, Zhao Chen stated. Imposing a deadline. Within less than half a minute, Li Yaqi reached her decision. She fixed her gaze on Zhao Chen. I agree to all of your terms. Zhao Chen's expression brightened with satisfaction. You are a discerning businesswoman. With that, he raised his hand, and a holographic image of 4 starships, 3 large and 1 small, materialized before Li Yaqi. Here were 3 models of T1 starships and 1 T2 starship. The T1 starships included the T1 Grey Rat-class medium interstellar destroyer, the T1 Swift Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser, and a T1 Ant-class heavy interstellar mining ship. The T2 starship was a T2 Moose-class heavy interstellar transport vessel. Accompanying these were brief introductions, while the detailed technical schematics would be sent to your email shortly. All 4 starships had indeed been redeemed from the system at the cost of 6 mission points and 260 system credits. A T2 Interstellar Transport Vessel. Li Yaqi's expression shifted to one of astonishment, her eyes wide with surprise. Initially, she had anticipated that the technology offered would pertain only to the T1 series, yet here she was, presented with 3 models of T1 starship technology, alongside a T2 Interstellar Transport Vessel. Though classified as a support vessel, its market demand was the highest. Interstellar trade necessitated the use of transport vessels, and an exceptional interstellar transport vessel was indispensable for battlefield logistics, territorial operations, and the transportation aspects of interstellar trade. After reviewing the introductions of these starships, Li Yaqi felt a surge of excitement. This was undoubtedly a lucrative venture. Sir, as Li Yaqi lifted her gaze, she discovered that the seat across from her was already vacant. Once again, she found herself unaware of this man's name, yet her curiosity about him had intensified. He had presented her with such a wealth of T1 starship technology, including a T2 starship, IT, seemed that she would need to seek out her brother to inquire further about the identity of this mysterious individual.